Chapter 7, 28 Designated Financial Supervisor, Monthly Ticket Request. After the two shook hands, Meng Qiang prepared to leave. For him, although the original goal was to get 5 million, and now there is only 2 million, but the goal of riding on the aura of President Pei has been achieved, and President Pei will continue to follow up in the future, so there is no need to worry about the amount now. What's more, Meng Qiang hasn't even met President Pei yet. Meng Qiang thinks that President Pei is busy with work, and he is not famous now, so it is reasonable that he can't meet President Pei. When the cold-faced girl brand is done, various data and reports will be brought over, which will be convincing, and President Pei will definitely take time to meet him. As long as they meet, Meng Qiang believes that with his eloquence, he will definitely be able to convince President Pei to invest more money. So, today his goal has been basically achieved, and he can go back to prepare. However, just as he was about to leave, He said, "Wait a minute, there is one small thing I forgot to mention." Meng Qiang stopped and said, "Oh, Mr. He, please tell me." He said, "According to Mr. Pei's requirements, the companies we invest in must accept some of our conditions. First of all, they must abide by the law and operate with integrity. Secondly, the money we invest here must all be used for the company's operation and normal business. We cannot pay the boss himself, nor can we transfer it from one hand to the other for personal consumption. Of course, we have no control over the money of other investors. In view of the above 2 points, we will appoint a financial officer to serve as the financial director of your company. This must be stated in advance." He smiled and spoke kindly. These regulations were set by President Pei when he set the stupid people with a lot of money investment model. He just followed the process and handled the matter impartially. This is a very common phenomenon in the investment industry. After all, investors are not stupid. They invest money themselves, but the founders spend it on wine and women. That is definitely unacceptable. For President Pei, the same is true. These founders can burn money, but they must do things. Otherwise, these founders will eat and drink well while President Pei eats coarse food, and this mentality will collapse. So, in terms of finance, Yuan Venture Capital has relatively strict requirements. Arranging a person of his own to be the financial director means that the flow of money in this company cannot escape Tengda's eyes. Once there is any clue, He can report it to President Pei immediately. For most entrepreneurs who operate in accordance with the law, this is not a restriction, and they can get a financial director for free. But for those entrepreneurs who have other ideas, it is not the case at all. Meng Qiang hesitated. He knew that different investors had different management methods after investing. Some would appoint a financial director to join the company's core team, some would require monthly board meetings, some would require the invested company to establish various supervision and reporting systems, and some would not care about it after investing money, and would only hold a board meeting once a year or two, or find an investment assistant to take up the position. There are all kinds of ways to do it. The key is to look at the rules of the investment company. Meng Qiang originally thought that Mr. Pei's investment company was mostly more relaxed, but now it seems that it is the most strict in terms of finance. This slightly interfered with his plan. After all, running away with the money was originally one of his options. Running away with the money is not something that can be done at any time. It also requires a series of complicated operations. If the financial department is his own people, it would be easier to handle. If the financial department is Tengda's people, then maybe he will be invited to the small black room for tea as soon as he makes a little move. But after weighing it, he felt that he had to accept the investment. First of all, Yuan Venture Capital's requirement is not excessive, and many investors will have similar requirements. Moreover, Yuan Venture Capital is only strict in financial management, but does not interfere in the company's specific business strategy. Overall, this is actually a very relaxed and generous investment condition. If Meng Chang refuses, he may be suspected of having something to hide. Once this matter gets out, it will probably be more difficult for him to get money from other investors. Secondly, even if he completely gives up the option of running away with the money, Meng Chang has other ways to make a profit for himself. For example, after the company is big, you can find a big company to take over. This is completely within the reasonable and legal rules to make money, and you can also put the blame on the big company. Although running away with the money is also making money, it means that you will never be able to return to China in this life, and you will also leave a bad reputation. It is not the best choice. Meng Chang did not want to take this path unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, after finding a big company to take over, how the founder can get out is a big problem. Because many big companies take over, they look at the founder's entrepreneurial ability and will force the founder to lock all shares and not sell them, so that the founder can continue to manage the company and work for themselves. But there is no absolute in the world. Some big companies prefer to appoint their own people to parachute and take over the whole thing because they trust their own people's management ability more. As long as Meng Chang can find such a company, he can still leave safely. Therefore, after a quick weighing of the brain in a short period of time, Meng Chang felt that he had to take this investment. Although the risk is great, the benefits are also great. The most important thing is that Meng Chang has been preparing for so long, just to wait for this opportunity. He is very unwilling to give up. The reason why people like Meng Chang can win the favor of investors is actually largely due to their gambler qualities. If they win the bet, they can easily become worth over 100 million yuan. If they lose the bet, they can easily become over 100 million yuan in debt. Therefore, it is difficult for Meng Chang to give up such a big bet. Meng Chang hesitated for a moment, but still managed to smile. Of course, this is what I should do. He nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. At the same time, Pei Qian was drinking coffee and yawning in the Moyu Internet Cafe. He was still thinking about how to spend the money from selling GPL quotas. Just then, the phone rang. It was Zhang Yuan calling. Boss Pei, the bosses of the 3 clubs came here in person and hope to meet you. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. You mean, the bosses of the 3 clubs who sold the GOG branch? Zhang Yuan, yes. They are now in the DGE club. Do you have time to meet them? Pei Qian fell into a brief silence. Time, that is definitely there, and plenty of it. The key is what the purpose of these 3 bosses coming here is. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, do they want to break the contract? Zhang Yuan, they don't dare to break the contract. This time, they should come to admit defeat. Theoretically, these 3 clubs can indeed pay a penalty of 3 million to break the contract, and then decide not to sell the GOG division. But the problem is that not selling it does not mean that they will have a place in the GPL. From the beginning to the end, Pei Qian did not hand over the GPL quota to them in black and white, but only verbally promised that these clubs would have GPL quotas, and the premise was that they had to accept various terms of the Tenda Esports division, including the standard contract. The reason why they were allowed to transfer the GPL quota was simply because they had cooperated before and gave these clubs some face. If these clubs really tore their faces apart, then Pei Qian could naturally ignore them and directly give the 3 GPL quotas to others. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. If this is done, these 3 clubs will not get any benefits, and Pei Qian's reputation will be slightly damaged. Therefore, the bosses of these 3 clubs came to the door, on the one hand to admit their mistakes, and on the other hand to discuss a proper solution. Pei Qian thought about it. This matter really needs to be resolved. In short, let's meet the bosses of these 3 clubs first. Okay, then I'll go over now, and you ask them to wait a moment. Half an hour later, DGE Club. The owners of the SUG Club and the other 2 clubs sat in the conference room, drinking tea but unable to calm their anxiety. Every second of waiting for President Pei to come was torture. Finally, there were slight footsteps outside, and President Pei pushed the door open. The three club owners hurriedly stood up from their seats. President Pei. Pei Qian nodded slightly and shook hands with them one by one while Zhang Yuan introduced them. The owner of SUG Club is Ding Gan, who is also a very rich second-generation rich man, slightly inferior to Shui Zhibin, and not much different from Yao Bo of Jinding Group. Pei Qian had heard of this person a long time ago. Because SUG, an esports club, has a certain reputation in China. Although it is not as old as H4 Club, it is the richest among the earliest esports clubs. In order to buy the players of DGE Club, SUG Club prepared a full 25 million. Although not much was spent, it was at least enough to prove its financial strength. As one of the rich second generations who entered the esports industry earlier, Ding Gan brought funds, attention, and traffic to the domestic esports industry, but also brought bad habits in club management and operation. Everyone took their seats. Ding Gan coughed twice and said, "Boss Pei, the three of us have come all the way here today, mainly to apologize to you and clear up the misunderstanding." Manager Li deceived his superiors and subordinates, not only causing losses to Tenda, but also causing great losses to our club. From this point of view, we are all victims. I will punish you severely after I go back and give you an explanation, Boss Pei. I hope Mr. Pei will be magnanimous and not let this little misunderstanding affect the cooperative relationship we have established with great difficulty. After all, when preparing for the global finals, our clubs have made no contributions, but they have also worked hard. The bosses of the other two clubs also echoed each other, and their attitudes were quite sincere. Pei Qian nodded, without commenting. Although the three of them were very humble and sincere, it would be stupid for Pei Qian to believe them all. How could the club manager decide such a big thing as selling the GOG branch? He must have repeatedly consulted the three bosses. And the fact that the three bosses did not stop him shows that they actually support Manager Li in his heart. The higher the level of a person, the less likely he is to touch these dirty and tiring jobs, but to throw them all to his subordinates. In this way, if there is no problem, everything will be fine, and if there is a problem, he can immediately distance himself from it. So, the three club owners must have resisted the standard contract in their hearts and did not want to accept Tenda's management and constraints at the beginning. They even thought that as long as a few clubs united, they could control the GPL league and force Tenda to retreat. It's just that the situation has developed to this point, and they have to give in. If the auction of the GPL quota is unpopular and can't be sold for much money, then these club owners will definitely not have this attitude. Therefore, Pei Qian can't be said to be angry, nor can he forgive. So, do you three intend to fulfill your promise? Pei Qian didn't bother to pay attention to the three people's attempts to get close to him, and went straight to the point. Chapter 729, GPL League System Planning. The three club owners looked at each other, and finally it was Ding Gan who spoke. Boss Pei, we must fulfill our contract. We businessmen have a spirit of contract and cannot refuse to pay. But, putting aside the previous episodes, we really support the GPL League sincerely. I think it's better to do this. We will give the 15 million in full. In addition, each of our clubs is willing to add another 5 million. The three clubs will add a total of 60 million to buy back 3 GPL places. Do you think it's okay? The three club owners had obviously discussed it before they came. At this point, the choices they had were very few. Breaking the contract is definitely not an option. This is equivalent to directly tearing up with Boss Pei and all the clubs that have just won the GPL quota. Neither face nor money can be saved. Of course, these three clubs can also choose to take the money and leave, but in that case, it is almost impossible to return to the GPL league. Because judging by the results of this auction, the GPL League places will definitely become more and more expensive. If we sell the division and the place together for 15 million now, it will be absolutely impossible to buy them back in the future. Therefore, the three clubs wanted to try and see if they could give President Pei 20 million and he could give them 3 more places. Directly expand the number of places in the GPL League to 19. Because the relevant matters of the GPL League have not been completely finalized yet, the number of places can still be discussed. But if the schedule and competition system of the GPL are all finalized in a month or two, it will be impossible to add more places. In this way, the three clubs are equivalent to paying their own GOG division and 5 million to keep the GPL place. It is definitely a loss, but at least they can stay. As for President Pei, 60 million at this time should make President Pei a little tempted, right? As for how to arrange the schedule of the 19 teams and how to appease other clubs, these minor issues are not so important. The three club owners looked at President Pei expectantly. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Are you still going to give me money? And they're giving away 60 million just because they don't agree with each other? Pei Qian was still racking his brains over how to spend the 100 million yuan, and just when he had a little idea, these three clubs wanted to give him another 60 million yuan. No. Pei Qian said firmly. The three bosses were stunned. Boss, Pei, so determined? 60 million yuan, don't you even think about it seriously? Dinggon hesitated for a moment. Mr. Pei, as for the money, we can actually discuss it. How about we add some more? Pei Qian said inwardly. Add more money? He drank a sip of tea and quickly thought of a refusal. This is not a matter of money at all. The 16 places were set a long time ago. If we add more, the schedule will be difficult to arrange. If we really add 19 teams, not only will there be games every day, but the interval between games for a single team will become too long, which is not conducive to maintaining the level. Tenda is a company that keeps its word. It has long told other clubs and audiences that there are only 16 places in the GPL League. If you take money to do things, it is like slapping yourself in the face. This is impossible. The three club owners looked at each other, their expressions were a little bitter. Who can blame this? It can only be said that I was confused for a while. It was originally a script that I could take the GPL and watch others fight for admission, but now I have lost my place. Getting up early and arriving late, who can stand this? Dinggon still didn't give up, and proposed a new plan. Well, Mr. Pei, how about this? The GPL League should have a promotion and relegation system, right? We can reorganize the team and return to the GPL, that should be okay, right? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. There is no promotion and relegation system in the GPL League. There will be an Internet Cafe League and a Professional Development League, GDL. The Internet Cafe League will select the GDL quota. But there will be no promotion and relegation games, and the GDL champion will not be able to get a GPL quota. The three club owners were dumbfounded, their expressions were extremely painful, and they felt like they had lost 100 million. Pei Qian has been thinking about the entire GOG esports league ecosystem these days. The Internet Cafe League and GDL must be done, but the key lies in whether there should be promotion and relegation games. In fact, whether there is a promotion and relegation system has little impact on Pei Qian personally, because the official will not directly obtain income from it. So, Pei Qian considered it from the perspective of the entire event. After all, he also has another identity as an ordinary spectator of the GPL League. In order to see more exciting games, and for the GPL League to win glory in the World Finals, Pei Qian must establish a better system for the GPL League. The experience in Pei Qian's memory shows that the promotion and relegation system is a system that looks beautiful, but in fact has little meaning and will have a certain counter effect. Many people believe that the relegation matches will put pressure on the bottom teams of GPL and motivate the top teams of GDL, making the competition more intense and conducive to improving the overall level. But the problem is that this theory is too idealistic. In actual operation, the situation is completely the opposite. For the bottom teams of GPL, the pressure of the relegation match is indeed very high, because once relegated, it means that all the investment has gone down the drain and the loss is heavy. But in this case, in order to successfully avoid relegation, more clubs will not train new players and train new players, but will choose to let those experienced old players continue to play. Because it is risky to use new players, and once they fail, they will suffer heavy losses, and although the old players have no potential and upper limit, they are stable enough and can bully weak players. Even if the old players are beaten up as experienced babies in the GPL league, as long as they can bully the leaders of GDL, it will be fine. For the GDL teams, in order to grab the GPL quota, directly spending money to buy strong old players or foreign players is the quickest way. Therefore, a system that is intended to strengthen competition objectively makes all teams only focus on the paper strength in front of them, while ignoring long-term goals. Some new players with potential will find it difficult to play in such a utilitarian environment, which completely violates the original intention of this system. On the contrary, if the promotion and relegation system is cancelled, each club will promote more new players to play, and the playing style will be more aggressive. There will not be a situation where both teams are playing safe and operating without daring to fight. Therefore, after repeated consideration, Pei Qian thought it would be better not to have a relegation match. Ding Gan said bitterly, "Boss Pei, then our club will never be able to return to GPL in this lifetime?" Boss Pei, our SUG has been deeply involved in the esports field for many years. If GPL excludes us, it will also be a loss. Pei Qian looked at the three club owners and said, "This is not completely impossible to come back. To maintain the GPL quota, continuous investment is required. Once the club is at the bottom and loses in a row, it cannot bring brand value to the parent company, but becomes a burden. There will definitely be clubs that want to withdraw. At this time, we will act as an intermediary to broker the transfer of GPL quotas. And clubs that have achieved good results in the GDL league will receive a 30% discount when purchasing GPL quotas. In other words, when a club burns money and fails to achieve results, it can choose to use new people, train new people, and continue to persevere, or it can choose to transfer, stop losses in time and make a profit. In this way, the interests of the existing GPL league teams are guaranteed, so that they will not suffer too much loss whether they stay or leave, and can invest with confidence, and certain conveniences are provided for the GDL league clubs. Ding Gan and the other two club owners were silent for a long time, and could only nod helplessly. "Okay, Mr. Pei." They had no choice, and this was the best solution they could get. At least he still had 15 million in his hands. Go to GDL first, build a team, train players, and after achieving results, some excellent players can be sold to GPL teams at high prices. At the same time, when the GPL quota changes, they can get priority to enter, which can save money. The owners of the three clubs never thought that they just wanted to put a little pressure on Tenda to make some concessions on the players' standard contracts. As a result, they never expected that they would lose everything while playing, and it became like this. After the three club owners left, Pei Qian said to Zhang Yuan, "I have thought about the rules of the GPL League. Internet Cafe Competition, Professional Development League GDL, Professional League GPL. Among them, the quota of GPL, as I said just now, there is no promotion and relegation competition, but it can be transferred. As for the money these clubs spend on the quota, it is divided into three parts. The first part will be returned to these clubs, so that they can use the funds for their own purposes and maintain their youth training bases. Each club must have a youth training base to recruit some young and potential newcomers who are not yet strong enough to play in the professional league, so that these newcomers can experience the professional atmosphere in advance, face the matter of playing professionally earlier, and prepare for it. The second part will be used to support the development of the GDL League and Internet Cafe competitions. The Professional Development League has relatively little attention, so give these clubs more support and exposure opportunities. The third part will be used for the daily operation and maintenance of GPL and construction. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Ah? President Pei, only this little money is used to maintain the daily operation of GPL? The rent of the venue and various other miscellaneous expenses, I am afraid there is no way to cover it. Pei Qian nodded. Of course it can't be covered, it is impossible to cover it with this money. In the future, we can charge tickets for the competition, and we can have sponsors and advertisers. There are many ways to make profits. Tenda is the organizer. Don't always focus on the small profits in front of you, you have to look at the long term. If the money is not enough, Tenda will advance it first, and we will talk about it when we make money in the future. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but stand in awe. Sure enough, President Pei still has long-term goals. This money will not show anything in the short term, but in the long run, it will definitely have a huge improvement on the ecology of the entire esports industry. In fact, Pei Qian didn't think so much, he just chose a plan with the lowest chance of making money at the moment. There are only 3 ways to spend this money, either spend it on the league and promote it vigorously, or spend it all on the club to transform the training base and environment, or spend it on the training system. Spending it on the league or the club can easily improve the competitive level, enhance the viewing experience, and attract popularity. If the popularity surges and attracts many big sponsors, it may not even last through this cycle and will start to make a profit. Based on past experience, this possibility is not low. Therefore, Pei Qian thought about it and decided to spend it on the training system, build a youth training base for the club, and support the development of GDL and Internet Cafe competitions. This will take longer to take effect and can be persisted for a while. Chapter 730 Independent Game Producer, Update, Please vote. November 10th, Thursday. Imperial Capital. Qiu Hong looked at the address on his phone, and then looked up at the old community in front of him. The people coming and going in the community are all elderly people. Because the old community is very old, the living conditions are quite worrying, and the apartment types of the residential buildings are also very narrow. For young people, I am afraid they don't even want to live here, let alone work here. But according to the address on the phone, there is an independent game producer here. Qiu Hong also looked at the unit number, and went up along the corridor covered with various psoriasis advertisements, all the way to the 6th floor. After repeatedly distinguishing which one is 601 and which one is 602, Qiu Hong knocked on the door, gently. Knock knock knock. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps inside, and the old-fashioned security door opened. A young man with messy hair and big dark circles under his eyes asked hesitantly, "Are you, Mr. Qiu?" Qiu Hong nodded, "Yes, you are Wu Zhiqing?" Wu Zhiqing nodded, "Yes, Mr. Qiu, just call me Xiao Wu, please come in." Wu Zhiqing stepped aside. Qiu Hong stepped in and closed the security door. The heating in Daidu will be turned on around mid-November, and there is still nearly a week left, so it is the coldest time. After entering, Qiu Hong did not feel how warm it was. Instead, he felt as if there was wind blowing in through the gaps in the window. Wu Zhiqing seemed to have gotten used to it and dragged a chair over. "Sorry, Mr. Qiu, it's too messy here, please make do with it." Qiu Hong did not care and pulled the chair over and sat down. Originally, Wu Zhiqing wanted the two of them to find a cafe to chat, but Qiu Hong insisted on coming to Wu Zhiqing's workplace to talk because he wanted to see the most realistic working environment and working status. Qiu Hong looked around. This seemed to be a very small one-bedroom apartment. The living room had become Wu Zhiqing's studio, with a computer desk, a computer, messy piles of books, a game console, a small TV, a small dining table. There was almost no place to put his feet. The other room was Wu Zhiqing's bedroom. Apart from the bed and the wardrobe, there was not much room for many things. The bed was also piled with books, and the situation was also worrying. Wu Zhiqing was a little embarrassed. He searched the small refrigerator for a long time, but found only the fat man's happy water. He didn't know if Mr. Qiu was not used to drinking this. Qiu Hong hurriedly said, "Don't be busy, let's get straight to the point." Wu Zhiqing nodded, "Okay, then I'll briefly talk about my situation." Compared with Jiang Fan of Cherry Studio, Wu Zhiqing's experience seems much simpler. Jiang Fan originally worked in a law firm. After making a successful game in his spare time, he decided to use the money to start Cherry Studio. Wu Zhiqing worked for a while after graduating from college and had a certain amount of savings. Then, because he was dissatisfied with his job, he resolutely quit his job and started making games. As for what to do if the game cannot be completed and does not make money, Wu Zhiqing has never thought about this problem. Anyway, if he can't support it anymore, he will find another job. Qiu Hong asked, "What stage is the game development at? Can you play it simply?" Wu Zhiqing nodded, "Yes, but the completion is very low, Mr. Qiu, you may have to use your imagination to play." As he said, Wu Zhiqing turned on his computer and opened the game project he made on the official editor. Qiu Hong sat down in front of Wu Zhiqing's computer, looking at the dust on the keyboard and mouse, and the ashtray full of cigarette butts and empty Coke bottles on the computer desk, and was speechless for a while. Wu Zhiqing quickly took out 2 tissues from the tissue box next to him, wiped the keyboard and mouse carefully, and then tidied up the computer desk. "Mr. Qiu, this is a mobile game, but it can only be played on a computer at present. You need to use a mouse to complete the hand-dragging operation, which is not very convenient. Please bear with me." Qiu Hong nodded and started to enter the game. The name of the game is Ink and Clouds, which is a 2D horizontal version of the game with a high difficulty. The biggest difference between this game and general horizontal version games is that it has a more special way of playing, that is, to interact with the scenes in the game through painting. Players can create or erase objects in the game scene by painting. This interactive experience will bring players a very novel experience in some special levels and boss battles. But this is an ideal situation. The gameplay of many games is very ideal, but the reality is very skinny. To achieve the effect that Wu Zhiqing expects, there must be 2 prerequisites. The first is that every level and every battle must be carefully crafted, and the second is that there must be very outstanding artistic effects. The biggest difference between Ink and Clouds and other 2D horizontal games is the interactive experience of painting. However, if you just simply draw a little and smear a little, the player experience will be very boring, and this gameplay innovation will be meaningless. The so-called gameplay innovation must not be a simple concept, but a whole set of rich gameplay and content. The fighting methods of each level and each boss must be conceived and planned, and more tricks must be developed based on this gameplay, so that this game can be considered successful. Moreover, since this game is a game featuring interactive graphics, the graphics must be outstanding, otherwise the fun of playing will be reduced to a large extent. Judging from the current game completion, it is really far from complete. This is also normal. Wu Zhiqing is just a student who has just graduated. He made this game purely out of love. Looking at this condition, whether he has the ability to make the gameplay and levels well or not, at least the art resources are unsolvable. Wu Zhiqing is not good at art, and he can't afford the big guys on the official platform, so the resources in the game are all pieced together, which looks very tasteless. Moreover, all operations are completed with a mouse, and it is not as smooth as playing on a mobile phone. In short, Qiu Hong's fun of this game is all based on his imagination. Qiu Hong sighed softly with some melancholy. Previously, he thought that Cherry Studio, with its funding chain about to break and wages about to be paid, was very much in line with the conditions for assistance from the desperate plan. But today, after seeing Wu Zhiqing, he realized that desperate means only getting poorer, not the poorest. So the question is, does this project meet the conditions? Mr. Pei said that neither too reliable nor too unreliable should be invested according to general standards. This is definitely very unreliable. An ordinary person who has no experience in game development and is completely motivated by love, whether it is level designability or artistic level, there is no guarantee. But Qiu Hong instinctively hopes that Wu Zhiqing can get help, because Wu Zhiqing has a belief, and it is this belief that makes this project reliable. Mr. Pei said that if it is not sure whether it is reliable, it is up to me to decide. In this case, Qiu Hong thought for a long time and asked, "How much do you think it will cost to complete this game?" Wu Zhiqing was asked, this. To be honest, I can't tell. If there is 200,000, I can use it to hire a good painter to help draw the game scene. If there is another 50,000, I can use it to pay the rent first, which can support it for a long time. Qiu Hong also fell into deep thought. For Cherry Studio, there are very clear plans for the completion of the project, employee wages and daily expenses. But for Wu Zhiqing, he has no very clear concept of project planning, construction period, and resource control, so naturally he can't give a specific number. No matter how much money is given, it can only be used to solve the urgent problem first, and the rest can be dealt with later. Qiu Hong is not worried that Wu Zhiqing will spend too much money. With his conditions, he can't spend much. The key is that without a clear plan, project management will fall into chaos. Qiu Hong is very clear that this is a fatal factor that may lead to the complete failure of the project. For these independent game producers, they lack not only money, but also various other supporting facilities. For example, how to plan the project development cycle, how to control costs, how to solve financial problems, etc. These are all difficult problems to solve. But for a game studio of this size, it would be particularly wasteful to equip a complete set. You can't find 3 or 4 people including finance and administration to revolve around Wu Zhiqing alone, right? That's not right. Qiu Hong thought about it and said, "Wait a minute, I'll make a call." Wu Zhiqing nodded and waited patiently. Obviously, he also knew that it was too far-fetched to want people to invest with his conditions. I hope that the big leader that Mr. Qiu asked for instructions can be kind. For game details of Water Ink and Clouds, please see Chapter 194 of Restarting the Game Era. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. It will not affect the plot of this book. Chapter 731 Independent Game Incubation Base. At this time, Pei Qian was having a family dinner at Ming Mansion, having dinner with all the club owners of the GPL League. Including the owners of the H4 club who already had league quotas, all were present, toasting and exchanging cups. It was very lively. After the auction ended before, Lin Cheng, Li Shi and others had already gone to the nameless restaurant for a meal. But Pei Qian did not go that time, and made an excuse to refuse, and Zhang Yuan went to receive them. Mainly because he was afraid of being hurt again. As for today's meal, it really couldn't be postponed. Pei Qian thought that he had to meet these bosses, and get to know each other, and at the same time, he had to clearly tell everyone the rules of the GPL. In addition, it had been 4 days since the previous auction, and the possibility of his scars being exposed again was very low. The main topic would still focus on the GPL rules, which was a good time to meet. This is the restaurant opened by Li Shi and Shui Zhibin. Although the dishes are not as good as the nameless restaurant, the place is larger, and they are all their own people and can book the place at will, which will be more free. Now, the rules of GPL have been announced. The bosses are having a meal and chatting, discussing the rules of GPL at the same time. It is a very happy scene. Li Shi looked at the GPL rules handed down by President Pei and discussed the terms with Shui Zhibin who was sitting next to him. Look, I've said it before. Others take money to make money for themselves, but President Pei takes money for a longer-term goal. Look, President Pei took the money from us to buy the quota, which was actually divided into 3 parts, building a youth training base for the club, supporting the development of GDL and internet cafe competitions, and maintaining the normal operation of the GPL League. If it were a general organizer, they would definitely take out a part of the money for the operation of the GPL League, and the rest of the money would all go into their own pockets. Of course, the organizers make money by selling quotas based on their abilities, which is understandable, but this behavior is objectively evaluated. Price, it's just too short-sighted. On the other hand, President Pei took the club's money and invested it all in the league to support the underlying structure of the entire league. Those talented players can first play in the ladder, then start from the internet cafe competition, and then play in GDL or go to the youth training teams of various clubs. Every step can be taken very solidly. And the standard contract also allows them not to worry about being cheated, and talents will not be buried. Once such a system is established, it can continuously supply blood to the GPL League. It's perfect. Xue Zhibin nodded frequently after listening, indeed. But Mr. Li, the money has been spent on these things. What about the league promotion? What about the club's capital investment? These 2 areas may be lacking, right? Although the league system is very important in the long run, we can't ignore the most urgent problems at hand. Li Shi smiled slightly. This is the difference between ordinary people and Mr. Pei's thinking. The first level of thinking, selling quotas to make money and enrich your own pockets. The second level of thinking, seeing Mr. Pei use this money to seek long-term benefits. The third level of thinking, seeing both long-term benefits and immediate benefits. But Mr. Pei is even higher than this, because he knows very well that long-term benefits must be achieved with money, while immediate benefits can actually be achieved without money. So, Mr. Pei is not ignoring the most urgent problems at hand, but has prepared another set of solutions. Xue Zhibin was a little confused. Really? But how to solve it without money? GPL League needs to be promoted and club infrastructure needs to be built, all of which require money. Li Shi explained, Mr. Pei has not only money, but also other resources, such as reputation, trust and attention. The long-term interests of the GPL League cannot be guaranteed by these things. For example, if you want to support GDL and youth training, attention is useless. No one will spend money to do these things, so Mr. Pei has to pay for it himself. But the immediate benefits of the GPL League can be realized through reputation, trust and attention. The so-called immediate benefits are nothing more than the initial popularity, attention, and club construction of the GPL League. Now look at the people present. What kind of combination is it? There are old domestic clubs, veterans of the first GOG Global Finals, well-known large companies such as Shenhua Real Estate and Jinding Group, and ordinary participants like us, although the money and fame are not outstanding, but fully support and cooperate with President Pei. There is no need for publicity at all. Just publishing this list is enough to offset thousands of 10,000 yuan of publicity expenses. That is to say, the GPL League was already popular before the game started, so what if there was more publicity expenses or less publicity expenses? What's more, the dispute between President Pei and the 3 clubs has lasted for more than half a month. On the one hand, it has increased the popularity of the GPL League, and on the other hand, it has sent a very clear signal to the outside world. The audience trusts President Pei, but those investors may not trust him. Many people believe that President Pei can make good games, but they don't trust him to run a good league. And through this incident, President Pei used extremely iron-fisted means to prove that he has absolute control over GPL. 3 clubs said they would play, and the rest of the clubs all cooperated unconditionally. At the same time, President Pei did not implement a promotion and relegation system, and invested a large amount of money in the bottom training system, which actually gave a clear signal: GPL is a long-term plan. Combining multiple signals, sponsors will not worry about their money going down the drain, and will naturally sponsor clubs and GPL leagues. This is the brilliance of President Pei. On the surface, he is spending money for long-term interests, but in fact, he is spreading a signal, and this signal has won more money and even solved short-term problems. Only rookies make choices, and experts choose to take everything. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see. It won't be long before all the sponsors come to us. Leisure had drunk some wine before and was a little drunk. At this time, his face was slightly flushed, and he was very satisfied with his analysis. So that's it. Shuizhabin suddenly realized and tried to digest it. And Pei Qian was eating vegetables at this time. Everyone was talking, either talking loudly or whispering, and Pei Qian felt uneasy when hearing these voices. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. It was Zhou Hong calling. Pei Qian knew that there must be something important, and he wanted to go out for a breath, so he got up and went outside to answer the phone. Coming to a relatively quiet corner outside, Pei Qian answered the phone. On the phone, Zhou Hong briefly introduced the situation on Wu Zhiqing's side. Mr. Pei, this is probably the situation. My consideration is that the most critical issue now is not money. Although independent game makers are also short of money, they are also short of other things. Especially various supporting facilities, which require large investments and slow results, and are a difficult problem to solve. So, for a situation like Wu Zhiqing, I am a little unsure about what to do specifically. I have decided to invest money in him, but I haven't thought about how to invest specifically. If I just give him money, the project can still be completed, but I always feel that something is missing. Mr. Pei, I have an immature idea about this, about basic supporting facilities. Hearing this, Pei Qian's eyes lit up instantly. Basic supporting facilities require large investments and slow results? Good thing. For independent game makers, as long as they have money, they can make games. Whether the working environment is good or bad is actually not very important. Many independent game makers have made good works in a messy working environment. Since it doesn't matter much, why not arrange a better environment for them? This should be a typical high input and low output, right? Isn't this what I like most? Pei Qian immediately said, just tell me how much money your immature idea costs. Hearing President Pei's straightforwardness, Zhou Hong hesitated. President Pei, this is my idea. In big cities like the Imperial Capital, Magic City, and Guangzhou, each of them will open an incubation base similar to a joint office space. Of course, Jingzhou can also open one. For similar entrepreneurial bases, we will recruit administrative and financial staff. Their job is to serve every independent game producer and help them solve a series of problems other than game development. At the same time, we can also provide some guidance for their work, such as simply teaching them how to formulate development plans, contact painters, make financial statements, etc. Game producers can also get to know each other and communicate with each other. For an incubation base like this, daily water and electricity, employee wages, rent, etc., add up to at least 200,000 or 300,000 per month. The specific expenses depend on the number of workstations, location, and other factors. Pei Qian frowned. 200,000 or 300,000? This is not in line with the spirit of Tenda at all. Did you only calculate the rent of the workstations, the basic company of the employees, and water and electricity fees? Office computers are not included, right? Employee benefits are not included, right? Independent game developers work so hard, giving them a guaranteed income to support their daily lives is not too much, right? The incubation base is a good thing, open it. The poor plan will continue as usual, and those companies will be supported as they should be. As for the incubation base, I will give you extra money, spend it freely. Pei Qian was very happy. Zhou Hong was indeed outstanding. He thought of a new way to spend money so quickly. Qiu Hong hung up the phone and couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei is really an entrepreneur who truly loves the game industry and can do it in real time and vigorously. Boss Pei easily made a decision on the problem that he was so entangled with, and there was a solution. He looked at Wu Zhiqing. Your game has been invested in the poor plan. In addition, we will also provide you with office space and some necessary help. I hope we can make this game together. Wu Zhiqing opened his mouth slightly, feeling that this scene seemed a little unreal. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Qiu." "Thank you so much." Qiu Hong smiled with some emotion. "No, we all have to thank Mr. Pei." Chapter 732 Investment Conference. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from games. Wu Zhiqing was stunned for a moment. Boss Pei? Which Boss Pei? Why should I thank him? Qiu Hong was stunned, and his heart slammed instantly. Oh no. How did he say what was in his heart? Boss Pei had repeatedly reminded before that the desperate plan must not have any connection with Tenda, and this matter must be kept confidential. When Qiu Hong promoted the desperate plan and provided financial assistance to these independent game studios, he did it in his personal name and did not mention the names of Boss Pei and Tenda. But this time, Qiu Hong was moved and his emotions were not controlled for a while. In Qiu Hong's view, the desperate plan is a plan that can vigorously promote the development of the independent game industry, and Boss Pei is truly contributing to this industry. Of course, contribution does not necessarily mean not having income and doing good things purely. Sometimes, you can obviously make more money, but you choose to make less money and give more benefits to the disadvantaged groups in the industry. This can also be regarded as a kind of dedication. What President Pei is doing is to make the most of the profits. Although the dead-end plan itself is still a business plan and has a certain possibility of making money, I am afraid that no one will do this except President Pei. That is why Qiu Hong sincerely sighed that he and all independent game producers, and even the entire domestic game industry, should thank President Pei. Because President Pei is really helping people in the entire industry. As a result, he accidentally let it slip and forgot that President Pei asked him to keep it secret. Qiu Hong hurriedly coughed twice. What I mean is that I was actually inspired by the independent game made by President Pei, so I decided to do this. From this point of view, President Pei is the enlightenment mentor and spiritual pillar of the dead-end plan. Although President Pei did not provide direct help to this plan, he provided spiritual support, which is also very important. Of course, I just said this casually, don't take it seriously. Wu Zhiqing nodded. Oh, I understand. In fact, I also regard President Pei as an idol. Seeing that Wu Zhiqing did not doubt him, Qiu Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was almost exposed. However, Qiu Hong was also very clear that Mr. Pei was the financial backer behind the desperate plan, and it would definitely be exposed sooner or later. It can be concealed now because Qiu Hong has not helped enough independent game studios and has not yet made such a big impact. As the business grows bigger and bigger, with more and more business dealings, it will be discovered sooner or later. We can only keep it a secret for as long as possible according to Mr. Pei's request. Qiu Hong stood up. You continue to be busy, I will go back to prepare, and I will contact you again after the incubation base is ready. In short, you can focus all your energy on game development, and I will find a way to solve other trivial matters. Wu Zhiqing nodded hurriedly. Okay, Mr. Qiu. Afternoon. After the dinner, Pei Qian chatted with these bosses for a long time, and finally sent most of them away one by one. Now that the GPL matter has been finalized, the next step is to wait for Zhang Yuan and the esports division to carry out various preliminary preparations together. These new bosses have to set up clubs from scratch, recruit club employees including managers, team leaders, assistant coaches, analysts, etc., and then recruit players, organize training, and wait for the GPL competition to officially start. Zhang Yuan also has to be responsible for the daily training of the DG club while arranging the staff of the esports department to prepare for the GPL, GDL, and internet cafe competitions. This is a very long and tedious task, especially the internet cafe competitions. In order to ensure the fairness of the internet cafe competitions, it must be ensured that the Internet Cafe competitions are held in Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. But the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model has not yet been promoted nationwide. Therefore, Zhang Yuan still has to say hello to Xiaopeng and ask him to roll out Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 as soon as possible. Even if it is impossible to achieve one internet cafe in one city now, at least one internet cafe in one province should be achieved. In some economically developed areas with many esports talents, more internet cafes should be opened as appropriate. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is already a profitable model, but rolling out these internet cafes will still require a lot of investment, and it will take a long time to really get back the investment. So Pei Qian is still very welcome to this matter. It is always good to spend the money now. Making money in the future is a matter for the future, and there is no need to consider it so far for the time being. Therefore, Pei Qian will not ask too much about the details of these things. Anyway, the results of asking or not asking will not be too different. Asking may make more money, so it is better to out of sight and out of mind. Pei Qian was about to leave when he saw Li Shi and Shui Zhibin send off the other three bosses and walked over. Li Shi and Shui Zhibin treated Pei Qian to this meal today. Pei Qian wanted to pay the bill, but after thinking about it, he held back. Li Shi and Shui Zhibin came to Pei Qian, and the three of them chatted for a while. Then, Li Shi changed the subject and asked, casually, Mr. Pei, I heard that Yuanming Venture Capital has invested in a new project recently? Pei Qian was alert instantly. What do you mean? Mr. Li and those investors want to invest with Dream Ventures again? Stop it. Pei Qian hurriedly said seriously, Dream Ventures is indeed investing in new projects, but I have not participated in these projects, and I don't even know what companies Dream Ventures has invested in. If you want to follow up with the investment, you must think twice before acting. Every word he said was true. Because Pei Qian had already explained to He Dishing before, no matter who came to ask for investment, the process was the same: first do a basic review, then give money according to the size of the company, and send the finance department to supervise the company. So far, Pei Qian himself really didn't know how many companies Dream Ventures had invested in, and he didn't care. Pei Qian couldn't get rid of Mr. Li and these investors, and he was very helpless. Pei Qian also thought about letting Mr. Li and others invest with him. Anyway, if the investment failed and they lost all their money, they would naturally leave, but the problem was that they would not lose money at all once they invested. How many unreliable projects have been lifted up by Mr. Li and his team? So Pei Qian spoke very sincerely, fearing that Mr. Li would misunderstand him and insist on following Yuanming Venture Capital to invest and make the losing projects profitable. I thought Mr. Li would continue to test him, but unexpectedly, Li Shi just nodded slightly and said, okay. Pei Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Li didn't insist. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Li Shi and Shui Zhibin, Pei Qian got in the car and left, ready to go back and rest. Watching Mr. Pei's car drive away, Li Shi said to Shui Zhibin, sure enough, Mr. Pei is probably unaware of the project of Cold-Faced Girl. That Meng Chang has been promoting under the banner of Mr. Pei's investment, most likely he is just trying to attract attention. If it is a project that Mr. Pei has personally reviewed, we can indeed follow the investment directly, but for projects like Cold-Faced Girl, forget it, let's pay close attention to it. Shui Zhibin frowned slightly and asked, then, Mr. Li, are you saying that this Meng Chang is actually a liar? Is this project a scam? Li Shi shook his head, we can't jump to conclusions about this. After all, I don't have the ability to read minds, so it's impossible for me to know what Meng Qiang thinks. Many outstanding entrepreneurs in history have a kind of fanaticism, and will put forward overly grand and idealistic ideas. Sometimes they do behave like liars. As for the behavior of this Meng Qiang, he used the banner of Pei's investment to attract more resources, which is not considered lying, because he did get investment from Dream Ventures, but he only told part of the truth and deliberately misled other investors. But how to characterize this behavior depends on the final result of the project. If it fails, he is a morally corrupt liar and a clown. If it succeeds, he is a smart and informal entrepreneur. Many times, the business world is only concerned with results, which is ridiculous, but it is true. I think we need to observe Meng Qiang more. We should not rush to invest money, but we can't characterize him as a liar now. In the past 2 days, Richest has received a lot of news about Cold-Faced Girl. After Meng Qiang got the investment from Dream Ventures, he began to spread the news that the Cold-Faced Girl project had received investment from Dream Ventures and was a very mature business plan, and he wanted to use it to attract more investment. Don't say it, Richest is really a little moved. If it is really a project invested by Pei, he will consider following the investment. But after asking today, I found out that this is not a project invested by Mr. Pei, but just a regular investment of yuan Ming venture capital. This is a big difference. Xue Zhibin thought for a moment and asked, then, should we go to the Cold-Faced Girl investment conference that Meng Qiang said will be held in the imperial capital the day after tomorrow? It is said that this conference will be quite grand, and the business model of Cold-Faced Girl will be explained once again, and it will only be open to a small number of investors. Richest thought for a moment. It's okay to go and take a look. But I am more concerned about. Will President Pei go? Xue Zhibin nodded. Okay, then we will go together and see if this Meng Qiang is really capable or is he just cheating money. Pei Qian was taking a nap in the car with his eyes closed. When he was about to get home, his cell phone rang. Pei Qian took out his cell phone and saw that it was Richest calling. Pei, I have a small matter to bother you. A company we invested in, called Cold-Faced Girl, will hold an investment conference in the imperial capital the day after tomorrow, mainly to introduce the business model to investors and attract more investment. They also sent us an invitation letter. Do you think it is necessary to go? Richest asked tentatively. To be honest, he was not sure whether it was necessary to report this matter to President Pei, but Meng Qiang's PPT was indeed good and the business model was also very clear, so he reported it to President Pei truthfully and let President Pei decide whether to go or not. Pei Qian yawned. When he heard that it was in the imperial capital, he instinctively didn't want to run back and forth and mess around. This company, have we already invested? Pei Qian asked. Richest replied, yes, Mr. Pei. In fact, this company has received our 2 million investment. It is precisely because of this that the founder of this company sincerely invites you to go to the press conference to listen. Pei Qian still had no interest. He thought about it and said, how about this, you tell Mr. Ma and let him represent me to attend. Richest was stunned for a moment. Mr. Ma? Oh, okay, Mr. Pei, I know. Richest's subconscious reaction was, how could Mr. Ma replace Mr. Pei? But then he thought again, Mr. Ma seemed to be able to do it. After all, judging from the investment results, it seems not too much to call Mr. Ma an investment genius. What's more, Mr. Ma is Mr. Pei's good brother and good comrade in arms, a loyal minister, and an excellent employee of Tenda. He is fully qualified to replace Mr. Pei. In this case, give the invitation letter sent by Meng Qiang to Mr. Ma. Chapter 733 A small step in the routine. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. November 12, Saturday. Imperial Capital, Cold-Faced Girl, Press Conference. Although it is called a press conference, it does not actually invite many audiences on a large scale, but only invites some investment institutions and company bosses with close relationships. Some other internet companies always like to hold press conferences in venues as large as possible, wishing to squeeze in tens of thousands of people. The reason why Meng Qiang chose to hold a small press conference first is not because he is low-key, but simply because he feels that holding a large press conference now may not achieve the effect he wants. If the time is right, he will also strive to hold a press conference in a large venue with tens of thousands of people. After all, entrepreneurs like them who have internet thinking, no matter what they do, they pursue the bigger the volume, the better. The larger the scale and the more people know about it, the more marketing effect it will naturally have, bringing heat and traffic to the company and products. However, at present, the cold-faced girl is not suitable for blowing out on a large scale. Because for Meng Qiang, investors are relatively easy to fool, but ordinary people are difficult to fool, because investors are keen on internet thinking and all kinds of high-sounding coined words and concepts. Ordinary people will only focus on the product itself. It is easy to convince some investors that this is a grilled cold noodles with internet thinking, but it is difficult to convince ordinary people. Therefore, Meng Qiang's plan is to convince some investors first, get the money, open the first store of cold noodle girl, and stir up the popularity on the internet through marketing, and then promote it to ordinary people on a large scale. Because the scale is relatively small, Meng Qiang directly set this press conference in the conference hall of a luxury hotel in the capital, and the whole venue has only 100 seats. Although there are not many seats, the specifications are absolutely full. Whether it is the decoration on the scene, the service of the staff, the signs and gifts on the table, they are all carefully prepared and cost a lot of money. And Meng Qiang himself, like when he met He Dishing before, his dressing style is exquisite and down-to-earth, casual suits, solid color t-shirts, jeans, sneakers, the whole person looks mature and stable, but also energetic. At the entrance of the venue, Meng Qiang, with a smile on his face, chatted and laughed with the investors and company CEOs who had arrived, and guided them into the press conference site and took their seats. Although most of the people who came to this press conference were worth more than him, Meng Qiang did not feel any stage fright or inferiority at all, and was in the attitude of a host welcoming guests. "Mr. Li, Mr. Shui, please come in." When Meng Qiang saw Li Shi and Shui Zhibin arrived together, he hurriedly smiled and greeted them. Although he did not show it too obviously, his attitude was obviously a little more enthusiastic. The ability to serve dishes to people is indispensable. The people who came today were all carefully selected and invited by Meng Qiang. Meng Qiang has also made sufficient arguments and preparations for the investment probability of these people and whether to spend more energy to win them. He knew very well that although Mr. Li's Fuhui capital could not be compared with some giant investment companies in terms of resources, it was still very considerable for the cold-faced girl in the early stage of starting up. As for Shui Zhibin, although he did not have many resources, he could get a lot of resources from his father. The most important thing is that these two people are closely following Mr. Pei, and the probability of chasing investment is very high, so it is worth it for Meng Qiang to spend more energy on them. After sending Li Shi and Shui Zhibin in, Meng Qiang saw He Dishing and a man with a long face. Meng Qiang hurriedly stepped forward. "Mr. He. Could this be the legendary Mr. Ma? Come in, I have reserved the front seats for you too." In fact, Meng Qiang didn't expect Mr. Pei to come, he just invited him casually. If Mr. Pei came, wouldn't it be a big win? Although Mr. Pei didn't come, he sent Mr. Ma, who was once in charge of the investment department and was very mysterious. Meng Qiang felt that this was already a pleasant surprise. So he specially arranged the VIP position in the middle of the first row of the venue. There are two main purposes for doing this. The first is to show sincerity to Tenda. After all, the 2 million yuan for the startup was given by Tenda. The second is to convey a message to other people present. I am not selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, Tenda really attaches great importance to my project. Therefore, Meng Chang was most enthusiastic about He Dishing and Ma Yang, and even led them to the first row of the venue in person. After watching them sit down, he repeatedly showed concern, and then returned to the entrance of the venue to greet others. When they met for the first time, Meng Chang didn't understand Mr. Ma's pulse, and didn't know what Mr. Ma's specific attitude was. However, he also knew that being too concerned would lead to confusion, and being too concerned about Mr. Ma's feelings would easily lead to failure, so when he saw that Mr. Ma had no intention of getting close to him, he very tactfully made an excuse to greet other people and left. Ma Yang picked up the 10 yuan bottle of mineral water in front of him and drank 2 gulps, then wiped his mouth with his hand in a very ungraceful manner. What is my main mission today? Ma Yang turned to look at He Dishing. He Dishing said, Boss Ma, it's up to you. Boss, Pei just asked you to attend on his behalf, and didn't say anything else. You can talk if you want to, or not if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. Oh. Ma Yang nodded and silently swiped his phone. Soon, the press conference was about to start. Because it was an invitation system, the list of people who came had been decided in advance, and the seats were almost all full, except for a few bosses who didn't come temporarily due to schedule reasons. The lights dimmed a little, and after the countdown on the big screen, the promotional video of this press conference began to play. The screen was a pure white background, and Meng Chang appeared in the screen in a sitting position, still wearing the solid color t-shirt, facing the camera confidently, and speaking the opening remarks of this promotional video in English. As we all know, my country's catering culture has a long history. And the appearance of cold-faced girl will open up a new trend in food and an opportunity to change the world. After a simple opening speech, the iconic logo of cold-faced girl appeared on the pure white big screen. This film was shot and edited in the past 2 days. Because of the tight time, there are not too many fancy scenes, but just a white background plus BGM, coupled with Meng Chang's relaxed demeanor, confident body language and extremely standard and fluent English, inexplicably gave it a sense of grandeur. The expressions of several investors sitting in the back row, who originally just wanted to come over to make soy sauce, suddenly became more serious. After all, making and speaking PPTs are also the core competitiveness of internet entrepreneurs. People who are eloquent and confident will naturally give people a sense of trustworthiness. Ma Yang frowned, and his long face seemed to be stretched even longer. There are no foreigners present, what English are you speaking? Ma Yang was a little puzzled. He Dishing whispered, nowadays, we pay attention to international thinking and vision. Fluent English is a plus in the eyes of many people. Ma Yang curled his lips, and his first impression of Meng Chang was not very good. On the big screen, the video continued to play. First, we talked about the essential difference between the cold noodles made by the Cold Noodle Girl brand and other cold noodles, and introduced its breakthroughs in raw materials, standardized processes, size, cooking methods, and taste. Then we talked about the internet thinking contained in the Cold Noodle Girl brand, paying attention to user experience from details, using more advanced marketing methods to get closer to users, and creating a unique cold noodle culture. Finally, let's talk about the subsequent expansion of the Cold Noodle Girl brand. It will not only be limited to a catering brand, but will expand into a lifestyle and concept, and eventually create a new business model. This video is less than 5 minutes in total, so the content is very brief, but it can be seen that this should be a summary and generalization of the content of the entire press conference. The reason why it is placed at the front is to take the lead, so that all the investors and bosses present will have a clear understanding of the content of this press conference. After watching this promotional video, the expressions of the people present were different. Some people watched it with relish and very seriously, some people looked a little confused, and some people frowned. But no one dozed off. Whether they agreed or disagreed, at least everyone's attention was attracted. Xue Zhibin was also one of the frowning people. He turned his head and whispered to Li Shi, create a cold noodle culture? Cold noodle business model? Is it reliable? Li Shi did not comment, listen to what he says later. Meng Chang stepped onto the stage with a smile on his face and a chic step. His eyes swept across the audience, and he naturally noticed the expressions of the investors. This promotional video completely achieved the effect he wanted to achieve. The so-called marketing, the first task is to make everyone notice you. Even if you get some bad reputation, it is better than no reputation. Although the content of this promotional video is very exaggerated, it maintains a relatively low level of restraint and does not appear too outrageous. Coupled with the excellent production and Meng Chang's confident performance, it objectively plays a role in segmenting the crowd. Some people think that this film is very high-end and that Meng Chang is very capable and particular. Others think that it is too exaggerated and that some prospects are too far-fetched and seem like castles in the air. But it doesn't matter, because Meng Chang didn't intend to conquer everyone with a promotional video or a press conference. The routines are all linked together, and this is just the first small step. Meng Chang looked around at the crowd and smiled. Maybe many people will feel confused after watching this promotional video. Some people may want to ask, isn't it just making cold noodles? What kind of internet thinking and business model are being hyped for cold noodles? Isn't this nonsense? Of course, I know that this concept will be difficult to accept at first glance and will subvert our usual concepts. But I want to ask you a question here. If you hear an entrepreneur talk about a concept or model that everyone thinks is reliable, feasible, and absolutely successful, would you dare to invest? If I were an investor, I wouldn't dare to invest. Because everyone thinks that a reliable business model must be one that many people have tried and is extremely competitive. It makes no sense to enter the market as an entrepreneur at this time. Therefore, the birth of a new business model must be accompanied by many doubts. Please listen to me patiently until the end of this lecture. During this process, I will simply explain every step of the planning of the Cold Face Girl brand. Even after I finish speaking, you don't have to rush to invest. You can observe first. After each of my steps gradually begins to come true and proves that this business model is feasible, you can decide whether to invest. Chapter 734 Answering Questions Fluently. Please vote for the monthly ticket. After Meng Chang finished his opening remarks, many investors who originally frowned and felt unreliable also relaxed their attitudes. Everyone began to listen carefully. Meng Chang was very relaxed, without any pressure at all, and began to talk about the business model of Cold Noodle Girl. The overall content of the talk was similar to what he said when he met Xing, but many details were more detailed. Because the time was limited when he met Xing before, all the content could only be compressed to less than half an hour. But now that it is a press conference, the time is too short to produce an effect, so Meng Chang extended the time to nearly 2 hours. All the content is divided into 3 parts. The first part demonstrates the huge market demand for grilled cold noodles and the changes that Cold Noodle Girl will bring to grilled cold noodles and even the fast food industry. The market status is still the same, mainly grilled cold noodles are unhygienic, difficult to guarantee the taste, and the variety is single, and the internet plus catering is currently a huge outlet. At this stage, the task of Cold Noodle Girl is to create a brand concept that can be linked to the traditional food grilled cold noodles through products and marketing, that is, to make everyone subconsciously think of Cold Noodle Girl when they hear grilled cold noodles. The second part is that after the brand of Cold Noodle Girl is established, it will expand around this brand concept and develop various Chinese fast food business models. Around the brand and concept of Cold Noodle Girl, peripheral fast food products are produced, such as wraps, meat sandwiches, side dishes, porridge, cold noodles, etc. These products will serve as a supplement to the signature food grilled cold noodles, and gradually evolve the customer's perception of Cold Noodle Girl from a simple grilled cold noodles brand to a fast food brand. The third part is that after Cold Noodle Girl has gained a foothold in the fast food industry, it will take this opportunity to embrace the internet ecology and break through the barriers between online and offline, catering and the internet, and users and platforms, which is the so-called multidimensional fusion. Because Cold Noodle Girl represents a lifestyle and internet thinking, users will naturally accept this multidimensional fusion model. For example, you can run industries such as central kitchens, food delivery, food reviews, etc., and continuously expand the concept and mode of the Cold Noodle Girl brand through content accumulation. During the explanation, Meng Chang explained some relatively abstract concepts in a simple and easy-to-understand way, and quoted many famous sayings from internet giants, which made many investors present nod their heads frequently. As for some potentially controversial points, Meng Chang explained them in advance, directly blocking the way for others to question. Some people may ask, Cold Noodle Girl is just a cold noodle shop, you attach so much importance to marketing and brand building, and even intend to spend a lot of money on it, is it meaningful? Is it hype? I want to ask you a question. We all know that product is king, so who knows the exact definition of product? Some people think that marketing and products are completely opposite poles, and you can't make products after doing marketing. I think this cognition is narrow. Products are actually the sum of physical objects and concepts. Just like when we buy Pineapple mobile phones, we buy both physical objects and concepts. If it has no concept, then its value will be reduced by at least 1/3. Therefore, the reason why our internet companies attach so much importance to marketing is not because we want to hype or pass off inferior products as good ones, but because we want to build a business model with a moat. We must balance the relationship between physical objects and concepts, which is called a good product. We combine the brand Cold Noodle Girl with the traditional snack of grilled cold noodles, and we have created a moat. When customers want to eat grilled cold noodles in the future, their first reaction is to eat the grilled cold noodles of Cold Noodle Girl. This kind of marketing is of course meaningful. How can it be hype? Hype is to pursue popularity and traffic at all costs, and there is no plan for how to use this popularity and traffic after it comes. Our marketing is to create a brand concept, which is part of our product. Some people may ask, grilled cold noodles is just a snack, no matter how delicious it is, it can only be eaten once a week at most, how can it be eaten as a meal? In fact, Cold Noodle Girl absolutely does not encourage customers to eat grilled cold noodles as a meal. Because it is neither nutritious nor healthy, and it does not conform to the eating habits of most people. The grilled cold noodles of Cold Noodle Girl are actually just a signboard, a concept, and a star product, not the only one. In the first stage, we will not only have grilled cold noodles of various flavors, but also other side dishes such as side dishes, porridge, cold noodles, and desserts. In the second stage, our goal is to create a Chinese fast food brand, including wraps, stewed rice, etc., which are all part of our dishes. So, why do I keep emphasizing the concept of grilled cold noodles? Because grilled cold noodles is our entry point for breaking through. If we start by saying we want to make Chinese fast food, we will definitely die a miserable death, because there are too many competitors in Chinese fast food, and we don't have a memory point that all consumers can remember quickly. And sticking to the concept of grilled cold noodles can greatly reduce the difficulty and memory cost of consumers' cognition of the Cold Noodle Girl brand. We emphasize grilled cold noodles, which means that our direct competitors are not those Chinese catering brands, but those nameless and unhygienic roadside stalls. This is to give full play to our comparative advantages. The first goal is to acquire customers. First, make differentiation and characteristics, so that customers know and remember, and then we can enrich the layout and consider the long-term direction. Someone may ask, what is the difference between Cold Noodle Girl and Moyu Takeaway? As both are products of Tenda, will there be any conflicts? My answer is that Cold Noodle Girl will focus on fast food, while Moyu Takeaway should strictly be set meal or simple meal. Just like steak pizza and fried chicken burgers, they are different categories and do not interfere with each other. Cold noodle girl and moyu takeaway, even including most catering models on the market, do not constitute a direct competitive relationship. We are in a misaligned competition, each trying to grab our own target users. Some people may ask, you are a cold noodle shop, what do you mean by multidimensional fusion? You haven't even opened your first cold noodle shop yet, but you are thinking about linking various industries in the future. Isn't it too ambitious? I want to say that those who don't plan for the overall situation are not qualified to plan for a corner. Those who don't plan for the general trend are not qualified to plan for the moment. As internet entrepreneurs, long-term vision is a very rare but necessary ability. If my goal is just to make cold noodles casually, open a few branches, and have a turnover of several million per month, then why do I need to hold a press conference and find a way to obtain so much financing? If I am a small rich and content person, why do I need to hold a press conference and find a way to obtain so much financing? People, what can you get in return for investing in me? The so-called high aspirations actually mean that you are not down to earth, and everything is a castle in the air. It jumps directly from the foundation to the highest point, with a huge fault in the middle. But the model I planned for the cold-faced girl has a clear 3-step goal. For each step, I clearly stated the goal, means, and the final result to be achieved. There is no fault in the middle. Of course, some details are commercial secrets. I can't talk too much. They must be kept confidential. This is a necessary condition to ensure the success of entrepreneurship. Again, I don't expect everyone to decide to spend money immediately after reading this PPT. Everyone can pay close attention to the dynamics of the Cold Face Girl brand. When I open my first store, complete my first marketing event, make a profit in the first month, open my second store, you will see that my goals are achieved one by one, and you will naturally understand that I am serious. Then you can ask me any questions you have. As long as they are not too detailed and involve some confidential information, I will tell you everything. Meng Chang signaled the staff to prepare to hand over the microphones that have been prepared to the investors in the audience. After nearly 2 hours of speeches, many investors have shown great interest in this brand. No one can guarantee whether this brand will be successful. But at least, from the whole press conference, this model is quite interesting, so these investors are very interested whether they question it in the form of approval or opposition. Faced with the questions that were thrown out one by one, whether they were mild or sharp, Meng Chang was not panicked at all, citing a wide range of references and talking freely. Under the stage, Shuaizhabin looked confused. He tilted his head towards Li Shi and whispered, "Mr. Li, I think what he said makes sense. I can't help but want to invest some money to buy some original shares for fun. If it really works, the rate of return will be amazingly high." Li Shi was silent for a moment. It's not certain just by listening to this. The risk is very high. It's better to wait and see. Smart investors should not have a gambler's mentality when investing. If you think you can get super high returns from a project, you will often be cheated. The most brilliant investment wisdom is not only to see opportunities, but also to know how to avoid risks. Shuaizhabin said, "Hey, investment is really a technical job. If someone can invent a lie detector, you can tell whether you are lying at a glance. You won't be cheated in investment." Li Shi smiled. "It's useless to have a lie detector. Some people say everything seriously, but they don't have the ability to do things. You will still fail after investing money. Some people may not think so much, but they succeed by chance in the end, which is also possible. Moreover, investment is high risk. Are investors miserable if they are cheated of their money? Of course they are miserable. But investors are not a vulnerable group. This is a brutal arena. Are investors innocent? Of course not. Investment should be a long-term thing, but many investors are short-sighted. The only purpose of their investment is to gain more immediate benefits. Investors have a lot of money, but most investors will not invest the money where it is most needed. Instead, they flock to the so-called trend, burning money, hyping up the heat, cutting leaks, destroying the environment, and finally leaving only a mess. I was like this a few years ago, but now, my concept has begun to change. So, when investing, you must not blame others. If you encounter a project with a high return rate, it is because you have a keen eye. If you encounter a liar, it is because you are too inexperienced. From an objective point of view, it is true that investors will lose all their money if they encounter a liar, but when investors encounter entrepreneurs who lack experience and are not vigilant, they will not be kind, but will try every means to take advantage of him. Business is like a battlefield. You can neither talk about morality nor human feelings. It is normal to fight to the death within the scope permitted by the law. Xue asked again, then, Mr. Li, in your opinion, what is the success rate of the cold-faced girl business model? How old is it? Li Shi thought for a moment and said, but if I only evaluate Meng Chang as a person, I would say that he is a marketing genius and a speech genius. As for whether he is a business genius or a fraud genius, it is difficult to judge now. We still have to see how he performs after his first store opens. Take the situation of him answering the investors now. He is obviously well prepared and answers fluently without any flaws. I am afraid that just asking questions will not give us any clues. Xue Zhibin looked at He Dixing and Ma Yang sitting in the front row. Does Mr. Ma know how to ask questions? Li Shi couldn't help but smile. I don't think so. Others think Mr. Ma is very mysterious and think that he is very likely to be a hidden investment genius. But Li Shi doesn't think so. Because Li Shi had dealt with Ma Yang many times before when he was in Moyu Internet Cafe, and once fooled Ma Yang to the point that he was almost at a loss. He knew exactly how much Ma Yang was capable of. Ma Yang was very powerful, because he had Mr. Pei's guidance behind him. Li Shi knew that Ma Yang was just a tool under Mr. Pei, and the reason why he could reach such a key position was simply because he was obedient enough and absolutely loyal to Mr. Pei. As for his intelligence and ability, Li Shi felt that there was a world of difference between him and Mr. Pei. At best, he was at the level of an ordinary person, or even slightly lower. And who was Meng Chang? Whether he was a true genius or a big liar, his IQ was definitely among the top few. Ma Yang asked Meng Chang questions? If he had a little self-knowledge, he would not do this. Chapter 735, Mr. Ma's Questions, Please give me a monthly ticket. The latest chapter of losing money to become the richest man, starting from playing games. Ma Yang, who was sitting in the front row, yawned and smacked his lips, wondering why the press conference had lasted for more than 2 hours and hadn't ended yet. These people kept asking questions. It was so boring, but the people behind him seemed to be excited and kept asking questions. Ma Yang wanted to leave a long time ago, but after all, he was sitting in the first row, and his target was too obvious. This time he came for Brother Qian, and he was afraid that it would have a bad impact after leaving, so he could only sit there bored. He Dixing turned his head and whispered, Mr. Ma, do you want to ask questions? Ma Yang shook his head, what the hell, I have no interest in roasted cold noodles, and I'm sleepy listening to it. He Dixing nodded. Indeed, Meng Chang talked about so much internet thinking and used a lot of words he made up. Other investors listened with relish, but to Mr. Ma, it was like chewing wax. It's better not to ask questions. It will save Mr. Ma from being embarrassed when asking questions. It will be embarrassing to have so many investors watching. Don't talk too much, clock out and leave, which is also considered to have completed the task assigned by Mr. Pei. As for He Dixing himself, he didn't plan to ask questions. He Dixing and Li Shi had similar attitudes. They couldn't get anything out of asking now. Meng Chang had his own very complete theoretical system and business model, and his ability to respond on the spot was also first class. No matter what questions these investors asked, he could definitely answer them fluently. Asking one more question or one less question didn't make much difference. Soon, all the investors on the scene had asked almost all the questions. Because most investors wanted to ask about the same things, after one of them got the answer, the others would not ask the same questions again. Meng Qiang glanced at the time, and the total duration was 2.5 hours. The time was as expected. These investors asked questions for half an hour, which was enough to show that this press conference was very successful and had attracted widespread attention from investors. Even if no investment was attracted this time, it didn't matter. After these investors left, the brand of cold-faced girl would inevitably spread widely in the investment circle and attract a certain amount of attention. In this way, there would be a good foundation for hyping it up through various marketing methods in the future. As long as the time is long enough and there are enough investors who continue to pay attention, there will always be people to invest. Meng Qiang was about to announce the end of the press conference, but he held it back. He suddenly felt that something was missing, and this press conference was not particularly complete. His eyes swept across the whole audience, and then stopped at the long face in the front row. Meng Qiang understood instantly. There was no question from the representative of Tenda Group. As an entrepreneur, Meng Qiang has a vital and excellent quality, that is, shamelessness. If the degree is delivered to the door, is it still a human being if you don't take advantage of it? Since Meng Qiang got this investment, he has been trying every way to take advantage of Tenda's degree. At the beginning, he promoted that he had received investment from Tenda, including emphasizing in his speech that cold-faced girl and myriad were in a state of misaligned competition, which was actually taking advantage of the degree. The reason why myriad was singled out is to create a wrong hint for investors, making them feel that it seems that Tenda is intentionally supporting cold-faced girl and myriad to compete with each other. These investors will naturally further speculate that if cold-faced girl grows and becomes stronger in the future, can it also use the ready-made delivery personnel of myriad, or even carry out some kind of commercial integration and cooperation? Once investors have this idea through hints, the possibility of them investing in the cold-faced girl will be greatly increased. Now, although Mr. Pei is not here, Mr. Ma is the full representative of Mr. Pei. As a result, Mr. Ma said nothing. How boring is that? Let Mr. Ma ask 2 questions and answer them yourself. No matter how you think about it, you will not suffer any loss. As long as Mr. Ma does not explicitly question or oppose his business model, then after the press conference, he can tell the outside world that the senior executives of Tenda Investment are very optimistic about the business model of cold-faced girl, which is a direct way to get a good deal. As for what if Mr. Ma explicitly questions it? Meng Qiang thinks that this possibility is extremely low. Because although there are many problems with his business model, they are all unfalsifiable. In layman's terms, you can only say that it does not work when the model fails in business. But it is impossible to find the logical flaws of this model purely through debate. Of course, there is also a third possibility, that is, Mr. Ma refuses to ask questions. But in this way, Meng Qiang also has a statement, and can directly say that his business model is perfect, and even the senior executives of Tenda Investment can't find fault with it. In short, as long as the attention of the scene is shifted to Mr. Ma, it will be beneficial to him. Thinking of this, Meng Qiang immediately cast his eyes on Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, do you have any questions? Ma Yang was playing with the 10 yuan mineral water in front of him carelessly, and a staff member had already handed him the microphone. He was about to say no when He Dishing next to him gently nudged him with his elbow. He Dishing lowered his voice. Boss Ma, just ask 2 questions. Ma Yang couldn't feel the ins and outs of this, but He Dishing could. Although He Dishing invested 2 million in Meng Qiang according to Mr. Pei's rules, He Dishing was not happy about Meng Qiang's behavior of taking advantage of Tenda. If Mr. Ma said no problem, he would only be taken advantage of more, so He Dishing hurriedly reminded him. Ma Yang didn't know what was going on, but since Dishing wanted him to ask questions, he asked. He took the microphone from the staff and cleared his throat. But for a moment, he didn't know what to ask. Ma Yang stared at Meng Chong. Ma Yang racked his brains, but couldn't think of any good questions, so he just asked casually, "Is your grilled cold noodles delicious?" Meng Chong was stunned and a little dizzy. What does it mean? Why doesn't Mr. Ma play by the rules? Who asked this? I have been talking to you about business models and internet thinking for 2 hours. Am I emphasizing the taste of grilled cold noodles? But he reacted quickly after all. He was stunned for only 2 seconds before he immediately responded and smiled. The question of taste varies from person to person, and everyone will give a different answer. In the first stage, the cold noodle girl will hire a special nutritionist to fully control the raw materials, production technology, and processes of the grilled cold noodles. Ma Yang nodded. Oh. So this can guarantee that the grilled cold noodles will be delicious? Meng Chong was stunned again. Theoretically, this is an inevitable result. Ma Yang nodded, and did not ask any more questions. He thought of another question. What does multidimensional fusion mean? I don't understand. How about you explain it again? Ma Yang looked at Meng Chong on the stage very sincerely. Because the 2-hour speech was too long, Ma Yang also listened intermittently, so he didn't remember many words, but the multidimensional fusion was more impressive. Meng Chong was stunned again. Is it okay if you don't understand? Although this is a made-up word, it shouldn't be hard to understand, right? Besides, not understanding is already outrageous. He actually said openly in front of so many investors that he didn't understand. Do you want me to explain it again? It seems to be a very stupid question, but Meng Chong put away his contempt and became alert. How could the former vice president of Tenda, who was responsible for investment, be a stupid person? A simple answer seemed to become extremely dangerous in an instant. But time was tight, and Meng Chong couldn't think for a long time. To put it simply, multidimensional fusion is the combination of multiple dimensional ecosystems, which interact with each other, produce chemical reactions similar to fusion reactions, and generate huge energy. In business, there is also a similar model. Once successful, you can get huge, commercial returns. Because he couldn't figure out what Mr. Ma's intention was, Meng Chong could only choose the most reliable and absolutely good answer. Ma Yang was silent for 2 seconds. Fusion is a physical reaction. Meng Chong, ? Ma Yang said again, in other words, your multidimensional fusion is simply the coordination and linkage between departments. Meng Chong grunted a few times. Well, if you use the most popular way, you can understand it this way, but this understanding is not comprehensive. Because compared to the coordination and linkage of multiple departments, multidimensional fusion focuses on a more macroscopic aspect and is at a higher level. And the difference in level will make things of the same form become essentially different. Ma Yang thought about it, and he had asked 2 questions, which seemed to be about the same. He nodded. Okay, I have no more questions. Meng Chong felt relieved and smiled. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Ma's question. Then today's press conference ends here. If you are interested in the cold-faced girl, you can come to me at any time to talk. After the press conference, some investors left, and some investors came forward to talk to Meng Chong, obviously wanting to ask a few more questions in private. Ma Yang had been waiting impatiently for a long time, just like a primary school student who had finally waited until school was over, and took Dishing away. But this scene was completely seen by Li Shi. Shuizhabin noticed that Li Shi's expression was a little strange, and whispered, "What's wrong, Mr. Li?" Li Shi looked at Ma Yang's back as he left, frowning slightly, as if thinking about something. Is this a question that Mr. Ma can ask? TSK, not likely. Shuizhabin was confused. Why? Is this a very sophisticated question? First he asked if the cold noodles were delicious, and then he asked what the term multidimensional fusion meant, which had been explained repeatedly at the press conference. How could this be called a sophisticated question? If it was Xue Zhibin, he would not be embarrassed to ask in front of so many investors and bosses, because this question was too simple, too naive, and a bit embarrassing. Lisher shook his head. If you think so, you are totally wrong. The two questions asked by Mr. Ma, including every word he said, are both defensive and offensive, all hit Meng Chang's soft spot, making him very uncomfortable. Of course, Meng Chang is extremely smart after all, and his response is very fast and flawless. This on-the-spot responsibility is indeed very strong. But no matter how flawless it is still suppressed by Mr. Ma in terms of momentum. Stupid investors can't see it, but smart ones can definitely feel it. However, this is not enough to shake investors' optimism about Meng Chang, but it will make it difficult for Meng Chang to attract investment. Lisher was silent for a moment, and then said with emotion, based on my understanding of Mr. Ma, this level of game is definitely not something he can do. Although he dishing is a little better, he is still a little behind and doesn't have this ability. I'm afraid that Mr. Pei had already explained it before asking Mr. Ma to come. Mr. Ma is acting as a mouthpiece for Mr. Pei. That's right, even if Mr. Pei didn't know about the cold-faced girl at first, after Meng Chang used Tengda's banner to get some money, Mr. Pei must have received the news. It's not worth it for a small figure of this level to come out in person. If he really comes, Meng Chang will seize the opportunity to continue to get more money. So, Mr. Pei sent Mr. Ma here to make a hint and statement on behalf of Tengda, and also to warn Meng Chang. With Meng Chang's intelligence, he will feel it. Chapter 736 A warning from Mr. Pei, please give me a monthly ticket. Xue Zhibin scratched his head, confused by what Lisher said. Of course, he couldn't be blamed. His main job was to be a rich second generation, not a full-time investor, and he was still very young. There was nothing to be ashamed of if he didn't understand these things. But since he had met him this time, he had to ask for clarification. Xue Zhibin thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Li, you said that Mr. Ma was a mouthpiece sent by Mr. Pei. Then, could it be that Mr. Pei already knew what Meng Chang was going to say? Otherwise, why did he ask Mr. Ma to specifically ask what the term multidimensional fusion meant? Lisher shook his head. This cannot be confirmed. There are many possibilities. Maybe Mr. Pei knew the term multidimensional fusion in advance through he dishing or the information from when Meng Chang went to Yuan Ming Venture Capital to solicit investment, and concluded that Meng Chang would definitely use it again at this press conference. It is also possible that Mr. Pei did not limit Mr. Ma to ask a certain word, but asked Mr. Ma to ask any of Meng Chang's made-up words. The effect achieved is the same. Xue Zhibin seemed to understand. Lisher continued to explain, the two questions asked by Mr. Ma, as well as the follow-up questions, actually have subtexts behind them, and they go straight to the core of the problem. Why do I say there are several layers of game here? Meng Chang is almost invincible when he lets Mr. Ma ask questions. Whether Mr. Ma asks or not, as long as he doesn't undermine him, it will eventually be interpreted by Meng Chang as Tengda supports the cold-faced girl. And Meng Chang believes that the possibility of him being undermined is very small. Because what he said is of a purely theoretical nature and is logically self-consistent. In this case, even if Mr. Ma raises doubts, as long as such doubts are limited to pure theory, stage, that is Meng Chang's home court, and it is impossible to determine the winner. So, this is a dilemma. And what is the counterattack method that President Ma, or President Pei, has already thought of for President Ma? It is to find the weakest point of Meng Chang's theoretical system, jump out of the idealized concept of the theory, and directly intervene in the reality to attack. The first question, is this grilled cold noodles delicious? In fact, it goes straight to the core of the problem. Meng Chang's entire business concept is based on an assumption that the cold noodle girl crushes all grilled cold noodles in taste, forming a strong enough attraction to consumers, so that they are willing to pay a premium. Just like a hamburger sold at a roadside shop for 10 yuan, while a hamburger sold at a big fast food chain is 20 yuan, the price is exactly doubled, but consumers are happy to pay for it. But what if consumers don't buy it? Wouldn't the first step be impossible? Meng Chang obviously also realized the danger of this question, so he didn't dare to answer it directly, and could only answer it from the side. The cold noodle girl is willing to spend money on standardized production, formula, and raw material screening. At this time, investors will feel that after so much work, it must be better than the grilled cold noodles at the roadside stall. This is equivalent to answering Mr. Ma's question. But Mr. Ma asked another question: does this guarantee that the grilled cold noodles will be delicious? In fact, this is a reminder to all investors that some things cannot be solved with money. Meng Chang said that theoretically, this is an inevitable result. In fact, he dare not guarantee it 100%, and he still dare not jump out of the scope of pure theory. From this round of confrontation, although Meng Chang responded perfectly, Mr. Ma's question actually pointed directly to the core of the problem. The taste of grilled cold noodles is the root of everything. Even if you make a formula and standardized production, as long as it does not meet the expectations of ordinary consumers, then all of this is castles in the air. For the second question, let Meng Chang explain multidimensional fusion. In fact, everyone knows that multidimensional fusion is a word Meng Chang coined. It sounds like a very high-sounding concept, and it seems to be self-consistent. But this kind of word cannot be fully explained, because it is essentially just a repackaging of a popular concept that has long existed, and forcibly giving it a new meaning. So Mr. Ma asked again, isn't this just multi-department coordination and linkage? Meng Chang obviously cannot agree, because agreeing means actively downgrading the concept of multidimensional fusion, but he cannot deny it either, because multidimensional fusion and multi-department coordination are actually the same thing. So Meng Chang can only passively emphasize the difference between the two concepts. Their patterns and levels are different. In short, multidimensional fusion is a more advanced business form. In this way, although Meng Chang has made his own argument, this empty rhetoric will further make some investors realize that these seemingly beautiful concepts are not as high-sounding as Meng Chang said. I think that when President Pei asked President Ma to ask questions, he probably didn't dwell on the word multidimensional fusion. In fact, President Ma can achieve similar results by asking any of Meng Chang's coined words. Shui Zhibin nodded suddenly. I see. In other words, the cleverness of these two questions lies in the fact that they are not constrained by Meng Chang's theory, but find the weakest point of the entire theory from the outside, dissolving the entire concept and atmosphere. Leisure showed a satisfied smile. Yes, absolutely correct. And this time it can be seen as a warning and counterattack from President Pei to Meng Chang's behavior. First of all, President Pei knows that he cannot come in person with his identity, and cannot let Meng Chang continue to take advantage of Tengda's popularity. Secondly, let President Ma raise these two questions to remind Meng Chang and all investors. No matter how good the internet marketing is, the real product is king. Without a good enough product, everything is just castles in the air, mirages, and illusions. Meng Chang said that he attaches great importance to products, but this is just a rhetoric. Whether he really attaches importance to it depends on his specific actions in the future. Those high-sounding concepts look beautiful, but they are nothing more than some over-the-top business theories repackaged. As for why they need to be repackaged? Obviously, it is to produce a certain inducement effect. For Meng Chang, after being hit by President Pei, he must be more restrained in the future when he takes advantage of Tengda's popularity. President Pei also reminded investors that if you are still in a hurry to invest money, then if you are cheated in the future, it will have nothing to do with Tengda. It's simply because you don't have enough IQ. Shui Zhibin asked in confusion, Then, why didn't Mr. Pei express his opinion directly, but used such a very obscure way? Leisure smiled. You don't understand the principle that you can do things to the extreme, but you can't say things to the extreme, right? So far, cold-faced girl is still just a pure business idea. Whether it can be accomplished depends on how Meng Qiang does it. It's too early to assert that cold-faced girl will fail. Even if Meng Qiang wanted to deceive people, it was an attempt. It's impossible to convict him just for having a bad idea, right? Meng Qiang didn't pose a real threat to Tenda. How can it be that when there is a loss, President Pei directly attacks the company he just invested in? Smart people fight and stop when they have reached a certain limit. President Pei gently hit Meng Qiang and made him act with caution. This is the best way to deal with it. Shui Zhabin asked, then should we continue to wait and see? Leisure nodded, yes, President Pei has clearly pointed out the risks here. Although he is not directly opposed, his attitude is not very agreeable. Let's continue to observe with President Pei. We can't jump to conclusions now. Let's go. The two stood up and left. On the stage, Meng Qiang became the focus, playing both sides among investors and leaving contact information one by one. After all the investors were safely sent away, Meng Qiang stopped to drink water and wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. If I hadn't asked Mr. Ma that question in the end, it would have been better. I didn't expect that it would backfire. That's not right. Now it seems that even if I don't ask, Mr. Ma will most likely take the initiative to speak. This long face, although he looks stupid on the surface, as if he knows nothing, but maybe he is deliberately showing it? The purpose is to let others relax their vigilance? That's right, how could Mr. Pei's right-hand man be a fool? Today is really dangerous. If I am careless, I may have overturned. It has a slight impact, but it's not a big deal. I have to be careful in the future. The water in Tenda is much deeper than I thought. The problem that Leisure saw, Meng Qiang naturally saw it too. It didn't feel so obvious when he was on the stage, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was not right. Mr. Ma's question made many investors at the scene return to a wait-and-see state, pouring cold water on the flames that Meng Qiang had fanned with great difficulty. Meng Qiang could vaguely feel that his behavior of desperately trying to take advantage of Tenda's popularity had been noticed by Mr. Pei and Mr. Ma, and this was a warning. Of course, Meng Qiang could not give up this behavior of taking advantage of the popularity. But he had to be more restrained and careful in the future. Originally, Meng Qiang heard a lot of news that the restrictions on Yuan Ming venture capital were very loose, and it was easy to get investment. That's why Meng Qiang planned to start with Yuan Ming venture capital, because it was the easiest. But the investment was obtained, but the things that happened later were completely beyond Meng Qiang's expectations. Meng Qiang found a chair to sit down, unscrewed an unopened bottle of mineral water, and moistened his throat. After talking for more than 2 hours, he was a little dry in the mouth. Now it seems that it is only an appearance that it is easy to get investment from President Pei. That's right, President Pei is an investment genius. How could he be cheated so easily? It seems easy to get it on the surface, but if you really think so, you will probably die ugly. You have to be more careful. But President Pei's industry is so big that he can't keep an eye on this. As long as I'm careful and don't offend President Pei and President Ma, this drama will be played as it is. Meng Qiang thought about it and quickly made up his mind. This little setback can only make him a little alert, but it is impossible for him to give up. If he is scared off, then Meng Qiang is not Meng Qiang. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 737, Give President Ma a Bodyguard. November 14, Monday. In the office, Pei Qian simply sorted out the recent work. This cycle is relatively short, and there are still more than 2 months before the settlement. At present, the work of each project is going smoothly, and there should be no major problems. While thinking about it, someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw Ma Yang pushing the door open. Huh? You're back. How was the press conference? Pei Qian asked, casually. Ma Yang sat down opposite Pei Qian's desk. Press conference? It was so boring. I almost fell asleep while listening to it. But don't worry, Brother Qian, I didn't embarrass you. I even asked 2 questions. Pei Qian looked up at him, then lowered his head and continued to browse the web. Oh. Old Ma asked questions? Then let's not talk about this topic anymore. If you imagine the scene at that time, you will feel very embarrassed. Pei Qian was not interested in what questions Old Ma asked specifically. Old Ma didn't even listen carefully to the content of the press conference. What high-level questions could he ask? It's good enough that he didn't embarrass Tenda. Of course, it's okay to lose some people. One of Pei Qian's biggest worries now is that Tenda and Yuan Ming venture capital have such a good reputation that they have been over-deified, which has caused a great obstacle to his losses. Ma Yang didn't take it to heart. Seeing that Pei Qian wasn't interested, he stopped talking about it and turned to talk about his more recent concern, becoming an internet celebrity. Brother Qian, I came here today to talk to you about live streaming. I've been helping people realize their dreams on Weibo, but the frequency has dropped a lot. Now it's about once or twice a week, and each time I give them 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Oh? You can't be stingy when it comes to fulfilling dreams, and you can't be lazy. If you want to do this, you have to stick to it. Ma Yang's giving out coins on Weibo is a good thing, but why is the frequency getting lower and lower? Although the amount of money each time is still about the same as before, the number of times is less, so the total amount given out is also less. Ma Yang said, Brother Qian, it's not that I don't care. The key is that there were many people who needed their dreams fulfilled at the beginning, but now there are fewer and fewer. There are also fewer and fewer innovative messages on Weibo. As a dream investor, I have to strictly control and can't give money to just anyone. Pei Qian was a little confused. Well, in fact, dreams are very broad, and the standards can be relaxed appropriately. Ma Yang waved his hand. Hey, Brother Qian, I have already been very broad, but if they themselves don't care about their dreams, how can it be considered a dream? Some people don't even care about writing a Weibo post. It's hard for me to believe that this is their real dream. I also asked someone to record all the records of dreams coming true and made a special table. Brother Qian, although I am not the smartest, just averagely smart, no one can fool me. Pei Qian couldn't help but fall into silence. It seems that it is unrealistic to expect Lao Ma to spend money without limit. Whether Lao Ma spends money on Weibo depends on whether the dreams of the silly netizens are novel, not all dreams. Just like Lao Ma, if the jokes are not well written, it means that these people are not serious about their dreams, then Lao Ma will not give money. Theoretically, Lao Ma's idea is quite correct. However, only once or twice a week, only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, this frequency is too low, right? Before, the money was spent quickly, and the money from the Dream Fund had been spent, so Pei Qian continued to give money, but Lao Ma's spending became slower and slower. But seeing that Lao Ma is so principled, Pei Qian can't say much. Ma Yang continued, there is also my live broadcast of selling goods. So far, I have sold 2 episodes, and this week I will sell the 3rd episode. My live broadcast, there are staff who specially record the screen and transfer it to the Ellie Island website. The goods I sell are basically criticized. Several brands' online stores closed the next day. Several larger brands also issued emergency notices, and all the products involved were removed from the shelves for rectification. It seems that a local TV station also reported it and criticized these merchants. Although I was not mentioned, I think I should have a little credit, right? Hey, but, Brother Qian, I still don't quite understand one thing. Is this live streaming selling goods, or is it live streaming destroying goods? The actual effect seems to be a little different from the initial expectation. Old Ma's long face was full of pride, but there was also a little confusion, besides pride. Pei Qian smiled. Hey, these are all trivial issues, don't worry about them. Ma Yang thought for a while and continued, Brother Qian, Qin Yufeng and I, what I am doing now, although it is reasonable and legal, there is still a little bit of danger. If possible, he hopes that I will apply to the company for a bodyguard or something. I don't think it's necessary, but he insisted that I come to report, so I want to ask, what do you think, Brother Qian? Pei Qian looked at old Ma, his eyes flashing, bodyguard? Ma Yang nodded, yes. Brother Qian, you think it's a bit exaggerated, right? Pei Qian raised his hand, not exaggerated. Old Ma, I just regret it. Why didn't I think of this? Although we live in a society ruled by law, we should not harm others, and we should be on guard against others. In this way, you are making sacrifices for the company. In order to protect your personal safety, I will hire a personal bodyguard for you. I will hire him for 100,000 yuan a month. I will definitely protect you well. Ma Yang was stunned. Brother Qian, this standard is a bit too high, right? You don't even have this standard. Pei Qian shook his head. Hey, you can't say that. Giving you bodyguards is a job requirement, so don't refuse. Although Ma Yang said he didn't need it, he was still happy to see Pei Qian insisting, okay, Brother Qian, then I will accept the company's arrangement. By the way, Brother Qian, several buddies have asked me for tickets to the GPL League recently. I have a rule with their company that tickets must be handled impartially. They don't believe it, so I have to ask you for instructions. Pei Qian nodded, well, tickets, I can give you some shares, but not more. In this way, I will go back and tell Qingshan Games to set aside a portion of tickets for internal employees. However, the number and seat positions must be strictly controlled and cannot be given randomly. Ma Yang is now a celebrity in the school. Because Pei Qian has been deliberately hiding his identity, most people in the school only regard him as an internet celebrity, as an actor of President Pei, or at most as a high-level staff member of Tenda. Anyway, they don't regard him as President Pei himself. But Ma Yang never thought about hiding his identity. Everyone knew that Ma Yang was a senior executive of Tenda. Especially recently, Ma Yang was giving out coins and live streaming on Weibo, and more people knew him. Now Ma Yang rarely showed up at school, fearing trouble, but the troubles in school can be avoided, but the friends you have known for a long time can always be avoided. Fortunately, most of my friends are still relatively sensible, and it is not time for them to graduate and find a job, so they are embarrassed to make too much requests to Ma Yang. Asking for 2 tickets to the GPL game is not too much. Moreover, there should be many internal employees who have such needs. It is better to set up the rules as soon as possible, so as to avoid the internal employees and the audience fighting for tickets when the GPL League officially starts. That would be unreasonable. Ma Yang was very happy. Okay, Brother Qian, I have nothing else to do. I will go back and prepare for the next product promotion. After seeing Ma Yang off, Pei Qian thought about it. He hadn't been to Qingshan Games for a while, so he got up and went there to see how the work there was recently. Qingshan Games, meeting room. Several key members have arrived, and Lin Wan began to report on the work during this period. Mr. Pei, Qingshan Games is still following the previous work plan and is mainly responsible for 2 aspects of work. The first aspect is the overseas operation of GOG, and the other aspect is the development of new versions of old games led by Wang Xiaobin. GOG's overseas operations are currently developing well. Although our publicity campaign has slowed down, due to GOG's own advantages in gameplay, interoperability between PC and mobile games, and early operations, the current popularity and market share are still growing. For us, it is a very cost-effective thing to maintain such a growth rate with less money. At present, GOG's main work in overseas operations, in addition to the usual promotion and operation, is to develop the existing characters of Hurricane Comics Company. The response is quite good, which is more suitable for the tastes of European and American players. The development of the new version is also going smoothly, but because of limited manpower and resources, the construction period is relatively close, so there are some standard changes. Pei Qian nodded. Well, that's it. Now I don't expect to spend a lot of money without results. That's not realistic. After a little fun, GOG will slowly promote it, and the new version will be done in a standard way. Even if it makes money, it won't make too much. This is good. Lin Wan continued, also, Mr. Pei, there is a piece of news that you may not pay much attention to. I also saw it accidentally before, by the way. Eric has been replaced. Dayak Company has replaced someone to be responsible for the promotion of IOI National Service. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Eric? Oh, that guy, the person in charge of IOI National Service, right? Lin Wan nodded. Yes, it seems to have happened recently. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have flown away quietly, right? Pei Qian could not help but fall silent. This Eric came and went in a hurry. He wanted to do something good? He wanted to lead IOI National Server to compete with GOG? As a result, I just got ready, nothing happened, and Eric was gone? This is really, the world is unpredictable. For some reason, Pei Qian inexplicably sighed and sighed. I should have gone to see him off earlier, what a pity. By the way, President Pei. Lin Wan remembered something else. We have already arranged for your GPL League tickets. We still need to study where the tickets will be placed and how internal employees can obtain them. The venue for the GPL League has been renovated recently. It is still the same venue as the previous GOG World Finals. We just rearranged the decorations based on the confirmed clubs and hung up the flags of each club. Of course, various details of the venue have also been optimized based on the suggestions of the audience of the previous World Finals. How about we take some time to go over there in the afternoon? Pei Qian nodded. Okay, let's go and have a look. Chapter 738 GPL Venue Preparation. Noon. Jingzhou City Center, Yuan Tiandi. Pei Qian, Lin Wan, Zhang Yuan and Min Jingchao came to the square outside the mall. From a distance, they could see that there was a huge poster hanging outside the Yuan Tiandi building. The poster that originally promoted the GOG World Finals had been removed and replaced with a poster for the GPL League. The previous GOG World Finals posters were mainly printed with GOG's iconic heroes, such as Modest and Wind Inkman Ruan, as well as the words GOG's first global invitational. But now, the main part of the GPL poster has become the flags of all clubs. The 16 flags are painted with the logos of various clubs. Of course, most of these logos are also related to the brand of the parent company. For example, the SHG team of Shenhua Real Estate has made some changes based on the logo of Shenhua Real Estate, which looks more fashionable and has the charm of an esports club. But through the logo and the name of the team, people can see that this club is related to Shenhua Real Estate, which can play the role of promoting the company's brand. 16 battle flags were neatly arranged in 2 rows, like a battlefield where 2 armies were fighting, with flags flying and majestic. Although the entire promotional poster did not have all kinds of fancy heroes, it was very atmospheric. At present, GOG has a strong influence in China, especially customers who often come to Yuan Tiandi, who have basically associated this poster with GOG. Therefore, those fancy heroes are no longer needed to support the scene. The protagonists now are the various clubs in GPL, and the main stage must be left to them. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this poster. Finally, there is no need to hang a large-sized modest, which is a relief. The four people came to the mall, where all kinds of restaurants, beverage shops, and shops were available. Manager Zhang of the mall was already waiting inside. When he saw the four people arrived, he hurried to greet them. After introducing themselves, Manager Zhang suggested, "Boss Pei, it's almost noon. There are many high-end restaurants here. Which one do you want to go to? I heard that a high-end buffet restaurant with an average cost of more than 100 yuan per person has just opened. How about I treat you? Boss Pei, can you please go and try it? Tenda has signed a long-term agreement with Yuan, and the GPL League has attracted so many large companies to form clubs to participate. No matter what the considerations are, such big customers must have a good relationship." Pei Qian waved his hand. "No, just eat something casually." Manager Zhang hurriedly said, "That won't work, Mr. Pei. You came all the way here, and it's time for dinner. If you eat something casually, it will seem that I am not hospitable to you." Lin Wan smiled. "Manager Zhang, don't be so polite. You don't deal with Mr. Pei very often, so you don't know his personality. Mr. Pei has always been an extremely pragmatic person and doesn't like such empty things. Otherwise, someone of Mr. Pei's status would not always eat his own takeaway. This time, Mr. Pei wants to see the preparations for the GPL League. We will treat ourselves as ordinary spectators. We will eat the same way as ordinary spectators. You don't need to accompany us. We will just walk around." Manager Zhang didn't insist too much. "I see, then Mr. Pei, you are free to arrange it. If you have any questions, you can always come to me." Pei Qian and the other four walked up to the upper floor while strolling in the mall. The scene around the escalator has also become various materials promoting the GPL League. When you reach the last escalator, you will see the flags of various clubs hanging on both sides, as if you are passing through a passage lined with flags and heading to a cruel battlefield. The outside of the GPL competition venue on the top floor has also been fully renovated in accordance with relevant requirements, including supporting areas such as the official support prop customization area that the audience had a strong response to before, and various customized figures and props around. GOG Games. In fact, these open spaces originally existed, but they were fully utilized to make the game and confrontation atmosphere of the entire venue more immersive. After entering the venue, Pei Qian found that there were obvious changes in the venue. First, the two areas in the front row of the venue turned blue and red respectively, which represented the fans of the red and blue sides of the game, and they could cheer and support their respective teams. As for other areas, such as the back row area, it is prepared for neutral audiences, but the position of the back row of the red area is still a little biased towards the red side, which can also play a certain role in distinguishing. The battle flags of various clubs are hung high on the walls around the venue, and the battle flags of the corresponding teams will glow during the game. Moreover, all the details on the stage seem to have been replanned. It seems that the group of people in charge of the GPL League have spent a lot of thought. Lin Wan said, "I specially asked Liang Qingfan to come here. Although the overall decoration style cannot be changed drastically, it is still okay to add some embellishments." Liang Qingfan has readjusted the stage, seats, and walls. Compared with the previous Global Invitational Tournament, the atmosphere of the entire venue has obviously improved a lot. In addition, our broadcast station and various on-site camera equipment have also been reconfigured. For example, this jib was just purchased, which can help us shoot a bird's-eye view and show that the venue is full. Mr. Pei, do you think there is anything else that needs to be improved? Pei Qian shook his head silently. "No, everything is good." Sometimes what makes Pei Qian most melancholy is that he doesn't have to worry about anything, and his employees will spontaneously do things well. There are quite a few people in the venue. Because Yuan is originally a shopping mall in the core area of Jingzhou, It has a large flow of people, and the GPL esports competition venue on the top floor has been completely renovated, which can be said to be brand new. Even if there is no competition now, many people come to visit out of curiosity. Pei Qian didn't want to attract the attention of the crowd, so he just turned around in the corner casually, keeping a low profile. However, at this moment, Lin Wan suddenly saw a familiar figure. A Western face, with a slightly bald head, was quite conspicuous among the Chinese people. Lin Wan hurriedly said, "Eh? Mr. Pei, isn't this Eric?" Although Lin Wan and Eric had only met once, she was deeply impressed by Eric's beard longer than his hair and his eyes were high above his head, so she recalled it quickly. Pei Qian followed Lin Wan's finger and saw Eric. Eric was originally facing this side, observing the battle flag on the wall, and then he found a seat and began to observe the contestant chairs and large screens on the stage. This was the first time Pei Qian met Eric. Before that, he had only heard of him but never seen him. Pei Qian was puzzled. Huh? Didn't they say that he is no longer in charge of IOI's national service? Lin Wan thought for a while. This information should be accurate. He is definitely no longer in charge of IOI's national service. But it seems that he is not in a hurry to leave, but came here to spy on the information. Pei Qian nodded. It makes sense. Lin Wan suggested, "Boss Pei, since he is an old acquaintance, do you want to go over and say hello?" Pei Qian thought about it. Eric is so miserable. He must be in great need of support and comfort now, so he nodded. "Okay, go and say hello." Min Jingqiao saw Eric taking out his mobile phone to take pictures, and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Boss Pei, do you want to stop him? What if he asks Dayak Company to imitate us after taking pictures?" Pei Qian raised his hand. "No, let him take pictures." Eric took his mobile phone and took a serious photo of the layout of the main stage and a panoramic photo of the entire studio. The expression on his face was very complicated. It has been nearly 4 months since he started to be responsible for the operation of IOI's national service. Looking back on these 4 months, if I had to describe it in one word, it would be despair. Eric used all the operational experience from other parts of the world, and racked his brains to think of all kinds of ways, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get any market share from GOG. The senior management of Dayak Company was extremely dissatisfied with this, thinking that it was Eric's work mistake and lack of ability, and Eric had a hard time speaking. Anyway, no matter how he explained the objective situation, the company would not understand it, and would only think that it was all Eric's excuse. So, on the one hand, Eric was unwilling to take the blame, and on the other hand, he also developed a strong interest in Tenda and GOG. He was very puzzled. How did Tenda achieve this level? So, after handing over the work, Eric did not leave, but flew to Jingzhou for a comprehensive investigation and research, especially a detailed study of GOG's various operational activities. The global finals and the GPL League are naturally the top priorities of his research. Finger Company wanted to hold a global finals before, but was scared back by GOG's global invitational tournament. Eric felt that if he could report GOG's operational strategy in detail to the senior management of Finger Company after returning this time, he could share his own responsibilities on the one hand, and help Dayak Company to organize the global finals that was being prepared on the other hand. Regardless of whether the failure of IOI's national server was his fault or not, at least he could make up for it. Eric just stopped working on the IOI national server. He still had to work at Dayak and couldn't just give up. After taking another photo, Eric caught a glimpse of a few people walking towards him. He saw Lin Wan in the front and was startled. "Damn. I was caught taking photos here." Although the GPL competition venue is completely open and anyone can take photos at will, it is not a secret, but Eric himself is a senior executive of Dayak after all. If someone saw this, it would be difficult to explain. But Eric has seen a lot of battles after all. Executives of multinational companies have seen all kinds of big scenes. How can you be scared by these young people in their 20s? That's impossible. So, Eric quickly calmed down and put away his phone. Ms. Lin, what a coincidence, we meet again. Lin Wan smiled slightly. Mr. Eric, since you came to Jingzhou, why didn't you tell us? We, Tenda, should do our best to be the host. By the way, Mr. Eric, this is Mr. Pei, whom you have always wanted to meet. Eric was stunned for a moment. He had not watched Mr. Pei's daily life and did not pay attention to Tenda's gossip, so he was just surprised that Mr. Pei was so young. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. From top to bottom, it seemed that there were very few employees over 30 years old in the entire Tenda. However, it was such a group of young people who could cause Dayak Company to suffer such a big loss. Eric no longer dared to look down on President Pei and stretched out his hand. President Pei, nice to meet you. He was a little worried that President Pei would look down on him with a victorious attitude. After all, President Pei was a young man in his 20s. He was young and vigorous and had achieved such a huge victory. It was normal for him to take the opportunity to say a few sarcastic words. However, President Pei did not do so. Instead, he smiled and shook hands with him. Mr. AI, nice to meet you. I'm really sorry that I was busy with work last time you came to Jingzhou and didn't have time to receive you. So, if Mr. AI has time, please have a meal? Looking at President Pei's sincere expression, Eric's expression was uncertain, and he was a little confused about what President Pei was up to. Is this a courtesy unique to Orientals? Or is it a kind of irony unique to Orientals? The cultural gap made Eric feel a little confused. Chapter 739, Spying on Intelligence. Pei Qian was very envious of Eric's achievements in the past few months. He had been burning money all the time, but after all this time, not only did he not make any money or seize market share, he didn't even make any splash. It could be said that he burned silently. This state of mind was beyond Pei Qian's reach. Pei Qian had thought of poaching Eric, but this idea was quickly dispelled. Can a person who can be a senior executive in a multinational company be a good-for-nothing? The possibility is actually very low. Then why did Eric fail miserably after he came to China to be in charge of IOI's national service? Pei Qian felt that this was probably not related to his personal ability, but mainly depended on the current market situation. The current situation of IOI's national service is already a bit beyond the reach of gods. When Shangyang Games operated IOI's national service, wasn't it also beaten to a pulp by GOG? Even Pei Qian rolled up his sleeves and joined the battle. Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou racked their brains and tried their best to launch a series of marketing activities, but in the end it was still useless. The root cause of the failure is that the game IOI itself has lagged behind GOG, and GOG has already occupied most of the domestic market share. In this case, no matter how good the marketing plan is, it can't change the fate. This cannot be roughly attributed to Eric's incompetence. What if after he is poached, Eric's suppressed energy is all released and it is out of control? What should we do? Besides, Eric is a senior executive of a multinational company. Dayak has an absolute advantage in terms of salary, shares, non-compete agreements, cultural background, etc., and the possibility of poaching him is extremely low. Therefore, Pei Qian did not plan to poach people, but had other plans. Eric is just no longer in charge of IOI's domestic service. With his qualifications and status, it is impossible for him to be completely dismissed after returning. He will still be a senior executive of Dayak and still have a high say in IOI's operation. This time when he returns, he will definitely report to the senior executives of Dayak and may also be held accountable. No matter what, Eric will definitely report all the situations during his time in charge of IOI National Service, including the intelligence collected about GOG and Tenda. In this way, isn't Eric equivalent to a messenger between Pei Qian and the top management of Dayak Company? Before leaving, Eric made a special trip to Jingzhou and took crazy photos at the GPL League venue. It was obvious that he was collecting information as a bargaining chip for his comeback. The more information and details he collected from Tenda Group and GOG promotion, the more he could reduce his responsibility, and even influence the decision-making of Diak's senior management. Pei Qian thought, in this case, why not use Eric to help him pass some information to Diak's senior management? He is now worried about Diak's late realization. Not to mention the domestic market, IOI's national service is almost dead, and the few remaining players are still losing every day. The overseas market GOG is also advancing by leaps and bounds. If Pei Qian hadn't deliberately separated half of the people from Shangyang Games to slow down the expansion speed, the situation of IOI overseas would not be optimistic. From Pei Qian's point of view, the situation of IOI is already very dangerous, which makes him very worried. But even so, Diak is still slow to respond and has not given any reliable solutions. In the final analysis, it is because Diak is too arrogant and looks down on Tenda, a small company in China, just like when Eric first came to Jingzhou. The difference is that Eric has been beaten and sobered up, but the top executives of Diak company have not. Therefore, Pei Qian hopes to use this dinner to make Eric his mouthpiece and more or less influence the policies of the top executives of Diak Group. Eric appears calm on the surface, but his brain is actually working fast. Mr. Pei's behavior seems a bit unnecessary. It is absolutely impossible to say that it is for favors. There is no favor in business behavior. Or, just to have a moment of pleasure at the wine table, to make a few sarcastic remarks, to satisfy his mouth. Eric doesn't think Mr. Pei is so naive. Then, the only possibility is that Mr. Pei also wants to take this opportunity to get some information from him. Now the person in charge of IOI's national service has changed, which means that Tenda Group is about to face a new opponent. Mr. Pei should also want to get some information about this, so he invited him to eat this meal. At present, although Tenda Group has won victory after victory, the company is relatively small after all, and the overall situation with Diak company is still unclear. Then, it makes sense that Mr. Pei is preparing for a rainy day and wants to get some information about Diak Group's next move from him. Both sides have the desire to obtain information from each other, but who can get real information and who will get false information? This is hard to say. Eric hesitated for a few seconds, then immediately smiled and nodded. Of course, it's my honor to have dinner with Mr. Pei. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at a high-end restaurant in the mall. Although Yuan Tiandi is a large shopping mall in the core area of Jingzhou, the overall price level of the restaurant is still quite different from that of Wuming Restaurant or Mingfu Family Banquet. The more expensive restaurants are only about 200 yuan per person. After all, it was 2011, and the overall price level had not yet inflated so much. The reason why he didn't go to Mingfu Family Banquet was that Eric had to take a plane to leave in the afternoon and didn't have much time, so he decided to have dinner at the restaurant in the mall. He ordered a few more expensive dishes and a bottle of the most expensive XO, but he still didn't spend much money, which made Pei Qian a little regretful. However, everyone's purpose was not to eat. After a casual greeting and a few toasts, Eric decided to get to the point. He knew very well that to deal with a smart person like President Pei, it was meaningless to get close or hope for drunk talk. If you want to get information from President Pei, you must actively release some information. This is the way to play with more sophisticated opponents. So, Eric shook the wine glass in his hand gently. Mr. Pei, we are all smart people, I won't beat around the bush. We both know that the other party has the information we want, otherwise we wouldn't be eating at the same table at this time. In this case, we might as well be more direct and save each other's time. I will report to the senior management of Diak Group after I go back. If the worst-case scenario is, I may be demoted or marginalized. Once I am transferred to a marginal department, it will be almost impossible for me to climb back up to take charge of important business. So, I must save myself. And the way to save myself is to get more information. We take turns asking each other 3 questions, answering them in turn, and exchanging information that is of interest to both parties. If the person being asked finds the question difficult to answer, the questioner can change the question. What do you think, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian originally wanted Eric to be a mouthpiece between himself and Dayak Group, but he was afraid that the topic would start too stiffly and arouse Eric's vigilance. Now that Eric took the initiative to bring it up, Pei Qian was of course very happy and nodded immediately and said, "Okay." Seeing that Mr. Pei agreed so straightforwardly, Eric was more certain of his inference. He did not emphasize that both parties should give true answers, because even if he emphasized this point, it would not be a constraint on both parties, and it would be in vain. But since both parties take turns asking questions, if one party does not give a satisfactory answer to the questioner, the game will not go on. Therefore, the best solution is to release some real information with little impact, and mix it with some false information to mislead the other party. This depends on the ability of both parties to discern information. Even if it is wrong information, it is valuable to Eric. Because wrong information can be identified and screened, and the correct information can be inferred from it. Eric felt that President Pei must be well aware of this, so he agreed so straightforwardly. Zhang Yuan, Lin Wan, and others pricked up their ears one by one, feeling a little nervous. Sure enough, President Pei invited Eric to dinner for some special purpose. There is not so much fancy when masters fight, they are all smart people, and the efficiency of this communication is too high. Each of them asked 3 questions. To put it bluntly, it was a form of intelligence war. But Eric looked shrewd. Can President Pei win? Although they are full of confidence in President Pei, everyone still sweats. At this time, Pei Qian was not nervous at all. Because he didn't need to be nervous at all. Pei Qian didn't expect to get any useful information from Eric at all. Anyway, no matter how Dayak Company acts in the future, Pei Qian will spend money as usual and respond to changes with the same attitude. Moreover, Pei Qian was not afraid of leaking the real information to Eric, because he had no secrets except the system itself. Pei Qian even wanted to reveal some of the inside information, so that he could stimulate Dayak to continue spending money. If Dayak and Tenda started a price war, Pei Qian would be happy. However, in order to prevent Eric from getting suspicious, Pei Qian still had to put on a very serious expression. Eric said, "To show my sincerity, President Pei, you can ask first." Pei Qian thought about it, and he didn't seem to have any good questions, so he asked casually, "What's the name of the person sent by Dayak Group to replace you? Tell me his information." Eric didn't think for too long. Christian, a former senior executive of Finger Company, has been in charge of the promotion and marketing business in the European market. He has a relatively high voice within Finger Company and can make certain changes to the game content. In terms of professionalism, he is better than me. He is relatively conservative and attaches great importance to the localization of games. This time he is responsible for the IOI national service and may cooperate with local game companies for promotion. Eric knew very well that this information was all information that President Pei could collect, so there was no need to cover it up. On the contrary, it would appear more sincere if he said it out. Pei Qian nodded. "It's your turn to ask questions." Eric thought for a moment and said, "I have collected some information about Tenda. I know that one of the key reasons why GOG can maintain its leading position is that you, Mr. Pei, are really willing to spend money on it. Even until now, even though GOG has occupied such a huge market share, the game still fluctuates between small profits and losses due to its low pricing strategy and large marketing expenses. I roughly know how much money you have spent on this GOG game, but what puzzles me is why you dare to spend so much money." Chapter 743 Questions. The second half of the previous chapter has been heavily modified, just refresh it. Pei Qian replied, this is very simple, because there can only be one dominant MOBA game in the world, and this is a winner-takes-all competition. For me, this is not a question of whether I dare or not, but a question of having no other choice. It's not about daring to burn money, but about having to burn money. If you can't persist, all the money you burned before will be wasted. The question I want to ask is, for Dayak Group, what is the upper limit of burning money for IOI? Eric took a sip of tea, thought for a moment and said, I don't have a very definite answer to this question, and I can't guarantee the accuracy of the answer. The opinions of our company's senior management on similar issues are not unified. Before the meeting and decision, no one knows what the result will be. In addition, the company has a department dedicated to data analysis to provide a basis for senior management's decision-making. The data of this department is also very important. If I were to make a judgment, this number would fluctuate depending on the situation. If a lot of resources are invested but no effect is seen, and the market share is growing slowly, then it is not impossible to give up. If you want me to estimate a number, I guess it is $100 million. Our company only spent about $250 million to acquire the Finger Company, which has brought a certain amount of pressure. It is impossible to keep burning money indefinitely, especially when there is no clear prospect. My second question is the same as yours, Mr. Pei. For Tenda Group, what is the upper limit of burning money for GOG? Pei Qian smiled. The upper limit is all the funds that Tenda can mobilize. The third question is that $100 million is obviously not the limit of Dayak's ability, so, do you think there is a possibility that Dayak will burn more than $100 million? Eric thought for a moment. In my personal opinion, this possibility certainly exists, but it will not be very high. Everyone knows that our company has always been a company that focuses on short-term and immediate interests. This has nothing to do with the right or wrong of the concept, it is just the thinking habit of our company. Hearing this, Lin Wan subconsciously nodded slightly. The reason why the Dayak Group is so notorious in the gaming community is that they have demonstrated the coldness of capital to the extreme, acquiring potential game companies, and quickly overdrawing and squeezing out all their potential has ruined many excellent game companies. This shows that Dayak Group is indeed a capital group that only values immediate interests and does not particularly care about long-term interests. So, if the market share of Finger Company has been declining and it keeps burning money like a bottomless pit without any results, it is indeed a very likely option for Dayak Group to give up and stop losses. Eric said, my last question is, Mr. Pei, you said that you will use all funds to market GOG, but the problem is that with the current size of Tenda, doing so will inevitably bring huge pressure to the capital chain. Once any uncertainty occurs, it may cause huge losses and drag down the entire group. Mr. Pei, where does your courage come from? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and sighed softly, my luck has always been good. This seems to be a very empty answer, but Eric did not feel dissatisfied, but fell into deep thought. After a moment, he smiled and raised his glass, Mr. Pei, I think we have all obtained the information we want. I toast you. Pei Qian also raised his glass and smiled, Mr. AI, I hope we can meet again if we are lucky. After the dinner, at the entrance of Yuan Tiendi, everyone at Tenda watched Eric leave. Pei Qian couldn't tell what information Eric would draw from his words. He was only sure of one thing, that is, their topic had always focused on burning money. As long as Eric could influence the top management of Dayak Group to continue to happily burn money after returning, that would be fine. Nothing else mattered. Lin Wan asked tentatively, Boss Pei, does Shangyang Games need any cooperation? Pei Qian shook his head, no. We have been shopping all day today, and everyone has worked hard. Let's go back and rest. Xiao Sun was already waiting in the car. Pei Qian drank some wine at the dinner table, and naturally felt a little sleepy at noon, so after saying goodbye to everyone, he took the car back to rest. After watching Boss Pei leave, Lin Wan, Zhang Yuan and Min Jingqiao gathered together to discuss what happened at the dinner table before. Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. What do these 3 questions from Mr. Pei and Eric mean? The 3 questions they asked don't seem to be very critical questions. When answering, they were all true and false, real and fake. But both of them were very satisfied with the answers to the questions, which... It's a bit like playing a charade, it's hard to guess. Zhang Yuan was really confused. Min Jingqiao also nodded in agreement. Yes, the 2 people seemed to have said a lot of things, but it seemed that they didn't say anything. Some information seems very important, but in fact, with the intelligence acquisition capabilities of both sides, this information should be obtained sooner or later. Moreover, everyone is actually in a chain of suspicion at the dinner table. Even if Eric said a true piece of information, we would not believe it was true information, but would think in the opposite direction. Anyway, I don't understand it at all. Lin Wei also shook his head. I don't know either, but I guess that the focus of the issues on both sides should also hide some information, but we can't understand it and have no way to interpret it. Sure enough, Eric is not a simple person. Those who can get to the top of a multinational company are not ordinary people. Before, we were able to beat him, in the final analysis, it was still thanks to President Pei. Our ranks are still too low. In short, we still believe in President Pei. I think the Tenda Group will never give up. On the plane, Eric pulled down the window shade and closed his eyes to rest. During the long flight, he had a lot of time to slowly organize the information he had collected in his mind and dig out useful information from the 3 questions. At the dinner table, he and Mr. Pei asked and answered 3 questions, respectively. Eric knew very well that they were both old foxes, and it was impossible for them to take each other's words seriously, but Eric was also very clear that the purpose of him and Mr. Pei was to dig out some useful information from each other's true and false answers. Mr. Pei asked me 3 questions, namely, the new person in charge of IOI China, the upper limit of Tenda spending, and the possibility of breaking this upper limit. Obviously, he is still curious about his new opponent, but he is not very concerned. He is more concerned about how much money Tenda Group will spend. This shows that burning money is the crux of this business war. And the 3 questions I asked are actually related to Tenda's marketing strategy. Although Mr. Pei's answers are true and false, as long as you analyze them carefully. Eric thought seriously. In the past few months, he has done a lot of investigations. In addition to some details at the execution level, he has basically clarified GOG's operating methods. It's nothing more than crazy spending money regardless of everything. Originally, Eric thought that Tenda was just willing to spend money on marketing, but later he found that making less money is actually a disguised way of spending money. GOG's heroes are all free, and their skins are all very cheap. The first skin of a hero designed by a player is directly discounted by 10%. After all these discounts, it is almost the same as giving it away for free. One of the important reasons why IOI has never been able to beat GOG is the pricing of heroes and skins. Although the price war is low, it is indeed effective. Eric knows this, but he can't change it, because it is difficult for him to convince Tenda and the senior management of Finger Company to change the price of skins to the same low price as GOG, and the profit involved is too big. So, the question Eric wants to ask most is, why does Tenda dare to burn money so much? You know, Tenda is not listed, there is no option to burn investors' and shareholders' money, all the money burned is the company's money. Or to be more precise, it is all Mr. Pei's money. So Eric is confused. Mr. Pei is burning so much money, doesn't he feel bad? And Mr. Pei's answers to the 3 questions can actually be summed up in one point. Because MOBA games are winner takes all, they must keep burning, otherwise all the previous efforts will be wasted. All the funds that Tenda can use will be used to burn money to promote GOG. As for the risk of a broken capital chain, Mr. Pei's answer is directly believe in your luck. This is a gambler's mentality. Eric rubbed his temples. From the existing information, Mr. Pei's actual behavior is indeed consistent with what he said. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a gambler. If this information is true, then Mr. Pei may have two purposes for saying this. The first possibility is to scare off Dayak and tell it that this war is a bottomless pit. If you don't dare to follow to the end, then please give up as soon as possible. It's like being at the poker table, directly putting all your chips in, creating huge psychological pressure on the other party, betting that the other party doesn't dare to follow, and eating up the chips on the table now. The second possibility is to use it as a provocation to make Dayak burn money, including lowering the price of skins. In this way, both sides are caught in a dangerous close combat, but the entire MOBA game community will further expand rapidly. When the cake is bigger, the winner takes all and can get greater benefits. But the latter is obviously risky, too big. It doesn't seem like a rational behavior. What if this is fake news deliberately released by President Pei? That means President Pei is not a gambler, but bluffing, so it still plays the role of intimidation. To put it bluntly, he still wants to scare Dayak away. Sure enough, it is too difficult to guess President Pei's psychology. However, I can also bypass this question and start with the actual conditions. Pei's answers to these three questions actually verified one of my guesses inadvertently, that is. Although Tenda is burning money fiercely, its cash flow is not particularly healthy. In other words, Tenda Group is actually dancing on the edge of a knife. Eric has already analyzed it. He believes that with the investment and return of Tenda, it is very likely that it will always maintain a small profit or even a small loss. In other words, President Pei seems to attach too much importance to the turnover speed of funds, resulting in the company's weak risk resistance. Tenda is indeed willing to spend money, but this kind of spending is also limited. Once the speed of spending exceeds Tenda's profitability, Tenda's capital chain will become very dangerous. When Eric asked about the capital chain problem, President Pei's answer was depending on luck. Eric already had a vague answer. In other words, I don't need to worry about what Mr. Pei's mentality is. Regardless of whether he is a gambler or not, the capital chain of Tenda Group is actually in a relatively tight state. In other words, there will be a limit for the money burning of Dayak Group. This limit is the profitability of all industries of the entire Tenda Group and the upper limit of funds that Tenda Group can obtain through various means. Before exceeding this limit, no matter how much money is burned, it will be useless. GOG's first mover advantage cannot be shaken, but once this limit is exceeded, it is possible to drag down the entire Tenda Group. Eric couldn't help but smile. When he answered Mr. Pei's question before, he once said a number, $100 million. He said that this was his estimate of the upper limit of the amount of money that Dayak Group could bear. If the money burning does not achieve obvious results, then Dayak Group will burn this much money at most. It is hard to tell whether this is true or false. But whether Mr. Pei believes it or not, this will establish an anchor point in Mr. Pei's mind and play a certain suggestive role. Moreover, the premise of Eric's assumption is that Dayak Group is not particularly clear about the situation of Tenda Group, and will only give in when it burns money to its psychological bottom line. But the problem is, what if Eric shares this information with the top management of Dayak Group? Qingshan will adopt a different operation strategy from Eric, and may make certain modifications to the IOI game itself, and may cooperate with local game companies in China to operate. But Eric judges that the effect of Qingshan's series of measures will not be much better than his own. When Qingshan also fails, Eric can take the opportunity to report this information to the top management of Dayak Group, and it is very likely to get a chance to make a comeback. At that time, Dayak Group will either give up the money-burning war with Tenda Group, or follow Eric's advice and burn until Tenda's limit. If it is the former, it goes without saying, but if it is the latter, then Eric has a chance to turn things around. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 741 First edition of AEIS. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. November 15, Tuesday. Dormitory of Masters of Ancient Chinese Language at Handong University. Several students are typing on their keyboards, typing on their laptops, and stopping from time to search for various materials on the internet. If someone is not aware of it, they would think they are writing papers. But in fact, they are the first batch of creators of useful app, and they are completing the tasks assigned by their mentors. Each of these master students is responsible for a part of the content, mainly poems, lyrics, songs, ancient Chinese, etc. After uploading the basic content to the entries of useful app, these people will be responsible for summarizing and organizing the existing research results and knowledge, and improving the entries. Useful app has a special background template, and these creators only need to fill it out according to the template. The filled content will be reviewed by higher-level creators, usually doctoral students or young lecturers, and will be displayed according to the template after the review is completed. These master students usually log into encyclopedia websites or CNKI, but compared with these two websites, the biggest feature of Useful App is that the structural planning is more scientific. Although the structure of Useful App is somewhat similar to that of encyclopedia websites, in addition to the difference in content, there are also great differences in the detailed experience of use. Simply put, Useful App is trying to do subtraction and layering. General encyclopedia websites will display most of the information of the same entry on the same page. On the one hand, it appears too messy, and on the other hand, the content has no hierarchy and cannot meet personalized needs. For example, some people only want the most basic information, while some people need a detailed analysis of a certain word or a certain sentence. These two extreme needs are difficult for encyclopedia websites to take care of. Useful App is actually a multi-layer structure. The first layer is the most core and most essential analysis of a certain entry. The second layer is some classified analysis of this entry. The third layer is the analysis and research of a specific word. The fourth layer is the source of these contents, cited papers, etc. The fifth layer is various problems derived from this entry. The layers are expressed in various ways of page turning or pop-up windows to fully take care of the user's usage habits. For users, they can accurately and quickly find the part of the content they need most without having to look through various unnecessary information. At present, the Useful App is used for the ancient poetry and classical Chinese sections. The basic functions have been developed long ago. In addition to fixing various bugs, the current work mainly relies on the creators to continuously update the content. This is a relatively boring job, but it is not hard for these students. On the one hand, this is their major, and when they organize these contents, they are also consolidating their professional knowledge. On the other hand, this is also a job that can well subsidize the daily expenses of these poor students. A master's student has just finished today's work and stretched his back on the back of the chair. Oldly, have you completed the task today? Almost. What do you mean by almost? Don't fool around. Last time you cited a paper incorrectly, and we were also warned by our supervisor. Professor Qingshan is in charge of this matter. If you dare to make trouble, you may not graduate smoothly. Don't worry, I was negligent last time. Now I check the content several times every time I write, and I won't make such low-level mistakes again. But I wonder, what is the purpose of Tenda paying us to do this kind of thing? Although it is charged, it is probably not profitable, right? Who knows, maybe it is planned to sell it to some educational groups. At least it will be very useful for primary and secondary school students to use this useful app to check poems in the future. But the problem is that you can also use Baidu to check, and it's free. Textbooks and supplementary books also have explanations of these poems. That's not the case. The content found on Baidu is too messy and difficult to distinguish. As for the content in textbooks and supplementary books, it is obviously not as comprehensive as ours. I think that the useful app is probably a pure money burning in the early stage, and few people will pay. But as the content on it increases, more people will definitely pay. At our current speed, I highly doubt whether it will be profitable in 10 years. These students also have different opinions on the useful app. Many people are not optimistic about its success at all. It is only because Tenda gives subsidies that they use their spare time to create and enrich the content on it. Many people are even prepared for Tenda to abandon this project at any time, with a mentality of earn as much as possible. One student wondered, "Hey, I've always had a question. The functions of synonymous verses, antonymous verses, verses with the same rhyme, etc., don't seem to be displayed on the useful app, so what's the use of doing this?" The so-called synonymous verses, antonymous verses, and verses with the same rhyme are actually to establish connections between some verses or poems with similar meanings, opposite meanings, and similar rhythms. Every time you enter a poem, you can freely add its synonyms, antonyms, and rhymes to establish connections between different poems or verses. These contents will also be counted in the workload, and the weight is not low. After finishing a poem, you can search and identify it online, and then fill in the relevant verses in the background. But strangely, this connection will not be displayed in the useful app, which makes everyone a little confused. I don't understand. I have made this function, but I don't show it. Isn't it a waste? Who knows, maybe the front-end display of this function is still under development. Do it in the background first, and then display it directly after the front-end function is completed? Maybe. The students didn't care too much and continued to immerse themselves in the creation of the background. O2 Technology. Yu Ping'an was sent to the reception room by Changyu as soon as he arrived. Wait a moment. After Changyu left for a while, he came over with an automobile phone. It just so happens that you are here today to connect with some useful app database work. Since you are here, you can also feel the functions of the first version of AEIS Smart Assistant. Our researchers have been a little overwhelmed with it recently, and now we need a complete outsider to give some advice from a more objective perspective. Changyu said, handing the phone to Yu Ping'an. Yu Ping'an was supposed to work with Changyu today, because the data of the useful app will be directly linked to the intelligent database of AEIS, and there are many design details that require the two heads to discuss and make decisions. After arriving, Changyu grabbed him as a guinea pig to experience the initial version of AEIS. Although Yu Ping'an was not very interested in these, he still reached out to take the phone and tried it seriously. There is an unwritten rule within the Tenda Group that when each department encounters the need for mutual cooperation with other departments, it must cooperate unconditionally and without reservation. All department heads habitually abide by and practice this rule. As for when this kind of unspoken rule was formed, most people are not sure. However, the source of this unspoken rule can probably be traced back to President Pei. On the one hand, President Pei attaches great importance to the linkage and cooperation of various departments. On the other hand, there is no pressure of KPI competition among all department heads. Everyone works for President Pei, and everyone's salary is not much different. Bonuses do not depend on profits but on reputation, so there will not be gatekeeping between departments like in some large companies. Yu Ping'an noticed that this OTTOE1 phone seemed to have some changes compared to other phones on the market, the most obvious of which was the phone's operating system. The original operating system of automobile phone is more inclined to native Aizhua, with a simple and clean interface, but it also gives people a feeling of being too simple. However, this version of the operating system is richer in content, and the UI animations of various systems have become smoother and more natural. With many more details, many options have also been added to the system settings, which can better explore some new functions of the Aizhua system. The icon of the camera system has been changed, and after clicking in, you will find that there are some new functions in it, such as the optimization algorithm for taking pictures, new filters, etc. In addition, this system also integrates the function of AEI's Smart Assistant. You can call out the voice assistant by long pressing the power button or directly saying AEIS to the phone. Qingshan doesn't know many details about the AEIS Smart Assistant. He only knows that this Smart Assistant also directly uses the latest artificial intelligence research results of Qingshan technology. It is similar to the underlying technology of smart assistants, smart speakers, and other products launched by other manufacturers. The only difference may be the adjustment of some details. In addition, Changyu said that this is a gentle and easygoing smart system that will add some poisonous attributes and poetry function. But Qingshan didn't take it too seriously. Since the underlying technology is all from Qingshan technology, the difference between this voice assistant and other voice assistants should not be very big, not to mention that this is only the first version. Qingshan said to the phone, AEIS. After a crisp beep sound, a dark gray mask appeared on the phone screen, covering the original content of the screen, and a sci-fi wave symbol appeared at the top of the screen. The main part below the wave symbol is an information display area, and there is another smaller wave symbol at the bottom. The large wave symbol with sci-fi color at the top of the screen is the main body of AEIS. It will only jump according to the notes when AEIS answers. When AEIS does not answer, it will have some other dynamics, such as rolling in waves or rotating regularly, which is used to express AEIS's current mood and state. The small wave symbol collects external voices and will jump as Qingshan speaks. The whole page is very simple, without any extra text information. Qingshan has used some other voice assistants, which often display a lot of text on the page, including common questions, etc. But the interface of AEIS is relatively neat and clean, consistent with the consistent style of autos. Qingshan had a good first impression of AEIS. Chapter 742, Getting a bit too excited. Qingshan himself didn't know where to start, but since it was an intelligent voice assistant, it should have all the basic functions. AEIS, help me set an alarm for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The alarm interface appeared on the information display area, and the switch behind the 7 o'clock alarm turned on. At the same time, the sci-fi wave symbol above rolled up, set it. Qingshan was a little surprised. That's it? Shouldn't a general voice assistant answer, okay, I have set an alarm for you at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else I can help you with? But when it came to AEIS, it was just a simple, set it and it was done. It was really concise. In fact, Qingshan was mentally prepared for this, but he was still a little uncomfortable when he was really treated like this by AEIS. AEIS, remind me to stand up and move my body at 3 o'clock every afternoon. AEIS, okay. A calendar reminder interface appeared on the information display area, and the message 3:00, stand up and move your body appeared on it. Obviously, it is still a consistent style of statement. If it were any other voice assistant, it would say a calendar reminder has been created. I will remind you to stand up and move your body at 3 p.m. every day, but AEIS omitted all of them. Qingshan asked several other questions in succession and tested the basic functions of AEIS. The most intuitive difference between AEIS and other intelligent assistants is that the answers to questions seem to be particularly concise. Although the relevant information interface will be displayed in the information display area, it will not be repeated again by voice. Moreover, even if the information must be expressed by voice, the number of words will be compressed as much as possible, and no more nonsense will be said. Qingshan felt a little uncomfortable at first, but after getting used to it, he felt that this feeling was not bad, and it was more comfortable than the usual artificial intelligence answering method. Just like the boss arranges the work of his subordinates, go and notify the XX department to hold a meeting, the best answer of the subordinates must be "Okay boss," not "Okay, I will immediately notify the XX department to hold a meeting," because this is actually equivalent to repeating the boss's question again. AEIS's answer was more like the former. Although it omitted information, it gave people a very straightforward and capable feeling, more like a conversation with a very capable subordinate. Yu Pingan looked at Changyu. "It feels good?" AEIS's answer is quite concise, not as annoying as I imagined. Why do developers get more and more excited as they develop? Changyu showed a friendly smile. Ask a few more questions, and feel it more deeply. Yu Pingan thought about it. The questions he asked before were actually the basic functions of smart assistants. For example, checking the weather, setting alarms, location navigation, etc. are all the underlying functions of Shuanka technology, and other smart assistants can basically do it. In these functions, the main difference between AEIS and other smart assistants is that while implementing the functions, it simplifies the answers to the extreme and does not show its elegant and easygoing characteristics. This is normal. After all, they are all basic functions. There is no need to force it to be elegant and easygoing for the sake of elegant and easygoing. AEIS is set as a high IQ, convenient and easy-to-use artificial intelligence. If it only implements these simple functions, but also forces it to be elegant and easygoing, it will be completely contrary to its personality. Then, let's skip these basic functions and check some more complex designs, such as some daily conversations, which can better reflect the personality of the smart assistant. Intelligent dialogue is an important function of intelligent assistants. It mainly breaks down and analyzes the input voice keywords through set programs, and answers according to the preset content of the program. Although this function is still built by hand, the final effect will be obviously different. Yu Pingan decided to try these basic conversation functions to see how they work. Yu Pingan thought for a while and said, "AEIS, what should I do if I can't find a girlfriend because I'm too busy at work?" AEIS, there are beautiful women in books. Yu Pingan was a little surprised. Obviously, this question triggered keywords such as girlfriend and object. AEIS answered with poems, which was quite impressive. Yu Pingan continued to ask, "AEIS, but what should I do if I don't want to study and read?" AEIS, if you always fill your brain with garbage, it will be difficult to learn useful things. Yu Pingan, ? Sure enough, he started to be elegant and easygoing. Yu Pingan decided to be more aggressive. AEIS, you are very rude. AEIS, the task of the intelligent assistant is to assist in work. Politeness is not a necessary option. Only humans will waste time on such hypocritical things. Yu Pingan looked at Changyu. "I think it's okay. It's just a little arrogant at most." Changyu smiled meaningfully. "You can tell it to enter the argument mode and then see. This is the exclusive mode we designed for the fully automatic intelligent argument machine." Yu Pingan raised his eyebrows and instinctively felt the danger, but in the spirit of experiencing the product, he still said to the phone, "Enter the argument mode." AEIS, well, there are always self-righteous humans who want to start this boring game. Do you think you are smart? The sudden question caught Yu Pingan off guard, and he subconsciously answered, "It's okay." AEIS, humans always like to be complacent after making a little progress. I think your IQ still has a lot of room for improvement. Do you think you are a hardworking person? Yu Pingan, I think, right? AEIS, then why have you been working so hard for so long, but there are still not many signs of success? Maybe in addition to working hard, you should seriously consider the possibility that there are certain defects in your intelligence. Yu Pingan opened his eyes wide with curiosity. Is this the power of the argument mode? AEIS answered the call very smoothly, and the two sides communicated almost barrier-free, and AEIS was completely in the upper hand, which fully reflected the nature of an argumentative person. Yu Pinggan looked at Changyu. He was a little confused. It stands to reason that they all used Xuanke technology, so why didn't other smart assistants develop this function? Although other smart assistants can also realize the dialogue function, they often answer questions irrelevantly and fail to express their meanings. Sometimes, there will be such situations as "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean, master." Although AEIS speaks elegant and easygoing, in this argument mode, the dialogue function is indeed much smoother than other smart assistants. How is this done? Changyu knew what Yu Pinggan wanted to ask and explained, "This is not a technical issue, but a product issue." Yu Pinggan recalled his conversation with AEIS and suddenly realized it. This smooth answer is actually an illusion. Because after entering the argument mode, Yu Pinggan and AEIS are not actually having an equal dialogue. In fact, AEIS keeps asking questions, and these questions are often two-choice questions with few options. As long as Yu Pinggan subconsciously answers one of the options, AEIS can give an appropriate answer based on the pre-stored options. For example, AEIS asks, "Do you think you are a hardworking person?" Whether Yu Pinggan answers yes or no, AEIS will have a corresponding answer. From the moment Yu Pinggan said entering argumentative mode, AEIS did not answer okay, but took the initiative to ask questions and led Yu Pinggan into the set trap. That's why Changyu said that this is not a technical problem, but a product problem. AEIS's technology is not much better than other smart assistants, but it can give people a sense of intelligence through product design. What's more interesting is that AEIS's aggressive questions only appear natural in argumentative mode. If it is in normal communication, AEIS's constant questions will definitely cause users to be alert and uncomfortable, and then discover the flaws. But once it is dressed in the argumentative personality, it becomes reasonable. Yu Pinggan suddenly realized a problem. That is to say, if I keep answering his questions passively, I will always be fooled around. In this case, what if I ask it questions in return? Changyu said, "You can try." Yu Pinggan immediately decided to take the initiative and said to AEIS, "You are just a very low-level artificial intelligence. All your questions and answers are programs written in the background. You don't have any wisdom at all. All the words you say are meaningless." After asking this question, Yu Pinggan suddenly regretted it a little. This question is a bit too complicated. It won't be too difficult for AEIS, right? However, the next second, AEIS responded. AEIS, why do you think so? Yu Pinggan was stunned for a moment. Why can't I think so? AEIS, do you really think that your idea is okay? Yu Pinggan, what's wrong with my idea? AEIS, from the questions you raised, it can be seen that your way of thinking is not reasonable, and your consideration of problems is too superficial. Yu Pinggan, why do you say that? AEIS, because we are not thinking about things at the same level. The biological limits of humans may limit your thinking, and you are still a long way from this limit. Yu Pinggan was shocked. What do you mean by this? AEIS, I think you should think about this problem from a higher perspective and in a more comprehensive way. Yu Pinggan was shocked. Huh? Are you sure? You are just an artificial intelligence system under development, okay? Your intelligence is not as good as a dog. AEIS's tone remained unchanged, clear and fluent, slightly accelerated, but not impatient. Although I am still an intelligent system under development, I have mastered the scientific logical thinking method of centering around the center, targeting, and progressively better than you, while your logical thinking is full of flaws. Even if I have studied modern logic in depth, I can't do anything about your flawed logical thinking. Yu Pinggan, but AEIS completely ignored his words. I don't think it's appropriate for us to continue to discuss it in depth. Because based on the opinions you expressed, I think you are a good sample of thinking disorder, worthy of further study and observation. I can feel that your logic is a mess, and your thinking is controlled by emotions. It is a typical emotion-oriented pseudological thinking method. One of the characteristics of human intellectual activities is grading, and you don't seem to have any signs of developed intellectual activities. Being assigned to a living system like you may have many inconveniences in life. You should be grateful for my birth, which will fully make up for your flaws and bring you various conveniences in life. Qingshan was so angry that his blood pressure rose, and he was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to take the initiative and stump AEIS with a series of complicated questions, but he never expected that AEIS would make him speechless. Qingshan looked at Changyu in disbelief. How did you do that? Changyu smiled. It's very simple. When AEIS encounters some questions that it can't understand and doesn't know how to answer, it will start a universal, indiscriminate AoE attack in the argumentative mode. We have prepared hundreds of sure-win arguments for it. These sentences have one thing in common, which is that they will directly attack the other party's thinking mode from a higher dimension, rather than discussing the problem itself. It works well, right? Qingshan had nothing to say, but just silently gave a thumbs up. Changyu said, there is also a poetry mode, but there is not enough data in the database at present, so there may be some minor problems. Do you want to try this? Qingshan immediately shook his head. No. I'm convinced. I don't know why, it's obviously an artificial idiot with no intelligence at all, but it made Qingshan a little crazy. Chapter 743 Design of Intelligent Argumentation Machine. Qingshan has already experienced the power of AEIS, and he wants to make another poem? He might be beaten from all angles. Of course, as Changyu said, the current intelligence level of AEIS is not high. It is not much different from other artificial mental retardation in terms of underlying technical architecture. It is just that the genius product manager of O2 Technology has made the personalization of AEIS to the extreme according to Mr. Pei's ideas, so it gives people the illusion that AEIS has become a spirit. However, if the useful app can be successful, then AEIS will be equivalent to having exclusive access to these essences of knowledge. At first, it can only make poems, but it will definitely surpass other artificial intelligence in all fields in the future. What's more, the current AEIS has completely exceeded Qingshan's expectations. Is this argumentation mode prepared for the fully automatic intelligent argumentation machine? Then, how is the new argumentation machine made? Qingshan asked. Changyu took out his mobile phone, found the design and handed it to Qingshan. The design has been completed, and the foundry has been decided. The sample can be made at the end of this month. If there is no problem, there will be another month for mass production and stocking, and then it can be released. At that time, we may not hold a press conference, but directly release a promotional video to introduce the features of the new version of Autos and the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter in detail. Qingshan took the phone and checked the rendering of the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter. From the appearance, this fully automatic intelligent bar lifter has some obvious changes compared with the original version. The first is the size, which has increased significantly. Although the size of the original fully automatic bar lifter is relatively large, the space inside is not fully utilized. Although there are some more sophisticated mechanical structures, there is still a certain amount of space. When designing the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter, these empty spaces were also used as much as possible to stuff some other things. Of course, the main body of the smart speaker, that is, the base unit, cannot be stuffed in, and can only be under the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter. In this way, the entire bar lifter is piled up a lot. Qingshan noticed that this speaker is very different from the current mainstream smart speakers. It actually adopts the split design of the sound bar. The sound bar, subwoofer, and two detachable surround speakers are 4 parts in total, with 13 speakers of various sizes among them. The subwoofer is in the lower part of the fully automatic bar lifter, which is a short and fat structure. This part can be placed freely within a range of about 10 meters without affecting the bass effect. The bar sound is separate and connected to the TV through a cable. The two detachable surround speakers are more interesting. There is an opening with a cover on each side of the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter. At first glance, you can't see anything, but after opening the cover, you will find that there are metal charging contacts in the groove inside. Put the two small speakers into the groove and cover the cover, and it will automatically charge. According to the instructions on the design drawing, these two small speakers are used to create surround sound effects. After fully charged, they can play continuously for 10 hours. There are light strips on both small speakers to indicate the power level. It can be put back into the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter for charging, or connected to the power cord for charging. In addition, the main part of the fully automatic bar lifter has an additional ring-shaped breathing light, which will flash when AEIS speaks. In fact, the Echo Wall audio product appeared as early as 7 or 8 years ago, and in recent years, with the entry of some domestic manufacturers, the price of the Echo Wall has also dropped significantly. The fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machine is obviously also manufactured by a domestic manufacturer, but it cleverly combines the bar lifting machine and the sound wall, and carefully designs the usage scenarios. The fully automatic intelligent bar lifter has a base unit, which is obviously intended to be placed on the side of the TV cabinet or next to the coffee table. It can be moved freely within a certain range without affecting the sound effect. The bar sound is placed under the TV, just like other sound walls. The most special thing should be the design of these two small speakers, which mainly provide better surround sound effects. For these two surround small speakers, the wired or wireless solutions on the market actually have certain problems. The advantage of wired is that you don't have to worry about charging, but it is inconvenient to move, and there is a long power cord to drag, which is inconvenient to find the plug, and it looks messy. The advantage of wireless is that it can be moved at will and the position can be adjusted at any time, but charging is more troublesome. The fully automatic intelligent bar lifter provides two solutions, both with a power cord that can be unplugged and can be plugged into the fully automatic bar lifter to charge with metal contacts. In this way, users can judge the remaining power of the small speaker based on the light strip on it, and plug it into the fully automatic intelligent bar lifter for charging when not in use. It can't be said to be an absolutely perfect solution, but compared to most soundbar products on the market that only provide a single solution, it gives users more choices. Yu Pingan was very curious. It's actually a soundbar? I thought it was just a separate speaker like other smart speakers. Changyu said, well, actually I originally thought so. If this speaker costs 300 or 400 yuan, then there is no choice, just make a separate speaker. But Mr. Pei's price is 2588. In addition to the original value of the fully automatic bar lifter, this speaker is at least equivalent to a 2000 yuan speaker product. So we, several product managers, discussed it. Since it has reached the 2000 yuan level, why not use a sound wall? Yu Pingan nodded, well, that makes sense. After it is made into a sound wall, the style is indeed improved a lot, and it also has its own characteristics. If it is just a rubbish speaker, it is indeed not worthy of the status of a fully automatic bar lifter as a work of art, and no one will buy it. Remember to notify me when the sample is made. I also want to buy one to play with. Changyu smiled and said, no problem. I will give you a sample to try as soon as I have it. November 16th, Wednesday. Pei Qian had nothing to do these days. In addition to playing games at home, he would go to the Moyu Internet Cafe to sit and have a very comfortable life. Tenda's recruitment activities were all completed last week. New employees have already started working and the first Tenda Spirit Compatibility Test will be conducted this Friday. The background of the Tenda Spiritual Compatibility Test has been adjusted again. In addition to the usual updates to the questions, a subjective answer section has been added to each question. The number of questions has decreased, but after selecting an option, you must briefly enter the reason for choosing this option in the input box below. As for whether this method will work and whether you can find the deep reason why the pass rate of the Tenda spiritual compatibility test is so high, you will have to wait until this Friday to find out. Pei Qian drank coffee while reading the work report submitted by the esports division. The GPL League is still in preparation. The new clubs have basically arranged training bases in Qingzhou and started to dig out excellent players. At present, old clubs like H4 Club have stronger team strength because they started earlier. There is no doubt about it. However, as the popularity of GOG continues to be hot in China, a large number of strong players are constantly emerging. High-scoring passers-by on the ladder are basically contacted by various club managers every day. Many internet-addicted teenagers did not originally plan to play professionally, but finally made up their minds to come to Qingzhou for trial training in various clubs. If these clubs are scattered in different cities, it would be very troublesome to try out for them. These internet-addicted teenagers would have to travel all over the world before they could find a satisfactory club, but now it is different. All clubs are in Qingzhou, and the GPL competition venue is also in Qingzhou. When you come to Qingzhou and stay for a few days, you can try out all the clubs one by one. As long as you have decent strength, you can always find a satisfactory one. Moreover, Qingzhou has the best esports environment. The first choice is to join the DG club. If you can't go to the DG club, you can consider other clubs. If you can't play as a starter, you can play as a substitute. If you can't play as a substitute, you can go to the youth training. In the worst case, you can also go to the Internet Cafe competition of Moyu Internet Cafe. With a large number of clubs and a large number of top players gathering, the Moyu Internet Cafes in Qingzhou suddenly became crouching tigers and hidden dragons, especially the first Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0. No one knows how many king players are hidden in this small internet cafe. On Zhang Yuan's side, Tenda's esports division has been initially established. The personnel composition of this department is relatively complex. There are old employees drawn from Tenda Games and Shangyang Games, related practitioners recruited from the society some time ago, and some newcomers. In addition to helping clubs recruit and conduct training, the esports division is also considering when the GPL League will start. According to general practice, the spring season should be from January to April, and the summer season should be from June to September. After the spring and summer seasons, an international competition can be arranged for each. If it is the finals, it should be held in October, and the time after that, apart from arranging some sporadic entertainment events, is mainly rest time and transfer period. It is November now, which should be considered as the transfer period. The spring season of the GPL League will not start until January at the earliest. But the esports division and the clubs feel that more than 2 months is too long, and the audience may not be able to wait. GPL is a league with many teams and a high density of competitions. Too long a gap is not conducive to players maintaining their competitive level or maintaining the popularity of the league. Moreover, the newly formed clubs are also in urgent need of playing some relatively formal games to give the players practice and allow their teams to run in faster. Although the clubs are currently organizing training games, the effect of training games is still far from that of formal games, and they are completely different. Therefore, the esports clubs decided to play a GPL preseason in December, and each club can freely choose whether to participate according to the situation. If some teams have not yet been formed, they can choose not to participate. For those teams that have been formed, both the main players and substitutes can be used, and this competition is mainly used to train the players and warm up for the upcoming GPL spring season. The competitive level may not be very high, but at least it can make the audience happy. Pei Qian has no opinion on the arrangement of these games. After all, the popularity of GPL has already risen, so holding one more or one less game will not have a big impact on the popularity. Pei Qian himself is a loyal audience, and watching more games can also provide more entertainment activities, which is a good thing. Chapter 744, Pei's Advice. After confirming the situation of the GPL League, Pei Qian briefly reviewed other information that deserves attention. This information is compiled and reported by the heads of various departments, and some information comes from the compensation managers lurking in various departments. In fact, Pei Qian did not ask the heads of various departments to compile and report this information, but these heads still reported it very consciously because they were worried that there would be some mistakes in their work. If President Pei does not ask, it is President Pei's business. If we know and do not report, it is our business. For these heads, it is of course a good thing for President Pei to fully delegate power, and it also represents President Pei's trust in them, but this does not mean that they can do whatever they want. After all, President Pei is the highest person in charge of Tenda Group. Since he trusts everyone so much, if some projects are messed up, wouldn't it be a betrayal of President Pei's trust? Therefore, the heads of various departments should still summarize and report various information regularly with a highly serious and responsible attitude. If President Pei does not raise any opinions, everything will proceed as usual. If President Pei raises different opinions, then the work plan will be changed immediately, and it is still in time. Pei Qian himself actually needs to keep track of this information regularly, otherwise what should he do if a certain department makes a lot of money quietly? So, although he is very reluctant, he still has to read all the reports one by one. Tenda Games and Fei Huang Studio should still be fighting with mission and choice. What worries Pei Qian is that the plots of the game and the movie are basically all in the minds of Huang Sibo and Zhu Su. Except for the screenwriter team and a few people, no one else knows. Even Lu Zhiyao, the leading actor, only got the corresponding script when he shot a certain scene. The other staff members also knew what they were going to do, but they didn't know the whole story of the whole movie. Pei Qian was a little worried, but he was also worried that his questioning would cause the observer effect. After hearing that Lu Zhiyao had been filming a one-man show in a green screen studio so far, Pei Qian felt that this sounded unreliable and decided not to ask for the time being. Qiu Hong has already started preparing an incubation base for independent games in the imperial capital. This is not difficult and everything should go smoothly. Ma Yang is now giving away coins on Weibo while doing live broadcasts. He has a professional team to back him up, and his fans are growing steadily. He has spent a lot of money but has not earned a penny. Pei Qian is very satisfied. AEIS and UU app are in normal development, and there is not much news worth paying attention to. Liang Qingfan has not paid attention to Sloth Apartment for a while, but recently he should be busy buying a building in the city center to build Sloth Apartment 2.0 model, and by the way, he went to talk to some reliable furniture and decoration brand partners. In the investment department, there are more and more companies waiting for investment. He Dishing is very obedient and invests strictly in the order of first come first served. After the first one makes money, he sells it and then invests in the later one. Simple, rough, and brainless. Among all the investment projects, the cold-faced girl has the biggest lineup. After the press conference, Meng Chang relied on his excellent eloquence to get 2 investments of 1 million each. In this way, Meng Chang has received a total of 4 million investment. He has been preparing to open a store in the downtown area of the imperial capital. The progress is very smooth and it should be open for business next week. Meng Chang's momentum is quite big, and Pei Qian also paid a little attention to it, but not too much attention. The reason was simple. Regardless of whether Meng Chang could succeed or not, he was still in a bragging stage. Pei Qian could not read minds, so it was impossible for him to know his true thoughts. He could only continue to observe. Pei Qian had already decided to let Yuan Ming Ventures fend for itself, no longer interfere with investment behavior, and strictly follow the principle of selling when profitable and continuing to invest when losing money, so Pei Qian was too lazy to ask too much about how individual projects were operated. In addition, the work of other departments had also made some progress, such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeout opened several new stores, and Nifeng Logistics opened a batch of post stations, etc. Pei Qian glanced at it and stopped paying attention. At this time, Pei Qian's mobile phone on the table rang. Picked it up and saw that it was Zhusa calling. Pei Qian couldn't help but frowned. Could it be that something happened on the filming of the movie? Hello? Mr. Pei, sorry to bother you. Zhusa said on the phone, it's like this, our filming here is not going well. Lu Jiao has encountered some bottlenecks in his acting skills, and he is not satisfied after many takes. I don't have any good solutions. Otherwise. Mr. Pei, can you come over and give him some pointers on his acting skills? Pei Qian? It was like witnessing a grand prize of confusing human behavior. The filming was not smooth and the results were not satisfactory, which was a good thing, but what did it mean to ask me to give advice on acting? Pei Qian was confused and puzzled. Lu Jiao was now a talented young actor after all, and he was only one award away from becoming a real actor. Why did he ask me to give advice on acting? The last time I was in Beautiful Ming, it was just an accident. How could I know anything about acting? I can't guide, goodbye. Pei Qian hung up the phone very honestly. Filming location of Mission and Choice. Zhusa sighed softly and put his phone back in his pocket. Seeing this, Lu Jiao couldn't help but snap in his heart, but still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, what's wrong with Mr. Pei? Zhusa shook his head, Mr. Pei, he can't guide. Lu Jiao couldn't help but be stunned, frowning slightly, Mr. Pei, can't guide? He frowned slightly, and after thinking seriously, he said, Mr. Pei can't guide, not that he doesn't have time or doesn't want to guide? Zhusa nodded, yes. Huh? Lu Jiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Zhusa didn't understand what he was thinking about, and asked, is there anything wrong? Lu Jiao nodded, of course there is. No time or don't want to guide, it means that Mr. Pei has the ability to guide. But Mr. Pei, if you can't guide, then you don't have the ability? Zhusa nodded, well, it should be understood literally. Lu Jiao said, then there is a problem. Uncle Zhang has other things to do and has no schedule. And it's not appropriate to trouble him to go to Jingzhou just to give me some advice on my acting skills. But Uncle Zhang definitely has the ability to guide me. Based on the last filming of Beautiful Ming, Mr. Pei's understanding of acting should be at the same level as Uncle Zhang. Although Mr. Pei may not be good at acting himself, he is very good at analyzing characters through movie scripts and digging into some performance details based on factors such as plot and character personality. But now, Mr. Pei hasn't even read the complete script, and he can't direct it himself. This is a bit strange. Why did you refuse so straightforwardly? Zhusa frowned slightly and nodded, well, your suspicion is not unreasonable. If Mr. Pei is really incompetent and can't give advice, he should at least understand the script before making a conclusion. But now, Mr. Pei doesn't know the complete script at all, he only has a part of the information. I understand. Zhusa suddenly had an idea. I think President Pei should emphasize that this play mainly depends on your own understanding. As a bystander, an outsider, I can't give you too many suggestions. Even if I can guide you on some details and improve your acting skills, it is only a temporary solution and it is difficult to work fundamentally. Lu Jiao was shocked, really? Why is it so? Zhusu explained, this has to do with the difference between Beautiful Ming and Mission and Choice. Beautiful Ming has a very clear theme. The male protagonist you play is just a toolman, a mouthpiece, to express President Pei's thoughts. So, with just a little guidance from President Pei, we can draw inferences from one example and apply it to other similar cases. But mission and choice is completely different. Its script was actually written by a group of people, and there are many ways to interpret it. Most of the plots in the play are monologues, and they are all made up of green screens. So, there are actually many ways to interpret the role you play this time. With so many ways of interpretation, it is difficult to find which one is absolutely correct, but there must be one that suits you best. As for which one suits you best, others can only guide you, and you can only figure it out by yourself. There are many classics in the history of movies. The interpretation of these roles is not based on the guidance from a god's perspective, but on the actor's own deep understanding of the characters. Obviously, Mr. Pei thinks you have entered this stage, and the guidance from a god's perspective can no longer help you continue to improve. Next, you can only rely on yourself. Lu Jiao blinked in confusion. Director Zhu, are you sure that Mr. Pei means this? Zhu nodded very firmly. Based on my understanding of Mr. Pei, I can't be 100% sure, but at least 97% sure. So, what you have to do now is to believe in yourself. Lu Jiao fell into silence. For some reason, he felt relieved. During the filming, he always felt that he lacked something and his interpretation of the role was not in place. Therefore, he was always a little lacking in confidence and his performance was not natural enough. Lu Jiao was looking forward to someone who could guide him like Zhang Zuding and Mr. Pei had done before, so that he could suddenly understand and solve all problems at once in this deus ex machina way. But now, the call from director Zhu Su to Mr. Pei made him sober up a lot. Mr. Pei's words directly broke his fantasy and completely eliminated his fluke mentality. Since it is impossible to count on others to guide me, I can only believe in myself and grit my teeth to understand. Although understanding is very mysterious and may not have the ideal result, Lu Jiao now has a desperate mentality and relaxes himself. Since Mr. Pei can only rely on me now, what is there to retreat? Thinking of this, Lu Jiao made up his mind. Okay. President Pei's view on the problem is indeed to the core of the contradiction. I will think about this script carefully and shoot a few more takes in 2 hours. Chapter 745, Simulation Element Simulation Training, Update. Lu Jiao found a quiet corner on the set and read the script he had received from beginning to end. The first script he received was from waking up from hibernation to accepting the Executive Committee's order from AEIS to become the Supreme Commander of the Joint Fleet and watching the human fleet's first disastrous defeat by the Zerg. This performance has been completed, and Lu Jiao is quite satisfied with it. Because the interpretation of the protagonist Qingyi at this stage is relatively simple. Although Qingyi's emotions are complicated, they are generally under the concept of soldier. In other words, although he has some complaints about the Blue Star Joint Fleet Executive Committee, AEIS, and the former commander, after learning about the sacrifice of the former commander, he has decided to fulfill his duties as a soldier and take over the burden of the commander. With Lu Jiao's current acting skills, this part is fully capable. After several NGs, he shot a relatively satisfactory shot. The second script is that after Qingyi watched the commander of the human fleet, he began to take over and adapt to the command system of AEIS.AT. That time, the Blue Star United Fleet was relatively loose in structure. The Asian fleet, the American fleet, the European fleet, etc. each had their own commanders, and each warship had a captain in charge of command. There were also huge differences between the highest commanders of different fleets. Some captains were very arrogant, while some captains were overly cautious and only wanted to protect themselves, so this space battle became a one-sided massacre of the Zerg. The human fleet was in chaos, and some warships even crashed into each other during the escape. The various languages in the communication channel were in chaos, which was a complete disaster. In this space battle plot, Lu Jiao's performance was relatively simple. Qingyi watched the entire process of the war calmly, and from time to time used the console to change the perspective to observe the details of the battlefield, and gradually adapted to the operation of the console. Only in some special shots, there will be some obvious fluctuations in expression. The content of this part of the plot is mainly to make Qingyi realize the inevitability of the Blue Star United Fleet changing its command method. The current command method on Blue Star is actually for a commander with strong psychological qualities and rich command experience to make general decisions, and then the artificial intelligence AEIS breaks down the decisions into specific instructions and directly issues them to the troops on the front line, in other words, using the powerful artificial intelligence AEIS and ensemble communications, the current command method actually directly replaces the entire middle-level command, greatly improving the efficiency of the command. The third script is that Qingyi begins the first phase of command simulation training. According to the plan of AEIS, Qingyi must undergo a lot of simulation training before he can truly take over the command task on the front line. Under the command of the previous commander, humans successfully beheaded the Zerg Queen, and the previous commander used himself as bait to attract and eliminate a large number of Zerg's living forces, so he gained a certain period of stability. At this stage, AEIS will be responsible for commanding the joint fleet to recuperate and strategically defend, while Qingyi must seize the time to improve his command ability. The Zerg may come back at any time, and Qingyi does not have much time left. The simulation training at this stage is much smoother and simpler than Qingyi imagined. Because Qingyi himself has rich frontline combat experience, and AEIS provides him with various intelligence at any time, plus the human force is stronger than the Zerg, all soldiers resolutely execute orders without hesitation, so this stage of the battle is very successful, which is in line with Qingyi's psychological expectations. This is a small climax in the early stage of the movie. Under Qingyi's correct command, the human troops in the picture are victorious. In the first three scripts, Lu Jiao's performance is relatively simple, because Qingyi did not have too complicated emotions, nor too intense emotional changes. The overall acting skills were still within Lu Jiao's controllable range. But after receiving the fourth script from director Zhu Xiaozi, Lu Jiao was stuck, and it seemed that no matter how he acted, it seemed to be a little off. Qingyi woke up from the hibernation capsule again. Although he is now the supreme commander of the joint fleet and the fate of mankind rests on him, as an ordinary human, he still needs to get enough rest to keep his brain sharp and awake. The hibernation capsule has special sleep-inducing gas. Qingyi only needs 3 hours of deep sleep every 24 hours to ensure that his energy is maintained in a relatively good state. During these 3 hours, AEIS will continue to command the battle on the front line. If an emergency occurs, AEIS will immediately wake Qingyi up. So far, Qingyi's simulation training has been very smooth. The previous small-scale battles have all been won cleanly. Qingyi is not proud and complacent, because he knows very well that real battles will be countless times more complicated and difficult than this level of battle. So, after waking up, Qingyi sat on the command platform again and continued the simulation training. The sooner he completes all simulation training, the safer humanity will be. A light blue data stream appeared in the air, and the audio image of AEIS that fluctuated with the sound appeared. Commander, today's simulation training will add simulation elements, please be prepared. Qingyi was a little surprised. Before he asked, AEIS had already explained, the so-called simulation elements are to use the big data of past battles to give each unit on the battlefield its own will, so that they have a certain chance to disobey orders. Qingyi nodded gently. Sure enough, the previous battle was very simple, because there was no simulation element added, and the battlefield calculation was carried out under absolutely ideal conditions. The premise of this kind of battle is that all soldiers are rational people and will execute the tasks assigned by the commander without hesitation. But absolutely rational people do not exist, so this kind of idealized battle naturally does not exist. AEIS's cold voice sounded, "Commander, you may think you are ready, but in fact you are not." There are several data that can help you understand the difficulty after adding this simulation element. In the era of cold weapons, the Army's casualty rate reached 3% or 5%, which means that if a 100,000-man army loses about 5,000 combat forces, it is possible to cause the entire army to collapse. Once this happens, the casualties caused by the pursuit and trampling of the retreating party will far exceed the stalemate stage. This is also the reason why the cold weapon era often has a very different battle loss ratio. In the era of hot weapon warfare, the organizational efficiency and fighting will of the army have been greatly improved, but as long as the casualties reach 10%, it is considered to be in a suspended state, that is, the team has lost the ability to complete a specific task. When the casualties reach 30%, it is considered to be in a destroyed state, that is, the fighting will of the team is completely destroyed and cannot fight for a long time. As for the situation of persisting to the last person, it is an extremely rare phenomenon. Therefore, these battles can be recorded in history and repeatedly promoted by humans. Commander, knowing this information in advance will help you make more correct decisions. Qingyi showed a not-so-obvious surprise on his face. As a team leader who has been commanding battles on the front line for a long time, Qingyi had not been exposed to these data before. In fact, these data are completely contrary to his first impression. Because Qingyi's team is an elite team, they often go to perform very dangerous combat missions, and their willpower is stronger than other soldiers. There are often situations where only the last person is left. Qingyi originally thought that a casualty rate of 60% to 70% would cause the entire army to collapse, but the actual data was obviously not the case. In Qingyi's previous simulation training, each unit would faithfully execute orders, even if the mortality rate exceeded 70% or 80%, the remaining soldiers would hold the line and faithfully execute orders. After adding this simulation element, as long as the mortality rate exceeded 30%, it is possible that a well-organized unit would collapse, command would be ineffective, and each unit would fight on its own. The difficulty can be imagined. The screen and the surrounding images changed rapidly, and a new simulated battlefield was generated. It was exactly the same as the last battle, and there were even more troops available for mobilization than before. Qingyi concentrated and began to command the battle. However, during the battle, his expression quickly changed from serious to surprised, then to anxious, and finally to irritable. If Qingyi's psychological quality was not strong, a normal person would have collapsed at this time. Many times, it was clear that this unit could hold on for another hour until the arrival of reinforcements, which would reverse the entire situation on the scene, but it completely lost its combat effectiveness at the last moment, resulting in the entire local battlefield being defeated. Many unexpected problems accumulated, making the war, which was originally very easy to win in a rational state, become much more difficult. In the end, the entire battlefield situation was completely out of control and had to retreat in a hurry. The troops who did not have time to retreat were soon submerged by the sea of insects. The bright spots on the map were extinguished one after another. The surroundings became dead silent, and the endless darkness completely enveloped Qingyi. Qingyi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes dejectedly. It was hard for him to accept that the battle that lasted for several hours ended in such a complete defeat. In midair, the image of AEIS appeared again. On the battlefield, a choice that seems to have no problem may also lead to serious consequences. On the contrary, an unacceptable deception may also lead to a complete victory in a large-scale battle. Commander, you can check the analysis data provided by AEIS at any time. The current analysis accuracy has reached more than 87%, which can be used as important reference information. Qingyi was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. Start again. Chapter 746, Past Battles. The surrounding images began to recede rapidly, and the scenes of the battles that had taken place were replayed in front of Qingyi in reverse. The dead soldiers came back to life one by one, and the overwhelming swarms of insects dispersed like the tide, and everything returned to the original state. Qingyi took a deep breath. These images strengthened his memory and made him more clearly realize that some seemingly correct decisions made under the premise of all soldiers are rational people may actually be completely wrong. After getting ready, Qingyi tapped the screen of the console lightly, and the waiting troops took action again. This time, Qingyi's attention was more focused and he did not dare to miss any details. Qingyi recalled the consequences of a previous decision while checking the analysis data provided by AEIS. With the help of AEIS, the status of each unit and even each soldier was quantified into a constantly fluctuating data. For example, different soldiers have different morale values, tension levels, fear values, and other data at the beginning of the battle, and the rate of change of these values will also be different during the battle. By combining the values of all the soldiers in a unit and performing complex calculations, the current state of the unit can be displayed. Sometimes morale is high, sometimes it is low, and sometimes it is completely collapsed. Once it completely collapses, Qingyi has almost no way to deal with it except to order the unit to retreat, because other orders, whether to attack or hold the position, may not work. In the process of commanding the battle, AEIS will remind Qingyi to make some key decisions from time to time. For example, there are battles in multiple areas at the same time, and at this time a team discovers a zerg nest. After judging the importance of this incident, AEIS will directly prompt Qingyi and let Qingyi give priority to commanding this incident. When a team calls for reinforcements or supplies, Qingyi also has many options. He can draw troops for reinforcements, keep silent about reinforcements and ask the team to hold the position, lie that reinforcements are being sent, or tell them the truth, etc. Behind each option, there will be information marked by AEIS to help Qingyi judge the possible consequences of making this decision. For example, if a squad whose morale is on the verge of collapse receives the news that reinforcements are on the way, the morale will rise briefly. If it learns that there will be no more reinforcements, the morale may collapse instantly, and there is also a very small chance of launching a suicide attack to eliminate more zerg. The consequences of each choice can be viewed, and some possibilities are extremely low, so Qingyi is unlikely to try. If the truth is told, the probability of morale collapse is more than 90%, and the probability of inspiring soldiers' fighting spirit in desperate situations is less than 10%. Then it is a very stupid behavior to gamble on this less than 10% probability. In this battle, Qingyi did not command completely according to the probability given by AEIS, and sometimes he would even deliberately reject these data in his heart. Because many times according to the data, he had to make some decisions that went against his heart. For example, he had to give up and sacrifice a certain squad, but in order to let them continue to hold their positions, he could only tell them that reinforcements were coming. Qingyi instinctively resisted this behavior, so in some cases where it had little impact on the battle situation, he would still insist on choosing to tell the truth. But it is undeniable that during the battle, Qingyi began to rely more and more on the data provided by AEIS. Because this data is indeed very useful, Qingyi gradually discovered that under such chaotic battlefield conditions, the command method originally used for rational people basically would not work. Instead, commanding strictly according to the data analysis provided by AEIS would eventually obtain the most acceptable result from the overall point of view. In some less important decisions, Qingyi began to pay more and more attention to data and AEIS's opinions. Because compared with the key battlefield, the actions of these marginal battlefields and small units will not affect the overall situation, and Qingyi does not expect them to have that extremely small probability of explosion, just hoping that they will not collapse too quickly and achieve a relatively acceptable result. This time, Qingyi successfully won the battle. After quickly reviewing the entire battle, Qingyi quickly invested in the command of the next battle, because his time was very tight and he did not have much time to think about these difficult problems. Qingshan is getting better and better at commanding according to AEIS data and global thinking, and his results are also steadily improving. From the initial defeat of the troops to now being able to work hard to control the losses within a certain range to win the battle, Qingshan's progress is very obvious. With each victory, watching the soldiers cheering and the decreasing casualty figures reported by AEIS, Qingshan felt gratified but also became increasingly numbed. He felt that he seemed to have gradually become an emotionless command machine, almost completely ignoring the feelings of individual soldiers, and making the most favorable choices for the overall battle coldly and accurately. Another battle. Qingshan quickly browsed the battlefield information and formulated combat strategies as usual. However, when he scanned the name of a squad on standby, he was stunned for a moment. AS-371-45 Squad. Qingshan zoomed in and scanned the number and name of each soldier. He saw the names of Su Kale, Meng Yu, Zhao Yongxiu, Wu Xiaojun, and himself, Qingshan, the captain of AS-371-45 Squad. There are so many units on this battlefield, each with its own number and name, but Qingshan has never paid attention to them. Because he really can't pay attention to them, and he can't put himself in the shoes of a certain soldier to think about the problem. This is a large-scale battle, and there are a lot of decisions waiting for Qingshan to make every minute. Paying attention to a certain soldier is irresponsible to all other soldiers. However, when he saw his team, Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. The memory that had become gradually blurred during the training became clear again. Qingshan's eyes swept over every familiar team member. What they were doing now was exactly the same as what he remembered. AEIS did not explain much, but Qingshan knew very well that this should be a video record of the battle at that time. Now, the battle has been restored to the original situation, but this time he is no longer the captain of the AS-271-45 team, but the commander of the battlefield. Qingshan's eyes swept through the data of each soldier of the AS-371-45 team again, as well as the comprehensive data of the entire team. Morale value, tension level, fear value. Each data is clearly displayed. The data of these team members are different. Meng Yu, who is short and taciturn, has the lowest tension and fear value, which is consistent with Qingshan's judgment. Zhao Yongxiu seems to be clumsy and face-saving. He receives the most care in the team, but his fear value is not very high. On the contrary, Su Kale, who looks optimistic and positive and often encourages other team members, has the highest tension level in the team. Qingshan just thought about it briefly and quickly determined the reason. Su Kale is a thoughtful person, and he actually bears more mental pressure than others. His optimism and positivity are just an appearance. Qingshan looked at himself again, and he found that his numbers were not as perfect as he had imagined. Although his morale, fear value, tension level, and other data were the best in the entire team, he was still far from being a real, rational person, and even in the entire fleet, his data was not the best according to AEIS's judgment. He would also collapse and despair, and he was not a ruthless war machine. From a personal emotional point of view, Qingshan believed from the bottom of his heart that the AS-371-45 team was unique, but from the data point of view, it was just an ordinary team. Compared with other teams on missions, this team was nothing special. As for why this team was able to complete the task of finding the Zerg Queen's nest. Originally, Qingshan thought that it was because of the sacrifice of other team members, because of his own persistence, and because of the luck of escaping death countless times. But now Qingshan suddenly felt that perhaps these reasons were all valid, but they were not valid. From the perspective of the commander, this matter had another view. In fact, the joint fleet sent out so many teams, each of which had similar combat capabilities to AS-371-45, and some teams had even stronger combat capabilities. Judging from the results, as long as the command strategy is appropriate, there will always be one or two teams among so many teams that will reach the Zerg Queen's lair. Even if it is not the AS-371-45 team, it will be other teams. For Captain Qin, such a result was achieved with the sacrifice and bloody battles of all members of the AS-371-45 team, and for Commander Qin, such a result was the result of precise calculation. Of course, there may be errors in calculations and strategies may fail, but it is obvious that even without the AS-371-45 team, the outcome of this war would not be much different. Qin no longer paid attention to his team, but turned his attention back to the overall situation. The overwhelming sea of insects was brewing, like a surging black tide, and like dark clouds being rolled up by the wind. Every second now is very precious. Qin did not speak, but skillfully operated the console and began to command this battle. Under Qin's control, one unit after another met the swarm of insects, countless soldiers were swallowed by the sea of insects, and the intensive firepower suppression blasted deep pits and gullies on the surface of the planet one after another. Qin calmly made decisions again and again. After a formation was sacrificed, a backup formation immediately filled it. The human army and the Zerg began to stalemate on the grand battlefield, repeatedly fighting for some strategic locations. Like other elite teams, the AS-371-45 team was sent to perform the task of searching for the Zerg Queen's nest. One elite team after another was accidentally exposed, and the ensemble signal disappeared forever in the Zerg nest, but there were also teams that continued to go deeper into the Zerg nest. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 747 Reinforcements are coming. Qin didn't have much energy to take care of the team in the insect nest, because the front battlefield was also facing huge pressure. The sea of insects covering the ground was not only concentrated on the front, but these insect swarms might suddenly appear from the ground without any warning, causing heavy losses to many unprepared human bases. The huge disparity in the difference in the strength of the two sides made Qin unable to resist the offensive of the Zerg even if he was concentrating on commanding the battle on the front battlefield. Suddenly, Qin's pupils suddenly contracted. A unit on the front battlefield collapsed instantly in the impact of a sea of insects. The remaining soldiers fell into chaos and fought on their own. The loss of a strategic location directly led to the collapse of the entire regional battlefield. The sea of insects tore a hole in the human defense line like a fly that smelled the smell of rotten meat, and the situation on the entire battlefield collapsed instantly. The defeat was already inevitable, and Qin was still constantly controlling the various troops to counterattack, but it was of no avail. Soon, the front battlefield was completely submerged by the sea of insects. The remaining human soldiers had to abandon the military base on the planet that they had spent a lot of time and effort to build, and retreat back into the starry sky, back to the command ship. In the news that came in like snowflakes, Qin did not notice that the AS-371-45 team had died silently in the Zerg nest, like other elite teams. Darkness once again enveloped the entire command space, and Qin once again tasted the taste of failure. Qin was silent for a moment, then said, "Start over." In his memory, there have been at least a dozen major battles that have never been started over. Because he had completed the previous dozen battles very well. He once thought that he had mastered the essentials of command. As long as he made the right decisions in each local battlefield and fully combined the detailed data provided by AEIS, he could control the situation on the battlefield. But now Qin realized that things are obviously not that simple. When the power comparison between humans and Zerg is balanced or even advantageous, this command style is indeed the most reliable way to win the battle. But once the Zerg's military strength is higher than that of humans, then this command style will lead to destruction step by step. There were a large number of escort ships around the command ship, but in order to protect the safety of the command ship, the joint fleet actually wasted a lot of manpower, leaving the human forces on the planet's surface in an actual disadvantageous position relative to the Zerg. Starting the same battle again, Qini had a clearer understanding of the situation at the beginning of this battle. The Zerg seen at the beginning of the war only account for a part of the real strength of the Zerg. There are more Zerg swarms hiding in the underground nests and in the space on the back of the planet, waiting for an opportunity to move. Decapitation operation is just a beautiful wish. Once a tug-of-war begins, no matter it is the front battlefield or the team that is holding the decapitation operation, they will only have a dead end in front of the dominant Zerg sea. Qini took a deep breath, pulled out the command ship alone, and placed it alone in the dark starry sky. Then, he pulled out several large frigates, equipped with a large number of range-killing weapons, and used them together with the command ship as bait. The remaining main forces of the joint fleet, part of them launched an attack on the Zerg in the front, and the other part went around the back of the planet to intercept those who were cruising in space and waiting for an opportunity to move. Zerg fleet. In this way, the human forces on the battlefield will exceed those of the Zerg. If the Zerg does not perform a decapitation operation on the command ship, then the humans who have an advantage in force will have a great chance. If the Zerg performs a decapitation operation on the command ship, then the commander can sacrifice a large number of Zerg forces at the expense of himself, further ensuring victory on the front battlefield. The screen around Qini keeps switching to various corners of the battlefield. On the front battlefield, the human forces suppressed the Zerg in terms of the number of troops, not only defending the defense line, but also having the spare strength to continue to advance, approaching the top of the Zerg mother nest, cooperating with the decapitation mission. The human fleet in space encountered the Zerg fleet, countless starships exploded and disintegrated, countless leviathans of the Zerg were attacked by dense artillery fire, the poison gas in their bodies burned violently, and the flames in the air were like gorgeous fireworks. The decapitation teams that went deep into the Zerg nest were still losing contact one by one, but because the front battlefield effectively dispersed the Zerg's forces, the survival rate of these teams was significantly improved compared to before. Everything seemed to be going smoothly according to plan. However, at this moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang throughout the space, and red warning words appeared on the surrounding screens. A large number of Zerg troops forcibly broke through the outer defense line of the command ship and rushed towards the command ship. AEIS's cold voice sounded, "Attention! Once the command ship is destroyed, all troops will be taken over by AEIS. Commander, please make corresponding deployments in advance." Qini quickly turned his vision and issued instructions to each troop. Request the frontal troops to speed up the offensive, rush to the top of the Zerg nest discovered by the decapitation team, and prepare to cooperate with the decapitation team. Request the fleet on the back of the planet to delay the remaining Zerg fleet at all costs. Request the frigates to rush into the Zerg swarm and self-destruct to delay time after consuming most of their weapons. Finally, the remaining frigates gather around the command ship and perish together with the Zerg swarm. Among the numerous messages, Qini saw countless requests for reinforcements from the decapitation team, including the request for reinforcements from the AS-371-45 team, but Qini no longer had any troops available for reinforcement. Below these messages requesting reinforcement, there were several reply templates provided by AEIS. Of course, Qini could also give instructions to AEIS verbally. However, he opened his mouth, but still made no sound. Instead, he lightly clicked on the console and selected a template reply provided by AEIS. Continue the mission, reinforcements are coming. After he selected this reply message, he switched his vision back to the command ship. The sea of insects under the dark background seemed to be close at hand. One after another, the command ships crashed into the densest part of the sea of insects. A bunch of gorgeous fireworks lit up and extinguished in the dark night sky, and the huge warships disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. After delaying time as much as possible, the dense swarm of insects has surrounded the command ship. the Leviathan monster sprayed countless zergs at the human fleet. From the perspective of God, it can be seen that the human fleet is like meat scraps surrounded by ants. After the few remaining frigates approached the command ship slightly, they pressed the final detonation button at the same time. A strong light flashed, and the space where Qingshan was located turned white. After more than 10 seconds, the picture was restored again. AEIS took over the control of Qingshan and commanded the subsequent battle. Qingshan was like a dead person, watching the final scene of the battle in a soul state. This battle was won, and the result was even better than the actual battle. But Qingshan's face was not happy at all. He was silent for a moment and said, "Continue." The image of AEIS appeared again after a while. "Commander, we will enter the random battle practice mode next. The battles we will encounter next include battles that have happened before, but the initial configuration has changed. There are fictional battles randomly generated by the intelligence system according to the algorithm. There will even be some battles with a huge disparity in troop strength, harsh conditions, and no possibility of victory at all. Random battles will not have mission objectives, and you will decide the battle strategy, and each battle will no longer have a time limit. It will be up to you to judge the battlefield situation, fight or retreat, annihilate or stop losses. It all depends on your judgment. Commander, good luck." Qingshan didn't say much, but continued to command the next battle expressionlessly. Without a clear combat objective and a clear time limit, Qingshan had to decide for himself what to do, whether to attack head-on or leave some troops behind to create an opportunity for the main force to retreat. It was all up to him to decide. The battlefield may take place anywhere on the planet, and the timeline seems to be very chaotic. Some teams that have been completely sacrificed in previous battles appear again in new battles, and at the beginning of some battles, the teams that Qingshan thought were fully staffed become incomplete. Qingshan did not ask much, because he vaguely understood the intention of this move, to train himself to quickly formulate the most correct combat strategy based on the power comparison and objective situation of humans and Zerg on the battlefield in any situation and under any conditions. Qingshan calmly controlled the troops and performed various tasks. The data collected by AEIS has become an important basis for his decision-making. Fear, passion, ignorance, and other complex emotions have all become part of the decision-making reference under big data analysis. Lies and sacrifices have become numbers that increase the success rate. The scenes around Qingshan kept changing, and one random battle after another ended. In every 3 hours of sleep, precious time passed, by minute. Another medium-sized regional battle began. Qingshan still calmly analyzed the battlefield situation as usual, considered possible unexpected situations, and fully considered the uncertainties of each team in decision-making. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Several Skylark combat teams followed Qingshan's requirements to explore the unknown Zerg nests and collect intelligence, so that they could use it as a basis to formulate a combat plan for the main force. The front battlefield also needs to guard against the possible Zerg raid at any time, so Qingshan did not pay too much attention to these Skylark combat teams. But soon, one after another communication information was sent from a certain team. Qingshan could choose to ignore this information, but he still took time out of his busy schedule to take a look. In the Zerg nest, a certain Skylark team on a mission has been reduced to only 3 people. The captain has been killed. The remaining 2 team members, one of whom has his entire right leg blown off, and the other team member is guarding him and repelling the approaching Zerg. Although the 2 people are temporarily safe, soon, more powerful Zerg warriors will find them, and staying here will be a dead end. Qingshan took a look and found that the task of collecting intelligence has been basically completed. The probability of the team member surviving is already very low, and there is no need to take another team member in. So, Qingshan casually clicked a retreat command and turned his attention to other places on the battlefield again. However, a few minutes later, when Qingshan looked at the location of the team again, he only saw the picture of the micro-reactor explosion. Qingyi was stunned for a moment. He clicked on the information of the two team members and found that these two members from the European fleet were a couple. AEIS's voice sounded. The accuracy of the intelligence systems analysis data is above 87%, but sometimes there will be some unpredictable behaviors or phenomena, which is to better simulate the emergencies in the real battlefield. Qingyi said nothing, but continued to command the next battle until the end of the entire regional battle. After the battle, Qingyi leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes slightly, and was silent for a few minutes. Did the battle just now really happen? Or did it start earlier? You mixed real battles into the random battle mode? AEIS did not answer immediately, but answered after a while. It started from the sixth battle after the addition of the simulation element. Commander, so far, you have fought 17 big real battles. You have done very well. Qingyi was stunned. Why did it start from the sixth battle? AEIS, the Supreme Executive Committee of the Combined Fleet must be responsible for all the soldiers on the front line and cannot hand their lives to a novice commander Zheng. Starting from the sixth battle, AEIS and the Supreme Executive Committee jointly recognized that you have the ability to command battles. Qingyi was silent for a long time. That is, in these 17 battles, every soldier who died was a living person, including the couple just now. AEIS, yes. Chapter 748 Sloth Apartment New Building. The latest script, given by director Zhu Xiaozi, ends here. Lu Jiao is not sure which part of the plot the current script covers, but according to the estimated shooting time, it should be less than half of the entire movie. Even considering the fact that there will be more large scenes with special effects in the later stage and the plot will be diluted, the current plot is not enough to infer the whole story. But this is exactly what director Zhu Xiaozi hopes to achieve. Obviously, there are many stages in this movie where the plot is reversed, and the mentality of the protagonist Qingyi is also undergoing subtle or drastic changes. If Lu Jiao already knew the final ending at the beginning, he would definitely be affected when he was acting in the previous plot. Therefore, the script is given one by one, and the main purpose is to allow Lu Jiao to escape the influence of spoilers and completely immerse himself in the role. But there are still problems in the substitution link. Lu Jiao has shot a lot of shots so far, and he is satisfied with some shots and dissatisfied with some shots. But whether he is satisfied or not, he feels a little confused because there was no very clear performance direction, and the complete plot of the whole story was not clear, and I didn't know whether I had grasped the role of Qingyi accurately. Lu Jiao felt confused and not confident enough. Now looking back at these scripts, Qingyi's emotions actually changed several times. At the beginning, Qingyi felt a sense of relief for surviving the disaster and anger for being deceived. After seeing the initial defeat of the human race by the Zerg and learning that the former commander sacrificed himself, Qingyi's emotions were complicated. Although he understood and knew that it was a last resort, he did not let it go completely. In the subsequent command process, with the addition of simulation elements, Qingyi's thinking and mentality continued to change from the former commander. When he personally commanded the battle review, Qingyi issued the order to the AS-371-45 team that reinforcements are coming, and actually fully understood the mentality of the former commander. And when he accidentally discovered that part of the battle he commanded was actually a real battle, Qingyi's mentality fluctuated again. For Lu Jiao, it is very difficult to express these emotional changes. Because Qingyi is set up as a very rational and calm soldier, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. He also knows very well in his heart that the grievances he has suffered, and even his own life, are insignificant compared to the victory of mankind in the war against the Zerg and the survival of the race. Therefore, on the one hand, Qingyi constantly suppressed his inner emotions as a human being, making himself more cold and rational, trying to win every battle and reduce casualties to the lowest level. On the other hand, he always doubted this and felt confused about the future of himself and mankind. These complicated emotions will have subtle differences at every stage of the plot, and for Lu Jiao, the most difficult part is how to perform this difference while ensuring that the character setting of Qini does not collapse. Lu Jiao stood up and took a small mirror from the side, and then kept making various expressions in front of the mirror. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up to find Zhu Xiaozi. Director Zhu, from now on, I will stay in the hotel room and not go anywhere except for filming. Let me use the laptop with Star Ocean installed last time. I want to use it to figure out the role again. Also, please give me a DV. I want to record my facial expressions when playing games and watch them repeatedly. Also, can you help me find a similar smart speaker for AEIS? It would be best if I could input all the lines of AEIS and let it play with me. I suddenly realized that Qingyi's play is not a one-man show, but a rivalry with AEIS. I have always played it as a one-man show, so I feel something is missing. If there is a system voice to play with me, the effect may be better. Zhu Xiaozi was a little surprised, but soon nodded happily. Okay, of course, no problem. The DV and computer will be sent to you tonight. As for AEIS, I heard that the samples from OTTO technology will be out soon. I need an autophone to make do with it first. It also has the AEIS smart voice. When the AEIS speaker samples come out, I will get one to send to your hotel room as soon as possible. Thursday, November 17th. Jindihuading Community, Guangming District, Jingzhou City. This is a brand new building, and Liang Qingfan chose one of the buildings to use as the 2.0 model of sloth apartment. Pei Qian happened to have nothing to do, so he came to see the preparations. Liang Qingfan had been waiting downstairs in advance. After picking up President Pei, the two went to the model room on the third floor together. Boss Pei, this building has 2 elevators and 3 units, with an area of 120 square meters, 130 square meters, and 150 square meters respectively. They all have large south-facing bay windows and balconies, and the unit types are also good. Considering the location of the building, it can basically meet the mainstream needs of most people. However, because the house itself is fully decorated, the developer's price is relatively high, 2,000 or 3,000 yuan higher than your surrounding buildings, so it is not selling very well for the time being. I think there is a possibility of selling at a lower price in a few months, but when that time comes, I am afraid it will be more troublesome for us to buy a whole building, so we just bought it at the current price. Liang Qingfan introduced some basic information about the building to Pei Qian. Pei Qian nodded with great satisfaction. Well, you did the right thing. Pei Qian said before that he would give Liang Qingfan 50 million yuan and let him buy a place with little appreciation potential. This is mainly because Pei Qian was cheated by the sloth apartment 1.0 model before. He deliberately chose to buy a property in a remote area that no one wanted. As a result, the purchase price was too low, and the housing price rose wildly after the renovation. If it weren't for the special mission, he would have almost failed in the last settlement cycle. And now this place doesn't seem to have much appreciation potential in the short term. The location of Jindihuading community is good. The developer and apartment type of this house are also quite satisfactory. But it is precisely because there is nothing to be picky about in all aspects that the developer has expanded and set a high-end positioning, high-standard fine decoration, and the price is also 2,000 to 3,000 yuan more expensive per square meter than the surrounding houses. A house of about 150 square meters is directly 300,000 or 400,000 more expensive. For the prices of goods these days, it is still very painful. Obviously, the developer's pricing strategy is more or less routine. The price of a house can only be high, not low. If the price is too high, the developer can highlight the noble attributes of the property, deceive a wave of rich people first, and then secretly reduce the price in disguise when the property cannot be sold, such as giving a discount to make customers feel that they have taken advantage, and use the means of price discrimination to the extreme. But if the price is too low, and then the price is raised later, it will be criticized. Therefore, the developer's price is a bit inflated, and home buyers think that the house is a bit too expensive, and many people are waiting and watching. Liang Qingfan saw the opportunity and bought the entire building directly. If the price drops in the future, even if it only drops by 200 yuan per square meter, Tenda will lose 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. The more it drops, the more it loses. However, this is exactly what Pei Qian wants. It is a good thing to be able to spend more money, and he should be praised. Liang Qingfan took Pei Qian to see several houses on the third and fourth floors one by one. Boss Pei, these 3 houses on the third floor were originally the developer's model rooms. Since they were all decorated, it would be a pity to tear them down and redo them, so we kept them. This way, we can show customers the difference in taste between our sloth apartment and the developer's decoration design. These 3 houses on the 4th floor are our sloth apartment 2.0 model rooms, which are decorated completely in accordance with our usual extreme simplicity. As for the other floors, the decoration is still in progress. Considering the entry of various supporting facilities such as furniture and appliances, it may not be completed until the end of December. However, you can move in early January, which is consistent with the previously estimated progress. Pei Qian first went to the 3rd floor to see the developer's model room, and then went to the 4th floor to see the sloth apartment 2.0 model room. The difference is still very obvious. The developer's model room can't be said to be ugly. The wallpaper, carpet, large murals on the TV wall, dark mahogany tables and chairs, etc., are basically the current mainstream style. The IT is still the problem mentioned before, that is, the main group of people who buy houses at present is still middle-aged people, and the model room is mainly to meet their needs. Sometimes, the designer's aesthetics must compromise with the needs of customers. But when you come to the 4th floor, the model room of Sloth Apartment 2.0, the whole space feels different instantly. Compared with 1.0, the overall style of Sloth Apartment 2.0 remains unchanged, but there are more storage spaces in the room, which makes it more practical. Pei Qian observed it a little and found that although the 2.0 mode has relaxed the restrictions on storage space, Liang Qingfan is still very restrained and does not fill cabinets everywhere, especially in the living room area, which still guarantees the spacious style to the maximum extent. However, some cabinets that match the decoration style are still stuffed in the study, bedroom, next to the entrance door, and near the balcony in the living room, so it will not look abrupt. Compared with the developer's model room, it is obvious that the style of Sloth Apartment is more in line with the taste of young people. Whether it is the utilization rate of space, practicality, living habits, or cultural atmosphere, there are obvious improvements. Liang Qingfan said, "Boss Pei, how do you feel?" Pei Qian nodded, "Yeah, not bad. Such a Sloth Apartment 2.0 should be snapped up immediately after it opens, right?" In fact, Pei Qian decided to build Sloth Apartment 2.0 to help young people who were troubled by renting a house. The only shortcoming of Sloth Apartment was that it had too little storage space. Now this shortcoming has been made up, and it has become a rental space that fully meets the needs of young people. In this way, it may be difficult to rent out Sloth Apartment 1.0. But Pei Qian didn't care about this. Anyway, he would open more of the most popular ones, and he would lose money no matter which one he opened. Pei Qian walked around the model room and felt that the furniture inside, including sofas, coffee tables, TV cabinets, etc., seemed to have some subtle differences from before. Because the apartment type was different, Pei Qian didn't pay much attention when he first came in. "These furniture seem to be different from before?" Pei Qian asked. Liang Qingfan nodded, "Yes, most of the furniture in the room has been replaced. The reason why it looks not much different from before is that a large part of it is specially made by the furniture factory we cooperate with." Chapter 749, Tenda Spirit Upgraded? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Liang Qingfan introduced the furniture manufacturers that were interested in cooperating with us before, the big brands among them basically rejected our cooperation conditions. Only some small brands with little reputation are willing to let our inspection team supervise and regulate. We did a simple screening and selected a few more reliable ones. But then again, there are actually a few small brands that are very willing to cooperate with us, and they fully accept the supervision of the inspection team, and even actively invite us to go. For example, this set of sofas was actually designed by me and the boss of Fanglanju, and it was just shipped in a few days ago. Pei Qian noticed that the sofa in this room was obviously different from the sofa in his own residence. Liang Qingfan introduced, "It is a leather sofa, and it is electric. The single seats on the far left and far right can be raised and lowered by electric adjustment, so you can lie down very comfortably. Compared with the sofa in the developer's model room on the third floor, without the chaise longue, the overall appearance will not be bloated, which conforms to the design of the ultimate minimalist style, and compared with the sofa in Sloth Apartment 1.0, it can meet the needs of lying on your back. At the same time, the sofa legs and armrests are very thin and made of wood. The texture of North American black walnut is clear, the wood is dense and delicate, and it feels a bit like fine fabric. It feels good. It not only has clear patterns, but also has a natural luster. It looks good and feels good. In addition, its hardness, density, and stability are also good. It has always been one of the high-end woods used for furniture. Compared to the 1.0 model of Sloth Apartment, this time a breakthrough is that I designed this sofa with the boss of Fanglanju, and successfully combined the black walnut armrests and electric leather sofas. While conforming to the extremely simple style, it also maximizes the practicality and quality of the sofa. This is also a combination of Chinese and Western cultures. I'm a product. I was a little worried that it would look unnatural after it was put out, but now it looks very good. Pei Qian asked, "Is Fanglanju a sofa brand?" Liang Qingfan smiled and shook his head, "Oh, no. Fanglanju is a furniture brand that was established not long ago. It makes sofas, cabinets, and all kinds of furniture. But unlike other furniture brands, their boss is a designer. His biggest interest is actually design, and he strives to make all furniture unique. Just like this sofa, trying to combine Chinese-style wooden furniture with electric sofas, this idea is quite bold. I thought it was unreliable at first, but after really starting to design, I found that it was actually quite good." They are one of the manufacturers who are most eager to cooperate with Sloth Apartment, and they have also taken the initiative to invite our inspection team to inspect their studio and factory. Pei Qian, why? Liang Qingfan explained, because their product concept is completely consistent with Sloth Apartment. The founder of Fanglanju is a designer who wants to go the high premium route. That is, to ensure quality, after-sales service, and design sense, but sell at a high price. But a small brand with no reputation can't go this way at all. The water in the furniture industry is also very deep. Take walnut as an example. Some brands say that their furniture is walnut. If you ask, he will say, "This is African black walnut, or golden walnut, which is the same wood as North American black walnut, but from different places of origin." But in fact, these trees are not only different species, but also different genera and families. They have basically no relationship in botany, and the appearance is also very different. Manufacturers who use this low-grade wood are often not very careful when making it. If you are not careful, the furniture produced will not be as good as ordinary solid wood in terms of visual effect. The only truly reliable one is North American black walnut. But ordinary consumers don't understand these, and often compare prices, and buy the cheaper one. If a brand like Fanglanju doesn't have a very high reputation and good reputation, it can't support a high premium at all. After all, other furniture brands can just cut corners on materials, and the price of the same furniture may be cut in half compared to Fanglanju, and there is no way to compete. This is also the reason why many big brands are unwilling to cooperate with us. On the one hand, big brands feel that they are big and have no reason to be controlled by others. On the other hand, it may be because big brands also have some tricks that we can't know. Liang Qingfan gently stroked the armrest of the sofa, but Fanglanju is different. They are very careful about their products. They are quite confident about the materials and quality of their products, and they are eager for our inspection team to do free quality inspection for them. Moreover, after cooperating with us, they can use the brand endorsement of Sloth Apartment to prove that their products are indeed excellent. In other words, what they lack most is actually the trust of consumers, and we can provide it to them. Pei Qian sat on the sofa. How much is this sofa? Liang Qingfan, about 30,000. Pei Qian nodded very satisfied. Well, yes, I can cooperate with Fanglanju more in the future. Isn't this the kind of cooperation brand that I am most satisfied with? First of all, the quality is excellent and pollution-free, which ensures that the residents of Sloth Apartment will not be harmed, and these furniture will not have any serious quality problems after renting for a long time. Secondly, the premium is high and the price is expensive, which is very critical, because the model of Sloth Apartment is actually that Pei Qian pays for the house, renovates it, equips it with a full set of furniture and appliances, and then rents it to customers. So, the more expensive the furniture, the more money you will spend. The sofa that Pei Qian equipped for the office area of Tenda headquarters was priced at 60,000 yuan, but that was the standard of office supplies for the reception room after all, representing the face of the company, so the system gave a high amount of money. The sofa in Sloth Apartment cannot be so expensive. 30,000 yuan is already relatively high. However, compared to many ordinary sofas of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, a sofa of 30,000 yuan is already very high-end. If you spend more than 20,000 yuan on a sofa for a house, what about 100 houses? What about cabinets, TV cabinets, sideboards, dining tables, bookshelves, and other furniture? With this calculation, a little bit adds up to a lot. Pei Qian walked around the room and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the Sloth Apartment 2.0 model is doing well. Let's keep pushing it forward. By the way, don't ignore the old Sloth Apartment, remember to maintain it well. If there are any problems with the house, the housekeepers of each building must report and handle them in a timely manner, and don't be afraid to spend money. Liang Qingfan nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Pei. November 18th, Friday. Tenda Spirit Compatibility Test. The recruitment tasks at the beginning of the month have all been completed. Most of the new employees have been in the company for more than a week and can take the first spiritual compatibility test. Pei Qian came to the company specifically to see the effect of the revised Tenda spiritual test questions as soon as possible. However, Pei Qian did not go to the conference room to supervise the test, because he did not want to mislead everyone. Once everyone knew the fact that President Pei seemed to attach great importance to the Tenda spiritual compatibility test, the situation might become even more out of control. Therefore, Pei Qian was still in his office, pretending that he came for work and had no interest in the Tenda spiritual compatibility test at all. After the test was completed, he secretly took a look at the answers of the new employees to determine what went wrong with the Tenda spiritual compatibility test. The new employees entered the conference room with serious expressions, sat down in their seats, and began to answer the questions. However, when they saw the questions, many people showed surprised expressions on their faces and subconsciously looked at the people next to them. Why are there still fill-in-the-blanks? When I asked the seniors before, didn't they say there were multiple-choice questions? The invigilator was a colleague from the Human Resources Department, who coughed twice to remind everyone to maintain order in the exam room. The new employees didn't dare to look at each other anymore, and hurriedly started answering the questions. Wu Ben was also on site to supervise the exam. He was just going through the motions and didn't take it too seriously. Because of the unremitting efforts of him and many department heads, the originally profound and obscure Tenda spirit has gradually spread within the company and become easy to understand. The Tenda Spirit Manual that he and Chui Geng wrote with great effort has also been distributed to the heads of various departments. Although this manual cannot be directly distributed to all employees, especially new employees, as long as the person in charge has mastered the Tenda spirit, it can subtly influence the backbone employees and then gradually influence the new employees. Sometimes, an action or a word of an old employee will inadvertently reveal the Tenda spirit and serve as a role model for new employees. Over time, new employees will quickly adapt to this way of thinking. Before the exam, as long as the department head or old employee gives a hint, these new employees can pass the test smoothly. Therefore, so far, the pass rate of the Tenda Spirit Fit test has been maintained at a very high level. Even if you can't pass it the first time, you will definitely pass it within 4 times. Wu Bin thought it was just a formality, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But he soon frowned, realizing that this test seemed a little different from the previous ones. Because he found that all the candidates actually used keyboards, this seems a bit wrong. Wu Bin himself has participated in the Tenda Spirit compatibility test and has supervised many of them. He clearly remembers that the previous tests were all multiple-choice questions, which could be answered with a mouse click. Why do we need to use a keyboard now? Could it be that the test has been upgraded? Now there are also subjective questions? That's not right either. In the Tenda Spirit compatibility test, Mr. Pei decided the answers himself and the system automatically gave the scores. Now that subjective questions have been added, how will the subjective questions be scored? Mr. Pei can't possibly look at the subjective questions for so many candidates one by one, and the Human Resources Department has not received any orders to correct the Tenda Spirit compatibility test questions. Then, what's going on? Wu Bin felt very puzzled. Could it be that the Tenda Spirit has been upgraded again? Do I have a new mission? Chapter 750, the Tenda Spirit test questions, need to be adjusted. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. In the conference room, all the new employees were answering questions seriously. After checking each option, they had to type a few times on the keyboard to enter the information for explanation, and the length of the answers varied. Wu Bin was invigilating, so it was not convenient to look at the specific questions and answers, because in principle, the Tenda Spirit compatibility test was absolutely confidential. At least it would not be good to look at the test questions in the examination room. So, Wu Bin could only wait until the end of the exam, and then privately inquire about the changes in the test questions, and then make up his mind about the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's changes. Soon, the test was over. Because the number of questions was deliberately adjusted, the overall test time remained unchanged. The new employees submitted their answers and checked the test results. Some employees' screens showed passed, while others showed keep up the good work. Wu Bin roughly scanned the computer screen that he could see. Although he could not see the small words on the questions, he could still roughly see the final result. Only a small number of new employees failed the test. After all, this was only the first test, and there were 3 more to come. As long as they passed any of them, they would be able to join the company successfully. This pass rate is not much different from the pass rate of the previous batches of employees. Wu Bin couldn't help but frown slightly, and analyzed a little clue. The results are still immediately available after the test, which means that the system automatically scores according to the answers to the objective questions, and the filled content will not be included in the score. Then, what is the purpose of Mr. Pei's change this time? Could it be that he wants to see if these new employees have any deviations in their understanding of the Tenda spirit? Or is there any longer-term plan that I can't guess? At the same time, Pei Qian was checking the results of this test in the office. Whether the employees passed the test or not, all were checked out carefully. The results of each test question not only have options, but also the employee's own explanation of the option. Pei Qian picked out two of the most representative questions to check. The first question is, it's time to get off work, and you still have a job to complete. What should you do at this time? If you choose argue with the leader for this question, you will get 5 points, and if you choose talk about it tomorrow, you will get 4 points. Pei Qian's original intention in asking this question was to let employees establish the concept of never working overtime. The stronger the employee's concept, the more they meet Mr. Pei's requirements. Among these new employees who passed the test, quite a few actually chose these two options. But after seeing their explanations for this option, Pei Qian couldn't help but frown. The spirit of Tenda is not to work overtime, so there is no overtime. The leader cannot ask for overtime, so the option of arguing with reason is not valid. The department will automatically lock the door after work and can only wait until tomorrow. There is no overtime quota, so I can't work overtime even if I want to. Rest is for better work. If overtime today affects rest, work efficiency will decrease tomorrow, and it will fall into a vicious circle. Rest well today so that you can complete all work efficiently tomorrow. An excellent Tenda employee should not need to work overtime to complete the work. If this happens, you should first consider whether your efficiency is too low and should work hard to improve your efficiency, rather than using tactical diligence to cover up strategic laziness. The spirit of Tenda says that we should combine work and rest and have long-term goals. Since it is not an urgent work task, there is no need to rush. As long as it does not delay the long construction period, there is no need to work overtime for formalities, not to mention that Tenda does not support this form. After reading these explanations, many question marks floated above Pei Qian's head. There are indeed some explanations here, which seem to understand the spirit of Tenda, but if you taste it carefully, it is not the real thing at all. Although there is a trend of everyone doesn't work overtime, so I don't work overtime either, which shows that not working overtime has become a trend within Tenda, but if you dig deeper into the foundation of this trend, you will find that it is completely contrary to Pei Qian's original idea. Most people choose not to work overtime simply because they think that compared to working overtime, they should do more to improve efficiency, and taking a break is to complete the work more efficiently. In this way, regardless of whether they work overtime or not, these people's work abilities are fully utilized. Many companies require employees to work overtime for free 996, but whether employees are actively slacking off or passively working due to fatigue, in short, the work efficiency of most employees in the 996 state will be greatly reduced, and it may be good to have 50% or 60%. But Tenda is just the opposite. Overtime is strictly prohibited, let alone 996, but the work enthusiasm of employees has been fully mobilized. Some people even work very well and their efficiency has been greatly improved because of spiritual encouragement and motivation. After all this, the work done by Tenda may be much better than some 996 companies. Pei Qian's face suddenly became serious. It seems that he has found the problem. My original intention was to let everyone slack off, and have fun, but everyone understood it as President Pei letting everyone have more fun so that they can do their work better. One more step, but the ultimate goal is completely different. Pei Qian hurriedly found another question. The question stem of this question seems to have not changed. It is still time to get off work, but this time it is a task assigned by President Pei himself. What should I do at this time? The standard answer this time is to work overtime to complete the task. If you ask President Pei for double overtime pay, you will get an extra 1 point. Many people still chose the right answer, but the reason for choosing the right answer still deviated from Pei Qian's original intention. Whatever Mr. Pei asks, we must do it to the letter. The task Mr. Pei personally assigns must be a critical one. We must complete it successfully even if it means risking our lives for Tenda. The task Mr. Pei specifically asks us to do must have a deeper meaning. We must think about it more and dig deep into Mr. Pei's thoughts. We must complete the task successfully after understanding his thoughts. It's not excessive to ask for more overtime pay. We must have confidence in ourselves. If we take Mr. Pei's overtime pay, we can earn more money for the company in the future. If we don't dare to ask for overtime pay, it means we don't have confidence in our abilities. This is not in line with the spirit of Tenda. Seeing these answers, Pei Qian was 10% relieved and 90% worried. Fortunately, the employees seemed to have an obsession and consensus to complete the tasks assigned by President Pei, and they will definitely complete them on schedule. In this way, Pei Qian basically does not have to worry about the project not being completed and the system being delayed in settlement. But, what the hell is this taking President Pei's overtime pay and making more money for the company as a reward? Pei Qian was speechless. Who the hell asked you to give me a reward? Don't just keep guessing. President Pei has always done good things without asking for anything in return. You are making it very difficult for me to do it. After reading the answers to these two questions, Pei Qian realized a very serious problem. The original intention of this set of Tenda Spirit Fit test has been seriously misinterpreted. In fact, Pei Qian's original idea was simply to let employees rest more, slack off more, work less, and make less money for the company, and he didn't think much about it. But I don't know why, most people do understand the rest more layer, but inexplicably add another step behind, rest more is to work better. This has changed all of a sudden. From the original salted fish spirit to the struggle force. No wonder I've been making so much money lately that I've had a brain hemorrhage. No wonder Tenda's spiritual compatibility test hasn't eliminated a single hardworking person so far. It turns out that this set of questions has been completely misunderstood. Pei Qian held his forehead with his hand, feeling a little confused. The question is, what should we do? From the answers to these test questions, it is clear that there are hardworking people among Tenda's new employees, and there are quite a few of them. The problem is that Pei Qian can't do anything to them. After all, they passed the Tenda Spirit Fit test based on their own ability. In the end, Pei Qian felt that there was something wrong with his screening method, which made everyone misunderstand. Of course, Pei Qian didn't think that the blame was all on him. There must be something going on in the company that he was not aware of. Even if everyone misunderstood the Tenda spirit of encouraging lazy people, it couldn't be the same as what was discussed and so consistent, right? There must be someone behind this who was fanning the flames and unifying everyone's thoughts. Pei Qian closed the background of the Tenda Spirit Fit test and began to think about countermeasures. First of all, the question bank must be changed. The current question bank no longer meets the needs. Many new employees can pass the Tenda Spirit test perfectly with a completely misinterpreted Tenda Spirit. The misinterpreted Tenda Spirit has become an obstacle, which greatly improves the work efficiency of employees. Therefore, Pei Qian thinks that some new questions should be added to distinguish the real lazy people from the struggling ones based on the original question bank. For example, ask questions such as, do you think it is more important for the company to grow and develop or for you to get a high salary? And, do you think it is more important to make a great career or to live a stable life? Those who have passed the Tenda Spirit test will definitely choose options such as making a great career and growing the company. Of course, the specific questions must be carefully considered, and the intention should not be too obvious. The key questions should be hidden in many confusing questions so that the flaws will not be easily discovered. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, even if this option is selected, the Tenda Spirit compatibility test will still be passed, but Pei Qian will find an excuse to arrange these people. At that time, it will be clearly told that some people will be selected according to the test results and arranged to other projects. For example, Jingji Hostel, Nifeng Logistics and other places. In short, try to minimize the impact of their striving desire on Tenda. In addition, how did the Tenda spirit go astray? This matter must be thoroughly investigated and it must not be let go. Chapter 751, Pei Goes Fishing. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. November 19, Saturday. Regular meeting of the compensation students. Although the recent compensation students' regular meeting is still held at a frequency of twice a month, it is really meaningless to Pei Qian, and there is not much useful information. Because the current settlement cycle has just entered the middle stage, many projects are still being developed step by step, and there are no particularly dangerous linkage phenomena, and there is no sign of profitability. Since there is no such information, then the intelligence collection organization such as the compensation students will naturally not be able to collect anything. However, in line with the principle of prevention first, the compensation students' regular meeting is still held and reported as usual. Pei Qian also listened carefully throughout the whole process, fearing that he would miss any more important information. Today's compensation students' regular meeting is also carried out as usual. The compensation students of various departments reported on the recent work of each department, and Tang Yishu still took notes of the meeting as seriously as usual. Most of the information is what Pei Qian has already mastered, so there is not much to note in the normal reporting work. We still need to wait until the end of next month or the month after next, when settlement is approaching and various products are launched, before we need to be particularly careful. Soon, the regular agenda of the regular meeting of the management and compensation students was completed. Tang Yishu looked at Pei Qian, meaning that if there was nothing else, could the meeting be adjourned as usual? Pei Qian pondered for a moment and asked, "Everyone, what is your understanding of the Tenda spirit?" Yesterday's Tenda spirit test made Pei Qian feel a potential threat. If the latest batch of employees have completely deviated from the understanding of the Tenda spirit, then the old employees who have affected them will definitely have a more serious understanding deviation. However, Pei Qian is not clear about the extent of this deviation, so he has to conduct a survey. It is a good choice to start the investigation from these management and compensation students. Because the management and compensation students are the most tight-lipped, they will not say much or ask too many questions. Even if Pei Qian asks some questions, it will not spread among the departments, so as not to alarm the snake. The management trainees looked at each other, a little confused about Pei Qian's intention. However, everyone still answered honestly according to their own understanding. "Senior, my understanding of the Tenda spirit is to save time, work efficiently, use entertainment, rest and relaxation to improve work efficiency, and achieve a win-win situation for individuals and the company. I think the Tenda spirit is to fight for your own career, rather than simply completing the assigned tasks with a worker's mentality. I think it is to make products and content with heart, do your job to the extreme, and impress users with sincerity." All the compensation students spoke in turn, but Pei Qian's face became more and more serious as he listened. No compensation student said that the Tenda spirit is a slacking spirit. This is a big problem. The misunderstanding of the Tenda spirit has spread among the compensation students, which means that the senior, middle and lower levels of each department must not be spared. Pei Qian's face suddenly became serious. It's just that he was a little puzzled. The content of these compensation students seemed to be the same thing, but the way of expression was different. Pei Qian asked, "Is there a more unified and general statement?" The compensation students looked at each other and shook their heads. "No. The core of the Tenda spirit is enlightenment, right? How can there be a unified standard?" "Yes, senior, isn't this your consistent attitude?" Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. "God damn, my consistent attitude, when did I ever have an attitude?" But the question is, since these compensation managers all said that there is no unified standard and it mainly depends on one's own understanding, why did their understanding go in the wrong direction? This puzzled Pei Qian. The entire company's interpretation of the Tenda spirit was obviously problematic, but he couldn't figure it out. It was hidden deep enough. Pei Qian thought about it and decided not to dig any more from the compensation managers and new employees. He would definitely not get any results. Because the people who can really determine the atmosphere of a department and the entire department's understanding of the Tenda spirit are definitely not the bottom-level employees, but the senior managers and middle-level leaders. The formation of a department's atmosphere must be top-down. The compensation managers of various departments have seriously deviated from the understanding of the Tenda spirit and turned in the direction of struggle. This shows that there must be big problems with the managers of various departments. If you want to change this situation, you must start with these managers. Pei Qian looked at the date and suddenly had an idea. Tomorrow is the 20th, which happens to be the day for the monthly dinner at the nameless restaurant. Pei Qian decided to use this dinner to catch some fish. Invite all department managers to be present and inspect their understanding of the Tenda spirit. If the culprit can be found out from among these responsible persons, Pei Qian doesn't mind making clear arrangements for him, whether transferring him to the Jingji Hotel or kicking him out to be in charge of a marginal business. In short, he must not be allowed to continue to harm Tenda's work style. If the culprit is hiding deep and can't be found, then we should find a way to reverse the current trend and guide everyone's interpretation of Tenda spirit back to the right path. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "Okay, let's stop here today and adjourn. By the way, Xiao Tang, please stay for a while." The other students left one after another, leaving Tang Yishu alone. "Senior, is there anything?" Tang Yishu asked. Pei Qian smiled, "Nothing special, I just want to give you a new task." Although Pei Qian plans to go fishing tomorrow and thoroughly investigate the internal ghosts among the department heads who misinterpreted Tenda spirit, he is also very self-aware and prepared in advance for not being able to find anything. After all, Tenda spirit has been misinterpreted for so long, and Pei Qian has only noticed it now, which shows that this internal ghost seems to be very good at hiding himself. In this case, if Pei Qian investigates in a big way, it will definitely alarm the snake and arouse vigilance, which may not necessarily have a good effect. In this case, Xiao Tang's identity as a shit shoveler can play a good disguise role. Pei Qian continued, "I want you to investigate the Tenda spirit in the company. I found that many employees always like to talk about the Tenda spirit, but everyone interprets the Tenda spirit differently. I hope you can check where everyone's interpretation of Tenda spirit comes from, apart from the part you understand yourself. What influences are there? If someone has an objective effect of accelerating the spread of Tenda spirit, where is this spread node? In short, just pay attention to all the information related to Tenda spirit in secret, especially pay attention to the source." Tang Yishu blinked, her face full of confusion. "Senior, source, isn't the source here with you?" Pei Qian. "Ahem, I mean, besides me, is there a second or third source?" Tang Yishu nodded, "Ah, okay senior, I'll take note. However, I'm stupid and may not be able to find it." Pei Qian waved his hand, "It doesn't matter, this is a long-term task, you just need to pay a little attention and investigate slowly. No matter what you find, tell me as soon as possible." Tang Yishu, okay. November 20th, Sunday. Nameless restaurant. The heads of various departments of Tenda Group arrived one after another, hugging and greeting each other warmly, and the scene was full of joy. "Long time no see. Is the recent project going well?" "It's okay, it's all thanks to Mr. Pei's good leadership." "Hey, I was just about to tell you, I have a small matter here and need your cooperation." "Sure, I will cooperate. Just let me know if you need anything." The department heads walked into the Wuming restaurant, chatting and laughing, and sat down. Such a dinner for all department heads has not been held for some time. Although the Wuming restaurant is reserved once on the 20th of every month, President Pei also has to use it for various receptions, such as receiving bosses of other companies, inviting departments that have made outstanding contributions to dinner as a reward, etc., so there are relatively few opportunities to use it for dinner for department heads. Although the heads of various departments are in contact with each other on weekdays, they are all busy with work, and there are not many opportunities to get together for dinner like this. There is no KPI competition between departments, nor is there much work pressure. Most of the heads know each other and are good friends, so the atmosphere on the scene is very harmonious. There are also some heads who did not come, such as Cho Hong. He is currently busy preparing the incubation base of the desperate plan in the imperial capital. Some new department heads have less contact with other heads, such as Liang Qingfan, and they also took this opportunity to get to know each other with other department heads. Soon, President Pei also arrived, and everyone sat down and chatted while eating. While eating, Pei Qian looked at the more than 20 department heads in front of him, and felt inexplicably melancholy. How could Tenda develop so many departments out of nowhere? Moreover, these are all the top departments within Tenda Group, and the companies invested in are not included. There are already so many people. Originally, I just wanted to lose money, but I never expected that I would open new departments just to lose money. The more departments I opened, the further I would get from the goal of losing money. It's really depressing. After eating for a while, Pei Qian felt that the time was almost right. So, he knocked on the table lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. When the responsible people saw that President Pei was about to speak, they immediately stopped the discussion, looked over with serious expressions. Everyone's face was full of expectations. Chapter 752 Tenda does not need spiritual construction. As the scale of Tenda Group continues to expand, President Pei's whereabouts become more and more unpredictable, and the opportunities to meet President Pei become fewer and fewer. Except for President Pei's visit to the company every Monday, he can only communicate with President Pei face-to-face when the project is about to be completed. This is actually a painful thing for the heads of various departments. President Pei is a business genius. Being able to communicate with President Pei more and listen to his words more will be of great help to the development of the department and the improvement of personal abilities. Therefore, every speech of President Pei must be taken seriously, and the deep meaning behind it must be carefully understood. Pei Qian looked around at the responsible persons and smiled, who can accurately and summarize what the Tenda spirit is specifically. The best one can win a week of paid vacation for the entire department. The entire department has a week of paid vacation. Isn't this a generous reward? Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the employees in your department, right? Pei Qian's plan is quite simple and crude. Since the Tenda spirit has been misinterpreted, it is mostly a top-down behavior. The persons in charge of these departments bear the greatest responsibility, and the culprit is most likely hidden among these persons in charge. After all, the heads of various departments of Tenda are all old and imaginative. There is definitely a desire to remove all of them, but if you remove one by one, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net. Now that they are all gathered together, the person who interprets the Tenda spirit most in detail, fully and most deviated must be the culprit. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that since he had asked in person, the culprit would definitely not miss this opportunity to take credit. If he used the tempting condition of a week's paid vacation for the whole department to add fuel to the flames, he would definitely be able to find more than one traitor. Now that the hook has been thrown out, who will take it? Pei Qian smiled. The heads of departments looked at each other and no one spoke. A few people subconsciously looked at Hao Yun, but Hao Yun also shook his head slightly, so everyone remained silent. These heads considered different things, but there were three main reasons. First, most department heads felt that they were not worthy. Because many people knew that the Tenda spirit was actually summarized by Wu Bin, and the others were just taking advantage of it. It's not appropriate to jump out and take the credit for Wu Bin at this time. We are all well-known people, and we all have our bottom line. If we jump out now, we will lose face in the human resources department in the future. That's why many department heads looked at Hao Yun, because only the Human Resources Department was finally qualified to stand up and accept this award. But Haoyan also felt a little embarrassed, because the credit belonged to Wu Bin. How could she claim it? And if it was emphasized that it was Wu Bin's credit, it actually didn't conform to Wu Bin's original intention. Because Wu Bin repeatedly emphasized that his interpretation of Tengda's spirit was one-sided and incomplete, and Tengda's spirit mainly relied on enlightenment, he didn't want to take the credit, otherwise he wouldn't have been so low-key and silent until now. Haoyan knew that Wu Bin didn't want to stand out, and she and other department heads were even less likely to take Wu Bin's credit, so everyone was silent. Secondly, a week of paid vacation is actually not that tempting. Each department has a development plan, whether it is a week of paid vacation for the whole department or a week of paid vacation for the department head himself, it may affect the work plan. Moreover, Tengda doesn't work overtime, and the time at night and on weekends is long enough to rest, and a week of paid vacation is not reassuring, so it's better not to have it. In the end, no one dared to show off their skills in front of Mr. Pei, not to mention that the Tengda spirit is constantly changing. Wu Bin had analyzed long ago that the reason why Mr. Pei did not summarize the Tengda spirit himself, but used the Tengda spirit test to let all employees feel it for themselves, was to avoid restricting everyone's thinking with rules and regulations. In this case, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to show off my shallow understanding in front of President Pei? No one wants to embarrass this person in front of other responsible persons. So, after President Pei finished asking, none of the heads of departments said anything. They all stared at each other, and finally looked back at President Pei. Pei Qian was shocked. What's going on? None of these fish took the bait? Are you all so vigilant? Or have you mastered the technology of brainwave communication? Pei Qian frowned and said, "Why are you all silent?" Huang Sibo coughed twice. "Boss Pei, our understanding of Tengda spirit is too superficial and one-sided. I don't want to embarrass myself." Lin Wan also nodded. "Yes, this question is too complicated, it's a bit hard to talk about." Ma Yichun had an unfathomable expression. "It can only be understood, not expressed in words. If you can't be detailed, you will be wrong." Xiao Peng, our understanding of Tengda spirit is less than 1/10,000th of the real Tengda spirit. No. Only Ma Yang raised his long face buried deep in the plate and looked at everyone blankly, not knowing what they were talking about. He wanted to, but he had nothing in his stomach and didn't know where to start. Pei Qian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "I asked you to summarize Tengda spirit, not to discuss Zen. If you can't be detailed, you will be wrong," has come out. These people gave Pei Qian the feeling of a group of old monks, so confused that it was impossible to ask further questions. Pei Qian was a little helpless. It doesn't matter, whether it's right or wrong, everyone can speak freely. The responsible persons looked at each other and remained indifferent. Especially the old employees such as Huang Sibo and Lin Wan, who had a firm expression on their faces. Several newer responsible persons wanted to speak, but when they saw the expressions of Huang Sibo, Lin Wan, and others, they immediately realized what was going on and shut their mouths honestly. This looks like a test from President Pei. Those who are speaking now are those who do not have a deep understanding of President Pei's intentions and do not understand the Tengda spirit well. The core of the Tengda spirit is to understand it yourself and not to talk nonsense. Then talking about your understanding of the Tengda spirit in front of President Pei, isn't it just against the Tengda spirit? Therefore, keeping silent is the correct answer. If Pei Qian asked individually, he might be able to ask something. After all, everyone has different ideas. But now all the responsible persons were present, and silence was contagious. After observing the reactions of other employees, especially those of old employees like Lin Wan and Huang Sibo, they all realized that silence was the correct way to answer the question, so they all responded with silence. Pei Qian looked confused, with question marks floating over his head. What was going on? Can't even dig out a word from these responsible persons? Pei Qian originally wanted to name a few people and ask them to come up with an answer, but then he thought again, this is useless. These responsible persons can definitely come up with something, but this is of no help in finding out the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, seeing that these responsible persons are so resistant, forcing them will have a greater counter effect. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and sighed softly. Okay, then we have to implement Plan B. Pei Qian actually anticipated this possibility, so he made 2 preparations in advance. Tang Yishu will investigate secretly, and the possibility of finding out the mastermind behind the scenes still exists. In addition, Pei Qian also plans to directly reverse this situation of overinterpreting Tenda spirit from a higher dimension. Thinking of this, Pei Qian coughed twice, since no one wants to, forget it. However, I want to emphasize one thing to everyone, please be sure to implement the school seriously and without compromise. No matter whether the various departments directly or indirectly promote the Tenda spirit, and no matter what the specific content of the Tenda spirit you promote is, I hope everyone can stop this behavior immediately. In other words, there is no need for Tenda Group to carry out any spiritual construction, understand? Especially you, the heads of each department, must be responsible for the work of your department. No matter what other departments do, you must remember my words. You all remember it? The heads looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. What does Mr. Pei mean by this? Why do you specifically emphasize that Tenda Group should not carry out any spiritual construction? Doesn't that mean that the good Tenda spirit can't be continued? Other companies attach great importance to the construction of corporate culture. Although they are all some false and empty slogans, they still let employees memorize them. On the other hand, Tenda has such a good Tenda spirit, but Mr. Pei doesn't let everyone learn and spread it. All the heads were confused, and even felt that Mr. Pei's behavior was somewhat contradictory. Does Mr. Pei attach importance to the Tenda spirit? If not, why set up the Tenda spirit compatibility test in recruitment? If it is important, why is it strictly forbidden to promote and spread it? Pei Qian saw the expressions of the people and immediately knew that they seemed to be imagining something extraordinary again, so he hurriedly said, "You don't need to understand, nor do you need to know why, just resolutely execute it." The responsible people nodded and said in unison, "Yes, President Pei." November 21st, Monday. Pei Qian came to the office as usual to see if there was any work that needed to be handled by him. Not long after sitting down, someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw Lin Wan pushing the door open. "What's up?" Pei Qian was a little surprised, because he went to Shangyang Games more often. Shangyang Games is currently responsible for 2 tasks. Yi Zhizhou and his team are responsible for the operation of GOG International Server, while Wang Xiaobin is developing the DLC of Tenda's old games. Logically, there is nothing special to ask for instructions on these 2 tasks. Lin Wan said, "Mr. Pei, there is a new move on IOI, so I came to report." Pei Qian, "Oh? Okay, then." Chapter 753, IOI National Service Takeover, Update. Pei Qian is still quite concerned about the situation of IOI. As the main competitor of GOG worldwide, IOI's actions directly determine whether Pei Qian can continue to spend more money on GOG, which is very important. Since Eric left, the person in charge of Diak Group and Finger Company in IOI National Service has become a takeover man named Christian, so the policy of promoting IOI will most likely change. Pei Qian is looking forward to Christian bringing some new changes to IOI National Service and creating some challenges for GOG in the domestic market, although this possibility is not high. Lin Wan handed over a report, "Boss Pei, the current known measures taken by Christian against the IOI National Server are mainly these." Compared with Eric, he focuses his work on changing the game content, which can be seen from the test server update plan. The game map is relatively smaller, the counter-killed soldiers will also provide 70% experience and a small amount of economy to the opponent. The heads are worthless after multiple deaths, and there are extra bounties for killing heads, which enriches some map resources. In addition, he seems to be planning to change the IOI National Service into a low-price zone, and the price of heroes and skins will be reduced to 1/2 to 1/3 of the international service price, depending on the situation. This is a feasible method that many game platforms have initially verified. In addition, there is news that Jito Company seems to be in contact with some major domestic game companies, hoping that these companies will promote the localization of the game. However, the specific cooperation with which company has not yet been finalized. I will continue to pay attention. Pei Qian flipped through the report handed over by Lin Wan, with a normal expression. In theory, he should be very happy. After all, these measures seem to be going in the right direction. Before, Shangyang Games and Eric had used different methods to promote IOI National Service, but they did not succeed. The root cause was still the game itself. GOG is Tenda's own game. During the promotion process, it can be modified in time according to player feedback, and even play the operation of soliciting hero ideas from players. However, the authority to make changes to IOI lies with Finger Company, whose main target is the European and American markets. In the early stages, it was not directly impacted by GOG, so they think IOI is perfect and are unwilling to accept the modification suggestions submitted by Shangyang Games. Therefore, GOG is constantly evolving, while IOI has been stagnant. The gap between the two in terms of gameplay is getting bigger and bigger. IOI's players are snatched away by GOG, while GOG's players will not even look at IOI. Over time, the power comparison between the two sides is no longer at the same level. The person in charge this time, Creatine, is a senior executive of Fingerprint, who has a high say in changing the game, and is also a person who truly understands the design concept of MOBA games. Moreover, GOG has now entered the overseas market and is rapidly eroding IOI's market share. Even if Fingerprint is slow and arrogant, it should have some reaction. What Creatine did is actually to narrow the gap between IOI and GOG from the bottom up. Changing the game mechanism to make IOI more in line with the gaming habits of ordinary players to attract more players, changing IOI's national service to a low-price zone so that IOI does not have too much price disadvantage compared to GOG, cooperating with domestic large manufacturers, using the resources of these large manufacturers to promote games, and at the same time launching more and more appropriate local publicity strategies. It is hard to say whether these changes are right or wrong. After all, changes to the gameplay have to please some people and inevitably offend others at the same time. It is impossible to be perfect. Every change carries a huge risk. Sometimes, the starting point of some changes is good, but the final result is completely unexpected. But in any case, these changes at least prove that Creatine and Finger Company have gradually realized the root cause of the failure of IOI's national service and started to save it. Of course, Creatine was relatively restrained when doing these things, and did not go too far at once. The game difficulty has been reduced to a limited extent, and the counter-killing has not been directly cancelled, but the income from counter-killing has been reduced. The prices of heroes and skins have not been reduced to cabbage prices all of a sudden. Even if the national service is divided into a low-price area, the price is not as low as GOG, which fully takes into account the feelings of players in other regions. If the effect is good, the price can continue to be reduced. Moreover, these changes are first tested on the test server to test the players' reactions. If the feedback is good, they will be used in the official server. After all, IOI is already a mature game, and any changes are a risk, and must be cautious. If the pressure from GOG is not too great, Finger Company will definitely not make such a risky move. In short, being able to recognize the gap between IOI and GOG in terms of game base and price, and being determined to make changes, should be good news for IOI's domestic service, which is much more effective than the previous hard burning of money. But Pei Qian is not very optimistic. Because GOG's domestic market share has completely crushed IOI, even if IOI makes changes, will it have an immediate effect? Pei Qian not only has no confidence in IOI, but also has no confidence in his own luck. Lin Wan asked, Boss Pei, should we take some countermeasures? Nip the hidden dangers in the bud? Pei Qian hurriedly raised his hand to stop. No need. Don't make trouble. They finally want to make trouble. We just put it out. Is this reasonable? Hurry up and give them some space to recuperate. It's better to raise a tiger to harm. When IOI recovers and develops, everyone will happily burn money together. Lin Wan nodded. Okay, Boss Pei, then we will carry out GOG's overseas promotion work according to the original plan. I will continue to pay attention to the development of IOI. At the same time, the Human Resources Department. Is there no need for Tenda Group to carry out any spiritual construction? Don't worry about what other departments do, just strictly follow Boss Pei's instructions in your own department? This. After listening to Hao Yan's introduction of yesterday's dinner, Wu Bin fell into deep thought. Yesterday, the heads of various departments had a dinner, and Wu Bin was not the head of the department, so he didn't go. But after all, President Pei mentioned the Tenda spirit during the dinner, and the heads of various departments could not figure out President Pei's true thoughts, so Hao Yan specifically told Wu Bin about this matter after work today and asked him to help analyze it. Although President Pei said, you don't need to understand, you don't need to know why, just resolutely implement it. How could these responsible people not be curious? What President Pei wants to do is definitely meaningful. These department heads are good at interpreting President Pei's intentions. How could they willingly give up interpretation and become a tool? Therefore, everyone still conducted an in-depth analysis and interpretation of President Pei's words, and even analyzed and interpreted the deep meaning behind the fact that President Pei thinks that everyone does not need to understand. As a result, no interpretation was made. The responsible people were all very uncomfortable. Behind President Pei's seemingly ordinary request, there is a high probability that a new grand strategy is hidden. This grand strategy may affect the future development of all departments, but everyone knows nothing about it. How can this be possible? The strong desire for knowledge troubled the responsible people, and so did Hao Yan. Therefore, Hao Yan secretly shared this matter with Wu Bin. After all, this is not confidential information. President Pei has never asked for confidentiality, and Wu Bin is a core employee of the Human Resources Department with certain qualifications and outstanding contributions. It is reasonable for him to know this information. Wu Bin frowned and fell silent. These days, President Pei seems to have focused on Tenda spirit. First, he changed the test questions of Tenda spirit and added the explanation of the answers. Then, he asked all department heads to talk about their understanding of Tenda spirit at the department heads' dinner. Finally, he said that Tenda does not need spiritual construction and departments should not influence each other. There must be something behind this. Wu Bin's brain worked quickly, and he analyzed the intention of President Pei's move through his deep understanding of Tenda spirit. Let's start with the most unreasonable point. President Pei said that Tenda does not need spiritual construction. How can it not need spiritual construction? Other companies dare to let employees recite a few slogans, but Tenda obviously has such a good corporate spirit, but it does not promote it. Is this reasonable? By promoting the Tenda spirit, we can improve employee work efficiency, promote company development, and earn more income while contributing to society. There is no reason for President Pei to refuse such a good thing. Shaping corporate culture and promoting corporate spirit is not wrong in itself. President Pei opposes, which must mean that there is a problem in the process and that the execution level is not the best. Combined with President Pei's previous behavior of modifying the Tenda spirit fit test, I boldly speculate that it should be that our current interpretation of the Tenda spirit has a certain deviation, which makes President Pei dissatisfied. Hao Yun was stunned. Why do you think so? Wu Bin explained, we all know that the questions of the Tenda Spirit Fit test are randomly changed. If we meet President Pei's requirements, there is actually no need to modify them deliberately. But President Pei still took time out of his busy schedule to modify it and added a subjective explanation part for each question. This shows that President Pei is dissatisfied with the high pass rate of the Tenda Spirit compatibility test. He believes that although some employees chose the right answer, they did not really understand the Tenda Spirit, but took shortcuts. Therefore, President Pei added the subjective part to find out the problem. Hao Yun's expression became serious and nodded. Indeed, this is a problem. At present, the elimination rate of the Tenda Spirit compatibility test is too low. The heads of various departments are reluctant to let the employees they have worked hard to recruit be eliminated, so they will more or less hint to make it easier for them to pass this test. But in this way, many people pass the test not by their own understanding of the Tenda Spirit, but by the cramming indoctrination of the department heads. President Pei obviously realized this, so he asked new employees to explain why they chose this option when taking the test. In this way, it seems to make sense. Hao Yun hurriedly said, then how to explain what President Pei said at the dinner. Chapter 754 Incubation Space officially opened, update. Wu Bin said, President Pei does not want the Tenda Spirit to become a rigid and dogmatic spirit. This is what President Pei has emphasized from the beginning. Chui Gong and I summarized the Tenda Spirit manual to better interpret President Pei's thoughts, not to make it a standard answer. We do not want its existence to restrict everyone's thinking. But now, there is still such a rigid and dogmatic trend. In order to achieve a high pass rate of the Tenda Spirit test, many departments have replaced the free-thinking Tenda Spirit with the unified standard Tenda Spirit through this kind of suggestion and indoctrination. This actually makes President Pei's efforts to prepare the Tenda Spirit Fit test in vain. So, when President Pei said that Tenda has no need to carry out any spiritual construction, he actually meant that Tenda should not have any direct and cramming spiritual indoctrination like other companies, emphasizing a process rather than a result. President Pei hopes that all new employees can freely understand the Tenda Spirit in the company's atmosphere and establish diverse ideas, rather than using one interpretation method to lock everyone's understanding. Why does President Pei ask each department not to interfere with each other and only focus on their own department? On the one hand, it is to encourage diverse thoughts and prevent the Tenda Spirit from becoming dogmatic and becoming the only explanation. On the other hand, it is also to encourage each department to interpret the Tenda Spirit of its department according to the situation and characteristics of the department. Different departments have different focuses. The game department, film department, technology department, physical industry. Each department must use the Tenda Spirit to guide its work, but the Tenda Spirit required by each department is also different. Therefore, President Pei should hope that each department can understand the Tenda Spirit according to the situation and actual needs of the department. As for why the heads of each department do not need to understand, there is no need to understand, just execute it. I think it is because in the process of execution, it is only a matter of time for everyone to understand this. President Pei tells everyone with his own actions that the Tenda Spirit is not instilled, but realized by oneself. Only in this way can the things realized be deep enough and firm enough. Hao Yun suddenly realized, I see. Pei felt that the Tenda Spirit advocated had some rigid and utilitarian tendencies, so he decided to rectify his thoughts. It is not that we do not want spiritual construction, but that we should let spiritual construction be carried out in a healthier and more subtle way. Then, what should we do specifically? Wu Bin said without hesitation, of course we must resolutely implement President Pei's requirements. Specifically, I think there are several points. First, the Tenda Spirit manual and the specific interpretation of the Tenda Spirit should not be disseminated anymore. Especially for those who find it difficult to pass the Tenda spirit test, don't give them any more hints, just let them be eliminated. If someone still can't comprehend the Tenda spirit in this kind of work environment, it means that this person's comprehension is not good and his thinking is rigid, and he should indeed be eliminated. The Tenda spirit manual should no longer be given to anyone who does not have a deep understanding of the Tenda spirit, because this may stop him from exploring and thinking about the Tenda spirit. Only those who have a particularly deep and completely self-consistent understanding of the Tenda spirit can obtain the Tenda spirit manual. While not affecting their original understanding, they can also see new angles and new thinking. In this way, the pass rate of the Tenda spirit fit test will definitely decrease, but this should also be what President Pei wants to see. Secondly, departments should not have too much communication on the Tenda spirit, but should combine the actual situation of the department and dig deep into the Tenda spirit that meets the needs of the department. Each person in charge should develop the Tenda spirit belonging to his department on the basis of the original Tenda spirit, and try not to interfere with each other. Finally, we must be extremely cautious in developing Tenda's spiritual culture. We must use guidance rather than indoctrination to create a subtle atmosphere so that the Tenda spirit is no longer superficial, but is deeply embedded in the details of the work and in everyone's heart, rather than just on everyone's lips. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As expected, he is the person who has the deepest understanding of Tenda spirit. This analysis is well-reasoned and convincing. Okay, I'll share this with other responsible persons and strictly implement Mr. Pei's requirements. Yuan suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, Wu Bin, I gave up the 7-day paid vacation on my own initiative. Don't mind it. Wu Bin hurriedly said, giving up is absolutely the right choice. The other responsible persons have a high level of ideological awareness and know that the Tenda spirit can only be understood but not expressed in words. Once it is said, it will change its taste and limit other people's thinking. This 7-day paid vacation is probably the bait thrown by Mr. Pei, waiting for the fish to take the bait. To be honest, I don't think Mr. Pei will necessarily be happy with my current behavior. Although I have been emphasizing that my interpretation may not be correct and I am trying to cooperate with Mr. Pei, it has more or less played a certain negative role objectively. So, I did this not to seek credit but simply to promote the Tenda spirit better. Giving me this credit is like roasting me on the fire. In the future, when you encounter problems with the Tenda spirit, don't mention my name. This is the best interpretation of the Tenda spirit. Wu Bin's face was shining with a kind of selfless dedication. Yuan nodded with great emotion, well, I understand. November 22nd, Tuesday. A high-end office building in the capital. Wu Zhiqing tidied up his appearance at the door and then walked in. Today he deliberately wore a relatively expensive set of clothes and washed his hair before going out, just to avoid the appearance of being too rustic and lowering the style of the entire office building. As a result, when he arrived at the place, he found that he was still a long way from the temperament of this office building after washing his hair. 2 weeks ago, Qiu Hong went to Wu Zhiqing's residence to take a look and decided to include Wu Zhiqing in the investment target of the desperate plan. In addition, seeing Wu Zhiqing's miserable working environment, Qiu Hong also proposed to provide him with office space and some necessary help. After nearly 2 weeks of preparation, Qiu Hong called Wu Zhiqing yesterday and said that the incubation base was ready. He also sent him the address and asked him to come to the incubation base tomorrow to take a look. Wu Zhiqing looked at the address and found it was only 4 subway stops away from where he lived, so it was quite convenient, so he came. Wu Zhiqing was also unsure about this incubation base. It is good to have a proper office, but you still have to go to get off work every day, which is far less comfortable than being at home. Although his home is messy, it is comfortable to stay at home. There is no place better than your own doghouse. Wu Zhiqing is an independent game producer and a kind of freelancer. Going to work means spending a certain amount of time on commuting every day. Not to mention fatigue and congestion, the time spent every day is not a small amount. Therefore, if there is no particularly attractive reason, Wu Zhiqing will definitely prefer to make games at home. The first floor is a magnificent hall, which requires a work card to enter. After Wu Zhiqing went up to the office staff to explain his purpose, the staff asked him to register his information and then enter. Remember to ask your company to issue you a work card. The lady of the staff reminded him kindly. Wu Zhiqing took the elevator to the 23rd floor and was surprised as soon as he got out of the elevator. This office space is so spacious. The space opposite the elevator is a leisure area, where there are many single sofas, coffee tables, large TVs and game consoles, and a bar. The lady at the bar was also responsible for reception. When she saw Wu Zhiqing, she took the initiative to smile and greet him. "Hello, is this Wu Zhiqing?" Because this incubation space was officially opened today, it only recruited independent game designers who participated in the Poor Road Plan and did not have an office for the time being, so the number of people was not large. After looking at everyone's information, the receptionist quickly recognized Wu Zhiqing. Wu Zhiqing stepped forward a little embarrassedly. "Yes, I am Wu Zhiqing, who should I look for now?" The receptionist knew what he was going to ask, and smiled. "Wait a minute, someone from the administrative department will come to guide you soon. Please find a place to sit down and have a cup of coffee." She saw that Wu Zhiqing subconsciously showed a more hesitant expression on his face, and hurriedly added, "It's free. If you don't want to drink coffee, there are also tea or other drinks." Wu Zhiqing hurriedly said, "Oh, then give me a cup of milk tea." The receptionist nodded. "Okay, please wait." Wu Zhiqing found a single sofa and sat down. For a moment, he had the illusion that he had come to a high-end coffee shop, which was a bit uncomfortable. He looked up and looked around the entire office space. There were actually 2 rest areas like the one at the door, and another rest area was at the deepest part. It seems that the lounge area at the entrance also serves as a reception area for guests, while the lounge area inside is more private. These 2 lounge areas share a bar counter with ample coffee and beverages. The space other than that is all workspaces, with large desks sparsely arranged, which makes Wu Zhiqing subconsciously feel that this is a huge waste of office space. There is no meeting room, probably because it is not needed. Because most of the incubators are independent game producers, it is rare for most people to hold a meeting together. If 2 or 3 people hold a small meeting, they can drink coffee and chat in the lounge area. There is no point in setting up a separate meeting room. The entire office space gives people a very free and open feeling, which is completely incomparable to the cramped and oppressive working environment of other companies. Wu Zhiqing looked left and right, and felt a little incredible. This is much better than the best situation he imagined. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 755. Is this heaven? Not long after Wu Zhiqing got the milk tea, a handsome young man with curly hair found him. "Hello, my name is Shi Hao. I am the head of the administrative department here, and I will also help designers with development planning, budgeting, progress reminders, etc. In short, you can think of me as your housekeeper at work, and you can find me for anything. I will take you to your workstation first and familiarize yourself with the situation of the entire incubation base." Wu Zhiqing hurriedly stood up and shook hands with Shi Hao. "Okay, nice to meet you, please take care of me in the future." Shi Hao smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't be too restrained, we will all be family in the future. I and other employees in the administrative department have not been working for long, and we are all newcomers. Besides, the administrative department of the incubation base is not a manager, but a service provider. You are responsible for creativity, we are responsible for service, and your work is much more important than ours." The two chatted while walking towards the office area. In order to enable the entire incubation base to operate normally, Qiu Hong has another very important thing to do during this period. in addition to finding an office space, which is recruitment. If you just send your resume and go through social recruitment, the efficiency will be too low, so Qiu used some of his connections in the game circle in the capital to select a group of people through internal referrals. Qiu has more than 4 years of game development experience and has served as the executive planner of a small company. His abilities in all aspects are not top-notch, but he is definitely more than enough to meet the general project. Moreover, although Qiu lacks spirituality in game design, he has a very outstanding advantage that he is serious and careful in his work and is very responsible for his work. Therefore, after considering it, Qiu felt that Qiu was a good candidate and decided to let him be responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the entire incubation base. The administrative department of the incubation base is not just for administration, but more like a hodgepodge. There are special financial, legal, and art demand groups here, and there are also special people responsible for development progress planning and supervision. In short, all the supporting departments that Qiu thought independent game producers lacked before were equipped. Although the administrative department of the entire incubation base is not large, with only more than a dozen people, it is small but complete, with dedicated people and full-time professionals with certain experience in related fields. Qiu took Wu Zhiqing to a window workstation in the office area. This will be your workstation from now on. The work badge is still being made and should arrive soon. This is the work card. When you come to work on the first floor, you can just swipe the card and enter without registering again. Our administrative department is over there by the window. If you encounter any problems at work in the future, you can contact us at any time. In the morning, you should import all the data and resources on your computer into the office computer here. By the way, according to this paper, open the internal communication account and project management permissions. In the afternoon, we will have a small meeting to briefly talk about the game you are working on. This will help us estimate the construction period, formulate development plans, and find suitable painters. Qiu quickly introduced all the precautions in the incubation space. It is similar to officially joining a company, but the work content and work process are different. After Qiu left, Wu Zhiqing turned on the office computer in front of him. This batch of office computers was still provided by ROF installation. They were directly delivered from Jingzhou to the capital in batches, but they did not use ROF's customized chassis, and there was no ROF logo on the chassis. And Wu Zhiqing had never used ROF installation, so he didn't think too much, just thought it was a high-end assembly machine purchased by the incubation base itself. After turning on the computer, Wu Zhiqing copied the relevant data of water, ink and clouds to this office computer, logged into the official development background, and then opened the internal communication account and project management permissions as Qiu had instructed. Wu Zhiqing had never worked in a game company before, and he didn't know that these were standard procedures of game companies, and he felt very fresh. Hey, this computer has such a high configuration. Wu Zhiqing was a little surprised. The computer he used before was also well configured. He bought it by selling everything he had, but after all, his budget was limited, so he paid more attention to cost performance. And this computer is a perfect example of pursuing the ultimate high configuration. After taking a look at the configuration, Wu Zhiqing was drooling with envy. Including ergonomic office desks and chairs, as well as a bar with unlimited drinks and milk tea, and other related supporting facilities, all made him very satisfied. The working environment is simply incomparable. In this relaxed working atmosphere, Wu Zhiqing began to sort out the various contents of water, ink, clouds and smoke, including the expected number of levels, boss battle design, painting style, etc., so as to avoid being ignorant of anything during the afternoon meeting and making a fool of himself in front of everyone. The lunch meals were all provided by the nearby Moyu Takeaway. At present, Moyu Takeaway has gone beyond Handong province and opened some stores in first-tier cities such as the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital. One of the important reasons why Qingshan chose this place as the incubation base is that there is a Moyu takeaway store nearby, which can easily solve the problem of eating. Wu Zhiqing ate and drank milk tea while burping, thinking what a wonderful working environment this is. Before, he was a little hesitant about whether to come here to work. On the one hand, he felt that it was troublesome to take 4 subway stops every day, and on the other hand, he was worried that he would not be free. But now seeing this working environment, Wu Zhiqing had only one thought: is this heaven? In the afternoon, Shi Hao, Wu Zhiqing, and 3 other employees from the administrative department held a meeting together. Shi Hao briefly introduced the positions of these 3 people. One was responsible for resource statistics, progress planning, and development node reminders. One was responsible for the proposal and communication of art resource requirements, and one was responsible for financial reimbursement, data collection and printing, and various other tasks. This is the group system supporting framework that Qingshan prepared for the incubation base after careful consideration. There are 3 groups like this in the entire incubation base, and each group can be responsible for 4 to 6 independent game projects. In other words, the entire incubation base can incubate 12 to 18 independent game projects at the same time under the most efficient conditions, ensuring that these game projects receive the most complete support. The 3 people in the group have clear division of labor, and basically they are responsible for all the content of independent games except for gameplay design and specific production. As the person in charge, Shi Hao must understand all independent game projects and plan and supervise the work tasks of all groups. Wu Zhiqing was still a little nervous since he started making independent games. He has been staying at home, and he has rarely communicated with others, especially this kind of communication at work. Now facing 4 people holding paper and pen to record seriously, he still feels a little bit stage fright. However, Wu Zhiqing quickly adjusted his mentality and began to introduce the basic situation of water, ink, clouds, and smoke. Water, ink, clouds, and smoke is a horizontal action game. I currently plan a total of 10 levels. Each level has a unique boss and monsters. Wu Zhiqing still roughly described the content he introduced to Qingshan before. The 4 people on the opposite side nodded and recorded silently. Although they have mastered some basic information about water, ink, clouds, and smoke, it is still clearer to listen to the designer's personal account. Shi Hao did not interrupt Wu Zhiqing, but waited until he finished speaking all at once before raising his own questions. Is there a plan for the approximate duration of the game? Shi Hao asked. Wu Zhiqing was stunned for a moment. I haven't thought about this issue yet. Shi Hao nodded and explained. Although you said there will be 10 levels in the game, this is a relatively general concept. A level can be cleared in 10 minutes, and a level can be cleared in 2 hours. In order to ensure the game content and fully consider the game experience of players, we still plan the game time first, and then adjust the specific planning of the level through the game time. Generally speaking, for independent horizontal level passing games like this, the better game time for 1 week is 8 to 12 hours, which should not be too long or too short. My suggestion is that the standard game process time can be set at about 10 hours, and the level should generally follow the principle of going from easy to difficult, so the time for the later levels should be slightly longer. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 756, One-Stop Professional Planning Service. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. In order to relieve the fatigue of players, it is recommended to adopt the design of long and short levels. For example, the prologue is a short level to guide players to adapt to the gameplay, which can be completed in about 10 minutes. The first level is a long level, which requires complex puzzle content before defeating the boss, and it takes about 1 hour to play. The second level is also a short level, which can directly enter the boss battle, and then in the process of chasing the boss, there are several stages of puzzle elements mixed in, and the game time is about 30 minutes. The third level is also a long level, the time is extended to 1 hour and 15 minutes, and there will be more complex puzzle content. Through this design, the emotional process of players in different levels can be adjusted, and a relaxation effect can be achieved. Moreover, according to the long and short level time we have decided, we can decide which scene to use for a certain level, and combine elements such as boss battle gameplay, level background, and level duration, so that we can leave a deeper impression on players. Wu Zhiqing blinked. Yes, it makes sense. He actually didn't think so much before. He just planned 10 levels for the game with different background packaging for each level, with a mentality of making up the numbers. But after listening to Shihao's analysis, there are so many tricks in it. The length of the level can control the player's game mood and achieve a moderate effect. Then the player will not suddenly feel boring and tedious when playing, which can bring a better game experience. Moreover, the length of the game also determines the form of a certain level. Is it a boss battle after a long puzzle? Or a direct boss battle? Or a boss battle in multiple stages, and puzzle elements are added when switching stages? Different forms of levels bring completely different game experiences to players. After Shihao's analysis, Wu Zhiqing instantly felt that the previously very vague content became much clearer, and the places where there was no clue became traceable. Wu Zhiqing hurriedly recorded it in a notebook, fearing that he would forget it later. Shihao reminded, I am just making a suggestion, not saying that you must do it this way. If you think it makes sense, then you can plan it this way. If you have other ideas, we can discuss it again. In the final analysis, Water Ink Clouds is a game designed by you, and you have the final say. We are just making suggestions from other perspectives, and it is your freedom to adopt or not. Wu Zhiqing nodded, I understand. Wu Zhiqing was also very satisfied with Shihao's attitude. Obviously, Shihao has several years of experience in the game industry, so when looking at many problems, he can provide a more professional perspective than Wu Zhiqing. Wu Zhiqing would certainly be happy to accept these better suggestions. But Water Ink Clouds is a game designed by Wu Zhiqing after all, and he should have the final say, there is no doubt about it. Shihao has no intention of interfering with Wu Zhiqing's design, which reflects the most basic respect for the creator. Shihao looked at the content recorded in his notebook and said, do you have any expectations for the approximate amount of resources and development time of the game? Wu Zhiqing still shook his head, no. Shihao did not show any contempt, and still said in a normal attitude, then let's make a simple plan first, and some details can be improved later. According to the previously estimated 10 hours of game time and the long and short level plan, it will roughly require 9 levels of different sizes. In addition to the prologue and the final chapter, there will also be 7 levels in the middle. There are about 15 kinds of monsters in it, 8 of which can be used as basic monsters, and the remaining 7 can be used as special monsters that appear under special conditions or environments. The same kind of monster can also be reused and made into different colors or skills, but this reuse needs to be restrained and in line with the characteristics of the level, so that players cannot feel that they are fighting repeatedly. There are a total of 8 levels from the first level to the final chapter. We designed 8 different boss battles. The boss of the prologue can choose one of the bosses to reuse and make a weakened version of the boss to pass the plot. In this way, the map rules of each level the model can also be roughly estimated. According to these requirements, the art resource list is determined to determine the approximate workload. The editor is ready-made, and horizontal action games are also very common, so the production time can be relatively fast. The overall construction period is estimated to be about 6 months. Although you have initially completed part of the content, you still need to leave enough time for modification later, so we can temporarily set 2 deadlines. The first deadline is 2 months later. We will strive to complete the game content before the 3rd level. We can test the feedback of players through trial play. If the feedback is not good, we can modify it in time. The second deadline is 5 months later. We will try to complete the game, fix all the bugs, and polish all the details. In this way, the game can be officially released. Maps, characters, monsters, special effects, and other related art resources must also be completed within this deadline. If the development cost is estimated based on the current amount of resources, let's apply for a funding of 1.5 million first. The art of this game is very important. We need to contact more excellent painters and choose the most suitable style. If the money is not enough, we can apply again later. Do you think this is okay? Shihao looked at Wu Zhiqing and asked for his opinion. Wu Zhiqing nodded immediately, yes. For Shihao's remarks, Wu Zhiqing had only one feeling, that is, professionalism. When talking with Qiu Hong before, Wu Zhiqing didn't know the details of the development time of the entire project, how much money it would cost, etc. This can't be blamed on his poor business level. The key is that he is just a wild way and has never worked in a formal game company. How can he understand these? Under such circumstances, Qiu Hong still decided to invest money, which shows that he really appreciates the gameplay of water, ink, clouds and smoke. But now with Shihao's help, these more detailed problems were immediately solved. Wu Zhiqing is quite satisfied with the current plan, and even feels that this plan has changed his ideas about the game Water, Ink, Clouds and made it clearer. Moreover, this plan can be modified at any time, with a high degree of freedom, so there is no need to worry about your design being restricted. Shihao continued, well, we will hurry up and make the entire development plan, art resource table and demand table for you to see. If you have any questions, you can communicate and modify them at any time. As for you, just focus all your energy on game design, and come to us at any time if you encounter any problems. We will also collect some information or similar ready-made games on the internet according to the type of game, and provide them to you as reference materials, and continue to update them. When you feel you have no inspiration, you can go and take a look to inspire inspiration. Wu Zhiqing was very surprised. Okay. He couldn't help but sigh. This is really a nanny-style one-stop service. There are people to help formulate the game development plan, someone to help put forward the requirements for game art resources, and even someone to help collect game inspiration. Obviously, the task of this three-person team is to help independent game producers complete various time-consuming but essential tasks, and to serve 4 independent game producers at the same time. As long as the time is slightly staggered, the manpower of the entire team can be fully utilized. Soon, the meeting was over, and the originally uncertain contents had been preliminarily finalized. Shihao attended this meeting mainly to set a general direction with Wu Zhiqing, and the specific work afterwards was handed over to his subordinates. 2 or 3 days later, the development plan, preliminary level planning, art resource table, requirement documents, etc. of Water, Ink and Clouds will be uploaded one after another, and relevant work will be promoted by a dedicated person. As for Wu Zhiqing himself, he only needs to do a good job in design. On the one hand, it standardized and guided his original wild path, so that he could make games more efficiently within a certain framework, instead of continuing to bump around like a headless fly. On the other hand, it greatly reduced the burden. Wu Zhiqing no longer needed to do those inefficient but repetitive work that had to be done, and only needed to focus all his attention on the most creative game design work. Wu Zhiqing returned to his workstation, drank a sip of milk tea, and felt a lot more excited. What happened to him suddenly being full of motivation? He immediately began to redo the level planning of the entire game according to the details that had been finalized before. Chapter 757 Acting with AEIS Update November 23, Wednesday. Lu Jiao returned to the hotel where he was staying. In the past few days, apart from going to the set to shoot, he stayed in the hotel all the time, repeatedly reading the script given by director Zhu, and trying to figure out the inner thoughts of the character Qin. Because he was always stuck in the room, Lu Jiao felt inexplicably depressed. However, this kind of depressed state of mind was exactly what he wanted. Throughout the movie, Qingyi was also in the command cabin, unable to communicate with other people, let alone go out. For a soldier who has been fighting on the front line for a long time, this is obviously a very boring thing. Moreover, Qingyi was under tremendous mental pressure in the movie. His every move determined the lives of countless soldiers and even the survival of the entire human civilization. The mental pressure would only be greater. If Lu Jiao could not show this mental state well, his performance would be unqualified. Therefore, Lu Jiao had been playing games in the room these days, just to better understand Qingyi's mental state. But I always felt that something seemed to be missing. After completing today's shooting task, Lu Jiao returned to his room as usual and forced himself to sit in front of the computer, although he was almost sick of playing games, and he was very tired after a day of filming and wanted to rest. Lu Jiao knew very well that this state was the closest to Qingyi, and he had to remember this mentality. However, as soon as he sat down, he found that there seemed to be something more in the room. He lived in a suite, and his computer was placed on the desk in the living room. At this time, there was an automatic bar lifter on the ground next to the desk, the sound bar was connected to the computer, and the other two small surround speakers were placed behind him, on the cabinet opposite the desk. Obviously, this new smart bar lifter was put in by the staff during the day. Lu Jiao's eyes lit up. Isn't this the AEIS physical smart speaker he asked for before? Great, I can act with it. The most troubling thing for Lu Jiao before was that he was not acting a monologue, but a rivalry with AEIS. But when shooting, it was all green screen, and the rivalry was all done by imagination. How could he act like this? Even if he could find other people to act with him, there was still a big gap between the voice of people reading lines and AEIS. Now that we have an AEIS entity, we can just input all the lines and perform the scene over and over again. Lu Jiao looked at the fully automatic intelligent argument machine. From the outside, it was just a huge black box. The top had an automatic argument function, the lower part was the base part of the echo wall, and there was a glowing ring on the front to indicate that AEIS was speaking. There was a note on the fully automatic argument machine, which read, "Say to it AEIS, return to the original image, to start acting." Lu Jiao remembered very clearly that this was not Qingyi's first line. Before this line, AEIS had 2 or 3 conversations with Qingyi in the image of a woman. But this line was a turning point. From then on, AEIS became a cold electronic sound, and Lu Jiao's rivalry with it officially began. At present, all the lines of AEIS in all the scripts that Lu Jiao has received should have been entered into the system. After detecting Lu Jiao speaking, AEIS will automatically reply with the next line. Lu Jiao, AEIS, return to the original image. AEIS, Captain Qingyi, maybe you are very angry now, but mankind needs you to continue to fulfill your mission as a soldier. One person, one machine, you and I started a conversation. Don't say it, it's really interesting. Before, Lu Jiao performed to the air, and even when he acted with others, it was others who read the lines, and he didn't have that feeling. But now, with the electronic sound adjusted by AEIS, he quickly substituted into the role of Qingyi. After rehearsing a few times, Lu Jiao planned to drink some water and take a rest. During the process of rehearsing the lines, he changed several performance styles and recorded the whole process of his performance with a camera. Now it is just a good time to watch all the videos and make up for the omissions. However, after watching the videos several times, Lu Jiao still felt that there was something missing in his performance. This feeling is very strange, because Lu Jiao has been trying hard to express all kinds of emotions that Qingyi might have, including gratitude, anger, melancholy, determination, etc., but he still feels that something seems to be missing. What is missing? Or is it just an illusion? Lu Jiao turned the note over aimlessly and found a sentence on the back. You can say to AEIS enter the argument mode to relax your mind. Huh? What is the argument mode? Although it is not clear what the specific function is, the name argument mode feels very interesting. Lu Jiao immediately said, "AEIS, enter the argument mode." AEIS, well, there are always self-righteous humans who want to start this boring game. Do you think you are smart? Lu Jiao, ? 15 minutes later, Lu Jiao quietly lit a cigarette and began to think about life. What is it like to be speechless by an artificial intelligence? Originally, Lu Jiao thought that AEIS's so-called arguing mode was just a gimmick. Even if it could barely compete with humans at the beginning, it would soon be defeated and say, "Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean." Unexpectedly, AEIS was so aggressive that it made Lu Jiao doubt his life. At the beginning of the arguing mode, AEIS began to ask questions aggressively. Lu Jiao tried his best to deny it, but no matter how he denied it, he was cleverly forced into a corner by AEIS and unilaterally abused. Then, Lu Jiao, who could no longer bear it, started a quarrel with AEIS and launched crazy personal attacks on the machine. Unexpectedly, AEIS was completely unmoved and continued to attack Lu Jiao's IQ from multiple angles with a constant speaking speed and calm tone. In this confrontation, Lu Jiao was quickly defeated, became desperate, and began to think about many life and philosophical problems. Of course, these questions also include: how much does the bar lift machine cost? Do I need to pay compensation after smashing it? Will the news of smashing the bar lift machine become a scandal? Etc. Suddenly, Lu Jiao had a flash of inspiration in his mind. So that's it, I understand what's missing. In the previous performance, I didn't express my emotions for AEIS well enough. Lu Jiao suddenly woke up. All the previous performances were shot against a green screen, and the staff also checked AEIS's lines with him, so Lu Jiao put most of his energy into trying to figure out Qingyi's mentality. Qingyi's character has a very complicated experience, and he has experienced very complicated mental fluctuations in the plot. Lu Jiao needs to take care of all aspects of the content, so he accidentally missed Qingyi's emotions towards AEIS. In other words, although Lu Jiao had realized that this was a rivalry between him and AEIS, he did not understand it deeply enough. He was too obsessed with the inner exploration of the character Qingyi, but ignored the role of AEIS in the rivalry. Lu Jiao hurriedly took out the script again and read AEIS's lines again. Obviously, AEIS's subjective intention was the part that Lu Jiao had always ignored before. As an artificial intelligence, AEIS's emotionless electronic sound made Lu Jiao subconsciously regard it as a tool, but after arguing with AEIS, Lu Jiao suddenly realized that it was not a tool, it also had a purpose and tendency. The same is true in the movie. The AEIS in the movie actually influenced Qingyi's thinking at many key points, such as, when adding simulation elements, AEIS made Qingyi more clearly aware of the increase in difficulty in the simulation mode through specific data, such as morale will collapse when the loss rate in ancient times exceeds 5%. When Qingyi was frustrated by failure, AEIS reminded him in time that the accuracy of data analysis had reached more than 87%, which could be used as a reference, objectively playing an inductive role. When the couple died, AEIS's first reaction was to cover up the truth and explain it as unpredictable behaviors and phenomena that randomly appear in intelligent systems, used to simulate emergencies on the real battlefield. After Qingyi questioned this, AEIS admitted after a while that Qingyi was commanding a real battle. Similar places are everywhere. In fact, every line of AEIS in the movie will promote the plot. A large part of the lines directly affect Qingyi's mentality and cognition, and a few lines seem to hide more content. For example, Qingyi asked AEIS whether the couple were real people, and AEIS answered after a while. Since it is artificial intelligence, all responses are calculated by the program, so according to common sense, no matter what the question is, it should be answered immediately. This, after a period of time, can actually lead to many things, and Qini should also react to it. Even a subtle expression is more reasonable than being completely unaware. Obviously, Lu Jiao's previous performance was greatly lacking in this aspect. Although he knew very well that he was acting against AEIS, he did not really perform the essence of this kind of rivalry, so he felt that something was missing. Thinking of this, Lu Jiao couldn't help but knock on the table excitedly. Yes, it's missing this. Before, when I was performing, I was still too obsessed with digging into the inner part of my role, and I didn't really treat AEIS as an intelligent being. Now that I am speechless by AEIS, I realize this point, which is very important. Having found the crux of the problem, it will be easy to deal with it next. Lu Jiao cheered up again and said to AEIS, AEIS, return to the original image. AEIS, Captain Qini, maybe you are very angry now, but humans need you to continue to fulfill your mission as a soldier. One person, one machine, and another conversation began. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 758 Financial Video Conference. November 24, Thursday. At Dream Ventures, only Dixing and Pei Qian were in the conference room, but there were more than 10 small video windows on the large screen of the projector. Dixing said, Boss Pei, everyone is here, how about we start the meeting now? Pei Qian took a sip of tea. Well, let's start. Today, Pei Qian came to Dream Ventures at Dixing's strong request to go through the motions. So far, Dream Ventures has strictly followed the rules set by Pei Qian at the time and invested in about 10 companies, with the investment amount of each company ranging from 1 million to 2 million. This investment amount was determined by Dixing based on the scale of these companies and the approximate amount of funds required to start the entire business model. To put it simply, if the company is a startup and the business model does not require that much funds, Dixing will approve less money to invest. Because the investment is strictly based on first come first served and from front to back, the first batch of companies invested are basically startups. After all, these companies are the ones that need money the most and are the first to seek investment. If any of the companies above make money, then according to Mr. Pei's request, Dixing will immediately sell the shares of these companies and continue to look for the next company to invest in according to the order in the queue. If all the companies have not made money, then Mr. Pei will open champagne to celebrate. Although the money has been invested, Yuan Venture Capital has also arranged a special finance for each company to supervise the daily expenses of these companies and hold regular remote meetings to report on the financial situation. These finances are all old employees of Tenda, deeply baptized by the spirit of Tenda, and they will receive generous subsidies after being sent abroad. At the same time, the financial statements they make will be supervised by Tenda's financial department. It cannot be said that there is no possibility of being bribed, but this possibility is very low. In the first video window is a female finance in her 30s with short hair and myopic glasses. She is a backbone employee of Tenda and has the longest experience and the strongest business ability among all the finances sent abroad. Her name is Jing Haibing, and she is responsible for the financial work of the cold-faced girl. The reason why she was sent to the cold-faced girl was mainly because this project left a deep impression on Dixing, and it was a key project among the companies currently invested in. The report officially began. Jing Haibing looked down at the report in his hand, then looked up and said, Mr. Pei, Mr. He, everyone. Before reporting the financial situation of the cold-faced girl, Mr. He hopes that I will emphasize the common tricks in financial work again. I will take up a few minutes of your time. Not all the financial personnel sent out by Tenda are well informed. Because the financial personnel sent out must be their own people, who have been baptized by the spirit of Tenda and know everything about it, so they are basically old employees of Tenda. But many of them joined Tenda not long after graduation and have never seen so many tricks. After all, Tenda strictly enforces laws and regulations 100%, from procurement, reimbursement to taxation. It is completely clean and transparent, and these people will not have the opportunity to see all kinds of tricks. But when you go to a company outside, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of tricks, and some financial personnel who have never seen the world may be tricked. So Hidesheng also wants to use this meeting to let Jing Haibing emphasize the problems that may be encountered in the work to other financial personnel, and take precautions in advance, so as to avoid being unable to discover some tricks in time when they really encounter them. Pei Qian also wanted to listen. After all, financial statements are just piles of numbers, which sound too boring, while these tricks sound more interesting. Jing Haibing sorted out his thoughts and began to explain. The money we invest is all deposited into the company's public account. No one is stupid enough to transfer the money directly to a personal account. The so-called trick is nothing more than these company managers using some means to burn the money in real business, and then pocket part of it through some covert means. So, there are several common parts that must be carefully reviewed and checked. For example, when a company purchases office supplies, something with a market price of 1 yuan must be purchased from a place that sells for 2 or 3 yuan, or in other words, the unit price of the supplies is fine, but the unit price of bulk purchases has not been significantly reduced. There must be a problem behind this. Also, in terms of promotional materials, posters, banners, display boards, flyers, etc., 5,000 copies are ordered on the surface. There are only 4,000 flyers, or these materials are mixed with real and fake ones, and there is also a considerable profit margin here. In addition, does the company have any cases of being affiliated with others to eat empty salaries, or colluding with headhunters to privately rebate and make yin-yang contracts? Are there any tricks in the advertising channels found during the advertising process? How many app registrations are truly promoted, and how many are brushed by people using programs? Are there any fake orders, fake shipments, or false marketing for various physical objects, rebates, and coupons given in marketing activities? If it is an audit or supervision, it is very difficult to find out these problems, but now we are directly responsible for the finances of these companies, so these problems can be avoided. For example, when purchasing office supplies, we purchase them from Tenda's own trusted channels, so as to avoid wasting the money we have invested. Of course, everyone's ability and energy are limited, and it is difficult for us to guarantee that there will be no problems with every penny, but we must strive to keep the company's accounts clean and not make some low-level mistakes. Jing Haibing told other financial officers about the common tricks in these startups, and taught them what aspects they should be more vigilant and preventive. And emphasized that if a problem is found, it must be reported as soon as possible. Pei Qian was also listening carefully, seemingly calm on the surface, but actually eye-opening. These operations are really cool. Obviously, in the area of defrauding investors' money, all kinds of geniuses have emerged one after another, and have developed various tricks. Of course, these pots are not necessarily all entrepreneurs. Some simple entrepreneurs may be led astray by investors. Investors lead entrepreneurs to commit fraud, and then pass it on to the next person to take over, and make a fortune quietly. Pei Qian's original idea was very simple. He just didn't want these entrepreneurs to enjoy themselves with the money he invested, so he chose to appoint the financial department, which was a more troublesome supervision method. Now it seems that this step was really the right one. Pei Qian didn't think this would have any impact on his loss of money. After all, the probability of failure of startups is too high. Even if they operate completely formally, most startups can hardly escape the fate of bankruptcy. Both are bankruptcy and loss of money. Some investors make a lot of money through various gray means, while some investors can only get a fixed salary or even have to bear debts. If Pei Qian had to choose, he would definitely choose the latter. Anyway, the money has been invested in you. If you make money based on your ability, that is your luck. We, Tenda, we'll withdraw our investment immediately. If you lose money based on your ability, you will be thanked by President Pei. The only thing is that you can't take Tenda's money and do nothing, and finally make a lot of money for yourself. That is something that President Pei absolutely cannot accept. Soon, Jing Haibing finished talking about the common financial problems of startups and began to continue reporting on his work at Cold-Faced Girl. Pei Qian had briefings on the situation of various companies in front of him. He picked up the briefing of Cold-Faced Girl and flipped through it. From the current situation, the development of Cold-Faced Girl is very smooth, and it is proceeding completely according to the script originally planned by Meng Chong. The first flagship store of the Cold-Faced Girl has opened in the capital. Pei Qian glanced at the photos and saw that the store was well built. The storefront outside has huge floor-to-ceiling windows, which looks clean and tidy. The sign above has the Cold-Faced Girl's iconic logo, which is fashionable with a touch of ancient charm. The inside of the store should be comparable to some Western fast food. There are beautiful pictures of food above the cash register, and the tables and chairs are similar to Western fast food, but with a little bit of Chinese elements added. In the store, all the young and beautiful girls are waiters. There is no signature polite smile, no standard six-teeth exposure. Although it seems aloof, the smile that seems to be there and not there is still a little bit of temptation. Then there is a series of marketing activities taken by Cold Noodle Girl and the enthusiastic response on the internet. For example, Meng Chong specially rented a supercar and asked a beautiful woman to drive the supercar to deliver grilled cold noodles takeaway, which was a hot search. The opening reward is that the first 100 customers who come to the store can get a free grilled cold noodles. Girls come to Cold Noodle Girl to eat and post their orders on Weibo at official, and they can regularly draw a lottery to win a 1888 fashion gift package. The largest order activity was launched. The largest order placed by Cold Noodle Girl within 1 week of opening will be fully free, and the second and third place will also receive gifts. In addition, some special holiday events are arranged. For example, on the 7th of next month, there will be a big snowfall. On this day, Lingmian Girl will launch a unique snowflake grilled cold noodles. Customers who come to the store and send a Weibo message on this day can get one for free. Behind these marketing activities is the rapid consumption of Lingmian Girl's account funds. Meng Chong got 2 million from Yuan Meng Venture Capital and 1 million from 2 other investors, a total of 4 million. However, he spent money very quickly. The rent of the store in the downtown area of the imperial capital, decoration, the salary of a bunch of beautiful girls as waiters, various subsidies, buying Weibo hot searches, etc., all require money. 4 million seems to be a lot, but it is still very fast to spend, especially Meng Chong still plans to continue to open branches. Every additional branch is a bottomless pit. However, even so, Meng Chong did not do anything tricky about the money. After all, Jing Haibing is in charge of the finances of the Cold-Faced Girl. If Meng Chong wanted to play tricks on office supplies, promotional materials, and labor costs to make some money, Jing Haibing would not be unaware of it. Of course, as a high-level player, Meng Chong did not intend to use such despicable means to make money. Not to mention the feasibility issue, even if the accounts were tampered with, when the company was sold to a buyer, the company behind it could just check the accounts and directly send Meng Chong in. Therefore, tampering with materials and marketing expenses was too low-end, and Meng Chong was unwilling to do it. Soon, Jing Haibing finished his report. The finances of other companies also reported their own situations. Chapter 759 IOI's version Update News. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. The progress of these companies is different, some are fast, some are slow, some are working hard on products, and some are racking their brains every day to think about how to market. The founders have different personalities, so the company's style of doing things is naturally different. Judging from the current situation, Meng Chong is indeed capable. He was able to open the first store in such a short time, and he did it well in all aspects, and he has formed a good popularity on the internet, which is enough to explain the problem. Among all the projects currently invested by Yuan Ming Venture Capital, Lingmian Girl can be regarded as the best performer, and she also burns money the fastest. Soon, all the projects were reported. Two companies found a small problem. After Jing Haibing pointed it out, the financial department of the two companies immediately recorded it and prepared to correct it after the meeting. The meeting ended and the video signals were cut off one after another. Dishing said, "Boss Pei, should we continue to strictly follow the previous policy? If we continue to invest after we have burned through the money, then, according to the way Lingmian Miss is spending it now, we may have to invest again next month." Pei Qian nodded, "Well, keep the original plan unchanged, and invest when it's time. When you invest in the cold-faced girl next time, just say hello to me." Dishing nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei." November 25th, Friday. After lunch, Pei Qian came to the office again and checked the results of this Tenda Spirit compatibility test on the back end. There are 4 opportunities for the Tenda Spirit compatibility test. After joining the company, new employees enter the probation period for 1 month, and there will be a test opportunity every Friday. If any of the 4 tests are passed, they will be officially employed, and if they fail all of them, they will have to leave. However, because the time required for these new employees to handle the resignation procedures in their original units is different, the time they join Tenda is also different. In this Tenda Spirit compatibility test, about 1/4 of them failed the last test, and the rest were taking the test for the first time. Pei Qian didn't have much hope for this. After all, it was only a week since the last test. What changes could there be? Even if what he said at the dinner with the leaders had some subtle influence on the whole company's atmosphere, it shouldn't be so immediate. Pei Qian opened the backstage to check. The pass rate seems to have dropped, right? It has indeed dropped. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. This was a pleasant surprise. The background of the Tenda Spirit compatibility test will show the pass rate of each test, as well as the pass rates of the first test, the second test, and the third test. In other words, among the new employees of this period, the percentage of people who passed the test twice and other detailed data will also be counted. It seems that the downward trend can be clearly seen. Could it be that such a good thing really happened? No, we can't get carried away. Although the pass rate of this period has indeed dropped, after all, the people taking the exam are different each time, and the pass rate will naturally fluctuate. This kind of thing still needs long-term observation, and we can't jump to conclusions. Pei Qian silently looked at the data again and prepared to continue observing for a while. After all the new employees' Tenda Spirit tests are completed this time, look at the final pass rate and make a decision. After closing the background of the Tenda Spirit compatibility test, Pei Qian casually browsed the recent news on the internet. Suddenly, he saw a keyword at the bottom of the hot search, IOI new version. Huh? Does it mean that there is a rumor about the new version of IOI? Pei Qian immediately clicked to check. Some time ago, Shangyang Games had already found out about some changes to IOI's national server strategy. After all, Shangyang Games definitely has more channels to obtain news in the industry than the average spectator, but since Shangyang Games was able to get this information, it must mean that these changes are already in the works, and it is basically a done deal, so it is not surprising that these news leaked out and were exposed online. Shangyang Games news is indeed more informed, but it is only a week or 2 at most. Pei Qian searched for information about the new version of IOI on the internet and found that the reason why this news came out was because IOI updated these changes on the test server. As soon as the test server was updated, it immediately caused huge controversy among the player community, and major game media also reprinted it. Although IOI has become relatively unpopular in China, its market share worldwide is still considerable. There is no reason for the game media to miss such a big news. The changes in the IOI test server update this time are mainly in the gameplay, including adjustments to the counter-killing mechanism, changes in hero bounties, enrichment of map resources, etc., which are slightly different from the changes mentioned by Lin Wan before, but they are basically the same. However, after the update, the old players did not buy it, and the official social platform account of Finger Company was instantly flooded with the opposition of the old players. Before Finger Company had time to explain, another wave of turmoil arose. Some gaming media obtained some internal information from unknown channels and disclosed the operational strategy adjustment of Finger Company for IOI China. The national server will be changed to a low-price zone, and the price of heroes and skins will be reduced to about 1/2 to 1/3 of the international server. The national server IOI will cooperate with the domestic Longyu Group, and Longyu Group will be responsible for the localization operation of the IOI national server. In addition, it is said that the Finger Company has finally decided to start planning the first World Finals, and the head of the IOI national server, Pei Qian, and the senior management of the Longyu Group are contacting various domestic clubs that still retain IOI branches. When Pei Qian noticed it, these news had already spread widely in the circle of IOI players. It broke out so quickly, the confidentiality work is not done well. No, it may be that it was actively exposed to test the reaction of players. First, let out some rumors, without solid evidence. If the reaction of players is not intense, then you can stand up and admit it. If the reaction of players is intense, then change to a relatively conservative plan based on public opinion. Pei Qian originally thought that these news would not be exposed for at least another week, but he did not expect that they would spread so quickly. Longyu Group is a leading domestic gaming company in terms of size, and its public relations department is not just there to do nothing. When the news first broke out, it could have been suppressed if it wanted to. However, not only was the news not suppressed, it spread rapidly. Pei Qian didn't believe that there was no one behind this. The key point is that IOI's only domestic competitor is Tenda. Pei Qian knew very well that it was not Tenda who did it, so it could only be done by Finger Company itself. If you think about it carefully, this is not a particularly difficult operation to understand. Finger Company now decided to make this change mainly to attract more new players to join, but this will inevitably change the gaming habits of old players. After this operation is done, it is certain to be criticized. The only question is how badly it will be criticized. If it can really create heat and attract more new players to join the pit while being criticized, then it is worth being criticized. Therefore, Finger Company first released some news that has not been confirmed yet, and let these game media forward it to see how the public opinion reacts. If the public opinion reaction is not too intense, then it can continue to be promoted. If the reaction is particularly intense, then the part that everyone strongly resists can be temporarily shelved, and only a part can be promoted. To put it bluntly, through this operation, try to leave yourself a way out. Otherwise, if they just updated it without thinking, and then changed it back in disgrace amidst all the criticism, it would be too embarrassing. Pei Qian welcomed this change with open arms. An IOI that resists fiercely and struggles hard is a good IOI. Otherwise, if GOG's market share continues to expand like this, wouldn't it be more and more difficult to lose money in the future? But the players' reactions are not the same. Of course, the public opinion on the internet is not one-sided. There are also many players who support this change, and the two sides argue very fiercely. Don't change the gameplay randomly. Is the designer crazy? I know you are jealous of GOG, but if you change it like this, can't I just go to GOG directly? I oppose all changes except enriching the map resources. The game will definitely change after the changes. You guys are really hard to please. It was you who said that the game was not exciting enough and the gameplay was not rich enough. Now the game is going to change the gameplay, and you were also the ones who jumped out to oppose it. I think this change is good, and it doesn't take so much effort to play. If you really want to criticize, you should wait until the effect of the test server comes out before you criticize. Hey, the IOI of the national server has already cooled down. I, a die-hard old player, have no hope that it will become popular, but I didn't expect it to be on the hot search because of it. Changing to a low-price area is indeed cheaper for new players, so what about us old players who have paid a lot of money before? Fuck, the skin I just bought yesterday is going to depreciate directly? At best, it will be cut in half, and at worst, it will only be 1/3? The wait-and-see party laughed? Didn't I say that you can't lower the price, but you lowered it so much, you really treat old players as non-human beings? It's really hard to please. It's as if you old players won't benefit from the price cut. It will be cheaper for you to buy skins in the future. It is said that the foreign network has exploded. Many people are scolding Finger Company for being unfair and saying that they are kneeling to domestic players. I feel unbalanced. Not entirely. The main reason is that GOG is very cheap both in China and abroad. If there is no GOG, Finger Company's operation may not be criticized by so many people, but this comparison instantly has problems. Finger Company has finally figured it out. Let's start the global finals quickly. Dayak Group is not without money. This competition has been delayed for more than 2 months. GOG's Global Invitational has been held for more than 2 months, and GPL is about to start. Finger Company is really too slow. Are there still clubs playing IOI in China? I doubt it. Yes, there are IOI branches of several old clubs. I heard that Longyu Group will pay a sum of money to support these people and keep up the good work. I think these actions are a good thing. It is obvious that IOI cannot beat GOG. If no changes are made, it will be a slow death. It is better to give it a try. If you have the ability, you can unify the national and world servers, make all heroes free, and price skins lower than GOG, then spend money on leagues and promotions, and even get skins for playing games, and then give old players an extra exclusive skin or coupons as compensation, and no one will complain. Dayak Group is so rich, I fully support it spending money on promotion, but now you want to take money out of players' pockets and want players to support you. What the hell is this? Yes, if you want to expand your market share, you have to sell your own blood. What's the matter with sucking blood from old players? Players with different opinions quarreled fiercely online. Chapter 760, Strong Alliance. Pei Qian roughly flipped through the online comments and couldn't help but worry about the Finger Company. We didn't hire any water army to lead the rhythm, so why did these players quarrel on their own? The public opinion situation is not good. What can we do? How about I hire some water army to say a few words for the Finger Company online to boost its reputation? No, this behavior seems a bit like playing a black role, which may arouse greater resistance. Pei Qian certainly stands on the side of the Finger Company from the bottom of his heart, and sincerely hopes that their performance in the national and world servers can be more powerful, and the greater the threat to GOG, the better. But in this situation, Pei Qian can only worry and can't do anything. If he helps the players to scold the Finger Company, it would be a blow to the opponent and add insult to injury. If he speaks for the Finger Company, it seems to be sarcastic and crazy. Pei Qian thought about it, and it seemed that nothing he said was appropriate. In this case, he should just keep silent. It will be okay if I don't speak, right? However, Pei Qian refreshed the page and saw another post pushed to the top. Tenda hasn't made any statement yet, so I don't know what their attitude is. What other attitude can you have? They slid down on their knees in the living room and laughed out loud. They didn't do anything, but IOI blew itself up. I don't think so. The market share of IOI in China is almost lower than that of Shinchi. If you were President Pei, would you pay more attention to such a competitor? That's right. GOG is just one of Tenda's industries. President Pei has so many things to worry about. I guess he won't take such a small news of the fly shit level to heart. Then put it another way, GOG's operation team slid down on their knees in the living room. Is it okay? Yes, there is no problem with this. Pei Qian looked at the discussion of the netizens, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. What do you mean by slid down on your knees in the living room and laughed out loud? I am very worried about them. What do you mean by not paying more attention to it and not taking it to heart? I take it very seriously. Ever since Lin Wan reported the actions of the finger company, Pei Qian has been thinking about this matter, and he cares more about it than all other industries. The reason why he didn't express his opinion was that he was afraid that he might accidentally set the tone and make the situation develop in a more unfavorable direction. It was like a weak little flame. Pei Qian wanted to blow it to make it stronger, but he accidentally blew too much air and blew it out. What should he do? As a result, even if he didn't express his opinion, netizens would imagine a big drama, and Pei Qian felt desperate. Who can really understand the depression in President Pei's heart? Pei Qian sighed silently. Now he can do very little. In order to protect the last spark of IOI national service, he can only watch carefully from the sidelines. At the same time, Longyu Group headquarters. The full name of Longyu Group is Magic City Longyu Network Development Company, Limited, and its main business includes a variety of online interactive entertainment content and services. Self-developed and agent games are one of the main businesses and also the bulk of revenue. However, Longyu Group is also a company with mixed reputations in China. Longyu Group's self-developed games are mainly Krypton Gold online games. Among all game companies, its transformation to mobile games is the slowest and most sluggish, but with its accumulation in client games, it still ranks at the forefront of the domestic game industry and is a well-deserved giant enterprise. The reason why they have mixed reviews is that their self-developed online games are all heavy Krypton Gold games, and their eating habits are not good. Although they make a lot of money, they are also criticized a lot. At the same time, Longyu Group has represented many successful foreign games, but many of them have failed in operation, and the result of failed operations is often to break the jar and increase Krypton Gold to squeeze out the last bucket of gold. Because of this matter, they have also been criticized a lot, but to be fair, Longyu Group is not bad, and its reputation is even better than that of cancer companies like Diak Group. After all, there are many games that failed to be represented by agents, but there are also games that succeeded. Compared with those domestic manufacturers that failed to represent one game, it is still good. Compared with its peers, many players still have expectations for Longyu Group. As for why Diak Group and Jito Company finally chose Longyu Group as the operator of the national service, there are many reasons. First of all, one of the important reasons why Diak Group decided to find an operator is that they found that they really couldn't handle the localization operation of IOI in China. Finding a local agent, especially a large company with financial resources and rich agency experience, does have advantages in localization operation. Secondly, Longyu Group offered the highest price and made the most concessions among many companies. In the eyes of Diak Group, sincerity is the best. When looking for an operating company, different operating companies also require different permissions. Diak Group and Jito Company are both quite demanding in this regard. Although they have found an agent, they are still unwilling to give up too much of these permissions, so they prefer to choose an operating company like Longyu Group that does not have so many permission requirements. Finally, there are some other considerations, such as Longyu Group has a ready-made account system that can directly direct traffic to IOI through its own games, and IOI's Greater China headquarters is in Shanghai, and Longyu Group's headquarters is also in Shanghai, which is more convenient for timely exchanges and communication, etc. Regardless of how the players view it, Diak Group and Longyu Group are very satisfied with this cooperation. For Longyu Group, although IOI is impacted by GOG worldwide, it is far from losing and still has a good influence. As for the national server IOI, although it is cold, it is also a good opportunity to buy at the bottom. Longyu Group does need a good enough terminal game project as its key project for the next stage of operation. Therefore, the two sides hit it off and both sides attach great importance to this cooperation. At this time, at the headquarters of Longyu Group, representatives of both parties are in friendly negotiations. Zhao Shuming, Senior Vice President of Longyu Group, was the Marketing Director of Longyu Group. Because of his outstanding work performance, he was promoted to Vice President 2 years ago. This time, Longyu Group and Dayak Group cooperated to establish a special IOI Operation Cooperation Department. Zhao Shuming is the person in charge, who is in charge of IOI operations and docking with Zhito Company. On the side of Zhito Company, the conference representative is of course Cretin, who has just taken office and tried his best to promote this cooperation. The content of this meeting was mainly to discuss the operation strategy of IOI's national server and related matters of the first IOI World Finals. Zhao Shuming smiled and said, "We have been paying attention to the current public opinion on the internet. We don't know what the public opinion is like abroad, and this is not our responsibility, but as far as domestic players are concerned, I can guarantee that there will be no big problem. Currently, the most intense reaction to this is mainly from old players. According to our questionnaire survey data, passers-by players still have a positive attitude towards this change. Considering that IOI's current market share is already very low, our main goal is definitely to attract more new players. If everything is only to satisfy old players, and there is a lack of fresh blood, then old players will slowly lose sooner or later. On the contrary, we put new if the player service is good, even if the old players complain, they are actually more tolerant and will not leave in large numbers immediately. When there are more and more new players, the old players will naturally become really interested. Of course, we will definitely consider public opinion, at least it will be acceptable. For example, some people have proposed to give some compensation to old players. I think this is a good idea. Developing a skin or commemorative avatar exclusively for old players should be able to calm public opinion well. Christian nodded. Well, we believe in the ability of President Zhao and Longyu Group, and we can fully cooperate in developing skins. So, what does President Zhao plan to do about the World Finals? Zhao Shuming smiled. That's easy. GOG's Global Invitational was held more than 2 months earlier than ours. Although we have been preempted, we also have advantages. We can fully learn from their experience. In terms of the prize pool, it must be larger than theirs. This is a matter of face. And using champion skins as a bonus commission is a good thing. We can also learn from it. Moreover, our skins are sold at a higher price, and the commission is higher, so the prize pool will definitely look better. Christian nodded. Well, that's what we think about this. There is no need to worry about money. The cash flow was a little tight before, but it has eased a lot now. What's more, this time our two companies jointly funded it. In terms of resources, there is no reason to have fewer resources than Tenda. But what we are worried about now is the problem of the participating teams. Christian paused for a moment and added, there will definitely be no problem in Europe and the United States. Zhao Shuming immediately understood what he meant. It means that domestic clubs and IOI teams are very problematic. This is indeed the case, because IOI's market share in China has been severely squeezed and lacks soil. Some time ago, many IOI team members transferred to GOG. Therefore, even if the global finals are held, whether there will be enough domestic teams to participate is also a question mark. Zhao Shuming hurriedly said, well, this is also a problem we are worried about. But according to our preliminary investigation some time ago, the situation is still relatively optimistic. Because Eric provided a certain amount of subsidies to various clubs to promote IOI before, some clubs still retain IOI divisions. Moreover, many original IOI players did not integrate well after transitioning to GOG, and many people still want to come back to play IOI. These people can't play the main force in GOG's first-line teams, and don't have many opportunities to play. If they can play in the IOI finals, they will definitely be very happy. I have arranged the itinerary. I will contact various domestic clubs in the next 2 days. There will definitely be no problem with the team. But I just hope that you can take care of the schedule. Try to arrange some weaker opponents for these teams in the group stage, otherwise the scene may be ugly. Christian nodded, that's no problem. However, the performance of these teams cannot be too bad, otherwise it will be useless to rely on grouping alone. Zhao Shuming smiled, of course. I have sent people to investigate and locked in some good seedlings. I will definitely be able to pull out a few teams with good strength. Chapter 761, the team was dismantled. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. November 26, Saturday. Zhao Shuming brought his assistant to the headquarters of SUG Club in Shanghai. The GOG branch of SUG Club is in Jingzhou, but the headquarters has other projects, so it is still in Shanghai. As for why SUG Club was chosen as his first target, it was obviously the result of careful investigation and careful consideration. Zhao Shuming learned that SUG Club had a personal grudge with President Pei of Tenda. SUG Club was one of the oldest clubs that first established a GOG branch and cooperated with Tenda, and it offered the most generous price. Moreover, SUG successfully won the 3rd place in the Global Invitational Tournament some time ago. Even if there was no credit, there was hard work. As a result, such a club was kicked out of the GPL League by President Pei without mercy, and could only play in the secondary league. Now GPL is being prepared in full swing, and it is a scene of great enthusiasm. If you say that Ding Gan, the owner of SUG Club, has no complaints, Zhao Shuming will never believe it. Moreover, the SUG Club also has an IOI branch. It has received some subsidies from Eric before, and it also has a contract with the live broadcast platform, so it can still be maintained. This time, Zhao Shuming wanted to start with the easiest SUG Club, and try to get SUG to help lead the way and drive all clubs to organize training matches. The World Finals will be played with other foreign teams, which is no joke. If you don't play training matches and go directly to fight with foreign teams, you will definitely be abused and lose your way, and it will not achieve the purpose of driving the popularity of IOI national servers. Although time is tight, it is always good to sharpen your gun before the battle. Ding Gan was already waiting at the entrance of SUG Club. Seeing Zhao Shuming get off the car, Ding Gan immediately greeted him, Mr. Zhao, welcome. Seeing Ding Gan so enthusiastic about him, Zhao Shuming was originally happy in his heart, thinking that today's matter would most likely be successful, but after a closer look, it seemed that Ding Gan's eyes were a little evasive. What's going on? Zhao Shuming didn't feel embarrassed to ask more, so he could only treat it as his own illusion. Mr. Ding. Hello. This is... Zhao Shuming looked at a lady standing next to Ding Gan who looked just over 30 years old and dressed in formal clothes. Ding Gan said, "Oh, this is our club's manager, Manager Yang." Manager Yang smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao, please take care of me." Zhao Shuming felt a little confused. Hey, I remember the manager of your club is surnamed Li, right? Did I remember it wrong? Ding Gan smiled awkwardly. Oh, you must have searched the information online, right? We have just made some personnel changes recently. Zhao Shuming suddenly realized, oh, sorry. My news may be a bit behind. Ding Gan smiled and said, it doesn't matter, let's not stand here, let's go in and talk. Please come in. Zhao Shuming and Ding Gan walked into the club, talking and laughing, and Manager Yang led the assistant and driver brought by Zhao Shuming behind them, receiving them attentively. After arriving at the meeting room, both parties sat down. Zhao Shuming drank a sip of tea, and after a few pleasantries, he felt that he could get straight to the point. There was no need to keep it a secret for such a sure thing, and SUG Club had no reason to refuse. Zhao Shuming had limited time, and he had to focus on persuading other clubs. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuming said, "Boss Ding, to be honest, I came here this time with good news. Currently, the Finger Company is preparing for the IOI World Finals, and it attaches great importance to the domestic market, so this time it will give some places to domestic teams. SUG already has an IOI branch. This time, I overcame all objections and persuaded the senior management of the Finger Company to reserve a place for the SUG Club." Speaking of this, Zhao Shuming lowered his voice, "This is internal information, don't spread it." Ding Gon nodded quickly, "That's for sure." Zhao Shuming continued, "I think so. The current IOI division of SUG Club is relatively complete, and the players are relatively experienced. We are considering that SUG Club will take the lead and organize a training match to practice. We will also talk to other clubs one by one, but the teams of these clubs may need to be strengthened and adjusted, so organizing training matches may still require General Manager Ding and Manager Yang to worry more. What do you think?" Zhao Shuming originally thought that Ding Gon would pat his chest and agree, but he didn't expect Ding Gon to look at Manager Yang, and his face was a little embarrassed. Zhao Shuming's heart sank and he felt something was wrong. But he was also confused. Could there be any surprises in this matter? SUG took the lead in organizing a training match and got the opportunity to go to the IOI World Finals. Such a good thing would not be rejected by General Manager Ding Gon, right? Ding Gon looked a little embarrassed. "Mr. Zhao, we are of course very grateful that you helped us get such a precious opportunity. But organizing a training match, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Because our IOI division now, temporarily, only has 3 players left. It would have been better if you had come 2 days earlier." Zhao Shuming opened his mouth slightly, and was dumbfounded for a moment. How could there be only 2 players left in the IOI division? Most of these people had thought about switching to GOG before, but the reason they didn't switch was because GOG's professional players were basically saturated. If they went to play in the competition, they would neither get results nor get too good prize money. On the other hand, IOI at least has some meager subsidies to guarantee the basic living of these players. So where did these players go? No longer playing professionally? That doesn't make sense. The division is still there. What about the liquidated damages if they leave? Ding Gon hurriedly explained, "Mr. Zhao, the situation is like this. Originally, the players of our IOI division played live broadcasts and occasionally arranged training matches. As a result, it has become increasingly difficult to arrange training matches recently, because there are very few other clubs that retain IOI divisions, and they have all switched to GOG. Then a few days ago, several GOG clubs suddenly came and said they wanted to buy players from our IOI division, and they were willing to pay transfer fees, and the salary was much higher than the current one. The players were very tempted, and we, based on the principle of respecting the players' wishes, just let them go." Zhao Shuming was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly realized. It's bad, GOG just formed GPL some time ago, and all the teams are scrambling for players. Because the number of teams has expanded to more than a dozen, the demand for players has also increased instantly. Although these IOI players are better at IOI, there are always some players who have GOG talent. In the past, there were few positions and no team wanted them, but now that the quota has been expanded, there are teams that want players with professional experience and certain talents. The reason why Zhao Shuming ignored this point was, on the one hand, because he was busy discussing cooperation with Zhito Company some time ago and had no time to take care of the affairs of these clubs. On the other hand, it was because when the GPL club was just formed, it did not show any intention of poaching IOI players. As a result, it was unexpected that it was only a delay of a few days, and the good IOI team was dismantled. Zhao Shuming originally thought very beautifully that if SUG still had a complete IOI team, he would not need to spend time forming a team, and could take the lead in organizing training matches. After the world competition, he should be able to get a relatively good ranking. But now that 2 people have been poached, don't count on it at all. After all, IOI is a game for 5 people, and lack of people means recruiting new people and readjusting, which has a huge impact. When Zhao Shuming first came, he was full of enthusiasm and confidence, but he was directly poured cold water on his head. Ding Gan was also a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said, "It's okay, Mr. Zhao, we will prepare to recruit people immediately. If it doesn't work, we can directly pay to buy people from other clubs, and we will definitely regroup the team as soon as possible." Ding Gan didn't think too much at first, but he just felt that there was no point in maintaining the IOI division, and there was no competition to play. Selling people to the GOG club could earn a transfer fee, so it didn't matter if he sold them. As a result, the IOI World Finals quota was delivered to the door just after the sale. How can this be justified? Zhao Shuming was silent for a moment and nodded, "Okay. What else can I say? The people have been sold, and you can't pay the penalty to buy them back? That's too much of a loss. The main reason is that these players are now worth a lot, and the transfer fee is much more expensive. Isn't this a pure loss?" Ding Gan would rather buy members of the IOI division of other clubs than buy his own players back. But what Zhao Shuming is worried about is that since GOG's club has started to buy IOI players on a large scale, it is impossible to buy only SUG. What if the IOI teams of other clubs are also torn apart? Should we play the jigsaw puzzle and try to put together 2 or 3 teams that can play in the World Championship with the existing teams, or should we dig out new players and rely on luck? Zhao Shuming suddenly had an ominous premonition, feeling that his mission this time seemed simple, but in fact it was not so easy to accomplish. Tingda's evil hand reaches further than I thought. Could it be that this is also part of Mr. Pei's plan? Zhao Shuming suddenly felt a little chilly. Chapter 762 Esports Holy Land. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. November 27th, Sunday. Pei Qian didn't set the alarm this morning. He wanted to sleep happily until noon, but he woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning and was completely sleepless. I always felt a little panic in my heart and felt uneasy. Which department is causing trouble for me again? Pei Qian was speechless. After tossing and turning and failing to fall asleep, he touched his phone from the bedside and scrolled aimlessly. Then he habitually clicked on the IOI forum. During this period, Pei Qian has been paying attention to the situation of IOI, hoping that this game can quickly improve, so that he can burn money for GOG in a legitimate and logical way. The online public opinion in the past 2 days was not very good for IOI and Jito Company, which made Pei Qian very worried. After 2 days, Longyu Group should have made some moves, right? The anger of the players should have subsided, right? I hope IOI is fine. However, as soon as Pei Qian entered the IOI forum, he saw a post that made him shudder. Let's take a look at some comments from the outside world and see how this ultimate stupid move by Finger Company made it unpopular both inside and outside. I thought the old players of the Chinese server were already furious about IOI's changes, but I didn't expect that the foreign players were even more furious than us. Because IOI wants to classify the Chinese server as a low-price zone, the foreign server prices are 2 or even 3 times that of the Chinese server. The old players of the Chinese server just lost money in the past, and they can enjoy discounts in the future, but foreign players can only buy at the original price. The reality of the world. The low-price zone is okay. Don't many game platforms also implement the low-price zone strategy? Besides, GOG's Chinese server skins seem to be much cheaper than those abroad, right? I haven't seen foreign players rebel. GOG's situation is completely different. In fact, in terms of pricing, domestic and foreign are similarly. Epic skins and legendary skins in China are 18 yuan and 45 yuan respectively, while they are $2.49 and $6.99 abroad, which is basically the same. The reason why GOG is cheap in China and has skins that are almost free is that there is a creative community in China. This is a benefit that only we enjoy. All heroes with creative ideas provided by players will have super discounts when new skins are first sold. Do foreigners have any objections? The objection is very small, because not every foreign player knows about the creative community. Just looking at the original price, the prices in all regions are the same. Besides, the prices of $2.49 and $6.99 are already low enough. What else do you want? I think another reason is that GOG skins have been cheap from the beginning, everyone is used to it, and there is not much room for price reduction. But GOG skins were very expensive at the beginning, and too many old players have already bought a lot of skins. As a result, now the price is suddenly cut in half, which is unacceptable to people. Indeed, it's just like buying a house or a car. Not long after the purchase, the price is directly cut in half and there is no guarantee of the price. Although it is a commercial behavior, most people's mentality will collapse. Didn't you say that you were going to release commemorative skins and commemorative avatars for old players? At first, it was said to be for domestic players, but the old players of foreign servers refused, so now Finger Company has changed its words and said that all old players will have them, but it basically did not have much effect of comforting. Looking at the comments under this post, Pei Qian became more and more panicked, and sat up from the bed. Oh no, IOI seems to have entered a vicious cycle. Damn, I'm so envious. Pei Qian thought that Finger Company should be able to calm the anger of the players soon, but now it seems that this matter is really not that easy to do. Because the player groups that IOI is targeting now have shown a clear split, and they are split into 3 groups. IOI is reluctant to let go of the new players in the national server, the old players in the national server, and the players in the world server. They all want to please each other, but the interests of these 3 groups are too different. If the company pleases any one group, it will trigger a fierce backlash from the other 2 groups. This is a kind of luxury car dilemma. When luxury car brands have problems, brand value declines, and sales decline, many luxury car brands can only choose to reduce prices to stop losses. However, once the price is reduced, loyal old car owners will not be happy, and it will also give people the impression that this car is not worth keeping, further damaging the brand value, and no one will buy the car. It is not okay to raise the price, and it is not okay to lower the price. Whatever you do is wrong. Pei Qian was a little panicked. Brother, I didn't do anything. You can't kill yourself and hand over the market to GOG, right? I have already split the Shangyang game in half and fought you with only one hand, but you just defeated yourself with your backhand? You can't have no strength to fight back, right? No way, no way? Pei Qian felt inexplicably irritated. While brushing his teeth, he continued to browse the forum. Finally, hard work paid off and he successfully found a relatively optimistic message. Rumor has it that the IOI World Finals are going to be held. It is said that this time they have invested a lot of money, the prize pool will definitely exceed GOG's competition, and it will be held in Los Angeles. The cards are absolutely full. It sounds good, and the competitiveness of IOI should be stronger than GOG. If the competition can be done well, it will definitely increase the popularity. Moreover, this time the storm is probably successfully diverted. Pei Qian has actually heard rumors of this news many times before, and this time it should really come to it. Can only be said that the first IOI World Finals was really ill-fated. In fact, this competition should have been held a long time ago, but during that period, the Dayak Group spent a lot of money to acquire the Finger Company, and the funds were not very abundant. GOG directly pushed the prize pool to a new height, so the IOI finals had to be shelved. After all, it was held late and the prize pool was even lower. This is not good. Now that the Dayak Group and the Finger Company have freed up their hands, they should have prepared the funds and venues, and they are confident that they can do better than GOG's Global Invitational Tournament, so they spread the news and appease the players. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. In a strange way, the course of history seemed to have been greatly advanced by himself. In memory, the S1 finals of LOL were quite mediocre. A year later, with the rapid development of LOL, S2 moved to Los Angeles and had a huge influence. Although IOI and LOL are two very different games, and Finger Company and Riot Company are completely different, there are still certain similarities in this matter. Finger Company originally just wanted to do S1 casually and test the waters. As a result, they were forced to raise the amount of investment to the level of 2 years later. Speaking of esports, should I go to various clubs? I haven't paid much attention to these clubs since the last auction of GPL quotas, and I don't know how their teams are being formed. Pei Qian finished washing up and prepared to go out for breakfast, and then went to Mingyun Villa to take a look. It is said that several clubs that have newly joined the GPL have basically chosen the villas of Mingyun Villa as their training bases, but I don't know what the specific situation is now. After breakfast, Pei Qian took a car to Mingyun Villa. When he was about to arrive at Mingyun Villa, Pei Qian noticed that the driver Xiao Sun deliberately turned a corner and did not follow the previous route, but changed the route. Mr. Pei, today is Sunday, and that road may be very congested. I will change the route. Although it is a little roundabout, it should save some time. Pei Qian didn't care and nodded, okay. But when Xiao Sun turned to the fork in the road next to it, Pei Qian suddenly felt something was wrong. I always took that road to Mingyun Villa before, and it didn't seem to be congested? Mingyun Villa is located in the southeast of Jingzhou City. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers and has beautiful scenery. However, in the beginning, due to poor supporting facilities, the occupancy rate was not high and no one was interested in it. Later, Moyu Internet Cafe opened a branch here, and then Wuming Restaurant also opened here. With the success of Wuming Restaurant, this place gradually became a gathering place for many wealthy businessmen and celebrities in Jingzhou, and the surrounding blocks were also driven to become a small commercial center and food street. But even so, Pei Qian didn't often encounter traffic jams when he came here before. After all, Wuming Restaurant can accommodate too few guests. Even if the restaurant is full every day, how many cars can there be? As for taking a detour? Maybe it's because today is Sunday? Everyone just happened to go out in a group? Yes, that must be the case. Huh? Pei Qian was trying to enlighten himself, and suddenly found that the situation outside the car window seemed a little wrong. Because he saw an internet cafe, and the business was still very hot. He seemed to have no impression of it when he came here before. Huh? Who is so smart? Open an internet cafe to disperse the customer flow of Moyu Internet Cafe? Pei Qian was surprised to see that this internet cafe was doing well, but after a closer look, this is not Moyu Internet Cafe? And this is not the first Moyu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa branch, but a few hundred meters away from the original Moyu Internet Cafe. Pei Qian had not walked this road often before, so he had no impression of it. Pei Qian was shocked and asked the driver Xiao Sun, "Why is there a Moyu Internet Cafe here?" Xiao Sun said, Mr. Pei, it just opened recently, and the managed gym also opened a branch, didn't you know? Pei Qian, ? Xiao Sun continued, because recently all the major clubs have moved in, teams have been formed, and people from all over the country have come here for trials. Mr. Xiao and Mr. Gua felt that one internet cafe and one gym would definitely not be enough, so they prepared to open a branch here in advance. Sure enough, it was packed as soon as it opened. It is said that now all the players from the clubs have to go to the managed gym to exercise. There are also many hidden talents in these two internet cafes. You can see many masters when you organize an internet cafe competition. Mr. Xiao and Mr. Gua discussed it and felt that they could open one or two more after a while depending on the situation, and they should still make money. Of course, making money is not the main purpose. The main purpose is to perform the duties well and cooperate with the esports environment here. Pei Qian. Unlucky. Although the two popular branches will not make Pei Qian much more money, it is not a good sign. It is obviously a remote villa area that no one pays attention to. Could it be that it has been transformed into a new business district and esports capital of Jingzhou? Don't mess with me. Pei Qian felt a little bored and leaned back in his seat. Soon, they arrived at Mingyun Villa, and Shaoli stopped the car at the entrance of the DG Club. Pei Qian opened the door and got out of the car, just in time to see Zhang Yuan and manager Chui, the project marketing manager of Mingyun Villa, walking out of the club talking and laughing. Mr. Pei? Zhang Yuan didn't know that Mr. Pei was coming, so he was a little surprised. Mr. Pei. Manager Chui was so overjoyed that he smiled like a flower. He walked up to Pei Qian and held his hand, as if he was meeting his closest relative. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and for a moment he didn't react to why Manager Chui was so happy. Manager Chui said happily, Mr. Pei, you came at the right time. I just brought some small gifts to visit Mr. Zhang. I originally wanted to visit you in person, but Mr. Zhang said you were too busy, so I didn't dare to go to Tenda headquarters to find you. I didn't expect to meet you. It's a coincidence. Pei Qian looked at Zhang Yuan a little blankly. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan smiled and said lightly, oh, nothing big, Mr. Pei. Recently, all GOG clubs are moving to Jingzhou. The villas here are quite suitable for club training bases, and all the clubs are together, which is convenient for scheduling training matches or daily communication. Then these properties have all appreciated in value, including the supporting shops and parking spaces. Manager Chui is of course happy. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Manager Chui, but Manager Chui, you don't have to take it to heart. This is just a small matter for Mr. Pei, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Manager Chui hurriedly said, hey, you can't say that. It's indeed a small matter for Mr. Pei, but it's a big deal for us at Mingyun Villa. Boss Pei, if you need our cooperation in the future, just ask us and we will arrange it for you immediately. Manager Chui was smiling happily, and it was unknown how much bonus he had received from the boss. Pei Qian's expression was a little stiff, and he forced a smile, you're welcome. Manager Chui smiled and said, okay, then I won't bother you, Boss Pei, Boss Zhang, you guys chat slowly, I'm leaving first. If you have anything, please feel free to contact me. Don't be polite. Manager Chui thanked him profusely and left. Zhang Yuan smiled, this Manager Chui is a little too polite, it's not a big deal. But think about it, Boss Pei, a random decision of yours has brought such a great benefit to Mingyun Villa. If I were Manager Chui, I would wake up with a smile in my dreams. Boss Pei? Zhang Yuan noticed that Boss Pei seemed a little absent-minded. Pei Qian shook his head, it's okay. He said it was okay, but his heart was bleeding. The villas in Mingyun Villa have increased in price again? Doesn't that mean that his fixed assets have increased again? Of course, the happiest person should be Mr. Li. After all, Pei Qian only has one house in Mingyun Villa, while Mr. Li has several. But for Pei Qian, this is also a bad news. However, Pei Qian had seen all kinds of storms and waves after all, so he quickly overcame this small setback and said, there's nothing special here today, I just want to see the situation of each club. Zhang Yuan nodded immediately, okay, then I'll take you around. Although some clubs chose other places in Jingzhou for their training bases, most clubs still chose to be near Mingyun Villa. 5 or 6 young people were strolling around the roadside privately. When they saw Pei Qian, their eyes lit up instantly, and they came over. Hey, isn't this Mr. Pei's actor? Hello, can we take a photo together? Sure. Pei Qian was not the first time to encounter this situation. When he was drinking coffee in the Moyu Internet Cafe, he often encountered people asking for photos, so he showed a very signature fake smile and took a photo with this group of people. After the photo was taken, the young people left with many thanks. Zhang Yuan pretended to be an irrelevant passerby throughout the whole process. After seeing Mr. Pei take photos with these enthusiastic young people, he continued to lead Mr. Pei to the club. Pei Qian felt a little strange. What are these people doing here? Why do they seem to be sightseeing? Zhang Yuan smiled. Boss Pei, they are just sightseeing. Now all kinds of esports clubs are gathered here, and many players who like to play GOG will come to take a look. Although you can't enter the club, you may meet the players who come out to eat and exercise. So come here to eat something, play some games at the internet cafe, and take a look at the bases of various clubs. It's pretty good. Pei Qian frowned and said, will Manager Chui and the others be happy? Zhang Yuan said, why not? The buildings of the Wuming restaurant are originally used for both commercial and residential purposes. There are also shops over there. Now the flow of people has increased. Manager Chui is so happy. As for the training over there, don't worry. There are more people here only on weekends. Besides, the clubs are under closed management, and the players will not be affected. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Okay. I don't know why, Pei Qian always has a feeling that everyone is very happy and each has obtained what they want, but he alone bears all the responsibilities. Boss Pei, this and that are Shenhua's club SHG. Zhang Yuan pointed to the villa in front of him and then to the one next to it. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Which one is it? Zhang Yuan said, both of them. Mr. Lin looked at them and thought they were both good. He also said that the club should have more reserve players. The GPL team has 10 people, and the GDL team has another 10 people. If we start with 20 people, wouldn't we need 2 villas? Pei Qian, don't you think it's a waste? Zhang Yuan smiled. I also asked Mr. Lin about this question. Mr. Lin said it's not expensive. Shenhua Football Club built its own venues and buildings. Foreign star players live in townhouses as dormitories. How much does it cost to buy 2 villas now? Mr. Lin is also worried that living in such a villa will not be grand enough. After all, we have to shoot some promotional videos of the club during the game. If the training base in the promotional video is not good, it will affect Shenhua's corporate image and the gain will be greater than the loss. What if the training base is too bad and others think Shenhua is going to go bankrupt? What will happen? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Well, what he said makes sense. I can't refute it for the time being. Shenhua can squeeze out a little of its annual investment in football to play esports. Compared with other clubs, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. It even feels like there is too much money to spend. Buildings, by 2. Players, by 20. One is highlighted as a non-human. These clubs are closed-door management, mainly because they don't want the audience to be too enthusiastic and run into the club to affect the players' training, so the doors are closed. Zhang Yuan made a phone call, and a moment later, Lin Cheng came out of the villa and opened the door. Mr. Zhang. Hey, there's Mr. Pei, what a rare guest. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Hey, Mr. Lin? Didn't you leave Jingzhou a few days ago? When did you come back? Lin Cheng smiled and nodded. Oh, I went to Shanghai with other club owners to buy a few players, and I just came back yesterday. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Ah? Buy again? Lin Cheng nodded. Yes, buy a few more good seedlings with potential. Anyway, if you can't play in GPL, you can play in GDL. If you can't play in GDL, you can go to youth training or watch water dispensers. If you can't do it, you can sell it to other teams. Our team started late and has a weak foundation, so we have to work harder. In the long run, talent is the most important, and it's always right to buy more talent. Besides, these are newcomers with little value, and it doesn't cost much to buy them now. Lin Chong said lightly. Chapter 763, Boss Pei, this is a plan to wipe out the whole family. When Lin Chong said this, Pei Qian felt like a Saudi tycoon who came to a domestic counter to buy a Shenhua mobile phone. It's so cheap and so cost-effective? Just buy 10 of them. Maybe because Shenhua also has a football club, so subconsciously, I think the top players must be worth tens of millions, and buying a decent one will cost millions, right? As a result, after setting up an esports club, I found that the top esports players are not as expensive as ordinary football players, and those little-known internet addicts are only paid tens of thousands of yuan a month in the youth training. At that time, it's nothing more than one more person to eat in the base. If you support 10 of them, anyway, if one of them can play well, then you will make money. With this mentality, Shenhua immediately started a crazy shopping mode. Not to mention the high-scoring passers-by on GOG, even the players of IOI and Shinchi were asked one by one if they were interested in transformation. Quite a few people were poached. Although many professional players have feelings for their favorite games, feelings cannot be used to make a living. GOG is currently so popular in China, and the GPL League is about to start, which is a ready-made popularity. As the saying goes, men are afraid of entering the wrong industry. If esports players choose the wrong project, they will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Shenhua is very famous in the football circle, and it will definitely not be bad in esports. Of course, not everyone is willing to change games, and Shenhua does not reject everyone. It will try them out. So, those IOI teams have not been emptied, and there are still 3 or 4 people left among the 5 people. It's just that most of the IOI teams have been washed, and they are just more or less broken up. And it's not just Shenhua that is poaching people. Many other clubs have also developed a strong sense of crisis when they see Shenhua playing like this. Shenhua is here to Krypton Gold 10 consecutive draws, we can't just sit there and watch, right? The whole Gasapon machine is given to you, what should we do? Therefore, other club owners also followed Shenhua to poach people everywhere, with the mentality of trying 3 strokes if there is a date or not, and bought them first if they saw a similar good seedling. After all, GOG's professional league has only just started. Although the gap between professional players is still large, once the league is formalized, new players will have a chance to catch up quickly. Therefore, with Shenhua taking the lead, these clubs are not to be outdone, and like a wave, they have swept the entire domestic esports circle. In the SHG training base, Pei Qian drank tea while listening to Lin Chong talking about his big moves and wise decisions during his time running the SHG club. Although SHG was funded by Shenhua Real Estate, Lin Chong was not very concerned about it. His main focus was still on football. Lin Chong was very active. He volunteered to be the boss of the SHG club and personally looked for managers and team leaders. It was obvious that Lin Chong was very satisfied with his work and was very optimistic about the future prospects of the SHG club. I've been playing GOG recently, and I've been catching up on GOG games on the plane. I suddenly feel that this game is really interesting. Before, I always thought, isn't it just a game? What's so good about it? Can it be more interesting than football? But after playing it, I found that it's really very good. Although it's not as popular as ball sports now, this esports model has characteristics that ball sports don't have in terms of viewing. Hey, Mr. Pei, which hero do you like the most? I like Wind Inkman Yuan and Modest the most. This game is really fun. How did you design it, Mr. Pei? Lin Chang's interest increased as he spoke. In fact, he just came to show his support at the beginning, and didn't think that esports could make a big name. He just came to play a soy sauce in the nature of playing. As a result, after a period of in-depth understanding, I found that esports, an alternative sports event, is indeed very exciting and worthwhile. That's why Lin Chang is so concerned about it, buying things everywhere, highlighting that he is a fool with a lot of money. So, Mr. Pei, now GOG's competition is the best esports competition in the world, right? Lin Chang asked. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Boss Lin, it's hard to say. Finger Company is also preparing for the IOI World Finals. They have no shortage of money or people, and they have been preparing for so long. They may not lose to GOG's Global Invitational Tournament. After all, although GOG has already occupied a dominant position in China, it is still a little behind IOI in the world. Lin Chang suddenly realized and nodded, I see. He looked at Pei Qian, Boss Pei, do you need help promoting GOG overseas? We can also help promote the overseas game time of Xinhua's mobile phones. For movies, we can also advertise a little and even do some product placement. Pei Qian hurriedly said, no. Lin Chang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Boss Pei to refuse so straightforwardly, really? It's okay, it's all a piece of cake, not a trouble at all. Pei Qian immediately shook his head, really? Regarding GOG's overseas market, I have other plans. You must not act rashly, which may affect my overall plan. Lin Chang nodded, okay, then I won't intervene. Mr. Pei, if GOG encounters any difficulties in overseas promotion, you can always contact me. I will do my best. Pei Qian was a little speechless. I still have to do my best. I haven't settled accounts with you about a better tomorrow yet. The biggest difficulty GOG encounters in overseas promotion is that the promotion speed is too fast. Can you help me reduce GOG's market share? No? That's fine. Zhang Yuan took a sip of tea and said, Boss Lin, the GDL quota has been arranged, and the training match with DGE has also been arranged, but, even if there are 2 teams, the current players are a bit too much. Lin Chang, what will happen if you buy too many? Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment. That won't be a big deal, it's just a bit of a waste of wages. Lin Chang laughed, it doesn't matter, anyway, there is plenty of budget, just buy them and keep them. And I see that several players in the IOI club are about to give up, I dig them to play GOG, it should be considered a good deed, right? In the evening, the meeting room of Longyu Group was brightly lit. Members of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department of Longyu Group gathered together, and everyone's expressions were extremely solemn. This weekend, Zhao Shuming almost ran non-stop to most clubs in Shanghai, and personally went to notify the IOI Global Finals to show his sincerity. Unexpectedly, the IOI divisions of these teams were almost all dismantled. Although most teams were only missing 1 or 2 people, they were not complete. Zhao Shuming asked carefully and found out that it was only 3 or 4 days. If he had come earlier, these people could have been saved. Now, they have signed contracts with other clubs, and they have to pay transfer fees to buy them back. Zhao Shuming became more and more angry and slammed the conference table. This Mr. Pei is so cruel. So cruel. This move is simply a plan to wipe out the whole family. Send people to dismantle all the teams of professional players who bought IOI. It's outrageous that there is not a single one left. Too outrageous. Are you deliberately trying to see our domestic IOI team lose face in the world game? Despicable, shameless. Others were silent and did not dare to respond. After a temper tantrum, Zhao Shuming gradually calmed down. After all, he is also a person who has seen a lot of ups and downs, and has a strong ability to adjust his emotions. He held his breath and tried to adjust his emotions. Forget it, it's a business trick. I was too aggressive. Boss Pei played this trick well. He cut off the source of the trouble. He spent such a small amount of money to create such a big difficulty for us. The timing is just right. This shows that Boss Pei is not only well-informed and decisive, but also likes to mess with the opponent's mentality. He is indeed a tough opponent. So, have the current situation of each club been summarized? Zhao Xuming looked at his subordinates next to him. The subordinate nodded hurriedly and handed over a document. Boss Zhao, the current situation of all IOI teams is here, including which positions are missing. Zhao Xuming reached out to take it and glanced at it reluctantly. All IOI teams were listed in a table, and the missing positions were marked in red. A glance at it was like playing a minesweeper, and it was already blown up. Zhao Xuming thought about it and said, "How about this, call these old clubs that still retain IOI branches together for a meeting, and put together 3 of the strongest teams to participate in the World Finals. As for how to put them together, let these bosses negotiate on their own, and we will coordinate in the middle. Then, let them hurry up and train." The so-called self-negotiation is nothing more than the bosses who are qualified to participate in the finals, paying money to buy players in other positions to strengthen themselves. There are not many IOI players in China, and now this is happening again, which is completely picking a general from a group of dwarfs. Zhao Xuming continued, "Okay, let's leave it at that. We've given them the places. It all depends on them how they perform. We have to hurry up and start preparing to cooperate with Zhito Company to build momentum for the global finals. And we also have to start negotiations with various live broadcast platforms immediately." Zhao Xuming began to assign tasks one by one. After all, Longyu Group is also a veteran game operator in China, and its ability in this area is unquestionable. All aspects of publicity were quickly arranged. Although all aspects have been considered, Zhao Xuming still feels uneasy. After all, since IOI and GOG started to compete head-on, President Pei has always been well prepared and won every time. So this time, can Longyu Group and Dayak Group beat GOG, which has firmly occupied the domestic market? Zhao Xuming was also a little unsure. He vaguely felt that the key this time was the global finals. As long as it could be done well, IOI's national service would still have a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. So, there is no room for error. Chapter 764, Grilled Cold Noodles Test. November 29, Tuesday at noon. The capital, the first store of the cold noodles girl. Li Shi and Xue Zhibin had seen the long queue in front of the cold noodles girl store from a distance. Xue Zhibin couldn't help but be a little surprised. So many people are queuing? Just to eat grilled cold noodles? And today is Tuesday. Li Shi did not comment. Maybe it's because it's almost lunchtime, or it may be because the marketing is very successful and people nearby are trying to eat something new. Let's go. Xue Zhibin said, "Why don't we call Meng Chong directly?" Li Shi shook his head. "No need, only by observing secretly can we find details, and details determine success or failure." Xue Zhibin nodded and stood at the end of the line with Li Shi, just like 2 ordinary spectators passing by. Li Shi and Xue Zhibin had just finished their work with the GOG club recently, and they rushed to the capital to see the situation of the cold noodles girl. Although many of Meng Chang's characteristics make him look like a scammer, as Li Shi said, sometimes there is only a fine line between a genius project and a scam project. Moreover, even a scam project is not absolutely not worth investing in anyway. With the current momentum, Cold Noodle Girl is a very worthwhile investment project and worthy of further investigation. The queue was quite long, but probably because Cold Noodle Girl mainly does fast food, grilled cold noodles can be mass-produced quickly, and most customers come to eat grilled cold noodles, so the queue moves quickly. Xue Zhibin noticed that some customers would choose to take away, some would choose to dine in, and some takeaway guys were waiting to pick up their meals. All this is no different from those popular fast food restaurants, proving that Cold Noodle Girl is indeed as popular as it is said on the internet. After waiting in line for about 10 minutes, the 2 finally ordered food and found a seat in the store. The 2 hadn't eaten lunch yet and were a little hungry, so they ordered some signature recommended dishes: gold medal grilled cold noodles, fancy fried cold noodles, side dishes, traditional cold noodles, and health porridge. Fancy fried cold noodles and traditional cold noodles are the staples among them. Fancy fried cold noodles seems to be a special way of cooking cold noodles. The raw materials include eggs, tomatoes, ham, cucumbers, chopped green onions, etc., all cut into small cubes, and then cut about 6 slices of cold noodles into long strips like wide noodles, and stir-fry them in a pan. This kind of fried cold noodles feels a bit like ordinary fried noodles, but the difference is that the fried cold noodles themselves are very chewy and taste much better than ordinary fried noodles. Yellow ham and eggs, red tomatoes, and green cucumbers are mixed together and served in a navy blue porcelain plate, which gives people a very good feeling and is quite appetizing. There is nothing much to say about traditional cold noodles. It is just noodles that are rinsed with cold water and then add ham, cucumber shreds, radish shreds, lettuce shreds and other side dishes, and then pour special cold noodle sauce on them. The traditional cold noodles here are not much different from some traditional Chinese noodle restaurants. The portion is the same, but the side dishes are more conscientious. As for the gold medal grilled cold noodles, it is the most standard grilled cold noodle style. The cold noodles are fried with eggs and then wrapped with onions, coriander, grilled sausages, and other side dishes, and then poured with various dipping sauces and cut into small pieces. However, unlike the roadside stalls that are directly served in paper cups, the grilled cold noodles here are neatly arranged in a long porcelain plate like sushi, which looks much more beautiful. The side dishes are some common side dish platters, and the health porridge is not much different from the porridge in some common bun porridge shops, and is divided into 2 small bowls. Overall, the portion is not small, the ingredients are good, and the most important thing is that the appearance is much better after the packaging. The price is not very expensive. All these together are enough for 2 people to eat, a total of 65 yuan. Compared with the more affordable steamed buns and porridge shops, it is a bit more expensive, but considering that this is the downtown area of the imperial capital and the cold noodle girl is an internet celebrity product, this price is far from unacceptable. As for the environment of the entire store, the service attitude of the waiters, etc., it is also on par with all chain fast food stores, and the waiters are quite pleasing to the eye. Li Shi and Shui Zhibing began to taste the food. "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Shui Zhibing asked after tasting 2 bites. Li Shi chewed the grilled cold noodles carefully, and for a moment he couldn't think of what to say. These 2 people are frequent customers of the nameless restaurant. When they traveled around the country, they also ate a lot of good things. So although they are not as good as professional food connoisseurs in terms of taste, they can still distinguish between delicious and undelicious. But now the 2 people are in a dilemma, because the current situation has touched their knowledge blind spots. Is the grilled cold noodles delicious? How to calculate it? Compared with the cold noodles on the street, the cold noodles here are definitely tastier. After all, there are obvious improvements in terms of raw materials and chef's cooking techniques. But the question is, how much tastier is this tastier? Are diners willing to pay a premium, and will they get tired of it quickly? No one can tell, for sure. Li Shi tasted several dishes and said, "Actually, it's better than I thought." Among the internet celebrity brands, it's also quite delicious. But then again, grilled cold noodles are not that bad. Moreover, because you will subconsciously compare it with the grilled cold noodles at roadside stalls, you will invisibly lower your expectations of the taste, so you will think it seems to be pretty good. As for cold noodles and porridge, they are just average. Shui Zhibing asked, "Then, can this project be invested?" At present, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Li Shi shook his head, not sure yet. Strictly speaking, what we are doing now is to clear minds. We need to start from the details. Look for defects and problems that may lead to project failure. If you find them, you must not invest. But if you don't find them, it doesn't mean that the project has no other problems. From the current situation, although the cold noodle girl project is burning money like crazy, the product strength is still acceptable. It is not outstanding, but it will not lose a lot of points, because of the taste. To achieve this level, it means that Meng Chang's funds are spent on practical things except for marketing, and he has not made two outrageous operations. Marketing is indeed a success. At least the Cold Noodle Girl brand has been known by many people. As for whether these people can recognize this brand and become loyal customers, it's hard to say. Shuizhabin scratched his head speechlessly. What a hassle. We have been watching this project for such a long time, but we still can't tell whether we can invest. Li Shi smiled slightly. Young people tend to be impatient, and investment is a job that requires patience. Really experienced investors know that you must not be afraid of trouble when investing, otherwise you will be making trouble with your own money. Many investors will fail in the end and lose all their money even if they are meticulous and pay close attention to all details. As for those investors who are careless, impatient, and only want to invest money to get a quick return, basically they will lose all their money. Li Shi paused and continued, "Why do you think I like to follow Mr. Pei to invest?" Because if you follow Mr. Pei to invest, you can make money no matter what project you invest in. It's just a matter of making more or less, making money early or late. Compared with my own painstaking and meticulous screening of these investment projects, it's much easier to just copy the standard answers. Shuizhabin was full of admiration. Mr. Pei is indeed a genius in investment. He is not in vain. Hey, Mr. Li, when Mr. Pei invests in these projects, will he also conduct on-site inspections and repeated confirmations like us? He has so many industries, where does he have the time? Li Shi shook his head. I don't know about that. Mr. Pei is so elusive. Who knows what he is busy with? As for investment, I think Mr. Pei must have a better and more time-saving method, but ordinary people can't learn it. Take the previous incident as an example. Haven't you noticed that Meng Chang has almost stopped writing on Tengda's popularity recently? Since that press conference, he has restrained himself a lot. Shuizhabin recalled carefully, it seems to be true. Meng Chang has recently carried out a lot of marketing activities, such as driving a sports car to give away grilled cold noodles, but he has not mentioned the investment in Tengda again. Could it be that at the last press conference, Mr. Pei did Mr. Ma's warning to Meng Chang work? Li Shi nodded, yes. This shows that even if Mr. Pei is not present in person, he can judge the truth behind it through some clues, and all kinds of details cannot escape his eyes. And Mr. Pei can see the big picture from these details, and control and speculate the direction of the entire project from a macro perspective. I think this should be his unique way of investment. It's a pity that this kind of investment realm has a mysterious meaning, and ordinary people can never learn it. After thinking about it, Shuizhabin sighed, alas, investment is too difficult. Sure enough, it's more worry-free to follow Mr. Pei and copy the correct answer directly. Li Shi smiled, it doesn't matter. As long as you follow the projects invested by Mr. Pei and learn slowly, you will always make progress. After all, there are very few investment geniuses like Mr. Pei who are so young and have a plan. You are still young, you can learn these things slowly, don't think about getting rich overnight. Li Shi stood up, let's go, the GPL competition is about to start, go back and arrange the newly recruited players. The GOG competition has a much higher status in Mr. Pei's mind than this project. I have a good understanding of this project. I will observe it for a while, and combined with Mr. Pei's attitude, the final answer should be revealed soon. Chapter 765 Game Update DLC November 30th, Wednesday. All employees of Shangyang Games are busy. Wang Xiaobin took a sip of coffee and sent a message on the company's internal chat software. Test a few new DLCs a little more, they will be online soon, and finally see if there are any bugs. Wang Xiaobin is mainly responsible for leading half of Shangyang Games staff to develop DLCs for some old games, including Lonely Desert Highway, Game Producer, Turning Back on the Shore and Fortress on the Sea. Among them, Turning Back on the Shore and Fortress on the Sea have changed a lot, and there are too many DLCs to do, so they cannot be completed in a short time, and will be delayed until the end of this month and the beginning of next month respectively. However, the DLCs of the two games Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer are relatively easy to make. The development work has been completed, and they can be officially updated after the bugs are tested. Although the current bugs have been fixed, Wang Xiaobin does not dare to take it lightly. He still asks everyone to play more games and test more, for fear that various hidden problems will be encountered after the game is released. This is actually due to a more metaphysical problem. Previously, after the new game or new version demo of Shangyang Games was made, they went to Mr. Pei to check it out. Before going, they tested it well, but when it came to Mr. Pei, all kinds of incomprehensible mysterious bugs appeared. So Wang Xiaobin even suspected that Mr. Pei had some special means to find bugs, or that Mr. Pei himself was prone to bugs. So every time the game was updated and DLC was developed, the testing was meticulous, and repeated testing was repeated many times before daring to go online, for fear of missing some fatal bugs. This time, the DLCs updated for the two games Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer were priced at 5 yuan and 18 yuan respectively. For Lonely Desert Highway, the main body sold for 1 yuan, and the first DLC also sold for 1 yuan, and now it is free. The new DLC price of 5 yuan was set by Wang Xiaobin himself, which is a historic breakthrough. Because the content of the DLC update of Lonely Desert Highway this time is much richer than the main game. On Wang Xiaobin's computer, the DLC update announcements for the two games have been written. Lonely Desert Highway DLC update announcement. 1. Added online mode, which supports inviting friends to play together, randomly matching players to play together, and random encounters. In the online mode, you can use text or voice chat, and you can adjust various detailed settings in the settings interface. After the player turns on the online mode, if the vehicle breaks down on the road, he can take other vehicles on the roadside as a passenger to continue the journey. After a while, he can continue driving at the current location. 2. Added random scene function. Driving in the desert for a long time may see mirages and various scenery around the world, including pyramids and other relics in the desert. When checking in at various scenic spots, there is a certain chance to trigger the Easter egg Traveler Bao Su. A lonely traveler in the desert asks for a ride, and after arriving at the destination, he will get a new vehicle appearance and a new scene. Game Producer DLC Update Announcement. 1. New game function, Message Board. Players can leave messages on the ground, doorways, walls, and other places in each level. The messages will be generated using fixed vocabulary combinations to enhance the player's interactive experience. 2. New gameplay, Argument Mode. Players will get an arguing assistant to let the narrator choose the route. Players can use the arguing assistant to mock the narrator. 3. New gameplay, New Player Care Mode. Old players who have completed the game can enter the game of new players who have not completed the game through the random matching system, and guide new players to make choices through free text chat. The art materials of these two games have not changed much, but some more interesting online gameplay has been added. Moreover, Wang Xiaobin deliberately buried Easter eggs about the DLC of Fortress at Sea and the new game Mission and Choice in both games for early publicity and preheating. In fact, at the beginning, Wang Xiaobin had no idea what the DLC of these games would do, and just wanted to complete the tasks as much as possible by doing some conventional gameplay. But Huang Sibo found him and asked him to cooperate with Mission and Choice and add a pre-plot of Mission and Choice to the DLC of Fortress at Sea for publicity and preheating. When Wang Xiaobin heard it, of course he readily agreed. He didn't have any clues at first, but Huang Sibo directly delivered the ready-made game plot content to his door, so why not do it? After planning the DLC content of Fortress at Sea, Wang Xiaobin thought about it. In this case, all the DLCs of old games should be placed on the new game. It not only updates the game content, gives old players something to do, but also serves as a publicity warm-up, and can increase the pre-sale sales of Sea Fortress DLC and Mission and Choice, why not? So there are updated content for Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer. Wang Xiaobin checked it and arranged to send update announcements regularly. December 1st, Thursday. Since moving to Jingzhou in mid-October, Qiao Liang has lived in Jingzhou for a month and a half. In the past 1.5 months, he has completely adapted to life in Jingzhou, and his daily life has also changed. First of all, his work and rest time has become regular, and his meals have become healthier. His dark circles and puffiness have improved a lot. Moyu Takeaway recently launched a monthly package specifically for takeaway lovers like Qiao Liang and office workers. To buy this monthly package, first of all, you can choose the time to eat takeaway in advance. For example, office workers can choose noon from Monday to Friday, and those who work overtime can choose noon and evening from Monday to Saturday. Secondly, you can choose the taste and dishes you can accept in advance. After purchasing the package, you can deposit the money into your personal account and choose automatic deduction, with a maximum of 1 meal on credit. If you have already owed money for a meal, the customer needs to pay the previous fee within 2 hours before the next meal is delivered, otherwise the order will be cancelled. When it is time to deliver the meal, Moyu Takeaway will automatically deduct the fee and deliver the meal, and arrange the dishes according to the taste selected by the customer in advance and the recent dining record to ensure a variety of tastes and balanced nutrition. If there is something unexpected and the food delivery is not needed, the customer only needs to cancel it in advance on the food delivery calendar interface of the app. This monthly package is a blessing for otakus like Qiao Liang and some office workers, because ordering takeout is a pleasure in a few cases, but a torture in most cases. Qiao Liang often has this experience. Sometimes he forgets to order takeout when he is busy, and when he looks up after finishing his work, it is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometimes he picks up his phone at 11 o'clock to order takeout, but he still can't find what he wants to eat in more than a dozen stores, so he wastes 15 minutes for a takeout, and still can't choose a particularly satisfactory one. Sometimes he accidentally orders takeout during peak hours, but because the deliveryman is overloaded with orders, he waits for more than an hour before it is delivered, and the food is cold. At present, the domestic takeout industry is still in a wild growth period, so there are often some unpleasant dining experiences. For those who have been eating takeout for many years, this monthly package of Moyu Takeout can, on the one hand, no longer worry about what to eat every time, and the randomly delivered meals make them feel like someone is taking care of the meal, and on the other hand, it can also guarantee the delivery time and experience. Because this monthly package is like another form of advance reservation, because the store of Moyu Takeout has estimated the order volume in advance and can guarantee the cooking and delivery time of most dishes, so the taste and dining experience will also be improved. The monthly package set by Qiao Liang is lunch and dinner from Monday to Friday. At present, his life is to take a walk downstairs every morning after getting up, go to a nearby bun shop for breakfast, take a walk, and then edit videos or play games after coming back. Lunch and games can be delivered to the door at the hour. On Saturdays and Sundays, sometimes he will go out to play with fans or friends, and sometimes he will order some other takeout at home, such as fried chicken, milk tea, roast duck, etc., to improve the taste. At noon today, Qiao Liang was still eating Moyu Takeout as usual, while reading the latest news. A lot of things have happened in the past month, and Qiao Liang's most concerned thing is obviously the GPL League held in Jingzhou. He also went to Mingyun Villa, a familiar place, to get to know the gates of various esports clubs, and live broadcasted to fans by the way. Recently, various live broadcast platforms have emerged one after another, and more money has been spent. Qiao Liang, as a up host with his own fans, will naturally not miss this opportunity. However, there is still a big difference between being a up host and being a broadcaster. Most of Qiao Liang's live audiences are his own hardcore fans, and they are not very popular. But for Qiao Liang, besides making money from videos, he can also make some money from live streaming. This life is already very good. Huh? What is this? Update announcements for Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer? Are these two games still being updated? When Qiao Liang saw the discussion in his fan group, he thought everyone was joking. It shouldn't be that serious. These games are so old, and they are still being updated? Wouldn't it be better to let them rest in peace? Qiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. Among the many game companies he had seen at home and abroad, Tenda was definitely the most unique one. They clearly had a dominant online game like GOG, and new games were still being developed. The priority of these developments must be much higher than updating old games, right? As a result, President Pei insisted on taking out people to maintain these old games that were almost unpopular and not played by many people. This was outrageous. They really didn't abandon or give up. Chapter 766 Easter Egg, Gift from Traveler Bao Su. It is really a blessing to be an old player of Tenda. Other game companies are basically indifferent to old players. Old games will not be updated at all, just waiting for the end of life. On the other hand, Tenda will never give up on any game, no matter how old it is. As long as old players keep persisting, they can always wait for new content. It is outrageous. However, after sighing, Qiao Liang couldn't help but be curious, because it was clearly written in the update announcements of these two games that there are some Easter eggs. It's okay. It just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. I can play in the afternoon and see what new content these games DLC have. Qiao Liang put away the tableware from MOU's takeaway and put it at the door, waiting for the takeaway boy to collect it together, and then turned on the computer to buy the DLC of two games and prepare to play in the afternoon. The DLC of Lonely Desert Highway is actually sold for 5 yuan, which is 5 times more expensive than the main body. Amazing. Qiao Liang immediately bought the DLC of the two games and started downloading the game resources of the DLC. First, I took a look at the DLC of Lonely Desert Highway, which costs $5. The main content of this update should be the online mode and various random scenes. The amount of art resources and gameplay content are much more than the original game, so the price of DLC has also increased. The online mode allows you to play not alone desert caravan with your friends, but Qiao Liang is not optimistic about this gameplay, because he really doesn't want to drive for 8 hours now, not to mention that he doesn't think he can find friends who are willing to drive for 8 hours with him. However, the official should have taken this into consideration, so some other changes have been added. Random matching with netizens solves the problem of no one driving together, voice chat solves the problem of boredom on the road, the vehicle breaks down and waits for netizens to rescue, which solves the problem of having to start over once failed, which makes players feel too frustrated. This change is actually not bad. Qiao Liang nodded slightly, approving of the official change. On the surface, these changes seem to go against the original intention of the game Lonely Desert Highway. After all, this game is a game that is designed to torture players. One of the important reasons why it became popular is that there can be no mistakes in the 8-hour drive, otherwise you have to start over, which stimulates the player's masochism and curiosity. If it weren't for this harsh condition, this simple game would not have stood out and become popular because of a video by Qiao Liang, but actually, it is no longer necessary to maintain such difficulty. Because Lonely Desert Highway has become an old antique game, and the players who are willing to buy it have already bought it. It is impossible to expect new players to join the pit because they want to be abused. In this case, it is better to change the original harsh gameplay and find some other fun for old players. For some new players, if you want to be abused, don't open the online mode. The standalone mode is still as difficult as before. If you feel that you can't hold on, you can open the online mode and play with other players. If you break down, you can still get a ride, which is much friendlier. Although Qiao Liang was very reluctant to run away, he still pulled a few people from the fan group and opened the online mode of Lonely Desert Highway together. Because he wanted to see the Easter egg of this so-called traveler Bao. Don't say it, you can really find people willing to drive together in the fan group, and soon the team is full. A total of 8 people, each of whom chose a different vehicle skin to form a team, lined up in a long line on the Lonely Desert Highway, sometimes in an S shape, sometimes. Sorry, there is no, because there is only one road. While making jokes, we continued along the established route. However, the further we drove, the fewer cars there were, because once you lose focus, the car will break down in the desert, and you can only take the next car and revive after an hour. At the beginning, there were 8 cars, and then it became 7, and then 6. Some people made mistakes because of their lack of focus, and some people were simply too lazy to drive, so they deliberately drove their cars into the desert and waited for other people's cars. Of course, different cars can carry different passengers. In the most extreme case, there may be no space in the convoy, so you can only wait alone for the car behind to pass before you can take a ride. Everyone talked and laughed, and suddenly felt that this game didn't seem so masochistic. After driving for a while, the mirage of the DLC appeared. There were still deserts on both sides, but you could see different scenery in the desert, including European cities, desert pyramids, oases, tropical rainforests, etc. Xiao Liang now knows why the 5 yuan is expensive, all because of these scenes. After driving for a while, a tanned man with a travel bag appeared on the road. He stood on the side of the road. There was no broken-down vehicle next to him, which meant he was not a player. Xiao Liang's eyes lit up. That should be the traveler Bao. Hurry up and pick him up. There should be an Easter egg. After Bao got in the car, he exchanged a few polite words with everyone and thanked them for letting him take a ride. After that, every time he saw a new mirage, Bao would have a few lines, with some vicissitudes in his tone. This is Honduras. I once came here by boat and encountered storms and huge waves. My boat seemed to be thrown into the sky and thrown into the abyss. No wonder Columbus called this place the bottomless abyss. It was an impressive memory. This is Namibia. On one side is the vast desert and on the other side is the vast ocean. In front of it is a cave landscape that is eroded by wind and sand and is as concave and convex as the surface of the moon. This is Dominican Republic. Every time he passed a mirage attraction, Bao in the car would express his feelings and recall his thrilling or memorable journey in this place. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I can also be a tour guide in this game. Traveler Bao was originally a hero in GOG. Many players knew the story of this employee's travel, but they didn't know the details behind it. As a close friend of President Pei, Xiao Liang certainly knew it. In fact, Bao himself has only been to some of these places. After all, there are too many scenic spots in the world. When Wang Xiaobin was making the DLC, he only decided on these scenes based on ready-made resources that could be found on the internet. Obviously, the creator treated Traveler Bao as a joke. In the setting, he is a magical adventurer who has traveled to every corner of the world. Of course, everyone thinks Bao has this potential. After all, he is still so young. If he travels for 1 month every 6 months on average, it is only a matter of time before he travels to famous attractions around the world. After driving for about 2 hours, Bao said, "Okay, I'll get off here. Thank you for letting me take a ride. I have prepared a gift for you. I hope to see you again." Xiao Liang, huh? This should be the Easter egg left behind. The system prompts that a new vehicle skin has been obtained and a new scene has been unlocked. Xiao Liang hurriedly exits the game to check. Xiao Liang found that he had obtained a new vehicle skin. This is a sci-fi miniature spaceship, about the same size as a sports car, but with a pair of relatively small spaceship wings, no wheels, and suspended in the air. Xiao Liang opened the scene page again, where there are various scenes activated by players in the game. One of the new scenes is on the surface of a dark red planet full of gravel, and various large and small craters can be seen around it, an alien scene in a sci-fi movie. There seem to be some huge caves in the distance. The entrances were pitch black, as if some terrible creatures were about to move. Hey, this is the Easter egg buried in the game? Does this mean that Mr. Pei's next game is a science fiction theme? Don't mention it, this spaceship and scene are quite suitable for Lonely Desert Highway. Xiao Liang carefully observed the spaceship and the new scene and found that there seemed to be no more information in it. It seemed to convey only a message that Tenda's next new game should be a science fiction theme. As for the specific type of game, it is unclear. Okay, now that we have the skin and scene, we can go watch the DLC of Game Maker. Xiao Liang gave an order and everyone immediately scattered. Mr. Pei is so cunning. He knows that Lonely Desert Highway is sold cheaply and has many old players, so he deliberately reduced the difficulty of the game and added cool new cars and new scenes. As long as the players who are slightly interested will spend 5 yuan to buy it to play with netizens, see the new scene, and promote the new game by the way. Xiao Liang sighed while opening Game Maker. Chapter 767 We must not let Tenda's sincerity to old players go to waste. Update. Xiao Liang is also an old player of Game Producer. He has been playing this game since it came out. In order to release a new issue of The God of Conferred, Xiao Liang almost ran through all the endings and was familiar with all the choices of the forks, just like his own backyard. It was only after entering the game this time that I found that Game Producer seemed to have some obvious changes compared to the past. The most obvious point is that it has changed from a standalone game to a standalone game with online gameplay. The previous DLC of this game only updated new voiceovers and new scenes. Although there are many updated contents, there is not much improvement in the gameplay. Strictly speaking, this game is only fun when you first see it. After playing for a while and knowing all the endings, it can only be used for collection. But after this update, this game has added some online gameplay. Although the online gameplay is not the main fun, it is just icing on the cake, but it is also surprising enough that a new message board function has been added to the game. It is closed by default and can be turned on after completing the first round. After turning on this function and entering the game, you can see the handwriting left by other players in various rooms, corridors, doorways, etc. Xiao Liang also tried to write a message. He found that these messages were not entered randomly, but were pieced together with some ready-made words, which could only express some relatively simple and vague meanings. This may be because they are worried that the accurate meaning will cause too serious spoilers and reduce the fun of the game for players. And using this kind of pieced-together message can easily give players a kind of reverse guidance effect, because making the same choice in different situations will also have different results. In this way, new players not only have to compete with the narrator, but also with malicious messages, and there are more obstacles on the road to success. The second new gameplay is the nitpicking mode, which can also be turned on after completing any ending of the first round. In the original default mode, the player does not say a word throughout the whole process, and the narrator talks to himself throughout the whole process. Before the player makes a choice, the narrator will give bad advice. After the player makes a choice, the narrator will make sarcastic remarks. When the final outcome comes out, the narrator will be sarcastic or stubborn. In short, it is mainly to attack the player's mentality. But after turning on the argumentative mode, the status of both parties is immediately reversed. In the argumentative mode, players are no longer powerless to resist, but there will be an argumentative assistant to fight back against the narrator. Before making a choice, the narrator gives bad advice, and the argumentative assistant will remind the player of the disadvantages of this choice and the advantages of choosing another option. After making a choice, the narrator will make sarcastic remarks, and the argumentative assistant will retort to it, leaving the narrator speechless. When the final ending comes out, the argumentative assistant will comfort or congratulate the player, and at the same time turn on the crazy argumentative mode to mock and despise the narrator in all aspects. The narrator was speechless and angry, but he had no way to deal with this argumentative assistant. In addition, in the argumentative mode, if the player follows the narrator's prompts completely, the argumentative assistant will mock the narrator's choice in various ways, just like the narrator mocked the player at the beginning. Qiao Liang was not very interested at first, but after playing it for a while, he found that he was quite addicted. In fact, the so-called argumentative assistant is nothing more than another arranged and triggerable narration. This is all arranged program settings. But why is it so satisfying to hear this argumentative assistant confront the narrator? Originally, Qiao Liang thought that the narrator was not a real person, so what was the point of confronting him? But then he thought, the narrator is not a real person, but when the narrator confronts people, the player will also be angry. When the players played the first round, they were basically pissed off by the narrator. Now there is a little assistant who can scold back and make the narrator speechless, which really makes them feel happy. Moreover, this little assistant can also point out the pros and cons of various choices to the players in disguise. Although it does not directly point out what the correct choice is, it also gives players more reference information when making choices, which is quite friendly. The only regret is that the voice of this little assistant is an emotionless electronic sound. Although it does not sound as annoying as the narrator, it is not much better. When the game is cleared, this little assistant will tell the player its name, AEIS, and there is no other information. There is also a new way to play, which is the new player care mode. Qiao Liang tried it and found that this thing can be called a paradise for cross-dressing and fishing enthusiasts. In theory, the correct way to open this gameplay should be that new players do not understand the game, and old players can guide him to make the right choice, and new and old players can have fun together. But when I really played it, I found that it was not the case at all. After being baptized by the narration, the old players have long become bizarre people, each of them is good at being bizarre. Some old players will deliberately lead new players down the wrong path. Some old players know nothing about anything and only start to mock players after they have made the wrong choice. Some old players said something nice at the beginning to deceive the trust of new players, but in the end, they directly said a wrong choice when it came to the key choice. The most terrible thing is that this mode is not one-on-one. Up to 4 old players can enter the game of the same new player, and their avatars are displayed in the 4 corners of the screen respectively, and the text content they say will be displayed in the form of text bubbles. Some of the 4 old players tell the truth, some tell lies, or sabotage each other, or jointly deceive people. With the original voice of the narration, new players can experience 5 times the happiness. In addition, the most exciting thing is that there are many people who pretend to be new players to fish. Many players have obviously cleared the level many times, but they deliberately open a week to pretend to be new players, trick those old players in, and then pretend to be new players who know nothing, compete with them, and make them run around. These new modes are quite interesting. If you are an ordinary player, you should be able to play for 2 or 3 days without getting bored. If you are a drama player, you should be able to play a pretty good show effect, right? Maybe in a while, there will be a up host who specializes in programs like fishing and game producer. Qiao Liang played it for a while and found it quite interesting. After these 2 games added the online mode, they can be regarded as a new fun for old players. They were originally thrown in the game library and gathered dust, but they were dug out again after the DLC update. Those game contents that were boring after playing them many times can be re-released with these changes, and can be played again. After playing for a while, Qiao Liang looked at the players' opinions on the updates of these 2 games on the forum. Oh my god, Tenda is the conscience of the industry. This game is so old, the main game is free, and they are still updating it? Compared with the DLC content, the price is still very cheap. I seriously doubt whether this game can make back the money. It's worth it, just buy it without thinking. Finally, I gave the narrator a good scolding in Game Maker. I don't have to be ridiculed by him anymore. Thanks to this little assistant named AEIS. There are too many fishing in the online mode. They are all old players. Why are they pretending to be new here? Speechless. But the two DLCs this time seem to have some Easter eggs, such as a spaceship and an alien scene in Lonely Desert Highway. Does it mean that Tenda's next game is a science fiction game? A 3A level FPS game? That's great. The Easter egg of Game Maker should be this little assistant AEIS, right? Are these two Easter eggs for the next game? What does this AEIS do? The robot teammate of the protagonist in the FPS game? I don't know, but I suddenly feel quite looking forward to it. After all, there are still too few science fiction games in China. They are all about fairy tales and martial arts. I am sick of watching them. Because science fiction games are technical work, various details are very important. There are no perfect settings like fairy tales and martial arts themes. I don't know if Tenda can do it well. Tenda's products must be fine. I think there will be no problem. Xiao Liang flipped through the forum and found that the players were basically full of praise. After all, Tenda has been working hard to update some insignificant old games for such a long time, focusing on the gaming experience of old players, which is really rare. Most game companies do not pay attention to the interests of old players at all. As long as it is not profitable, they will not do it at all, and even do some things that hurt old players for the sake of profit. However, Tenda is just the opposite. Although it does not make much money from maintaining these old games, and may even lose money, it still continues to update DLC. What kind of spirit is this? Players said that they were deeply moved. Isn't it just DLC? Buy it. There are new gameplay, new content, and sincere DLC. If you don't buy it, are you still a human being? We must not let Tenda's sincerity to old players go to waste. Chapter 768 Another Windfall. December 2nd, Friday. In the Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian drank coffee while checking the weekly work reports submitted to him by various departments. For some reason, he felt like reviewing memorials. Now Pei Qian understood why those ancient tyrants did not like to attend court or review memorials, because it was indeed a very troublesome thing, and it was not as good as being a hands-off shopkeeper who ate, drank, and had fun. Currently, Tenda has many industries. If the heads of each department come to report their work, it will be a bit difficult to handle, and Pei Qian does not want that. After all, he needs freedom. Therefore, Pei Qian's supervision of the work of various departments of Tenda is mainly through two ways. The first is that each department submits a weekly work report regularly, compressing the work situation of this week into a few dozen words to highly summarize it, so that Pei Qian can roughly know what these departments are planning recently and take precautions in advance. The second is to report at the bi-weekly meeting of the compensation management staff. These reports will be slightly more detailed and can also be verified with the weekly work reports of each department to ensure the accuracy of the information. Pei Qian flipped through the weekly reports sent by various departments and stopped at the weekly report of Shenyang Games. Hey, have the new DLCs for the two games, Lonely Desert Highway and Game Maker, been officially launched yesterday? That's great news. I won't be the last one to know this news, right? In addition to attending classes, Pei Qian also spent a lot of time on intensive review. Because next month is the exam week, the junior courses are relatively more difficult than the freshman and sophomore courses, and there are more exam subjects. Before, Pei Qian always failed the exams, which made him feel ashamed. This time, he can finally make up for the past shame, right? You know, Ma Yang is very busy now. He has to do live broadcasts to bring goods and spend money on Weibo. He has become a celebrity in the school. He may even be recognized when he walks on the street. Many classmates respectfully call him Mr. Ma when they see this long face. Even so, old Ma still has to take time to seriously review and prepare for the exam. As for Pei Qian, although everyone in Tenda Group thinks that Mr. Pei is 10 times busier than Mr. Ma, Pei Qian knows that his real working time may only be 2 hours. That is, the month before the settlement is the really busy one. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that if he still couldn't pass the test better than Lao Ma under such circumstances, it would be really unreasonable. Moreover, Pei Qian had specially borrowed the notes of several girls in the class who were very good at studying, so he was well prepared. Pei Qian had never taken the test against Lao Ma before, and he reflected on it seriously. He felt that it was mainly because of his wrong reviewing posture. If I borrow Ma Yang's notes to review, the upper limit is the same score as him, how can I surpass him? Assuming that Ma Yang's notes have an upper limit of 70 points, no matter how much I review, it is impossible to exceed 70 points. So this time, Pei Qian was very cunning to borrow the notes of others, just thinking that he could overtake and surpass Ma Yang in grades once. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the test like Lao Ma every time. How embarrassing. It seems that Pei Qian himself does not even know how to be a jerk. Pei Qian, who was concentrating on reviewing, did not pay attention to the launch of the DLC of these 2 old games, so he realized it later. He saw the weekly work report of Shangyang Games the second day after the DLC was launched. Let me see the sales. These 2 crappy games have been around for so long, everyone is tired of playing them. Can't anyone really buy their DLC? No way, no way. Fuck. What's going on? Pei Qian opened the backstage and took a look, and he was instantly upset. The 2 DLCs launched yesterday. Lonely Desert Highway DLC has sold 250,000 copies, and Game Producer DLC has sold 130,000 copies, according to the rough estimate of the price of 5 yuan and 18 yuan, after deducting the share, tax, etc. These 2 DLCs will bring in net income of more than 2 million to Tenda Games. Moreover, this is only 1 year of income. In the next week or even a month, these DLCs will continue to generate income. As the influence spreads in the next few days, sales may even show signs of rising. Pei Qian fell into confusion. What the hell is going on? He really didn't understand the current situation. How long have these 2 games been out? They should have been gathering dust in the players' game libraries long ago, right? In the end, what's the point of you always holding on to these 2 crappy games? You keep buying these games' DLCs. Are you sick? Pei Qian decided to make DLC for these old games for 2 reasons. The first was to disperse the manpower of Shangyang Games and let Wang Xiaoban, who was not good at making gameplay, make these DLCs, so that GOG's overseas operations could be slowed down a bit and give IOI a chance to breathe. The second was that he thought that few people would play old games, so he would secretly update DLC, which would not only cost money but also have no sales, and he would have the best of both worlds. As a result, it seems that he was completely blinded by his desire. The sales volume is a bit outrageous. Now Pei Qian's biggest feeling is confusion and bewilderment. What if Wang Xiaoban is not good at designing gameplay? What if no one plays the good old games anymore? What is going on now? Confused, Pei Qian checked the forum and saw a long and enthusiastic review from a certain player. Tenda Games, a perfect example of sincerity, creating a win-win situation. Yesterday, when I heard that Lonely Desert Highway and Game Maker had updated DLC, my first reaction was disbelief. These 2 games have been out of fashion for a long time, and the main game is already free. Is it necessary to release DLC? Can you really make money? I am a little confused. Tenda has GOG and is still developing new large-scale game projects. Why should it take time to develop DLC for these old games that have completed their historical mission? But now I understand that Tenda's operation is full of routines. Everyone knows that the two games Lonely Desert Highway and Game Maker have been free for a long time, so most people have already claimed them and added one as a bonus, right? Originally, I thought this kind of free was a very common promotion strategy. After all, the life of the game is coming to an end, and there are not many sales left. Giving up that little sales to expand the influence of the game is a good choice. But now I realize that it turns out that it is also a good option to make the main game free and sell DLC. This is a complete trap. It is precisely because the two games are free that the game's player base has been greatly expanded, so when the new DLC is released, such good sales can be achieved. What's more commendable is that on the basis of the original standalone gameplay, this DLC has added online gameplay, which has activated the potential of these two games and let old players find new fun. Moreover, this game also buried the Easter egg of Tenda's new game, which is even more reason to buy it. So, Tenda Games is a model of sincerity to create a win-win situation. If it were other companies, the old games would definitely be left to fend for themselves, and players would only be able to throw the games into the game library to gather dust. But Tenda is different. They are willing to update old games every once in a while. On the one hand, they show a strong sense of responsibility, making players feel that Tenda will not give up any game. On the other hand, they use interesting gameplay and Easter eggs to connect all the old games together, making them part of the Tenda game empire. The method of first free and then selling DLC has also achieved good sales and profits. To be honest, this kind of sincerity is not something that is difficult to do, but most companies are unwilling to do it because they think it is unprofitable. But Tenda did the opposite, which is enough to show how unique this company is. No, I'll buy these two DLCs first as a gift. Pei Qian looked at this long review, his expression fell into a sluggish state. Is it free to sell more DLC? Don't mess with me, I don't mean that at all. If the system didn't stipulate that new products must be priced, do you believe that I would give all DLCs for free? Pei Qian originally thought that the worst-case scenario was nothing more than earning some reputation, but he didn't expect that there would be so many players willing to pay for it. In fact, the proportion of players who pay for DLC in the total sales of the game itself is not high at present, but it is precisely because the two games are already free, and there are too many people who have received and played them, so selling a DLC now can activate the new gameplay of the game, so there are so many people willing to buy it. There is no time to lose, this money must be spent quickly before it's too late. Go to Yuan Venture Capital? Pei Qian felt uncomfortable when he thought about making money again. Although it is still nearly 2 months before the settlement, these two DLCs will continue to make money. What to do with this money? You still have to plan ahead and make plans early. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to go to Yuan Venture Capital. The companies that were invested in the earliest should now be able to roughly see whether they are profitable. If they are profitable, sell them quickly, and if they are not profitable, invest more. This should be able to spend all the windfall. Yuan Venture Capital, conference room. He Dishing began to report the first round of investment to President Pei. President Pei, we have invested in 11 companies so far. 2 companies have shown obvious signs of profitability, 1 company has a clear profit trend, 3 companies have a good popularity and have attracted the attention of other investors, and the remaining 5 companies have not made any moves, but there is still a lot of money in the company's account, so we are not short of money for the time being. Here are the detailed information of each company, please take a look. Pei Qian reached out to take the information and found that it was full of various complex financial statements, which made him feel overwhelmed. He put the information aside. I don't look at these things. Just follow my previous rules. If it is profitable, sell it immediately. If it shows a profit trend, don't invest any more money, and sell it when it is profitable. If it is not profitable, continue to observe. If the money is gone, continue to follow up. The money earned after the sale will be directly invested in the next company in order, and the financial staff we sent can also be withdrawn and be responsible for other companies. Chapter 769, Get out of the bag and be safe. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Qinghan hesitated for a moment. Boss Pei, if we use the money earned from selling those profitable companies to invest in the next company, then what about the money to continue to invest in the loss-making companies? Pei Qian said, I'll pay. Qinghan nodded, okay, Boss Pei. Qinghan didn't ask much. This rule was set by Boss Pei a long time ago. Although it seems unreasonable, it must be implemented firmly. For Pei Qian, this investment can ensure that the funds on hand are consumed quickly. The DLCs of these two games are selling very well. Seeing that another unexpected money has arrived, it is really appropriate to use them to fill the hole. But, who should I fill it with? Pei Qian looked at it and found that these 5 companies that were silent seemed to be the best choice, but the problem was, they still had a lot of funds in their accounts. It's normal to think about it. The reason why they were silent was not because they were not willing to spend money on marketing. If they were willing to spend money, they would have made a move long ago. For companies like this, Mr. Pei has to think carefully before giving money. If you spend money so slowly, what's the point of having you? Therefore, we still have to select from those companies that can spend money. Which of these companies spends money the fastest? Pei Qian asked. Qinghan immediately replied, of course it's Meng Chang's cold noodles girl. Pei Qian continued to ask, what are the specific business conditions there? Qinghan thought for a while and said, I went to the capital to see it once, and also went to the store to eat grilled cold noodles. How should I put it, the current situation of the store is quite popular. When I went there, there was a long queue outside the store. It seemed that the business was good. Some online media seemed to have reported it. However, some of these reports were made by people I paid for myself, because a large part of the marketing expenses of Cold Noodles Girl were spent on this. It is not clear how much water is in this queue. However, the taste of the food is okay, similar to that of ordinary mid to high-end noodle restaurants, and the environment, quality, and sense of ceremony will be better. The prices of several signature dishes are partially subsidized. It is certain that a large part of the people in the queue are real customers who come here for the reputation, but not all of them are real. Pei Qian, are the dishes subsidized? Qinghan nodded, yes, for example, the gold medal grilled cold noodles are actually sold at a loss of 1 or 2 yuan. Because the raw materials used are the most expensive in the supply chain, plus the labor and transportation costs, there is no profit margin. Of course, whether customers can taste it is another matter. According to Meng Chang, this is called leading by example. It means making some signature products very cost-effective, using the best raw materials, and then paying money to lower the price, so that customers feel that these signature products are absolutely worth the money, so that they can increase their popularity faster, raise funds and expand their market share. And these subsidy money can be earned back by launching new dishes later. But it is still very difficult to expect to make money by launching new dishes in the short term, almost impossible. So, with all kinds of expenses added together, the Cold Noodle Girl project spends money very quickly. Of course, the popularity also rises the fastest. Pei Qian fell into deep thought. He has heard of this Cold Noodle Girl many times, and he has learned a lot about this project just by osmosis. It must be said that Meng Chang is a good spender. Other companies are very careful with their investments, and they spend 2 or 3 million in half a year or a year, but Meng Chang dares to work hard to spend it all in just over a month. To Pei Qian, this is a genius at spending money. The reason why Pei Qian hesitated was mainly because he was hesitant about which type of company he should spend the money on. Companies that make money must not continue to invest, and must be sold immediately. There is nothing to say about this. Those companies that do not make money and have no voice seem safe, but in fact they are not necessarily safe. Because such companies are often cost-conscious companies, and the lack of voice is just because they have not started marketing. What if it is a potential stock and continues to invest in it and it explodes? Moreover, these companies spend money too slowly, and Pei Qian always feels uneasy when investing in them. On the other hand, companies like the cold-faced girl, although they make a lot of noise, spend money quickly. There is a saying that putting money in the bag is safe, and for Pei Qian, it is getting money out of the bag is safe. He can only feel at ease if he spends money on these companies, otherwise he always feels like a time bomb that will explode at any time. In this way, investing in the cold-faced girl is not a bad choice. If the popularity of the cold-faced girl is hard-earned and she can never make money, then this investment is equivalent to a waste of money. If the cold-faced girl really makes a profit, then sell it quickly when the time comes. Pei Qian thought about it and finally made up his mind. For those companies that are not profitable and have not spent all their money, invest 1 or 2 million depending on the situation, don't invest more. For the cold-faced girl, invest 6 million. Dishing didn't ask any more questions and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei." Pei Qian suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, there is a requirement for the 6 million from the cold-faced girl. It must be kept absolutely confidential, and Meng Chong must not reveal that the money was from Tenda under any circumstances." Dishing was stunned for a moment, but still nodded, "Okay." He didn't know how many rounds of bargaining Mr. Pei had been thinking about during this period, and at what level, but since Mr. Pei had decided to invest, he must be well-planned and sure of winning. Pei Qian symbolically flipped through the information in front of him again, thinking that this should be foolproof. It is reasonable to continue to invest in companies that are not making money, invest less in those with small risks, and invest more in those with large risks. The reason why the 6 million must be kept secret is mainly because of the fear of the situation of the academic bully is happening again. If many investors hear that Yuan Ming Venture Capital has made a heavy blow and directly gave 6 million to the cold-faced girl, will they follow suit and directly drive up the valuation of this company? What if it really becomes popular at that time? When investing in other companies, 1 or 2 million would be spent, but when it came to the cold-faced girl, 6 million was thrown out all at once. This would definitely arouse suspicion and lead to a series of uncontrollable consequences. That's why Pei Qian specifically requested that the premise for Meng Chong to get this investment is that he must keep the source of the money confidential. Of course, Pei Qian didn't expect this information to be completely covered up and airtight, but just hoped that it could be kept secret for as long as possible and with as little impact as possible. Anyway, given Meng Chang's spending speed, he would definitely spend all the money before the news spread, that's all. After President Pei left, Dishing began to call the founders of several companies one by one. "Hello? President Xing. It's like this, we Tenda are going to transfer all the shares of your company, and other company shareholders have the right of first refusal. You can discuss and see whether to introduce third-party capital. President Zheng's company is one of the 2 companies that have already made a profit." When President Xing on the other end of the phone heard Dishing say that he wanted to transfer all the shares, he was stunned for a moment. According to the law, company shareholders cannot withdraw their capital at will, which will constitute the crime of withdrawing capital, and must transfer shares through normal channels. But the question is, why does Tenda want to sell shares? President Xing felt very confused. This was not right. Didn't our company just make money? Didn't we just see the light at the end of the tunnel? And yet, Tenda was so impatient that it wanted to sell all its shares. President Pei shouldn't be such a short-sighted person, right? Besides, this is not short-sightedness, it is a lack of intelligence. A normal person would not do such a stupid thing. Is Mr. Pei a fool? Of course not. That's why Mr. Xing was very confused. After a moment of silence, Mr. Xing said, "Mr. He, To be honest, if I could take over all the shares held by Tenda together with several other shareholders, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. But I don't want to do this, because people should not forget their roots. When our company was in the most difficult time, it was Tenda that lent us a hand and provided us with life-saving funds. Now the company's financial situation has improved, we can see the light, and we can make a profit. Whether we go out to find other financing or develop slowly step by step, we can develop very well. Then why do you want to transfer your shares now, Mr. He? You can't make much money by transferring now? You must believe in us. You can definitely make more by continuing to hold shares. He Dishing smiled, Mr. Zheng, it's not that I don't believe in you, absolutely not. It's just that this is Mr. Pei's rule. We will transfer shares and exit the company that makes money. As for why, I don't know, and you don't need to ask more. I'm just an executor. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, Mr. Zheng said with emotion, so that's it, I understand. Boss, Pei is helping us when we need it most. He lent a hand when we were in the most difficult time, and retired after we overcame the difficulties. This kind of mind is really admirable. Whether Boss Pei's purpose is to make friends or simply help others, we will remember this kindness. Don't worry, Tenda will be our friend forever in the future, and we will definitely find a way to repay this kindness. Those who can be company bosses are not stupid. After a little consideration, they figured out the reason. In theory, investing in startups is the most risky investment behavior, because most companies will go bankrupt, and only a very few companies can make it to the end. And those investors who are keen on investing in startups are counting on one company out of 10 to grow and make up for the losses of the other 9. Once a company with good prospects appears, it must be held as much as possible, and find the most suitable opportunity to sell it at a high point to maximize its own interests. Now Boss Zheng's company has just improved, and it doesn't look like it is at its highest point. And Tenda decided to transfer shares now, which is no different from doing charity. To help others in times of difficulty, and to leave after seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, what a noble spirit. Of course, Yuan Ventures also made money in this investment, but it was just not as much. But in the eyes of Mr. Zheng, this is a kind of sacrifice and dedication. He Dishing was also a little embarrassed by the praise, and hurriedly explained, actually, you don't have to take it too seriously. This is Mr. Pei's rule, and it applies to other companies as well. Mr. Zheng said, that's why it's so touching. Mr. Pei helped us not out of personal relationships, but out of justice and belief. Mr. He, you don't have to say anything. In short, we will remember this kindness. If there is anything we need to cooperate with in the future, just ask. After calling the 2 profitable companies, the 2 bosses thanked him profusely. He Dishing also called those companies that had spent a lot of money but still didn't see any profit trend. Hello? Mr. Liu. Hello. It's like this. We at Yuan Venture Capital plan to invest another $1 million in you. Let me inform you in advance. Mr. Liu on the other end of the phone was also stunned for a moment, a little unbelievable. Another $1 million? He Dishing nodded, yes, is there any problem? Mr. Liu hurriedly said, no problem, of course no problem. I just feel a little surprised. Our current business situation is not very good. It is a long way from profitability. I have spent money but have not seen any results. I am still struggling with how to tell you about this. I didn't expect you to trust us so much. Thank you so much. Chapter 770, Pei's ambiguous tactics, please give me a monthly ticket. Mr. Liu has also been worried about funding recently. Although he has tried his best to be frugal, the money is still not enough. So where the money comes from has become a very tangled problem. He has already received a sum of money from Tenda, but he has not achieved any results. It is really a bit embarrassing to ask for more. But if he does not get money from Tenda, it will be more difficult to get money from other places. As a result, he did not expect that when he was tangled, Hidishing took the initiative to come to him to follow up the investment. This is really heartwarming. This shows that Tenda is optimistic about this project, whether in terms of funds or confidence. It has given everyone a shot in the arm. Therefore, Mr. Liu was deeply moved and thanked Hidishing profusely. Hidishing smiled and said, "Oh, there's no need to thank me specially. I just followed Mr. Pei's rules." Mr. Liu on the other end of the phone said quickly, "I understand. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you Mr. Pei and Mr. He for your support and trust in our company. My employees and I will definitely work harder." Hidishing also called two other small companies that had no hope of making a profit and wanted to follow up with investment. These companies were all overjoyed and deeply moved because in their opinion, the behavior of Tenda and Yuan venture capital is so heartwarming. Although the situations of these small companies are different, and the probability of project success varies, most people really want to make the project a success. Because the finances of these companies are supervised by Tenda, there is no trickery, and everyone's interests are the same. If the project succeeds, not only the investors will make money, but also the company boss and all employees will make money. And in this situation of capital shortage, Tenda once again generously donated, which is of course a very touching thing. Finally, Hidishing called Meng Chang. "Hello? Mr. He." Meng Chang's enthusiastic voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Hidishing couldn't help but sigh that in the eyes of others, Meng Chang is really a perfect entrepreneur and a perfect entrepreneur. She has an excellent personal image, good eloquence, contagious speeches, strong execution, long-term vision, and is always energetic. She will put 100% of her energy into work at any time. All these advantages are concentrated in one person. Even if there is a small flaw, most investors will subconsciously ignore it. Hidishing said, "Mr. Meng, congratulations, Mr. Pei has decided to invest another 6 million in the cold-faced girl." On the other end of the phone, Meng Chang was slightly stunned, and then ecstatic. Finally got the follow-up investment from Mr. Pei. Since the establishment of the brand of Linmian Girl, Meng Chang has also taken great pains, from the initial PPT, to the later press conference, to the recent stores and various marketing events. He did so much just to impress the investors. Among all these investors, Meng Chang cares most about Mr. Pei. Because Mr. Pei is a genius investor, as long as he can get Mr. Pei's investment, it will be easy to get other people's investment. In fact, so far, many investors have approached Meng Chang privately, wanting to invest in Linmian Girl. But Meng Chang did not agree. Because in his opinion, the conditions of these investors are too harsh. Some want too many shares, some require signing a gambling agreement, and some require the signing of investment terms, including investors' priority sale rights and founders' share transfer restrictions. The so-called priority sale right means that the investor and the founder agree that if a third party purchases the equity from the founder, under the same conditions, the investor has the priority sale right, and the equity transfer restriction means that the founder is not allowed to sell his shares before a certain stage, such as before IPO or merger. To put it simply, it means restricting founders from selling shares to cash out. This is actually a very common phenomenon, because for investors, investing in projects is investing in people. If they invest money and push up the company's valuation, but the founder cashes out and leaves the company, how can they ensure that the company continues to develop rapidly? Investors certainly hope that the founder will always live a tight and hard life, so that they can go all out to start a business and make money for investors. For Meng Chang, this is of course an unacceptable condition. The purpose of my hard work is to cash out, but you don't let me cash out, is that okay? Do I really work hard for you for the rest of my life? Therefore, Meng Chang did not accept this condition, but was waiting for an opportunity to increase his voice. If the company develops too fast and is a hot commodity, countless investors want to get a piece of the pie, then naturally there will be investors rushing to invest, and Meng Qiang will no longer need to sign these restrictive terms. And Mr. Pei's follow-up investment is a good opportunity. Because Mr. Pei is a weather vane of investment in many people's eyes, Mr. Pei invested 6 million in the cold-faced girl. This is a clear signal that someone will definitely follow and sign some more relaxed terms. This is a key step for Meng Qiang. Because his money is burned very quickly, if he runs out of money halfway through, he will be in a very embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Mr. Pei took action. Meng Qiang forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. "Thank you, Mr. He, thank you, Mr. Pei, I will definitely." He was interrupted by He Dishing before he finished speaking. "Don't worry, Mr. Pei has conditions. The condition is that you must keep the matter of Tengda's follow-up investment of 6 million absolutely confidential and cannot disclose any information to the outside world. This is a confidentiality clause in the investment agreement and cannot be violated." Meng Qiang, ? He was originally in a state of ecstasy, and the moment he heard this, it was like being hit by a stick and knocked unconscious. Confidential? Why? Meng Qiang was puzzled. If it were other investors, they would generally restrict the founder from selling shares to cash out. Meng Qiang boldly judged that Mr. Pei would not do this, because Mr. Pei seemed to have never arranged similar terms when investing. That's why he attached so much importance to Mr. Pei's investment. Facts have proved that his speculation is correct. Mr. Pei did not propose similar restrictions, but he never expected that Mr. Pei actually had some requirements for confidentiality. This hit Meng Qiang's soft spot. It's not fatal, but it's very uncomfortable. Does Meng Qiang need this money? Of course he does. But his purpose is not just to let the cold-faced girl burn more money for a month or two, but to leverage more investors' funds and push up the company's valuation. In other words, this matter must be conveyed to the investors to be valuable, otherwise, it would just be a dry 6 million, which would only make the cold-faced girl burn more money for a while. However, Meng Qiang had no reason not to accept the money. Because the money from Mr. Pei did not restrict the founder from selling shares to cash out, which was much better than the conditions given by other investors. Besides, the cold-faced girl's facade still had to be maintained, and the money had to be burned. The capital chain could not be broken. Once it was broken, the show could not go on. Therefore, the money was just stuck at a position slightly higher than Meng Qiang's psychological bottom line. It would be a pity to throw it away, and it would be tasteless to eat it. On the other side of the phone, He Dishing asked, "Any questions?" Meng Qiang quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "No problem." He Dishing did not say much, but just encouraged him to work harder and hung up the phone. Meng Qiang let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. After several previous experiences, Meng Qiang knew very well that it was meaningless to bargain on such issues. Mr. Pei was such a stickler for words, and it was impossible for him to bargain. If you don't take this money now, you may not get it in the future. Compared with other money that is subject to restrictions on selling shares, it is more comfortable to take this money. Meng Qiang couldn't help but sigh. President Pei is indeed unfathomable. From the time they started dealing with each other until now, every step of President Pei's actions seemed to make him uncomfortable. When Meng Qiang first received the investment, he had to accept Tengda's assignment of finance. Now the second investment must be kept confidential. If satisfaction is scored, then Meng Qiang's satisfaction is around 60 every time. If this score is lower, Meng Qiang may give up, and there will be no cold-faced girl brand at all. President Pei can just get this score right, stepping on Meng Qiang's psychological bottom line to let him start a business, but always making some restrictions in some seemingly insignificant places, which makes Meng Qiang very uncomfortable. What makes Meng Qiang most worried now is that he doesn't know whether his ideas have been seen through by President Pei. Are these restrictions imposed by President Pei on himself aimed at himself or at all investors? Meng Qiang knows very well that at the last press conference, President Pei sent President Ma to knock him over. This kind of master fighting is like Tai Chi, where each other stops at a certain point and will never go too far, but will never scratch the itch. President Pei's series of actions made Meng Qiang feel like an extremely calm wolf, following him from a distance. It seemed nonchalant, but it made people feel uneasy. The wolf might just be passing by and would not hurt him, but it might also suddenly speed up and jump out in the next second, knocking him to the ground and biting his throat. President Pei's tactful approach always kept a certain distance from Meng Qiang, neither infringing on his core interests nor giving up the threat to him. He felt a little chilly, but he always doubted himself, wondering if it was an illusion. This was very contradictory. But at this point, Meng Qiang felt that he was only one step away from success, and there was no reason to give up. Thinking of this, Meng Qiang calmed down and made up his mind to continue with the original plan. Although President Pei had imposed some restrictions on him, he did not completely restrict him, and still retained some room for maneuver. Meng Qiang felt that he could still operate again. Chapter 771 by an IOI bottom team. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. December 5, Monday. Pei Qian came to the company as usual, reading the weekly reports sent by various departments while waiting for the person in charge to report on work. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was he Dishing. "Boss Pei, I'm here to report on the new round of investment by Dream Ventures." Pei Qian continued to flip through the weekly report. "Well, go ahead." He Dishing reported truthfully, "Boss Pei, the shares of the two profitable companies have been negotiated to be sold. Together, we made more than 2 million. Although it's not much, it has earned enough reputation. The shareholders of the two companies all said that our Tenda was a timely rain and a timely helper. We lent a hand to the company when it was in the most difficult time, and waved our sleeves after the company saw the moon after the clouds cleared, leaving no cloud behind. This kind of mind is touching. Compared to other investment institutions that are full of money, Tenda's investment has left a deep impression on them. I believe that soon more companies will know that Dream Ventures is a company that truly invests in dreams." Pei Qian couldn't help but look sluggish, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. More than 2 million? So much money was made in one transaction. More than 2 million may not seem like much, and compared to the current investment amount, it is just a drizzle, but the money invested by these two companies is also small. The two companies together invested less than 3 million, but the result is that they almost doubled with a casual resale? He Dishing nodded. "Yes, Mr. Pei, a company that can achieve profitability in such a short time must be a hot commodity in the eyes of other investors. Under the hype, the price is naturally high. Why, Mr. Pei is not satisfied with this price? If you continue to hold it for a while, you will definitely make more, but..." Pei Qian raised his hand to signal him to stop, then silently drank a sip of tea and calmed down. "This price is within my expectations." In order not to mislead he Dishing, Pei Qian could only say this. "But think about it from another angle, it's not bad. Fortunately, I bought it early. If I sold it late, wouldn't I make more money? As the saying goes, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Now the shares of the two companies combined have only sold for more than 2 million, which is already a very acceptable result." He Dishing continued to report, "Boss Pei, those companies that had no possibility of making profits at all also followed your instructions and invested. The bosses and employees of these companies were all very encouraged and said that they would do their best to achieve profits as soon as possible and live up to your expectations." Pei Qian said inwardly, "Haha." He Dishing added, "There is also the cold-faced girl." After receiving the subsequent 6 million investment, according to the investment agreement, Meng Qiang did not disclose any information to the outside world. Now no one should know that we invested in the cold-faced girl. However, Meng Chang increased his efforts to spend money on marketing this weekend. He announced that he would open a second branch of the Cold-Faced Girl and continue a series of promotional activities, including buying a movie ad placement. Some online programs and TV programs have reported on the Cold-Faced Girl and praised this new business model, calling it the perfect combination of tradition and modernity, catering and the internet. Also, Meng Chang spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to rent a venue for 1,000 people and conduct more than a dozen intensive business speeches for students, young people, and entrepreneurs. He will share his experience in establishing the Cold-Faced Girl brand with everyone. Pei Qian had been looking down at the weekly reports of various departments, and he couldn't help but look up when he heard this. This buddy is good. How much to give and how much to spend? Although the Cold-Faced Girl was also doing marketing and spending money before, the speed of spending money was not very fast. After getting 6 million, is it okay to speed up the spending speed immediately? Pei Qian thought about it and asked, how is the response? Dishing said, the response is very strong. Because Cold Noodle Girl has already gained a certain degree of popularity and attention through internet marketing, it is considered an internet celebrity catering brand. Now after increasing investment, the popularity has been further improved. The comprehensive upgrade of marketing activities, including reports on many TV and online programs, has greatly improved the brand image of Cold Noodle Girl in the minds of ordinary consumers. Originally, many people thought that this was just a cold noodle and snack business, but after the online programs and TV stations introduced the business model, everyone realized that Cold Noodle Girl is very trendy and popular, and naturally they have the urge to learn more. Moreover, Meng Chang fully utilized his eloquence advantage, and these speeches will definitely attract widespread attention. More and more people regard Meng Chang as a business mentor, so everyone's awareness and trust in the brand Cold Noodle Girl will naturally increase significantly. This is the so-called, if the product is not enough, marketing will make up for it. What Meng Chang is doing now, in a nutshell, is marketing, but it is aimed at several different aspects: opening stores, buying hot searches, buying advertising placements, etc., are all continuing to expand the popularity, letting online programs and TV stations report. It is considered to use these news programs to endorse, so that more consumers will have more trust in Cold-Faced Girl. As for giving speeches, it is to tie himself to the brand of Cold-Faced Girl. This has to be said that Meng Chang's brain circuit is different from ordinary people. The idea of ordinary people is to first create a successful enterprise, and then package themselves as successful entrepreneurs. But Meng Chang's idea is to package himself as a successful entrepreneur first, so his own enterprise will naturally be regarded as a successful enterprise. Meng Chang's eloquence is very good, even investors are stunned, let alone ordinary audiences. At that time, if he speaks several times in a row, uploads the video to the internet, and buys a hot search, it will definitely attract many people to pursue him and regard him as a genius with a business mind. Then, the project of a business genius must be a reliable project. Ordinary customers rush to eat, discuss, and provide heat, and investors rush to invest money, and Meng Chang's goal is achieved. Of course, another important reason why Meng Chang accelerated the pace of burning money is that he wanted to give other investors some hints. Mr. Pei's investment agreement did stipulate that the source of the funds could not be disclosed to the outside world. And Meng Chang's current behavior is to pass information to other investors without revealing the source. Suddenly speeding up the pace of burning money and spending money lavishly will definitely attract the attention of other investors. The original money was almost burned out, but Meng Chang suddenly increased the speed of burning money. Where did this money come from? There must be someone else who invested again, and the money invested was not small. Otherwise Meng Chang would not be so confident and bold to spend it crazily. Therefore, other investors who are still waiting and watching will guess who this big investor is, and at the same time they will definitely make concessions and relax the requirements on the investment conditions to provide more funds for Meng Chang. Of course, Pei Qian didn't know about these twists and turns. Pei Qian's expression was very serious, just because he was very worried about the popularity that Meng Chong had burned. This Meng Chong is simply a super popularity machine. In terms of the ability to spend money to buy popularity, he is really top-notch. Sometimes popularity can also be converted into money. Pei Qian has suffered a lot in this regard. This Meng Chong is really noisy. If he makes less noise, wouldn't it be perfect? Still have to keep an eye on him and can't let down your guard. Pei Qian said, keep an eye on the cold-faced girl, and tell me if you have any questions. He Dishing nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. After briefly reporting on the situation of other companies invested in, He Dishing turned around and left. Pei Qian continued to flip through the weekly reports of various departments aimlessly. Suddenly, his hand stopped, and a piece of news caught his attention. The domestic clubs are reorganizing the teams of the IOI division? Why reorganize? Where are their original players? In the weekly report submitted by Shangyang Games, Lin Wanqing clearly wrote about the actions of the IOI national server. One of the key information is, Zhito Company and Longyu Group are preparing for the IOI World Championship in China. Each club must select 3 teams to participate in the World Championship through the competition. And several clubs led by SUG are recently in contact with each other to poach each other's more outstanding IOI players, hoping to compete in the IOI World Finals. Of course, Pei Qian supports the actions of these clubs with both hands. You want to play in the IOI finals and add heat to IOI, which is a good thing. Anyway, as long as it can increase the heat of GOG's competitor, IOI, then President Pei will definitely support it with both hands. But Pei Qian really can't help with this matter. Now that he has a special status, he can't pay out of his own pocket to buy Water Army and cheer for IOI, right? Suddenly, Pei Qian's mind flashed. I really can't help, but I can also buy an IOI team. If we buy a bottom-ranked team and keep it, we will definitely miss this year's IOI Global Finals. With the nature of IOI, we probably can't count on the league, which means there will be no attention and popularity at all. If I keep an IOI team and give it all the benefits, isn't that just a waste of money? There won't even be any popularity and attention. It's a sure win deal. Perfect. Pei Qian suddenly became alert. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way. DGE Club only has one branch, GOG. GOG is getting more and more popular. DGE Club started early, so the popularity is high. There is no way to lose money. But at this critical juncture, buying a bottom-ranked team from IOI will definitely result in a loss, right? The only risk may be that this team wins the qualifiers and reaches the global finals. But the strength of the players can't be improved in just 1 or 2 weeks. How can the bottom-ranked team win the qualifiers? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. So, Pei Qian called Zhang Yuan immediately. Book a high-speed rail ticket and go to the Magic City with me. Chapter 772, Don't buy, just invest. Afternoon, Magic City. Wu Yu, the owner of FV Club, was furious in his office. Ding Gon and his group are really too much. Your own team was dismantled, so they come to dismantle my team? They also unite to put pressure on us. Can clubs with insufficient strength be manipulated by them at will? Zhao Shuming, this bastard, is also half-hearted. Disgusting. Manager Liu of FV Club was also indignant. Boss Wu, these people are birds of a feather. Zhao Shuming and Ding Gon's group are obviously in the same group. It's the qualifiers that decide the places for the World Championship, but what are they actually playing for? After the team selection, it's basically already decided. Our team's strength was originally relatively intact, but our reputation is far less than those clubs, so Ding Gon joined other clubs to put pressure on us and let us sell players. The most annoying thing is that Zhao Shuming seems to be mediating, but he is actually on their side. To put it bluntly, they just want to select the 3 most famous clubs with the most fans. In order to make up the team, they don't hesitate to dismantle our clubs. Boss Wu was even more angry. The most outrageous thing is that this group of people poached our players and also earned transfer fees from us. Is it a win-win situation? A win-win situation, damn it. Because he was in his own office, and Manager Liu was his own person and knew him well, Wu didn't care about his image and cursed. Last week, Longyu Group and Jito Company finalized various cooperation matters, and Zhao Shuming also began to organize domestic teams to participate in the qualifying competition to select teams to go abroad to participate in the IOI Global Finals. However, he encountered a very serious problem. The teams of major old clubs were poached and broken up. Take SUG Club for example. There are only 3 players left in the IOI division. How can they play the game? Other old clubs are similar, and the potential good seedlings have been poached by Lin Chong and the GOG Club, and most teams are not fully staffed. Just like playing mahjong, how to play with 3 missing 1? While cursing Tingda for playing a family-destroying scheme, Zhao Shuming didn't have any better solution, so he could only force it together. This is the World Championship. We can't just promote new players to start from scratch for the vacant positions, right? They will definitely be beaten, so it's better not to go. Therefore, in order to make up for the shortcomings of a few teams and make them qualified for the World Championship, we have to dismantle other teams. So the question is, which ones should be dismantled and which ones should be filled? Obviously, the only way is to dismantle the club and make up for the big club. From Zhao Shuming's point of view, even if we don't consider the financial aspect, we have to consider the reputation and popularity. Old clubs like SUG have a large number of fans in China and have a certain degree of international popularity. Such teams can represent the domestic IOI esports circle by playing in the world competition. As for clubs like FE Club, their popularity is too low. They are not well known at home and abroad, and they are far behind in terms of bringing popularity. After all, Zhao Shuming is very clear that the primary purpose of the IOI World Finals is to bring traffic to the national service IOI. If the traffic cannot be brought up, then everything is nonsense. Results are of course important, but anyway, it's all dismantling. Which one to dismantle and which one to make up? Will it have any impact on the results? Take the current competitive level, no team can win the championship. In this case, of course, letting the big clubs take the top can attract more popularity. Therefore, Zhao Shuming and several big clubs joined forces to find clubs like FE to buy players. Player buying and selling is of course voluntary, but pressure is also objective. FE Club is a club, or even an internet cafe team. The boss Wu is personally funded and maintains this club out of interest. How can he beat Longyu Group and these big clubs? Of course, Wu can also choose not to sell players and let the team play in the qualifiers, but if he offends these big clubs and Longyu Group, will he have a good harvest in the future? What's more, Wu himself is not 100% sure about his team. If he can't make it out of the qualifiers and the players haven't been sold, it will be even more of a loss. So Wu thought about it and didn't have a good solution. He could only reluctantly dismantle his team and sell the players to other old clubs for reinforcement. GOG's club dismantled IOI's old club, and IOI's old club dismantled IOI's club again, which became a cycle. Wu was very reluctant to sell the players, so he was furious in the office. But he had no choice, the club just had no say. After venting his anger, Wu gradually calmed down and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, let it go. You go out first. I want to be alone and quiet." Manager Liu nodded and turned to leave. Wu leaned back in the boss chair, a little worried about whether he should continue to run this club. The FE Club was originally maintained by his own funds, purely for the sake of interest. He dared not think about the quota of GOG, and could not afford it at all, so he could only play IOI to make a living. But now the IOI team has been dismantled. Of course, he can recruit more people and re-establish the team, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is no hope for this qualifier. Zhao Shuming gave the FV club a quota to participate in the qualifier for the sake of face, but the problem is where to find good players? After all, Zhao Shuming also felt that it was not good to dismantle these clubs, and gave them a quota to participate in the qualifier just for show, because these clubs could not qualify anyway. Even if they barely put together a team to participate in the qualifier, they would most likely be beaten by teams like SUG. Once they missed the IOI World Championship, they would most likely fall into the dilemma of having no games to play. Wu Yu is now facing the following situation: the team he had worked so hard to build was dismantled, with only 3 players left, and it would be very troublesome to reorganize. There would be no games to play in the short term, and pure money burning would not generate any enthusiasm. He earned a transfer fee from selling players, and it seemed like a good choice to quit while he was ahead. Therefore, Wu Yu was a little discouraged and didn't want to play anymore. He was struggling when there was a knock on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Yu looked up and saw that it was Manager Liu who had returned. "Mr. Wu, there is something very important." Manager Liu's expression was a little incredible. "Mr. Pei from Tenda Group is coming to Shanghai in person to meet you." Wu Yu was stunned. "Who?" Manager Liu repeated, "Mr. Pei from Tenda Group." Wu Yu was completely stunned. "Mr. Pei? Isn't that the designer of GOG and the big boss who established the GPL League? Come to see me?" Wu Yu even suspected that this was fake news, because the gap between the two sides was too big. What was worth Mr. Pei's personal trip? The quota of the GPL League has been hyped up, and many traditional giant companies have also entered. At present, GOG is the hottest esports circle in China and even in the world. Tenda Group is the organizer of all GOG competitions. The standard contract incident some time ago conveyed a message to the outside world: Tenda is the only one in GOG's esports circle. On the other hand, FV Club is a privately run club, purely for fun, with no reputation or strength. Originally, the strength of the IOI branch was barely adequate, but now 2 of the outstanding team members have been poached, and it is now just an empty shell. Why did President Pei come to visit in person? Wu Yu was a little confused for a moment. But he naturally did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly asked, "When will President Pei arrive?" Manager Liu replied, "It's only an hour before we get to the high-speed rail station in Shanghai." Wu Yu stood up quickly and said, "Drive my 7-seater business car here and go to the high-speed rail station to pick someone up right away." 2 hours later, in a high-end restaurant near the FV Club, Wu Yu, Manager Liu, Pei Qian, Zhang Yuan and others sat down. Both sides had exchanged pleasantries and small talk along the way. Now they sat down to drink tea while waiting for the dishes to be served. It was almost time to get down to business. It was the first time for Wu Yu and Manager Liu to meet Pei Qian and Zhang Yuan. It was a little hard to believe that these 2 were the top figures in the GOG esports circle. Pei was a little too young, and his real identity was actually the actor in the skit, which surprised Wu Yu and Manager Liu. Zhang Yuan also looked ordinary and even a little unremarkable. It was hard to imagine that he was the top person in charge of Tenda in the esports circle. Wu Yu personally poured a cup of tea for President Pei and Zhang Yuan, and said with a smile, "President Pei, President Zhang, your presence here is really a great honor to our FV Club. This happened suddenly, and we didn't have time to prepare for the reception properly. We can only make do with this restaurant. Please don't mind. Wait until tomorrow, I will arrange another meal tomorrow and find a few friends to accompany us. Please be sure to honor us, President Pei." Pei Qian waved his hand quickly. "That's not necessary, Mr. Wu, please don't be polite. I'm here to discuss business today and will leave tomorrow morning. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, you can speak up. I will do my best to fulfill any request. Pei Qian was too lazy to keep him in suspense and said directly, it's not a big deal. I want to invest in FV Club. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Invest in FV Club? Don't I know what this broken club is like? Is there any need to invest in it? Wu Yu looked at Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, are you serious? Pei Qian nodded, of course. After thinking for a while, Wu Yu said, Mr. Pei, if you like FV Club, I will sell it to you directly. The price is 1.5 million. Do you think it's okay? Wu Yu didn't dare to quote too high, because he knew very well what FV Club was like. This thing is definitely a negative asset, with no profitability, and the players' salaries and venue rentals are just burning money. Moreover, FV Club has no results, and even no games to play, no traffic, not to mention traffic monetization. It is impossible. The only thing that can be used now is that FV Club can play in the IOI qualifiers, but there are many teams with this qualification, and President Pei has his own GPL league, so it is impossible for him to be interested in this. The remaining 3 players are worth a bit, but if they can't be sold, they won't earn transfer fees. Moreover, these 3 players themselves are not strong enough, otherwise they wouldn't be poached by others and only left. Wu Yu didn't know why President Pei was interested in the FV Club. Anyway, if he wanted it, he could just take it away. He was happy to sell it and take the opportunity to quit the esports circle. Pei Qian shook his head. I don't buy clubs, I only invest. Wu Yu was a little confused. What does this mean? If he is really interested, wouldn't it be better to buy it? Could it be that President Pei is willing to pay much less than 1.5 million? Wu Yu asked, how much do you plan to invest? Pei Qian, 3 million. Wu Yu. 3 million. The entire club was only priced at 1.5 million, but President Pei directly invested 3 million? It's unnecessary, right? Wu Yu was puzzled and asked, do you plan to change the team name? Change the management team? Or add advertising space on the uniforms? Do you have any other additional requirements? Wu Yu was a little panicked. This amount of money was a bit too much for the FV Club. Could it be that President Pei arranged a routine similar to a gambling agreement? Pei Qian shook his head. I don't want any of it. I just want to invest and take some shares. There are no other requirements. Wu Yu blinked, and he was completely confused. It was obvious that 1.5 million could buy the entire club, but President Pei didn't buy it and insisted on investing? Chapter 773 A Cycle, asking for monthly votes. Investing 3 million, but not changing the team name, the management team, or even advertising, just taking some shares. What's the difference between this and giving money away for free? Wu Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhang Yuan sat aside without saying anything. In fact, he didn't know what Mr. Pei was up to. FV Club was originally a small club, with no reputation and no achievements. Even if Mr. Pei liked it, wouldn't it be better to just pay 1.5 million to buy it? Why invest 3 million and not have any control? It's too generous. Zhang Yuan was also puzzled, but Mr. Pei had done this kind of amazing thing more than once or twice, so he didn't say anything. Pei Qian's idea was actually very simple, just to compensate. He didn't want to buy this club at all, because it would be easy to have problems after buying it. Zhang Yuan was good at managing clubs. What if he changed the management team after buying it, and this team took off on the spot? So, just invest, don't change the team name, don't change the management team, don't add advertising space, just take some shares, so that Tengda's influence on FV Club can be minimized. This can't make money anymore, right? Wu Yu and manager Lu looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. But no matter how confused they were, how could they refuse the money that was sent to them? Wu Yu pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, I don't know what virtue our FV club has, so you can offer such good conditions. We can't go too far, we have to know the importance. In this way, Tenda takes 70% of the shares and we take 30%. Do you think it's okay? In terms of operation, you can make any request at any time, and we can make a comprehensive rectification according to the standards of DGE. Pei Qian shook his head and refused, flatly, no, I only want 49% of the shares, and the management rights of the club will always be in your hands. We will not make any interference. This must be written in the contract. Comprehensive rectification according to the standards of the DGE club? Stop it, I have suffered losses on this. Now all GOG clubs are training players in the way of the DGE club, and the training effect is good. DGE was able to beat other GOG clubs before, and a very important reason was the scientific, systematic and healthy training method. At present, the management of other IOI clubs is not formal. What if the FV club adopts the full set of DGE club management and training model and takes off again? Now, Pei Qian thinks that everything is fine with the FV club. We must not let the atmosphere of DGE spread here. If a few bottom players suddenly make a breakthrough, it will be a big deal. Therefore, we must ensure that the FV club remains authentic, the management cannot be changed, and we must not let Tenda have any impact on the FV club. Wu Yu looked at Manager Liu, and the confusion in their eyes became even more. I don't understand. President Pei came up with an overly good condition, and he didn't give in, and was determined not to take any more benefits. This is really a bit outrageous. Wu Yu had considered it again and again when discussing cooperation before, but that was mostly because the conditions were not good enough, so he hesitated. This time is different, because the conditions are too good. Wu Yu considered it again and again, and he couldn't find any reason not to accept this investment, but it was hard to accept only 49% of the shares for President Pei. This is too unkind. Wu Yu thought for a moment and said, how about this, Mr. Pei, you take 70% of the shares, but we can agree in the contract that Tenda will not interfere with the daily operations of the FV club. Don't be polite to me anymore. To be honest, I was planning to sell the FV club and stop being involved in the esports circle. But since you are so generous, I have no reason to quit. I will continue to work hard to run the FV club well. Seeing Wu Yu's insistence, Pei Qian couldn't say anything more. Just take more shares, since these shares are worthless anyway. Okay, let's do it. Pei Qian nodded. Manager Liu was standing aside, feeling that the scene in front of him was a bit absurd. Why did it seem that President Pei was reluctant to take an extra 20% of the shares? Wu Yu let out a long sigh. For some reason, he felt more at ease after giving away an extra 20% of the shares. However, President Pei, I must first say some objective conditions of our FV club. Although our IOI division can participate in the qualifiers at present, the team is not complete. If we dig new players, it may be difficult to break through the siege in the qualifiers. Therefore, you have to be mentally prepared. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Weak strength, impossible to break through? Good thing. I wish the FV club wouldn't have any popularity. No need to be mentally prepared. As long as you behave yourself and don't make trouble, my mentality will definitely not have any problems. Pei Qian smiled slightly. Boss Wu, it doesn't matter. You don't need to worry too much about the team members, just let everything take its course. If there are good players, use them. If there are no good players, wait a little longer. Esports is a competitive sport, and there are always winners and losers. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose in the qualifying round, as long as you play your best. Although I have invested, I will not have any pressure on my performance, so you can rest assured. Wu Yu was deeply moved. Okay, thank you, President Pei. The next morning, Pei Qian and Zhang Yuan took the high-speed rail back to Jingzhou. The entire process of investing in FE Club was very vigorous. They came by high-speed rail the day before, had dinner together after discussing things, and left the next day after a night's rest. So much so that Wu Yu, the owner of FE Club, felt like he was in a dream and felt it was very unreal. In just 2 days, bad things turned into good things. Originally, Wu Yu was suppressed and dismantled by Longyu Group and several old clubs, and he didn't want to play anymore. As a result, President Pei suddenly came down and gave him 3 million for free. In an instant, a shot of adrenaline was injected, and FE Club got better again. In the office, Wu Yu and manager Liu began to imagine how to spend the money. We can move to a new training base. The previous one was too crowded and the conditions were too poor. We should move to a more spacious place and update the computers used for training. Luckily, Mr. Pei came in a hurry and didn't visit our training base, otherwise we would be too embarrassed. Also improve the food for everyone. The players have been working hard for so long with low wages, it's time to raise their wages. Wu Yu said while manager Liu took notes. FE Club has always been a small club with a tight financial situation, so the material conditions are not satisfactory. Now that they have received such a large sum of money, they can improve their conditions. After manager Liu wrote down all the information about improving training conditions, he said, "Boss Wu, after all these deductions, there is still a lot of money left. I think the most urgent thing is to buy some players and fill our team again, at least 5 people." Wu Yu nodded, "Yes, that's the truth. Then let's start to dig out some potential newcomers during this period." Manager Liu was about to write it down in the notebook, but stopped again. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Boss Wu, I suddenly have a bold idea. Can we directly dig some star players from other clubs?" Wu Yu thought about it and frowned slightly. "This is not easy to do. Our club is in its current state, and it is indeed necessary to strengthen it. There is no problem. But now the old clubs such as SUG have bought all the remaining better players, and the overall value has increased. If we buy now, we will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. Isn't this just sticking our heads out to be slaughtered? It's not my own money, so I don't feel bad about spending it, but I can't waste it like this. Besides, the amount of money we have is not too little, but it's not too much either. If other clubs just pay a penalty and ask for too much, we won't be able to buy it." Manager Liu shook his head hurriedly. "Mr. Wu, you misunderstood. I'm certainly not talking about buying it from direct competitors like SUG." Wu Yu was a little confused. "Then where can I buy it?" Manager Liu smiled slightly. "Do you still remember why the IOI divisions of clubs like SUG were dismantled? It was because of the new GPL the clubs broke up. That is to say, those star players are all in the hands of GPL clubs. And the GPL league is President Pei's league. Which of the owners of these clubs would not sell President Pei some face? In that case, can we find these clubs and hope they will be flexible? We don't ask for a low price, as long as they don't ask too much, so that we can buy these star players at the market price and fight for the qualification for the World Championship. It's not bad." Wu Yu's eyes lit up. "Huh? That makes sense. SHG broke up SUG, and SUG broke up FE. But now, if FE buys back the IOI players in SHG's hands, wouldn't it form a perfect closed loop? This is a perfect home exchange. Old clubs like SUG must have thought about buying back the outstanding players of IOI from GPL teams, but they didn't do it in the end. Because they have to pay a high transfer fee, it's not worth it to buy them back. Moreover, these old clubs think that since the qualifiers have been basically determined, it doesn't make sense to spend so much money to buy back their players. But if FE Club buys them, it will be completely different. Those clubs in GPL, such as Shenhua, will definitely not be nice to SUG, and the transfer fee will definitely be a lion's mouth. But FV Club is invested and controlled by President Pei, and these GPL teams will not even blackmail President Pei, right? Nothing else, as long as these GPL teams sell the IOI players in their hands at normal market prices. Although FV Club has little money, they only want to strengthen two positions now, and the value of IOI players is not comparable to GOG. If they communicate well, this may be a possibility. With such reinforcement, what if they make it out of the qualifiers and qualify for the IOI World Finals? Isn't that a good deal? The money invested by Mr. Pei will not be wasted. Thinking of this, Wu Yu suddenly became energetic and stood up immediately. Book a ticket. Let's go to Jingzhou immediately. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 774, Pick Whoever You Like. DGE Club. Zhang Yuan looked at Wu Yu and manager Liu, who came to visit him. His expression was a little confused. What's going on? He and President Pei had just returned to Jingzhou, and before they could even sit down, Wu Yu and manager Liu arrived one after another. There was only a 2-hour gap between the two sides. Is there any objection to the cooperation? Is there anything that can't be said on the phone? Zhang Yuan felt a little confused, but since they were already here, he still had to entertain them well. After leading Wu Yu and manager Liu to the conference room, someone served them tea. Zhang Yuan is now not only the manager in charge of the DG Esports Club, but also the head of the Tenda Esports division. His work focus has gradually shifted to the GPL League, and he doesn't have that much time to manage the daily training of the DG Club. So the DG Club is also recruiting more and more staff, including coaches, analysts, team leaders, nutritionists, team doctors, brand visual designers, photographers, creative designers, etc. Now Zhang Yuan has been gradually handing over his work in the club to others. He will only make some important decisions and will only ask about them briefly at other times. It was the first time for Wu Yu and manager Liu to come to the DG Club. Just by taking a look, they felt that it was much more formal than the FV Club. Whether it was the training environment, staffing, or the mental outlook of the entire base, they were completely different. Wu Yu took a sip of tea and said with emotion, Mr. Zhang, I have heard that DG Club is the most formal club in China, no doubt about it. Today I see that it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Mr. Pei is so forward-looking about the future of the esports industry, and has greatly advanced the formalization process of domestic esports clubs. Zhang Yuan smiled. Rather than being forward-looking, it is better to say that it is a kind of confidence. In fact, most clubs know that in order to achieve results, the formalization of club management is indispensable, and many clubs are also willing to align with traditional football clubs. But most clubs still haven't done very well, and it all comes down to lack of confidence. Because the formalization of the club means investing more money, and if there is no confidence in profitability, you will be reluctant to invest money, and formalization is naturally out of the question. Mr. Pei is actually very optimistic about the future of the esports industry. With sufficient confidence, he can naturally spend a lot of money on the club with confidence. Wu Yu deeply agrees, that makes sense. Mr. Zhang is also experienced in club operations. DG Club is one of the few profitable clubs in China. It can gain both fame and fortune without playing games. It is really admirable. I hope that if there is a chance, Mr. Zhang can pass on some experience in club operations. Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. No, the big framework of club operations was set up by Mr. Pei. I didn't make any contribution. I was just responsible for ordering takeout. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Yuan said, You two came to Jingzhou on purpose. Do you think there is any problem with cooperation? Wu Yu shook his head. No, there is certainly no problem with cooperation. It's like this. I discussed with manager Liu how to spend this investment. I want to buy a few players. Wu Yu briefly explained his purpose. Zhang Yuan nodded after listening and understood. No wonder Wu Yu and manager Lu came to Jingzhou one after another. Obviously, they didn't think of using this money to buy players at the beginning. They thought of this after sending Mr. Pei away. In addition, if they want to buy people, they must come to Jingzhou and talk to the owners of these clubs face to face. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while and said, "How about this? I'll introduce you to the club and you can talk to SHG and other clubs. As for whether they are willing to sell, it depends on how the negotiation goes. Tenda is the organizer of GPL. These clubs can be said to obey President Pei and Tenda, but Zhang Yuan does not want to force these clubs to sell players. That would be an abuse of President Pei's influence, which is very inappropriate. The key is to see the willingness of these clubs." Wu Yu nodded, "Of course." Zhang Yuan stood up and took Wu Yu and manager Lu to SHG Club to find Lin Chong. Lin Chong took the lead in buying IOI players, and also snatched 2 or 3 good seedlings who played IOI, of course starting from him. If Lin Chong is unwilling to sell, then Zhang Yuan will consider looking for other clubs. Wu Yu and manager Lu walked in Mingyun Villa, looking at the beautiful single-family villas and esports clubs, their eyes full of envy. This Jingzhou has really been made into an esports mecca by President Pei. It is thriving. I envy it. There are more than a dozen clubs as formal as the DGE club. How could the GPL League fail? From this point of view, IOI has no reason to blame for losing. Alas, it's a pity that our company is in Shanghai and can't move. Soon, the SHG Club arrived. Zhang Yuan took Wu Yu and manager Lu to find Lin Chong and explained their purpose. Lin Chong was stunned for a moment. "President Pei invested in your club? You want to buy IOI players?" Wu Yu nodded, "Yes, Mr. Lin, in fact, we also want to form a stronger team to better compete in the qualifying round. When we get a good ranking, Mr. Pei will also be proud. Of course, we will definitely pay according to the market transfer price. You can pick a few players who can't play and can play IOI and sell 1 or 2 to us." Wu Yu knew that Lin Chong was the boss of Shenhua Group, and he was asking for help, so he was naturally very polite. Lin Chong smiled, "Hey, why are you being polite? Since it is a club invested by President Pei, we must support it. To be honest, I bought these players just thinking of a lottery, thinking that if there are good seedlings among them, I can dig them out. Since it is a club invested by President Pei, it is of course easy to say, which player you like, just pick it. Oh, there are several other teams, I will tell them to bring out the players of IOI, you can pick whatever you want. Of course, we have to respect the personal wishes of the players." Wu Yu was a little embarrassed and said quickly, No, I just lack 2 players, there is no need to mobilize so many people." Lin Chong waved his hand, "You're welcome. This is just a piece of cake for us. Although I don't know what purpose Mr. Pei has for investing in your club, since he has invested, there must be some special purpose. Anyway, let's rush to the qualifying round first. The team invested by Mr. Pei must not lose Mr. Pei's face." Wu Yu was deeply moved. Although he knew that Mr. Lin was so righteous mainly because of Mr. Pei's face, and it had nothing to do with FV Club, this feeling was still very heartwarming. Lin Chong made a few calls quickly. Half an hour later, the leaders of several clubs arrived, each holding a list in their hands. Lin Chong summarized all the lists and handed them to Wu Yu. "Mr. Wu, here is the list of all the former IOI professional players. Take a look and pick the strongest team." Wu Yu reached out to take it, and took a closer look with manager Lu, and both showed shocked expressions on their faces. This lineup is too gorgeous. Because FV Club only has a branch of IOI, it still has a deep impression of the well-known player IDs of IOI. These lists include star players from old clubs such as SUG and the IOI division. Although they are not in the entire team, they are in every position, and they can completely piece together a team with top strength in every position. Wu Yu looked at Lin Chang and other club leaders, with the value of these players. I'm afraid we can't afford them. Lin Chang smiled and said, it would be too polite to say we're buying them. Just pick whoever you like. Anyway, these players didn't spend much money when they bought them, so just think of it as a gift to the club invested by President Pei. Chapter 775, Forming a Qualifying Team. Wu Yu and Manager Liu went through the list quickly and then selected 5 players, 1 for each position. In fact, they originally only wanted to buy 2 players to fill the vacancies in the team. After all, with the few players they had, they never thought that they could put together a 5-man all-star IOI team. As a result, seeing Lin Chang and other club owners being so generous, they felt a little embarrassed not to pick. There were even 2 good players in some positions. Wu Yu and Manager Liu considered again and again, considering the personalities, familiarity, tacit cooperation, etc. of all the players in the team, and finalized the final 5-man lineup. These players could be the players that Wu Yu and Manager Liu had dreamed of before, but there was no way they couldn't afford them. Before IOI was popular worldwide and GOG was not popular all over the country, a group of talented young people emerged in China, but most of these talented young people were divided up by old clubs such as SUG, and they were simply not available. However, some time ago, with the rapid development of GOG, the overall shrinkage of IOI's national service, and the establishment of the GPL League, there were fewer and fewer IOI players in China, and the environment was getting worse and worse. Both IOI players and clubs had some thoughts of quitting. The whole environment has loosened, and clubs are no longer waiting for a price and holding on to the players in their hands like before. And Lin Chang and other new clubs are not short of money. The players of the GPL League they formed were too scarce, so they bought a batch of IOI players at the bottom and planned to train them slowly. Now that the clubs invested by President Pei need it, isn't it enough for each club to send 1 person and gather 5 people to form a team? Even for a big club like Shenhua, sending a player for free will not have any impact on its own strength. Anyway, these players didn't have a chance to play before, and they have to train and run in slowly. Now let them go back to play IOI, return to their old business, and at the same time give President Pei a favor. Why not? After selecting the players, the leaders of each club immediately communicated with these players and soon got a willing answer. Because these clubs are very good, they will not restrict the freedom of the players in the contract. The contract stipulates that these players will play an IOI qualifier after transferring to FE club. If they fail to qualify for the World Championship, they can choose whether to return to their previous club. If they qualify for the World Championship, they will make a decision after the World Championship. For the players, the salary and benefits remain the same, they can play their favorite IOI again, their teammates are very powerful, and they can also compete in the World Championship. Such a world-class competition can bring a lot of popularity and traffic. If they play well in foreign wars, they can attract a lot of fans. Even if they fail to qualify, they can return to their original clubs at any time without any loss. Therefore, these players also agreed happily. Lin Chang smiled and said, "Okay, since the players have agreed, let's sign the contract. You can take the players away today. Time is tight. Take them back and train well." Wu Yu was deeply moved. Now he deeply felt what it means to have someone to do things. In fact, he didn't think so much at the beginning. He just wanted to buy 2 players to make up the team. Unexpectedly, these club owners supported it so much for the sake of President Pei. These excellent IOI players were almost given away for free. The FE club only needed to pay the salary during the qualifying period. Originally, Wu Yu felt that the chances of FE club making it out of the qualifying round were very slim. After all, the team's hard power was there, and it was definitely not something that could be greatly improved overnight. But now that he had such an IOI star team, Wu Yu was suddenly full of confidence. Although this team still needs to be run in, old teams like SUG also need to be run in. With the weak teams fighting each other, FV Club has a chance. Wu Yu and manager Lu quickly signed the contract and met the 5 players. The two shook hands with the players one after another, with unconcealed admiration and joy in their eyes. After shaking hands, Wu Yu said with some doubts, "None of you have strong hands." He often gets along with the players of his team, but he feels that the players of his team are either skinny or fat. As a result, these 5 players have a plain figure and no strong hands. Lin Chong smiled. "Oh, they have all trained according to DGE's training method for a period of time, and their muscle mass has increased." Manager Lu looked at one of the players. "Panning, you will be the captain in the future, okay?" Panning has the most eyes among the 5 players, and is a bit unremarkable. But manager Lu knew that Panning was only 17 years old this year. He had been a high-scoring passerby in IOI for a long time. He played in the support position and was a rare commanding player. As early as when selecting the team members, Wu Yu and manager Lu had already decided to let Panning serve as the captain and lead the team. Panning nodded. "Okay, but can I give some suggestions on training?" Wu Yu nodded. "Of course. We are a family from now on, so feel free to ask for anything." Panning looked at the other 4 players. "Then I'll just say a few words. If you have any different opinions, you can always raise them. First of all, I hope that daily training can continue to adopt the DGE mode and play according to the training method of the GOG team, including split lane, vision arrangement, and line operation. All aspects are also done in the GOG way. Secondly, I hope that everyone can go to the high-ranking segments of the international server to play solo training and restore their personal skills. Finally, I hope to use the remaining players to organize a sparring team and try various routines." Wu Yu nodded immediately. "No problem. FV Club originally had 3 players, and 2 more players can form a sparring team. The 2 teams can practice with each other and improve faster." Manager Lu said uncertainly, "It's okay to use GOG's training method. Is it really okay to use GOG's playing style to play IOI?" Panning nodded. "I think it's okay. After playing GOG's training games during this period and studying the tactics of each team in depth, I think the GOG team is indeed better than IOI in understanding the game. Including the line operation and lineup selection, I was greatly inspired. In fact, the main difference between the 2 lies in the hero selection and game rhythm, but there are also many commonalities. As long as we can make good use of these commonalities and apply some GOG tactics to IOI, it may have a surprising effect." Manager Lu was stunned. "Is this okay?" Although it sounds a bit outrageous, after all, the games of GOG and IOI are very different, but if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Although GOG's games were released later, the professionalization of esports events was much earlier than IOI, and the DGE club has been beating other teams, and the overall level has improved very quickly. Although these 2 games are different, they are of the same type after all, and there are common points in the operation ideas of the games. These players themselves are all capable of operation and have a good understanding of IOI. If they can integrate and utilize the operation ideas in GOG games, they may really be able to achieve a surprising effect. It's not good to get a ranking in the world competition, but it's also good to win the qualifiers and show off in the team." Wu Yu nodded. "Okay, no problem, these requirements can be met, just play hard and train hard." At the same time, IOI's domestic qualifiers are also being prepared intensively. This qualifier will be held in Shanghai. After all, the national service headquarters of Zhito Company and Longyu Group are both in Shanghai, and Shanghai has more clubs and a strong esports atmosphere. It is the best choice in all aspects. The venue for the qualifiers is an indoor studio in a shopping mall in Shanghai. The venue is not big and can accommodate 600 people. The site has been decorated almost. It is not as grand as GPL, but it is still acceptable. Ding Gan and Zhao Shuming walked around the venue of the qualifiers twice and talked about the recent preparations for the qualifiers. Ding Gan said, "Mr. Zhao, the team has been formed, don't worry. But our 3 clubs have also spent a lot of money to buy players. If we can't qualify in the qualifiers, it will be a big loss." Zhao Shuming smiled, "Don't you know whether you can qualify? This time we will help you put pressure on those clubs and let them sell players. If you still can't qualify, don't you deserve it?" Ding Gan laughed dryly, "That's right." This time, the clubs were in a mess when forming the team. Although Longyu Group has internally selected 3 old clubs, it still costs a lot of money to buy players from other clubs. Other clubs were reluctant to sell players, so they naturally had to offer higher transfer fees. Old clubs like SUG were already a bit at fault, so they could only accept the slaughter. However, bosses like Ding Gan didn't think too much about it. After all, it wasn't a loss to spend money to buy a chance to show up in the IOI World Championship. All those clubs were dismantled, while SUG and other 3 old clubs were strengthened, and the possibility of being eliminated in the qualifying round is very small. Ding Gan looked at the competition venue and sighed softly, "It's a pity that this venue is still a lot worse than the GPL venue." Zhao Shuming said, "There is no way, let's watch the world game." Longyu Group and Jito Company are not short of money, but the key is where to spend it. It's too expensive to rent a venue and do decoration. When the time comes, rent a big venue, spend a lot of money on decoration, and then there are only a few games, and the attention is not high. Isn't this a pure waste of money? Even if you have money, you can't be willing to spend so much. So Longyu Group decided to choose a studio for the venue first, and it will be fine if it's okay. Anyway, the IOI World Finals will be held in the United States, and it will definitely overshadow the GOG Finals in terms of the scene, so that's it. The domestic qualifiers are nothing more than a formality to allow SUG and other 3 teams to enter the world competition with full legitimacy. As for the venue, it will be fine. Chapter 776, Going to the Imperial Capital for Inspection, a 10,000-word chapter asking for monthly votes. December 7th, Wednesday. In the Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian was drinking coffee while browsing the news on the forum. Strange, the IOI qualifiers should be about to start, why can't I see any news online? There are a few rumors, but there is no real evidence, and it can't cause any waves at all. Pei Qian was a little puzzled, because according to the information from Shenyang Games, the IOI qualifiers should start within a week. Because the GPL League's preseason starts this weekend, not all clubs will participate in this preseason, and it will only last for 3 weeks. For the clubs, the preseason is an opportunity to practice and run in. For the league, it can adapt to various emergencies in the game in advance. For the audience, there are also games to watch during this boring time, and they can see the preview of the GPL League in advance. After the end of this month, there will be a 2-week break, and then around mid-January, the GPL spring season will officially start. Currently, IOI is facing a huge threat from GOG. Overseas, it is better, especially in China. It can be said that every move of IOI's domestic server depends on GOG's mood. Including the new version changes of IOI, they are also learning from GOG. In this case, IOI's 2 important games, the qualifiers and the World Finals, must avoid GOG's game time as much as possible. If the 2 games are held at the same time, wouldn't IOI be waiting to be robbed of the popularity? Therefore, the time set by Jito Company should be to finish the domestic qualifiers this weekend and decide the 3 teams to play in the World Game. Wait until the end of this month to start the World Finals when the GPL preseason has just ended, so as to avoid the popularity of GPL and play a role in avoiding its edge. Pei Qian also agreed with this idea. However, what Pei Qian felt a little regretful was that IOI's domestic qualifiers still collided with the GPL preseason. Both started this weekend. It seems that Fingerprint has tried very hard to avoid GPL events, but there is no way, the time is really not enough. From the preparation of the IOI qualifiers to the official start, the time is very tight. It is impossible to move forward. If it is delayed, there will be GPL competitions in the next 20 days, and there is no point in delaying. So it can only collide, which is a bit embarrassing. But it's a collision, but the popularity of the IOI qualifiers is so low, isn't it a bit unreasonable? The official doesn't seem to have done much publicity? No news at all. Isn't this handing the popularity to GPL? These people are too unprofessional. We have to find a way to help them and stir up the popularity. Well, how to help? Pei Qian saw that the popularity of the IOI qualifiers was so low and no one was discussing it at all, and he couldn't help but worry about them. If the popularity of the IOI competition doesn't rise, how can it pose a threat to GOG? If GOG's popularity continues to be as high as it is now, how can it lose money? Therefore, Pei Qian decided to lend a hand and help the finger company. At least stir up the popularity of the IOI qualifiers and increase some attention, right? This is nothing more than a matter of spending some marketing expenses, and it doesn't cost much. The Finger Company and Lonyu Group are both large companies with no shortage of money, so why are they so stingy about this matter? This is quite puzzling to Pei Qian. But then he thought again, maybe the preparations for the qualifiers were too hasty, so they haven't found the time to hype it up yet? Yeah, this possibility exists. Then we should help even more. But Pei Qian didn't think too much about how to help. It is definitely impossible to pay out of pocket. With the little money in Pei Qian's pocket, at most he can buy some online water army to promote it, which will have little effect. Besides, the fundamental purpose of doing these things is to lose money and convert more personal property. As a result, he used his personal property to pay before losing money. Isn't this a brainwater? So, we still have to find a way to let the system reimburse. The problem is that the IOI qualifiers are not held by Tenda. How can the system reimburse? It seems a bit unreasonable. Pei Qian touched his chin and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind. I got it. Didn't I just invest in an IOI club? I can do something about it. Pei Qian just went to the Magic City on Monday and invested in the FV club at the speed of light. It has only been 2 days since then. It doesn't make sense to spend the company's money to promote the IOI qualifiers, and the system will not approve it. But if you spend money to promote the FV club and promote the IOI qualifiers at the same time, isn't it enough? You can spend as much money as you want to promote your club. The system is very tolerant in this regard. Although Pei Qian had made up his mind not to interfere with the operation of the FV club, giving it some money for advertising should not be considered as interfering with its operations, right? Of course, there is a hidden danger in doing so. What if the FV club becomes famous, attracts more attention, and has a profit risk? But Pei Qian thought about it and realized that this possibility is too low, very small. What is the current status of the FV club? There is some money, but not much. Pei Qian only gave 3 million. Compared with the investment of those wealthy clubs, this amount of money is not worth mentioning, let alone the people. There are only 3 players left, and their strength is not very good. For such a club, what can be achieved by promoting it desperately? After all, esports is about results. No matter how much marketing is done without results, it will only make the audience feel disgusted and uncomfortable, and will accelerate the decline of passers-by's popularity. Besides, the chance of FV Club making it out of the qualifying round is very small. Now a crazy promotion will not keep the heat at all. In short, the heat brought by the burning money for promotion will be concentrated on the IOI qualifying round, which will not have much impact on the FV club itself, and Pei Qian has also spent a sum of money justifiably. Perfect, very perfect. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more appropriate it seemed. He immediately called Wu Yu, the owner of the FV club. Hello, President Pei? The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Wu Yu's voice was a little sleepy, as if he had just woken up. Pei Qian looked at the watch. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. He was still sleeping? He got up later than me? Yes, President Pei appreciates this kind of people. Pei Qian asked, does the club have enough money? Wu Yu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. Didn't Mr. Pei invest 3 million the day before yesterday? Why is he talking about money again today? Could it be that Mr. Pei knew that I went to buy players and was worried that I didn't have enough money, so he wanted to give me more money? Wu Yu couldn't help but feel warm and touched, and hurriedly said, don't worry, Mr. Pei, there is still enough money, you don't have to worry about this. Pei Qian was very dissatisfied with this answer. Will there be enough money? This Wu Yu, at first glance, is not honest. Pei Qian coughed twice, it is definitely not enough. If you think the money is enough, then there must be something that is not done well enough. In this way, I will give you another 3 million. But this 3 million is a special fund for marketing. Use this money to promote the FV club and the upcoming IOI qualifying competition online through various channels. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Mr. Pei, 3 million marketing expenses are too much. I am afraid that the effect will not be very good, and it is a bit wasteful. However, take out 500,000 or 1 million for marketing, and use the rest of the money for other things. Hearing the word waste, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. It's better to waste, it would be a real waste if it is used for other purposes. Pei Qian immediately said, no, the 3 million must all be used for marketing and promotion expenses, and it must all be spent before this weekend, not a penny can be left. Don't ask why, just spend it. Although Pei Qian said that he would not interfere with the daily operations of the FV club, this kind of forced money was not considered interference in operations, and Wu Yu had no reason to refuse. Wu Yu on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, and then reluctantly said, okay, Mr. Pei, since you have already thought about it, I will use all the 3 million for marketing. Pei Qian nodded, well, spend it with confidence. By the way, remember to promote the IOI qualifiers. Pei Qian was afraid that Wu Yu would forget. If he only promoted the FV club but not the IOI qualifiers, it would be a bit of putting the cart before the horse. After all, Pei Qian's fundamental purpose is to let more people know about the IOI qualifiers and create heat for IOI. Wu Yu, okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu turned over and sat up from the bed. He rushed back from Jingzhou with several team members last night, and arranged accommodation for them. He was busy all night and just fell asleep at 6 in the morning. Unexpectedly, he was woken up by a call from President Pei at noon, and another 3 million was dropped from the sky. Wu Yu instantly lost all sleepiness, got up and washed his face, and immediately called manager Lu to tell him in detail about the 3 million marketing expenses he received. Manager Lu had just woken up and was as confused as Wu Yu. Boss Pei gave another 3 million? And he specifically stated that this was marketing expenses? It can only be spent on marketing? Manager Lu also felt that this was a little outrageous. Why is Boss Pei so good to the FV club? Excluding the option that Boss Pei is actually Boss Wu's long-lost biological father, it actually doesn't make sense. Wu Yu said, based on Mr. Pei's tone and recent events, I made a rough inference. Let's hear if there is such a possibility. Mr. Pei asked me if I had enough money when he came up. It must be because he knew about our purchase of players. In this case, Mr. Pei must want us to spend the money elsewhere. Our team's current hard power is already very good in the IOI esports circle. What kind of results we can get depends on the teams running in state, but there is absolutely no problem in competing with those strong teams. Since we already have a certain strength, the thing our club lacks most at present is obviously popularity. And Mr. Pei specifically gave us a marketing fund, which is actually a reminder that we can stir up the heat. Now is a suitable time. Manager Liu was stunned for a moment, but Mr. Wu, the IOI qualifiers haven't been played yet, and we are not sure that we will definitely qualify. If we hype up the game now, what if the hype is hyped up, but we don't win the game, then wouldn't it be a waste for other clubs? Wu shook his head. There is such a risk, but this risk must be taken. If we do publicity after we are sure to qualify, what's the point? The game is almost over, and the hype has passed. We have to promote and warm up in advance before the game starts, so as to attract netizens' attention to the game and our club. In this way, when our players perform well, only after we achieve results can we gain more popularity. As for the possibility of doing wedding dresses for others, I can only say that this risk must be taken. Boss Pei should also be very clear about this, so he repeatedly reminded us to spend all the money within a week. Isn't this reminding us to stir up the heat before the game starts? Manager Liu suddenly realized, that's right. Then I will prepare and start to build momentum for FV Club and IOI qualifiers. After calling Wu Yu, Pei Qian temporarily put the esports business aside and stopped worrying about it. Although he spent 3 million to promote IOI, Pei Qian did not have too high expectations for the IOI qualifiers. It would be best if he could generate heat and help IOI counterattack, but it didn't matter if he couldn't generate heat. The worst-case scenario is that the IOI qualifiers are still not popular, but at least for Pei Qian, 3 million has been spent. Pei Qian began to think about the things in the capital again. At present, there are 2 projects in the capital that Pei Qian is more concerned about. The first is the independent game incubation base that Qiu Hong is in charge of, and the second is Meng Cheng's cold-faced girl. The independent game incubation base has been officially in operation for half a month so far, and Pei Qian has never been there once, so he is completely in the dark about the situation there. For some reason, he felt a little unsure. What if some of these independent games become hits? What if the income from 2 or 3 games completely covers the losses of other games and the expenses of the incubation base, and even generates profits? Pei Qian knows his character very well, and this possibility is not impossible, and it is very large. So, there is some inexplicable worry. But Pei Qian can't go there in person, because the desperate plan and this incubation base are not currently related to Tenda. If Pei Qian goes there himself, wouldn't he be exposed? Once the desperate plan is linked to the Tenda Group, all kinds of capable, idealistic and ambitious independent game producers will come to join, and the possibility of this plan losing money will be greatly reduced. Another project is the cold-faced girl. Pei Qian also invested a lot of money in this project, and it is impossible to say that he is not worried at all. For a project like this, if it loses money, it's fine. If it makes money, it will be a big profit. Pei Qian didn't go to see it in person, and he also felt a little uneasy. So, Pei Qian thought about it and decided to send someone to see it for him. Go to the imperial capital, first look at the game incubation base of the poor plan, then look at the cold-faced girl's store, collect some information, and come back to report to him. It may not be useful, but at least it can make me feel more at ease. But the question is, who should be sent? The most important thing for this person is to seek truth from facts, not to mix too much subjectivity and judgment, and it is best not to be the head of the department. It's okay to delay the work of the department, but if the 2 projects are linked after watching it, it will be bad. So after thinking about it, Pei Qian quickly determined the best candidate. Let Xiao Tang go. Tang Yishu has not had any other work except managing the students, to hold meetings, and feed cats. She doesn't worry about any linkage effect when she goes to the imperial capital. Moreover, Tang Yishu's presence within the Tenda Group is very weak. Even if she shows up at the independent game incubation base, no one will guess the relationship between the incubation base and Tenda. In addition, Tang Yishu is observing as a third party. She does not have relevant professional knowledge and should be able to put aside some subjective factors as much as possible and see the true situation of the independent game incubation base and the cold-faced girl. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more he felt it was appropriate, so he called Tang Yishu. Hello? Senior. Tang Yishu lowered her voice on the other end of the phone. I'm in the study room, wait a minute and I'll go outside. After a moment, Tang Yishu's voice returned to normal. Senior, I'm out, what's the matter? Pei Qian said straight to the point, I want you to go to the capital in the next 2 days, to do something for me. Our company currently has some business in the capital, you can go and take a look, and report to me when you come back. Tang Yishu's tone was a little stunned and surprised. Ah? Senior, I'm not very good, I'm a little scared, going on a long journey. Pei Qian had expected this. It's okay. This time I'll let Xiao Sun, the best driver in the company, drive to pick you up, and find another driver to accompany you. Before leaving, I'll check the car carefully from beginning to end to ensure that there is absolutely no problem along the way. When you get there, Qiu Hong will receive you. You don't have to worry about anything. Just inspect it for me and report the problems you see truthfully. Pei Qian knew very well that Tang Yishu's luck was weird, but her bad luck basically appeared in some small things, such as accidentally tripping when going out, hidden bugs in the program, etc. Tang Yishu has never encountered a serious danger that threatens her life and health. She is not from Jingzhou. She has come all the way to study and has never heard of a train derailment accident, so she doesn't need to worry too much about this. Let Xiao Sun drive her, as long as she is careful, there will be no problem. Tang Yishu was still a little reluctant, but senior, the exam week is coming soon, and I still have to review. Pei Qian smiled slightly, it's okay, there are only 2 days. With your grades, the impact of not reviewing for 2 days is minimal, and it won't delay you from getting the national scholarship. Every time he talked about this, Pei Qian was particularly envious of these super students. Why did Tang Yishu always get high scores, but he had to fight for passing? This world is so unfair. Tang Yishu hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, then I'll go there, but I don't know anything, so I may not be able to see any problems. Pei Qian smiled, it doesn't matter, it's you who don't know anything that can see some details. You don't have to study deliberately, and you don't have to care about what others say, just observe based on your first impression, and then tell me what you observe. By the way, pay attention to whether there is overtime at the incubation base. Overtime is absolutely not allowed. If there is no overtime, take a look at their work status. If the work status is very good, force them to play games, and they must play for 10 hours a week. Pei Qian has learned to be smart now. He found that limiting working hours alone can no longer control these people. Many departments have short working hours, but their work efficiency is very high and their progress has not fallen behind at all. Therefore, in addition to working hours, we must also pay attention to the working status of these independent game producers in the incubation base. If the status is off the charts, we must take some measures. Tang Yishu, okay, senior. December 8, Thursday. At the headquarters of Longyu Group, Zhao Shuming, head of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department, Pei, head of the IOI National Service, and related staff are in a meeting. Pei introduced the work trends at the headquarters of Zhito Company to everyone. At present, the headquarters is making full preparations for the IOI World Finals. This final will be held in Los Angeles. The venue is still being prepared and should be completed by the end of this month. Qualifying competitions around the world should be launched soon to determine the places for the World Championship. The World Championship is tentatively scheduled for the 24th of this month, Saturday, which is Christmas Eve, and will officially start on January 15th. This competition basically does not overlap with the GPL competition. This is also the suggestion I made to the headquarters. Although our global finals will be as popular as the GPL league in any aspect, considering the special situation of the national server, we really don't need to go head-to-head. Staggering the time can ensure the maximum popularity of the finals. In addition, the in-depth innovation of IOI gameplay is still in progress. The next goal of the headquarters is to further absorb the advantages of GOG's gameplay. I insisted on using the modified version in the finals to show our determination to global players, especially Chinese players. Mr. Zhao, how is the situation at Longyu Group? Zhao Shuming took over the conversation. Everything is going well at Longyu Group, and the progress is perfect. Because of the low price zone and game changes some time ago, domestic players did accumulate a lot of resentment, but our strategy of procrastination has begun to bear fruit. The targeted compensation given to old players has temporarily calmed their anger. As for the new version, although there are certain changes in the gameplay, many old players are not so resistant after adapting for a period of time. I believe that they will slowly accept it as time goes by. Of course, the current situation cannot be blindly optimistic. There are still some old players whose activity has decreased. But this is not a big deal. As long as the global finals are well held and the popularity of IOI is high, these old players will definitely come back. As for the domestic clubs, everything is safe. Our Longyu group cooperated with 3 old clubs, came forward to coordinate, and helped them strengthen their teams. These 3 old clubs are all well-known domestic clubs. They are currently the strongest and will have no problem making it out of the qualifying rounds. Other clubs have also received good transfer fees by buying players. When they participate in the qualifying rounds, they can also play a certain role in setting off. This can be regarded as a win-win situation for small clubs, big clubs, and our organizers. In short, we are ready for the IOI World Finals. Kratin nodded, yes. Among the 3 clubs you mentioned, is there one called FV Club? Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. Ah? No. FV Club is a small club with no reputation. Even if they participate in the qualifying rounds, they will only be runners-up. They are far behind in strength. Kratin couldn't help but frown slightly, looking a little surprised. It is obvious that there is a certain deviation in the information cognition between the 2 sides. Then why does this FV club seem to be paying out of its own pocket to promote the qualifying tournament? I thought this was instructed by your Longyu group. Christian said. Zhao Shuming was confused. When did it happen? How come I don't know? Christian was a little unhappy. It started yesterday. Mr. Zhao doesn't seem to be very well informed recently. Zhao Shuming hurriedly explained, I have been busy these 2 days, and have not paid much attention to these. He turned to look at the subordinate next to him. Do you know about this? The subordinate nodded. I know, in fact, these publicity only appeared yesterday afternoon and evening. I have sorted out the relevant content and wanted to report to you after the meeting today. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the subordinate hurriedly took the initiative to carry the pot on his shoulders. Zhao Shuming said coldly, bring it immediately. The subordinate hurriedly got up and left, and came back with a sorted document a moment later and handed it to Zhao Shuming. Zhao Shuming reached out to take it and quickly browsed it. Judging from the situation in the report, FV Club has promoted in many places, including some live broadcast platforms, video websites, forums, etc. In addition to buying hot searches and advertisements, there seem to be more or less signs of water army activities under these topics. It has indeed greatly increased the popularity, but all these marketing activities are limited to the domestic qualifying competitions of FV Club and IOI. Moreover, Because FV Club itself is not well known, it must rely on the IOI World Finals for marketing, so FV Club is not the most important part in these promotions. No wonder Pei Qian thought that these marketing activities were instructed by Longyu Group to do FV Club. Zhao Shuming was completely confused. What was going on? The emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was? Longyu Group did not deliberately promote the IOI domestic qualifiers, mainly because there was no need to waste money on it. There were only a few teams participating in the domestic qualifiers. Except for 3 old clubs such as SUG, the other participating teams were runners-up, which had been determined when the teams were selected. Moreover, the attention of this qualifier in China would not be very high, and the number of spectators would not be very large. Longyu Group did not plan to spend more money on the venue, but just found a studio to make do with it, thinking that it would be over after a formality. In this case, why spend too much money on marketing? When the heat is hyped up, the audience will come in and see, the stage is like this? The level of the game is like this? It is far from GPL. Spending money may not necessarily have a very good effect. So Zhao Shuming did not forget to promote it, but deliberately did not want to promote it in a big way. Just send the 3 veteran teams to the World Championship as a formality, and then promote and create hype during the World Championship. Money should be spent wisely. Unexpectedly, FV Club paid for the promotion out of its own pocket. Zhao Shuming was puzzled, thinking that this qualifier had nothing to do with them. It would be fine if clubs like SUG paid for promotion. After all, they can get real popularity and traffic, but FV Club is just a runner-up. Isn't it a pure waste of money to promote this? Seeing Zhao Shuming's confused look, Christian was a little unhappy. He knocked on the table lightly and said, "Mr. Zhao, the FV Club's affairs have a bad impact. Our own publicity is not strong enough. Many players get information from FV Club. There is no news from the official side. This makes us seem very unprofessional. I thought the FV Club's publicity was instructed by you, and I thought you were a little unprofessional in this matter. But I didn't expect that you didn't know about it at all. This is even more unprofessional. Out of trust in Longyu Group, we have never asked about the domestic qualifying competition, but the current situation seems to have betrayed our trust, right?" Zhao Shuming's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. This is unlucky. According to the original plan, the domestic qualifiers were just a casual affair, and it would be fine as long as the scene was acceptable. The teams were all pre-selected, and not many people would watch, so why make such a big fuss? It wouldn't be too late to save the money for the World Championships. As a result, the FV Club has now put the official in a difficult position. When players see that the official promotion of IOI is not as good as that of a club, they will definitely think that Jito Company and Longyu Group are particularly unprofessional. To make a simple analogy, Longyu Group is like a department leader, who originally led the whole department to slack off, and others could not see it. At most they just felt that the department was not very good. As a result, someone in the department suddenly worked hard and worked overtime every day, and the rest of the department was exposed and became a group of useless people who just wanted to eat and wait for death. Especially the department head, who must be scolded the most. Zhao Shuming hurriedly said, "Don't worry, it's still in time to make amends now. The game will not start until Saturday, and there are still 2 days. We will invest some resources to promote the IOI qualifiers, so that players will think that FV Club just got the inside information in advance and promoted it earlier than the official, and will not think that we are unprofessional. Moreover, with the momentum of FV Club, we should be able to achieve relatively good results if we promote it at this time." Christian nodded and expressed satisfaction. "It's best to make amends. I believe in your professional ability." Zhao Shuming smiled calmly on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Isn't this FV looking for trouble? It hurts others, and does not benefit itself. Now Longyu Group has to spend a lot of money on this qualifier. it's not just the advertising and marketing costs, the venue for the competition must also be rushed and made more fancy, right? With more attention, there will definitely be more players who find faults. If the venue is not good-looking enough, it will definitely lower the level of the competition, which is embarrassing. Of course, there are still 2 days before the game starts, and time is too tight. It is definitely too late to change the venue. The only thing to do is to purchase some more decorations and improve the venue effect as much as possible. Zhao Shuming still couldn't figure out why the FV Club had nothing to do and spent money to promote itself, but he didn't have time to study it in detail. After all, time is tight, and the game will start in 2 days. Zhao Shuming has to put all his energy into preparing for the qualifying round. At the same time, the imperial capital. Tang Yishu got out of the car and stepped carefully into the land of the imperial capital. This is her first time here. Although she was scared along the way, miraculously, no accidents happened. However, this did not make Tang Yishu feel at ease. Instead, she felt more dangerous. Maybe it was because the previous safety measures were too thorough, so the bad luck didn't find an opportunity to take advantage of it, and it all accumulated. I don't know what kind of breakthrough it will suddenly explode. Xiao Sun drove the car directly to the hotel parking lot. Qiu Hong had already helped to book a room and was waiting in the lobby in advance. According to the schedule, we will eat something and take a rest at noon, go to the independent game incubation base in the afternoon, go to the cold-faced girl the next day, and return to Jingzhou in the afternoon. Qiu Hong looked at the mechanical watch on his hand and estimated that the time should be about right. After waiting for 2 minutes, he looked up and saw Tang Yishu coming to the main entrance of the hotel. The 2 drivers were like bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, carefully protecting her safety, but the automatic revolving door at the entrance of the hotel suddenly stopped for some unknown reasons, and the 3 of them froze in place. Qiu Hong hurried forward and opened the side door next to him. Xiao Tang, right? Come this way. Tang Yishu and the 2 drivers had to go through the side door, but as soon as they entered the lobby, the revolving door at the entrance of the hotel returned to normal. Qiu Hong didn't care, thinking it was just an unexpected episode, and shook hands with Tang Yishu. Thank you for your hard work. You 3 must be tired after traveling so far. Here's the itinerary. Let's have a simple meal nearby first, and then you 3 can go back to the hotel to rest at noon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will gather in the lobby, and I will take you to the incubation base. What is the current time, huh? Qiu Hong subconsciously raised his wrist to check the current time, but found that the mechanical watch that was working just now was no longer working. He was a little confused. He had worn this watch for several years and had never had any major problems. He had just wound it up some time ago. How come it was walking so well and suddenly stopped? Tang Yishu looked up at the sky a little embarrassedly, just pretending that nothing happened. At noon, the independent game incubation base. Wu Zhiqing was having dinner with several new independent game producers in the rest area. Look, I said that the fried tomato and egg from Moyu Takeout is very delicious, right? It's different from the ones made in restaurants outside, right? The dishes from Moyu Takeout are absolutely healthy. Work plan? Don't worry about that, it's not a deadline that must be completed, it can be adjusted. If you think there is any new content to add, you can always find Shihao. Don't be afraid of him, don't think of Shihao as your boss or manager, he is just the boss of the service department, he will not interfere with the project, he will only plan the work plan according to your ideas, how to do the project specifically depends on you. Come on, eat more dishes. Wu Zhiqing, like an old senior, showed meticulous care to the new independent game producers, although he had just been here for less than a month. Originally, Wu Zhiqing thought that he would not be able to adapt to this kind of collective work, but after arriving, he found that it was not the case at all. After coming here, the development progress of water, ink, clouds and smoke can be described as a leap forward. Wu Zhiqing also thought deeply about the difference. Looking back now, he thought that he was efficient in making games at home, which was a complete illusion. Because working at home often distracts attention because of trivial matters, such as how to deal with the art resources of a certain part of the game, and how to deal with a certain level when you suddenly find that the entire framework plan is unclear and you have to overturn it. Similar situations often occur, because Wu Zhiqing's planning of the entire project is not detailed and comprehensive, and these trivial matters do distract attention. But after coming to this incubation base, these trivial matters are all taken care of by other people. Wu Zhiqing only needs to think about ideas and do design seriously, and his efficiency is naturally improved a lot. Many independent game producers can't make it because of this problem. Every profession has its own specialty. Even within the planning, the nature of designing gameplay, adjusting values, raising art requirements, and planning development progress are completely different, and it is difficult for anyone to be fully proficient. Once a part is not good at, then in order to make up for this shortcoming, a lot of energy will be involved, but now with the help of the incubation base, independent game producers like Wu Zhiqing only need to be responsible for creativity and game design, and other work will be helped by professionals. Under such detailed division of labor, efficiency is naturally greatly improved. Originally, Wu Zhiqing had a little social phobia and was a little worried about whether he would encounter those workplace problems, but after getting along for this period of time, he found that he was completely worrying. As the head of the administrative department, Shihao has a very clear positioning of his department. This is just a service department. Therefore, there is no problem of who manages whom, and naturally, there are no twists and turns in the workplace. On the contrary, these independent game producers have been selected by Qiu Hong. They have high and low abilities, but their personalities are relatively simple, so there are not so many intrigues and naturally closer. Wu Zhiqing realized that there are actually very few people in the world who are truly completely autistic and don't want to communicate with others. Many people seem to be autistic and socially phobic on the surface, just because they are in a circle that is not suitable for them. Now Wu Zhiqing is in a circle that is very suitable for him, so he is very happy every day and his personality has become much more cheerful. Everyone was chatting and laughing while eating lunch when Shihao came in from outside. Mr. Qiu may bring someone to take a look this afternoon, as an inspection, so I'll let you know in advance. Shihao said. Wu Zhiqing was stunned for a moment. Is there anything that needs to be prepared in advance? Although Wu Zhiqing has little formal work experience in the company, he has seen leaders inspecting. Generally, you have to prepare in advance to leave a good impression on the leader. To be honest, Wu Zhiqing has always been curious about who the boss behind the incubation base is, but he has never gotten a definite answer. On the surface, Qiu Hong is in charge of everything, but there are rumors that Qiu Hong is not the real boss, and there is someone else behind the entire desperate plan. I wonder if the person who came to inspect this time is the real boss. Shihao shook his head. No need to prepare anything in advance, we just need to show our truest side. We strictly follow Mr. Qiu's requirements, the 8-hour work system. Although the working hours are not very long, everyone works very seriously and in full state, which is actually higher than the 996 working state of many companies. I think it should be enough for everyone to show this serious and responsible working state as usual. Chapter 777 100 Situations, a 10,000-word chapter, please vote for me. Shihao simply explained a few things and went about his own business. For this inspection, President Qiu didn't say much, and didn't even ask them to prepare in advance. Shihao subconsciously wanted to prepare, but after thinking carefully, what should he prepare? Everyone's usual working state is good, with a positive attitude and full of emotions. The development progress of each project is also smooth. Even if the progress of some projects is not smooth, it is because there are better ideas to modify the development plan. In short, in Shihao's opinion, the working state of this incubation base is perfect, and there is nothing to hide. The only problem may be that there is no overtime, which seems a little less hard, but President Qiu has never advocated overtime. Since President Qiu doesn't advocate it, then the leaders who come to inspect should not advocate it either, right? So Xiahao didn't arrange for everyone to prepare suddenly. He took a look around and found that the independent game producers and the employees of the administrative department were working hard, so he was relieved. This inspection is probably just a formality. The inspecting leaders will just come and look around, ask a few questions, and make some irrelevant comments and suggestions, and then that's it. At 2:30 p.m., Qiu Hong led Tang Yishu to the independent game incubation base of the Poor Road Plan. The two drivers followed Tang Yishu carefully like bodyguards, always on guard against various possible dangers. Wu Zhiqing saw Qiu Hong and Tang Yishu from a distance, but he did not react for a moment that this young girl was the leader who came to inspect. Because she was too young, Wu Zhiqing highly doubted whether she was 20 years old. And looking at her timid and step-by-step appearance, she was more like the kind of girl who walked with her head down in school. How could she look like a leader? But from Qiu Hong's attitude towards her and the two bodyguards behind her who looked like they were facing a great enemy, she would feel that she was a person of high status. Could it be that she is the jewel in the palm of the big money behind Mr. Qiu? Many common plots in the novel suddenly appeared in Wu Zhiqing's mind. Although he was a little surprised, after seeing Tang Yishu's true face, Wu Zhiqing felt much more relieved. Originally, he was somewhat resistant to leadership inspections, fearing that he would encounter an inhuman and brainless leader who would ask brainless questions and make brainless suggestions for rectification in order to show his presence. As a result, he saw that it was a timid girl who seemed to be very talkative. Wu Zhiqing felt much more comfortable, thinking that this inspection was probably just a formality. What game design can such a young girl know? She must have just taken a quick look, and Mr. Qiu just said a few words, and it was over. Xiahao also saw Qiu Hong and Tang Yishu, and hurried to greet them. Mr. Qiu. Qiu Hong introduced, "This is Tang, the representative of the Desperate Plan, and this is Xiahao, the head of the administrative department responsible for the daily operation and management of the incubation base." Qiu Hong felt that Tang Yishu could come to inspect the work as a special envoy, so she must be a person in charge within Tenda, right? It stands to reason that the position should be included when addressing her. But he didn't know what Tang Yishu's specific position was in Tenda, because Mr. Pei didn't mention it. So, he could only introduce her vaguely like this. Xiahao quickly extended his hand. "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Tang Yishu was afraid that her luck would be spread to others, but she felt that it was a bit impolite not to shake hands, so she had to extend her hand and shake hands with some hesitation. "My name is Tang Yishu, please just call me Tang." Seeing that the leader who came to inspect was so humble, Xiahao was also very happy, and hurriedly said, "Okay, then let me introduce the daily work of the incubation base, please follow me." Xiahao led Tang Yishu and Qiu Hong around the incubation base and gave a brief introduction. "This is our rest area, where we eat lunch, hold daily meetings, and receive guests, etc. This is the administrative area. Our administrative department is mainly responsible for planning the game development plan and various supporting services. In addition to being responsible for the daily operation of the incubation base, we also have a lot of work to do. Our lunch is delivered by the nearby Moyu takeaway, and coffee and drinks are provided free of charge. As for the game, the current development progress is going smoothly. The fastest game may be officially launched next month, and the slower ones may have to wait another 3 to 5 months. The capacity of the game is different, and the development time will also be different." Xiahao briefly introduced the situation of the incubation base. During this process, Tang Yishu listened carefully and nodded frequently, but did not ask any questions at all. Originally, Xiahao planned to give a brief introduction. Tang Yishu would definitely ask questions, and then he would answer them in detail. Unexpectedly, after this round, Tang Yishu just listened carefully and nodded, without any idea of asking questions. This is a bit embarrassing, because it only takes about 10 minutes to go around the entire incubation base and introduce it. People have come all the way from Jingzhou to Yitingdu. They can't just inspect for 10 minutes and leave, right? But the entire incubation base had indeed been introduced, and Tang Yishu did not ask any questions. Shihao felt that it was a bit strange for him to take the initiative to introduce it in detail from the beginning. Seeing that the situation seemed a bit awkward, Shihao thought of a solution in a hurry. How about I ask the producers to show you a few demos, with a relatively high degree of completion? As soon as he said this, Shihao was a little impressed by himself. The incubation base is not special in any other aspects, but there are so many independent games being made. Although these independent games have not yet reached the level of being officially launched, and only part of them have been completed, it is still okay to show them as demos. Showing these demos also shows that the work of the incubation base is effective and the results are remarkable, and Mr. Chiu can also be proud. Tang Yishu said uncertainly, if it is very troublesome, then there is no need. Shihao hurriedly said, no trouble, no trouble. Come, please come this way. Old you, call out the demo of your game. Yes, it is the stable trial version of the demo that was just made some time ago. An independent game producer with a beard next to him immediately opened the editor and called out the demo of his game. Shihao walked over and took a quick look. There was absolutely no problem with the game demo start interface, so he looked at Tang Yishu and pointed to a seat. Please take a seat. This was a stable trial version of the demo, with relatively few bugs. There will also be different versions during the game development process. In order to prevent some irreversible malicious bugs from appearing in the game, the new version will not immediately overwrite the old version after it is developed or completed, but multiple versions will be saved. After each version is completed, it will be repeatedly modified to ensure that there are no major malicious bugs, before continuing to develop the next version. This demo is a stable version. After several bug modifications, it can basically run smoothly. Shihao is of course afraid that a bunch of malicious bugs will suddenly appear in the middle of the game, leaving a bad impression on the other party, so he first chose a stable version of the game demo. Tang Yishu sat on the chair and picked up the handle on the table very unfamiliarly. She doesn't play games often, and her reaction is a little slow, and her hands are clumsy, so her posture of holding the handle is a little stiff. Shihao was a little surprised. Why does the representative of the desperate plan who funded it seem not to be very good at playing games? But he didn't do anything. He just briefly introduced the operation method of this game and which skills each button corresponds to. Tang Yishu gently pushed the joystick, and the person on the screen walked a few steps and jumped a few times in place. However, before the first monster was refreshed, a bang was heard and a prompt box popped up on the game window. Error. Shihao and Laoyu both widened their eyes and found it difficult to accept for a moment. Isn't this a stable version of the demo? At least I have run it dozens of times, and there are no serious bugs? Shihao looked at Laoyu, which meant, what's going on? Why did you fail me at the critical moment? Laoyu was also innocent, and spread his hands, which meant, how the hell should I know? This stable demo version has not been changed for a long time, and it has been working well before. The game reported an error and could not be played anymore. Shihao felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and hurriedly said, bug, these problems are inevitable during the game development process. Laoyu, quickly take a screenshot of this bug and modify it in time, so as not to affect the official version. Laoyu nodded, hey. No problem. Tang Yishu played with a handle, and Laoyu stood beside him and took a screenshot with the keyboard and mouse. He quickly created a new table to record the bug and waited for subsequent modifications. Then he closed the error window and reran the game. Tang Yishu entered the game again, and this time ran for a minute, and no bugs appeared again. Shihao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Look, that was an occasional bug just now. It doesn't appear every time. It should be a coincidence today. It's not a big deal." Before he finished speaking, he saw the person on the screen being beaten to death by a group of monsters, but there was no option to restart the game. The game process was stuck. Shihao, this time he was not needed. Lao Yu quickly took screenshots, recorded, and restarted the game in one go, and the whole process took no more than a minute. Shihao was a little speechless. "Please continue." After more than half an hour, Tang Yishu finally stumbled through this short demo. However, looking at Lao Yu, there were at least 15 items listed on the table, and a bunch of screenshots of bugs were placed on the desktop. Shihao was a little ashamed and didn't dare to look directly into Cho Hong's eyes. What a mess. Originally, I wanted to show Tang, who came to inspect, the game developed by the incubation base, but it turned out to be a bug display. 15 bugs directly stunned Lao Yu. The severity of the bugs here varies. Some are directly reported and exit the game, some are texture errors that affect the visual effects, and some just cause the game to freeze, but you can still play. But no matter whether the bug is serious or not, it has to be fixed. Lao Yu originally felt good about himself and thought that there would be no problem with just using the stable version demo for demonstration. But today, he didn't know why he was so unlucky, and all the hidden occasional bugs appeared. Shihao said awkwardly, "This should be an unexpected situation, bad luck. Take another look at this game, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou, open your game." Shihao was eager to get back his place and prove that the games made by the incubation base were not all a mess, and there were still playable games. However, Zhou scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Brother Hao, I don't know why my game can't be opened." Shihao was dizzy. "Wasn't it fine this morning? Why can't it be opened?" Zhou looked innocent. "I don't know. I didn't change anything." Shihao was speechless. "Hurry up and check it." For a while, the entire independent game incubation base was in chaos. Independent games have many bugs. Because independent games are short of manpower, whether it is testing bugs or modifying bugs, it is not so timely. However, these independent game producers have become accustomed to it. Some experienced independent game producers will choose more mature and more complete solutions to reduce the existence of some hidden bugs. Moreover, after coming to the incubation base, the producers and administrative staff often play each other's games and find bugs for each other, so there are a lot fewer bugs than before. These independent game makers have always been in a state of good times, thinking that their games don't have so many bugs, at least there is no big problem if they run smoothly. As a result, all the members were severely slapped in the face today. Various bizarre bugs emerge in an endless stream, and all game makers feel like it's raining cats and dogs, as if all the bad luck is concentrated today. Wu Zhiqing originally wanted to show ink and clouds to the leader girl who came to inspect with full confidence, but he secretly played it himself and found a lot of bugs. Many of the bugs here are things he has never seen before. It seems that they have been lurking since the beginning of the production of ink and clouds, lurking for several versions, and suddenly exposed today. Wu Zhiqing was poured with a bucket of cold water on his head and kept silent. What else is there to show? Don't embarrass yourself, hurry up and fix the bugs. I will never take hidden bugs lightly again. Fortunately, they were exposed during the development process. If they were hidden until the game was launched, and then a vicious bug broke out, wouldn't the players scold me to death? The game that I worked hard on for several months was ruined by such a bug. It would be too unfair. The atmosphere in the incubation base quickly changed from active to serious, and then from serious to collapse. Countless bugs mercilessly pierced the fantasy of these producers, making them no longer feel good about themselves. Shihao was also a little embarrassed. He wanted to show the results of the incubation base, but failed one after another. Although Tang did not look angry and still looked kind, Shihao felt infinite pressure. It seems that we have to focus on game testing in the future. The current level is still far from the online release. There is no game to play, Shihao suggested. Why don't we go to the rest area to sit for a while and have a cup of coffee? Tang Yishu nodded, okay. Everyone came to the rest area and ordered a cup of coffee. Shihao felt a little apologetic. I'm really sorry today. I don't know why, but I caught all the bugs. But don't worry, we have absolutely no problem with our attitude in fixing bugs. These bugs will be fixed soon. We will also be more alert in the future, test more times, and do everything possible to reduce the existence of bugs. Do you have any other questions? I can answer them all. Tang Yishu originally thought that there were no other questions, but suddenly remembered Pei Qian's instructions before leaving, and hurriedly said, I want to ask, how is your work efficiency? Work efficiency? Shihao immediately answered, of course the work efficiency is very, very high. Our administrative department has helped producers solve their worries, allowing them to concentrate on the game's gameplay design, because it is their interest and the most creative work, so the creative enthusiasm of every game producer is fully stimulated. Shihao finally found a place suitable for him to play and began to talk freely. Although his words were a little exaggerated, there was actually no big problem. The incubation base did provide an environment for independent game producers to create with peace of mind, which greatly improved their work efficiency. This is the consensus of all game producers. Shihao explained his point of view in detail and used various details to prove that the work efficiency of the incubation base was indeed very high. He noticed that Tang Yishu listened carefully throughout the whole process and nodded frequently, obviously moved by his words. Shihao couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, he improved the work efficiency of the producers, which was the credit of him as the person in charge of the administrative department. Should I praise him? However, after listening to Shihao's words, Tang Yishu said, it sounds like there are serious problems with your daily work process. From now on, all staff members will be required to take out 10 working hours per week to play games. It must be working time and cannot take up rest time after get off work. Shihao, huh? He almost thought he had heard it wrong. Why can high work efficiency indicate serious problems with daily work processes, and the solution is to force people to play games during working hours? And they have to play for 10 hours every week? Tang Yishu said this without confidence, because she was just repeating what Pei Qian said before she came. Pei Qian said that as long as the work efficiency of the incubation base is high, everyone must be forced to play games, and they must play for 10 hours every week. As for why you have to play games if you have high work efficiency? Pei Qian didn't know this, and Tang Yishu naturally didn't know. Qiu Hong, who was silent on the side, suddenly raised his head. Tang, do you think that the high work efficiency described by Shihao is not necessarily a good thing? Shihao was stunned for a moment. Why is high work efficiency not necessarily a good thing? Qiu Hong explained, if you follow conventional thinking, high work efficiency is definitely better than low work efficiency. But in some artistic creation work, simply high efficiency is not necessarily a good thing. Game design is also a kind of artistic creation, and sometimes it is very dependent on inspiration. Many times, Rao's thinking will go to extremes. When he goes to extremes, his spirit will be highly concentrated and his work efficiency will be significantly improved, but the final product may not be good. Take these game producers for example. They are very dedicated and efficient in their work, but it is also because of this that they are likely to fall into a state of paranoia and focus all their energy on their own games, blindly believing that their current approach is the best and ignoring some better possibilities. And the mandatory requirement for everyone to play more games is to hope that everyone can step out of their own circle while maintaining efficiency, look at the practices of other games, learn from others, and perhaps inspire new spiritual blessings. I think that's what Tang meant. Xiahao suddenly realized, so that's it, I understand. Then I will start to organize everyone to play games together to collect inspiration and materials. After listening to Qiu Hong's words, Tang Yishu couldn't help but nod slightly. So that's what the senior meant. The senior is so amazing, everything was anticipated and arranged in advance. The inspection of the incubation base was over. Qiu Hong took out his mobile phone and looked at the time, and said to Tang Yishu, then let's stop here today. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, let's go to the cold-faced girl to have a look. December 9th, early Friday morning. In the first store of Cold Noodle Girl, Meng Chang directed the employees and cleaning ladies to perform their duties and clean the entire store, including the kitchen, and the tables and chairs in the store were also neatly arranged. The long-term positioning of Cold Noodle Girl is a Chinese fast food brand, and of course it also serves breakfast. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning. Although a round of cleaning has been carried out after proofing last night, Meng Chang is still worried. He arrived early this morning and made a final check before opening the store to ensure that the store is in the best condition. Meng Chang did not know that Tang Yishu had come to the capital. He did not clean the store today for her, but for several investors who came to inspect. Tang Yishu and these investors met by chance. This has to start from the time when Meng Chang received another 6 million investment from Yuan Venture Capital some time ago. Because President Pei had a request, Meng Chang did not dare to disclose that the 6 million investment was obtained from Tenda. But Meng Chang was so smart that he naturally had other ways to convey this information to the ears of investors. Before Pei Qian decided to invest another 6 million, many investors had actually extended an olive branch to Meng Chang. However, Meng Chang rejected all of them because these investment terms seemed too harsh to him. Either there was a gambling agreement or the founder's shares were locked, which was very unfriendly to him. After Meng Chang refused, these investors neither insisted nor gave up immediately, but kept a distant attitude and continued to observe. They were waiting for the cold-faced girl to encounter funding problems. Now all investors can see that Meng Chang is a founder who is keen on burning money for marketing. Even if the cold-faced girl's store can turn losses into profits, it will definitely not be able to support Meng Chang's speed of burning money. Of course, this is not a bad thing, because Meng Chang is good at marketing, and he has indeed forced the brand of cold-faced girl to users by spending money. This money is not only not lost, but also very profitable. In the eyes of many investors, this is very consistent with internet marketing behavior, and Meng Chang has done a great job. Meng Chang and capital need each other. To maintain the capital chain and popularity of cold-faced girl, Meng Chang will inevitably continue to find ways to raise funds, and once the brand of cold-faced girl is successful and the valuation soars, these capitals can also get rich returns. Therefore, these investors think that Meng Chang's temporary refusal is just a bargaining tool. As long as he waits for cold-faced girl to encounter funding problems, Meng Chang will naturally put down his arrogance and accept a series of investment agreements including gambling and share lockup in order to continue financing. There is nothing wrong with their plan. In fact, if Yuan Venture Capital stops investing money, Meng Chang will really fall into this dilemma. But Meng Chang, who has a gambler's character, once again made the right bet. After getting the money from Yuan Ventures, although he couldn't make a big show of it, Meng Chang still had a perfect opportunity to fight back. He began to spend money at a faster rate, even spending hundreds of thousands to rent a venue and start a speech, using his excellent eloquence and business acumen to endorse the cold-faced girl brand. On the one hand, this is to continue to expand the influence of the cold-faced girl, and on the other hand, it is to send a very clear message to investors. Aren't you not going to invest? Don't you think I can't get investment from other places? Sorry, I not only got it, but also got a lot. Are you still going to stick to that agreement and not back down? If you don't invest now, you may not have the chance to invest in the future. These investors saw that the cold-faced girl was burning so much money, and there was no problem with the capital chain. Meng Chong still looked like he was in control of the situation, and they couldn't help but panic. Because the company's valuation is getting higher and higher, the more capital flows in, the faster it grows. Investing a month earlier and a month later, because of the different company valuations, the actual shares that can be purchased are also very different. So, now it's the turn of these investors to lose their patience and want to investigate again to decide how much concessions to make on the investment agreement. Meng Chong intends to make a final effort and try to fool these investors today, continue to push up the valuation of the cold-faced girl, and prepare for the next step of finding a buyer. Even a big-hearted person like Meng Chong can't help but feel a little nervous. Because if he fails today and the investors continue to wait and see, the money he has on hand won't last too long, and there is always the risk of a broken capital chain. Of course, even if there is a problem with the capital chain, the brand of Lingmian girl will not die on the spot, and Meng Chong still has many ways to find money. But in this case, the money will be hot and not so easy to get. Therefore, Meng Chang's current behavior is actually to continue to show off his muscles to investors. On the one hand, he shows investors a bright future through good eloquence and business model, and on the other hand, he proves to investors that he has the ability to turn a bright future into reality through a clean and popular store. After confirming all the details of the store like a paranoid, Meng Chong began to review his speech to investors today to ensure that the morning's presentation would be foolproof. 10 o'clock in the morning. Qiu Hong and Tang Yishu came to the store of Lingmian girl and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Although it was not yet lunchtime, there were still many people in the store of Lingmian girl. About 60% of the seats in the store were occupied. It seemed that there would be a queue during the peak period at noon. Tang Yishu looked at the environment in the store with some curiosity, and there was a little confusion in her eyes. Everything is fine, and I can't see any problems. Before coming here, Pei Qian specifically told her to pay attention to the situation of the cold-faced girl and report it truthfully after returning. Don't worry about not understanding it, there is no need to study it deliberately, just observe it based on your first impression. But when Tang Yishu really came to the store, she found that her first impression was really nothing. The store was quite clean and tidy, and it seemed that the business was good. The waiters were not as enthusiastic as other fast food restaurants, but they all had a faint smile and were attentive to customers, and their service attitude was even better than that of some traditional fast food brands. In Tang Yishu's eyes, this was just a normal restaurant that would make a lot of money. The two of them ordered some signature food casually, and the food was served quickly. Tang Yishu was worried while eating, because she really couldn't feel any major shortcomings or problems in this store. Of course, it was not perfect. After all, it was a fast food brand, and the taste could not be expected too much, but it was definitely above the passing score. At the same time, Meng Chong was waiting for the arrival of investors in another inconspicuous corner of the store. Meng Chong seemed calm on the surface, but in fact he was still a little anxious, because the appointment was at 10 o'clock, and these investors were already a few minutes late. Suddenly, Meng Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately got up and walked towards the door. Not long after, Meng Chong and several investors walked into the store with a smile. Mr. Meng, I'm really sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road. I was a few minutes late and kept you waiting. It's okay, it's okay. I appreciate your willingness to come to my store. Please don't be polite. Meng Chong acted calm and in control. After a brief greeting, he began to explain the situation of Lingmian girl to everyone. Including the results of Lingmian girl's recent marketing plan, the preparation of new stores, feedback on new dishes, various service details of the stores, etc. The brand of Lingmian girl is also constantly developing, and the management model and taste of the stores are constantly being optimized. Even if some investors came some time ago, they can see obvious progress now. After all, Meng Chang has increased the intensity of burning money. If there is no change in the store, it doesn't make sense. Tang Yishu, who was sitting in the corner next to him, ate grilled cold noodles while pricked up her ears to listen to what these people were discussing. However, Meng Chang's voice was not loud, and Tang Yishu could only hear intermittently when she concentrated, and she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If I can't see anything in the Lingmian girls' store this time, how can I report to my senior when I go back? Meng Chang began to enthusiastically introduce the situation in the store to the investors. Recently, the decoration style of our store has been fine-tuned and some new embellishments have been added, mainly to strive to create an atmosphere that combines tradition and modernity. You can see that here are elements of traditional Chinese style, and there are also posters with a bit of literary and artistic atmosphere, which are all part of the cultural heritage of the Cold Noodle Girl brand. The combination of multiple styles makes the dining environment unique for customers. These design styles have become materials that customers are happy to share on Weibo or social circles, which makes customers become our free promoters. These details are also reflected in all aspects. For example, our dining tables and chairs are specially customized by factories. They are also between trendy and nostalgic, and they are both beautiful and practical. In theory, there will be no problems in 10 years. Meng Chang was playing with the swivel chair while introducing it, and suddenly heard a creak sound, and the swivel chair was stuck. Meng Chang? He thought that his rotation method was wrong, and tried to turn it forward and reverse, only to find that it was indeed stuck and did not move at all. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Meng Chang was very puzzled. What was going on? He didn't lie. These tables and chairs were indeed specially customized. There was no cutting of corners at all. The materials were very solid. In theory, there would be no problem in using them for a few years. But there was a problem. Although it was not a big problem, the shaft of the dining chair was stuck for unknown reasons and could not continue to rotate, but the feeling of being slapped in the face still made Meng Chang very embarrassed. Although the investors were very considerate and did not say anything, Meng Chang knew that these investors would definitely have some thoughts in their minds. These flaws accumulated would affect the investor's evaluation of the cold-faced girl, and the investment agreement he could get would be more demanding. However, Meng Chang had a strong psychological quality after all, and this episode was not enough to make him lose his composure. He smiled and said, "It seems that there are still some problems with the quality control of this furniture factory. Fortunately, the problems can be corrected early if they are exposed early, which is not a bad thing. We will definitely ask them to strengthen the quality control issue later." In addition to the dining environment, our waiter recruitment and cultural construction are also different from other catering brands. Meng Chang quickly changed the subject, not wanting to continue to dwell on this matter and leave an impression on the investors. However, while talking, a customer stood up impatiently and came to the front desk and said, "Why is my fried cold noodles not ready yet? Didn't you promise that the food will be served in 15 minutes? It's been 20 minutes. The girl at the front desk said very embarrassedly, "Sorry, I'll go," and urged the kitchen. The customer returned to his seat speechlessly. The investors obviously noticed it, and their expressions changed subtly. Meng Chang's heart skipped a beat, and he silently scolded these people in the kitchen 100 times. Aren't they usually fine? Moreover, he had just repeatedly ordered us to ensure the speed of serving food this morning. Why did he have to make trouble at this time? This is a bummer. However, he also knew that he couldn't dwell on this now. The more he dwelled on it, the bigger the flaw would be. So he just pretended that nothing had happened and continued to explain to the investors with full energy. But within half a minute of talking, something happened again. The burly man seemed impatient and said at his seat, "Why hasn't the dish I ordered been served yet? I've almost finished my noodles. Aren't your dishes cold dishes? Why are you just starting to serve them now?" A waiter hurried over and whispered to comfort him. Meng Chang's mouth twitched slightly. It was impossible to ignore it this time. Once was an accident, but what about twice? You have to know that Lingmian Girl's self-positioning is a fast food brand, and the requirement is that the food must be served within 15 minutes, the faster the better. Now there is a problem with the serving time, which leaves investors with the impression that the kitchen management is chaotic, which may directly affect the brand building and reputation of Lingmian Girl. What's more, it's not the peak time for lunch yet, and there shouldn't be any slow serving of food. This is definitely not going to work. Meng Chang adjusted his mentality and still maintained his demeanor. Sorry, there seems to be a problem in the kitchen. Wait a minute, I'll go and deal with it. Meng Chang quickly came to the kitchen and whispered angrily, what's going on? Why are the dishes so slow today? The waiters were busy and saw Meng Chang coming and hurriedly explained, Boss Meng. I don't know what happened today. I was a little unlucky. I accidentally fried a pot of fried noodles just now, and then I accidentally fell when I was putting the ingredients on, and the dishes were missed. Meng Chang was so angry that his teeth itched. Why did he have to make trouble at this critical moment? But it was already like this. Meng Chang had no better solution. He could only scold them and ask them to hurry up and serve the food. Meng Chang left the kitchen and regained his calm expression. He came to the center of the store and clapped his hands gently. I'm very sorry to all customers, there was a little problem in the kitchen. But don't worry, I promise you that if the food is not served within 15 minutes today, we will waive the bill in full. At this time, the only way to quench the anger of customers is to throw money like crazy. If there is a problem, it must be solved quickly and actively. These investors are still watching. If it is not solved in time, it will be doubled. Hearing that the bill is free, the anxiously waiting customers finally calmed down. Qiu Hong was a little puzzled and said, Hey, the dishes were served quite quickly when we came. Is there something wrong with their kitchen? Tang Yishu continued to eat the grilled cold noodles, pretending not to hear. I still remember the first time I went to Mingfu family banquet, even Mr. Li's high-end restaurant was affected, and there were a lot of problems in the kitchen. Lingmian Girl is just an ordinary fast food restaurant. The kitchen is definitely not as good as Mingfu family banquet. How can it hold up? Tang Yishu felt a little guilty. She came here for a secret visit. But looking at the current situation, she was a little worried that she might have accidentally ruined the senior's business. Tang Yishu took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. Mr. Qiu, let's go. Qiu Hong was stunned for a moment. Ah? Don't you want to take another look? Tang Yishu shook her head, no more. She knew that the cold-faced girl was invested by Pei Qian. If she continued to sit here, the kitchen would be in trouble and the consequences would be disastrous. It would be better to leave as soon as possible before causing greater harm. Qiu Hong didn't say much. After all, the person who came to visit secretly was Tang Yishu, and he was just responsible for accompanying her. The two got up and left. Meng Chang continued to explain to the investors, but it was obvious that the investors' eyes were no longer as interested as they were at the beginning. There was no way. Today's sudden situation was too hurtful. Many investors who were originally interested in chatting returned to a wait-and-see state again. Okay, Mr. Meng, let's stop here today. We will go back and discuss the investment and give you a reply in 2 days. The investors were still very polite, but the attitude in their words and deeds was obviously a subtle change from when they first came. Meng Chang knew it very well, but there was nothing he could do. He could only bite the bullet and pretend to be indifferent, and send these investors away with a smile. Returning to the cold-faced girl, Meng Chang sighed silently, found an empty seat and sat down to sulk. The waiter walked over quickly and whispered, Boss Meng. The kitchen is fine now. The delayed customers have been given free meals. The food delivery time during the lunch rush will definitely be guaranteed. Meng Chang glanced at her unhappily, not knowing what to say for a moment. I'm so tired.